Andrea Miller, and I am the host of this extraordinary event. I am so glad you said yes to taking steps to manifesting more love, more abundance, more success, wealth, and better health in your life. We are kicking off day number 3, and our focus shifts massively to the payoff, to what you get to receive, relish, and celebrate as an expert manifestation practitioner. Genuine bliss, lasting love, abundance, wealth, health, radiance, pleasure, and joy. Though there are still plenty of lessons baked into each of these sessions, today is about expanding into the rewards of your efforts and clear intentions. Building on the foundation of the previous 2 days, day 3 offers compelling stories and revelatory insights that will inspire you to rise higher and fully embrace the changes that bring your desires to life. I'm super excited to walk through today's agenda with you. But before I do, I have to tell you how on fire I am for our Power of Manifestation Circle membership. What can I say but please say yes and join me. Please join this incredible group of women as a pioneer member. The annual cost at this stage is about $14 per month billed annually. That's about 2 drinks per month from Starbucks. But the benefits you'll get, invaluable. To be in a community of women deeply motivated and passionate about their own growth, healing, and transformation is worth a ton. But there's so much more in this membership. You will get, first, your monthly manifestation calendar. 12 times per year, we map out your month in a precise day-by-day sequence that works with your energy, your natural wiring, and the stars, offering you rituals, affirmations, nervous system hacks, and so much more, so you're tuned in and open to receive. Next, your daily Power of Manifestation companion delivered exclusively to our members. This quick daily email expands on your daily calendar offering, calendar offering you more guidance to achieve your manifestation goals with specific directions on what to do, what to look for, and think about to help you achieve manifestation mastery. Next, private monthly sessions with top thought leaders and master teachers. You will have access to many of the leading experts in manifestation, spiritual growth, healing, and more in these energizing, highly entertaining, and highly effective monthly activations. Next, your Dream Life Gathering. This is a monthly live celebration where our community gathers to share successes, common obstacles, and synchronicities in a lively, inspiring setting. In addition, you will get high-frequency, supercharged manifestation playlists. Every track is chosen with intention, carrying precise vibrational frequencies that act like sonic spells designed to weave your desires more effortlessly into reality. And finally, the Power of Manifestation Treasure Chest. Remember, this is your vault for quick manifestation resources you can use anytime, including the Glamour Magic Guide, unlock energetic beauty codes that make you irresistible, the 10-minute nervous system reset, step into instant calm and magnetic alignment with these quick, proven techniques. In addition, you'll get the kitchen manifestation rituals. Turn your pantry into your personal abundance altar. Use simple, everyday ingredients to perform powerful love, money, and confidence rituals that tap into centuries-old symbolism and modern manifestation science. You'll also get curated frequencies and subliminals. Remember this one? Reprogram your mind while you sleep. These audio tracks are embedded with specific frequencies and subliminal affirmations to effortlessly tune your reality. The value of this membership is well into the thousands of dollars or more. It could be worth millions to some of our members, depending on what they do with it. But no matter what, it's going to help you take full advantage of everything you've learned to date in the Power of Manifestation and help you build on those learnings and internalize them. Plus, it's going to be fun and feel so good, for real. And it's going to keep you on track. Come on, we've all been there, excited and energized after an event like this. Then a new week starts and yikes, what next? I'll tell you what next. You can join me and become a pioneer member of our circle to provide you valuable resources and a powerful manifestation framework that will help you make progress because you're not doing it alone. And guys, remember, nothing changes until you change. And what we're talking about is shifting your energy to affect beautiful, powerful, delicious, lasting change, transformative change in your life to feel how you truly want to feel: joyful, peaceful, loved, loving, abundant, successful, at ease, confident, more relaxed. I'm inviting you to take aligned action and make a teeny tiny financial investment in exchange for a vast payoff, for vast amount of value. It's hard to put a value on what this experience could mean for you. So please say yes to yourself. Please say yes to getting unstuck. Please say yes to feeling so much better for no good reason, just because you're happier, more confident, more relaxed. Isn't that what we all want? Please say yes to loving your life because that's what's on tap here. I genuinely hope you say yes to my personal invitation to you to become a pioneer member of our circle. Sincerely, from my heart. Now, I'm excited and grateful to share highlights of today's agenda, starting with the inimitable Marianne Williamson. Her session is called Return to Love, Rise in Power. Learn timeless spiritual secrets from an original teacher of miracles. In this transformative session, Marianne draws from A Course of Miracles and her groundbreaking work, A Return to Love, to show how miracles, simple shifts in perception from fear to love, change everything. Next, Ignite True Love, Awaken Lasting Bliss. The cheat codes are inside of you, featuring Niraj Nayak. Through accessible practices, inspiring stories, including how he manifested the love of his life, along with live experiential exercises, Niraj shows how true love and sustainable bliss are not found outside of you. They are coded within your body, waiting to be awakened. Oh my gosh. Following that, there is the GOAT mindset. Learn the secrets of champions from the legendary coach of Serena, Venus, Maria, and Jennifer. Rick Macy shares how world-class athletes learn to turn adversity into fuel, how flow states unlock peak performance, and why fun, not pressure, is a cornerstone of mastery. With powerful anecdotes, practical tools, and a guided flow visualization, this session shows how anyone, not just elite athletes, can apply the same principles to manifest their best life. Next, there's manifestation in the age of AI, unlocking your life code to create a legendary future. In this enlightening, riveting session, Derek Revel introduces his emergence philosophy. Abundance is not something you attract, but something already encoded within you. This is a very, very powerful session, reminding you that your life code already exists within you and gives a practical, motivating process to tap into it. Plus, why tapping into your own unique you-ness will be more than ever in the age of AI. Then we have manifestation and the sacred feminine, sovereignty, frequency, and service. Keeping it real, guys. Sarah Jenks beautifully and powerfully explores how the sacred feminine offers a powerful blueprint for successful manifestation, noting that what you really want to manifest is probably less about the having and the stuff, and more really about the feelings, the emotions, and connections in community that make your life truly joyful, rich, and abundant. Next, we have manifesting money. How I went from $440,000 in debt to a millionaire by shifting my energy. Aaliyah Fredericks walks you through her 5-step pragmatic manifestation framework shows how rewiring limited beliefs and future casting abundance create real world results. From manifesting wealth to manifesting ease, Aaliyah is hilarious and entertaining. You're going to love this session. Then there's becoming that girl for real, skipping timelines to be the most magnetic version of yourself. Instead of chasing desires, Samantha Chung, aka Simplifying Sam, teaches how to collapse the identity gap, remove resistance, and embody your future self right now. Through vulnerable stories, including her own quantum leap, moving to Thailand, powerful metaphors, remove the fan, and a guided embodiment exercise, she shows how unconditional self-approval and alignment make manifestation effortless. And finally, we round out day 3 of the power of manifestation with something super fun and yummy. Sex magic and quantum love, the cheat codes to feeling wanted, worshipped, and worthy. In this deeply activating and liberating session, world-renowned sex, love, and relationship therapist Dr. Laura Berman reveals how your sexual energy is your sacred superpower for manifestation. She shows how emotional frequency, erotic embodiment, and sacred pleasure rituals can transform not only your relationships, but your entire vibrational field. You cannot miss this session. Laura is a rock star. She is genuinely one of my favorites. And wow, she will make you smile and feel highly motivated to make some moves. Just saying. Now, let's kick off day 3 with one of spirituality's and manifestation's greatest OGs, none other than the one and only Marianne Williamson. Enjoy.
Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am so thrilled to host one of my most favorite people in the world, none other than Marianne Williamson. Today's session is titled Return to Love, Rise in Power, Timeless Spiritual Secrets from an Original Teacher of Miracles. Marianne has devoted her career to making the profound teachings of A Course in Miracles accessible to millions of people around the world. Through her innumerable best-selling books, lectures, and decades of teaching, she has helped bring the practice of miracles shifts from fear to love into mainstream culture. Her book, A Return to Love, became a publishing phenomenon with the now famous passage, "Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure." For over 3 decades, Marianne has been guiding seekers through the timeless wisdom of love, forgiveness, and spiritual awakening, showing us how miracles are available in our everyday lives. Marianne, it's so nice to talk to you again. Thank you for being part of our big event.
Well, it's always nice to talk to you, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. So let's just jump into it. Section 1, for those who aren't familiar, what is A Course in Miracles?
A Course in Miracles is a set of books. It's been called by some a self-study program in spiritual psychotherapy. And it is not a religion. It makes it clear that it's not a religion. It calls itself a psychological mind training in relinquishing a thought system based on fear, which has dominated this world for ages, accepting instead a thought system based on love. And as we make this transformation, that means everything, because thought is the level of cause and our experience of the world is the level of effect. So usually when we think of changing our lives, we think of addressing symptoms, we think of addressing effects, but that's like going up to a screen in a movie theater. You don't like the plot, so you think somehow you can fix it by manipulating the screen. Really what's on the screen are images that are projected. And so when we change our thinking, we change everything. And that's really the very critical realization that will make all the difference in the evolution of the human race right now, because we are at a point where we are, as sometimes species do, expressing and displaying behavioral patterns that are maladaptive for our survival. And when that happens, a species either evolves into a higher place or it goes extinct. So right now, humanity is facing a historic challenge to evolve. But this time, it's not our knees evolving. It's not anything about our physical self that is evolving. It's our consciousness that's evolving. It's not just our brain, but how we use our brain. And so A Course in Miracles is about making that evolutionary shift from a thought system that is based on fear, that is based on the idea that we're separate. And that's really the main issue. It's based on the idea that we are separate from each other, when in fact, if you look at the world through the eyes of love, the idea is that on the spiritual realm, there's only one of us here. There is no separation between you and me. So on the level of the body, obviously, there's a separation between you and me. You're in Colorado. I'm in Washington, D.C. Your body's over there. I'm body over here. But who we truly are, if you identify with spirit rather than just body, then there's really no place where I stop and you start. That changes everything, because then you begin to realize that anything you do about anyone and towards anyone, in fact, anything you think about anyone, you're actually thinking and doing about yourself. And it changes your life completely. And it fosters within you a much greater appreciation for the power of every thought. The Course in Miracles says that every thought we think creates form on some level. It also says in the introduction that the Course can be summed up in this way. Nothing real can be threatened. Nothing unreal exists. Herein lies the peace of God. The idea that spirit is what's ultimately real. That's why if you identify with spirit, you realize death does not exist. You realize your physical birth is a continuation, not a beginning. Your physical death is a continuation, not a beginning. and that the story of the world, the chaos, the Maya, what Buddha would call the Maya, the illusions of the world, are far more malleable than we think, and that our biggest power to change the world is to think about it differently. Well, the one last thing I'll say about that is that the Course says that the goal of the Course is the attainment of inner peace. When we're thinking with love, we're literally being ourselves. And so we're comfortable in our skin because we're comfortable in our minds. Taught to think unnaturally, a level of anxiety and depression is inevitable.
I mean, amen. Honestly, one of my favorite things to say recently to anybody who will listen has been how underrated peace is.
Oh, that's a beautiful, beautiful concept.
Well, and I mean, you and I have talked quite a few times, and you've probably gotten this from me. I mean, I'm such an overachiever and doing. And so for me, as somebody who has, I think I've read A Return to Love at least a dozen times. I have notes on my Kindle that I can go back and scan. I mean, it has been such a profound impact on my life. I've given the book to literally dozens of people. So it's taken me some time. Oh, of course. I mean, it's taken me some time, which is why I was so grateful for you to speak with me specifically about A Course in Miracles and A Return to Love. But I say all that because I have had to really reconcile with my own tendencies for overachieving, for always feeling like I need to produce. And, you know, I know there are a lot of women like me, I mean, men too, but a lot of women out there like me who it's like, you're always doing, you're always going. And so this idea of that there is a miracle in peace, and that choosing peace is it changes how you show up.
Well,
and it's also not a theory. It's not theoretical. It is so practical. And you talk in your book about how practical love is, but go ahead, please.
Well, a flower doesn't have to strive to blossom. An embryo doesn't have to be ambitious to become a baby. The natural order of things, the mind of God, whatever you want to call it, is about what the Course calls effortless accomplishment. There's a certain kind of type A running around like chickens with our heads chopped off, gotta go, that often leads to a place which in retrospect, we might see as having lacked wisdom. Going too quickly sometimes leaves out reflection, prayerfulness, wisdom. The right answer does not necessarily come immediately in life. And so the problem with moving too fast is that sometimes it means we miss the most important clues and fail to think about things as deeply as we might. It's not that being ambitious is bad. It's that when we are centered within ourselves, a certain kind of, like I said, the phrase effortless accomplishment just happens.
Oh yeah, that's the manifestation presence that I think make miracles much more likely.
Well, first of all, the Course would say miracles are natural. They're happening all the time. I don't think it's that it makes miracles more likely. It makes it more likely that we see the miracles that are happening because we miss them all the time. I talk about that whole ambition piece, of course, in Return to Love. I talk about it's the difference between the image of taking the bull by the horns, which of course is a suicidal thing to do, versus just knowing that angels are pushing you from behind. The universe is invested in our self-actualization. It's invested in our enlightenment. It's invested in the world always getting better. We don't have to make that happen. What we have to do is to make ourselves radically available to the process. And at that point, manifestation comes much more easily. And more importantly, see, this is the thing about manifestation. Manifestation is always happening. It's just, is it happening that is a loving manifestation? Or is it a manifestation of your neurotic mind, your dysfunctional patterns and so forth? You're always manifesting. And when we do not come from peace, then often we end up saying, well, that was your manifestation. It was a manifestation of your recklessness. It was a manifestation of your irresponsibility, the manifestation of you not doing your homework. It was a manifestation of you not thinking deeply enough about what you were doing, who was going to be there, whether this was the right person. Did you really pray about this? You're always manifesting. And I think the issue of manifesting is realizing that you're manifesting all the time who you are. So you don't change on the realm of manifestation by changing the manifestation. You change on the level of changing yourself. And the highest level of manifestation, if you want to manifest, for instance, let's say wealth, because everybody's manifesting wealth. Well, there are certain things, worldly things you want to do, or you're conscious and responsible about managing money and so forth. Yes, I mean, that level of material reality is all fine, but we're talking about an evolutionary leap. And the evolutionary leap, you leave behind, when you move into the miraculous realm, you're moving beyond time and space. So the issue is to stand within the space of wealth. Who do I have to be? What are the thoughts and what is the behavior of the version of myself from whom wealth unfolds automatically around me? Because it's simply who I am. So the greatest key to manifestation is your own self. And that's why what you said about peace was important. Because when you are at peace with yourself, you are literally standing in the space from which all actualization, all happiness for all living things, everything that will contribute to maximal soul growth for everyone occurs automatically.
Yeah, and it just reminds me of, I think it was toward the end of A Return to Love, you referred to the charisma that's affiliated with, I want to say JFK and Gandhi and maybe MLK and maybe even Mother Teresa, that these are people that you didn't see them frantically running around, but they, because of as powerful beings that had that clarity, that peace, who they were, had this profound ripple effect beyond them. And so when I think about this idea of how when each of us shows up in that peaceful, and I would contend when I'm at peace, I am the truest version of myself. And that is going to be far more effective than the version of me that is responding chaotically or is coming from a place of fear or doubt or scarcity.
You see this even in business. You might have some major business. The CEO is not usually someone whose office is filled with the most frantic energy. The highest person on the totem pole is paid to think, to envision, to see the big picture. The highest person on the totem pole is usually the person who has the neatest desk. Those who execute, that's a whole different thing. But the creative thinker is the most powerful person. And
well, I love
we don't
that.
think about
and
our lives enough.
Yeah, no, I love that. And just from a very personal perspective, as a longtime CEO who used to try to do it all, I mean, I used to be much more personally, and for all you entrepreneurs out there, it's like when you try to do it all, and maybe you have to do it all in the beginning when you're trying to get off the ground, but if that is how you're operating over time, it's really hard to be as effective as you could be when you're able to leverage a greater team of people, right? Versus trying to do it all yourself. So I appreciate that point of view.
Even that is interesting, what you're saying, because you're being at peace and you're being in a loving, gracious space makes it much more probable that you will attract a team that, I mean, new leadership, it's no longer a top-down thing where you're just commanding orders. It's the leader in today's world is someone who inspires by recognizing the genius in everyone else. So that takes a different kind of musculature, and it has to do with the quality of your own personhood. Now, also, when you were talking about having it all and doing it all, which obviously is such an issue for women, I think a lot of that has to do with we have a very narrow, patriarchal, linear view of what you do when. And if I'm the person I should be, I wake up at a particular time. Now, obviously, if you have children and you have a job, I mean, there are things where you have to do things a certain way. Don't get me wrong. But in a larger picture, we have all these rules that may or may not fit your nature. So you told yourself, I should wake up at a certain time. I should exercise at a certain time. I should eat at a certain time. I should do it this way. I should do it that way. And often that works against a woman being in touch, and probably men too, but I think that there's a feminine issue here, being in touch with our own natural rhythms. And I find that I get things done better when I'm and more efficiently when I'm not telling myself, this is how you do it and this is when you do it. My subconscious knows what needs to be done. And, I think if you're any kind of a creative person and an entrepreneur, a CEO, that's a creative process. A lot of that is walking around and thinking. I have to say to my assistant quite often, I'll say, when there's a lot of clutter conversation that, like I had a friend of mine who used to always say, I need to know this why. Like people would say to them, I need to know this why. I think a lot of times, and that's really the mind of the executive, you're paying other people to think about that. Those details can clutter your mind. There's a wonderful book called The Creative Process. And it's all these famous creative people, from scientists to artists, talking about the creative process. And there's a story about the mathematician Poincaré. And he talks about how he was looking for a theorem, I don't know, some big mathematical theorem he ultimately became very famous for, whatever. And he couldn't find it, and he couldn't find it, and he couldn't find it. And he's sitting at his desk. And his little grandson keeps coming in, Grandpapa, would you play ball with me? No, I can't. I'm working on this theorem. Grandpapa, would you work at this ball? Come play with me. And his little child was bothering him because he was busy working. Finally, he said, I just have to go play with this child. And he went to play ball with the little boy. And while he was throwing a ball, it came to him. And we all know that it's a different part of the brain. So sometimes when you relax into that, the right side of the brain, et cetera, is like when you have your most creative thinking. So for a creative person, walking through nature, taking a hike, walking on the beach, doesn't mean it's not happening. Sometimes that's when you're creative best.
Oh my God. Amen. So much there to appreciate. And I'm going to unpack a couple things that really resonate with me. One, when you were describing that feeling like you need to adhere to a rigid schedule, what kept coming to mind to me is, let's face it, we live in a world that has been dominated by masculine energy. And I have fallen prey to that. And I am giving myself so much more permission to operate out of my feminine. And I used to be like, I have to work a certain number of hours a day and more than everybody else and all that nonsense. And the idea of allowing the creative thoughts and serendipity and so forth to happen, especially as women, when we're in that feminine energy, when we don't feel like we're having to do at a frantic pace, just that shift for me has been monumental. And honestly, just going back to the beginning of our conversation, we were chatting before the session began, just how it seems like our Western world is catching up to what much of the East and mystics and so forth have known for thousands of years, as far as the oneness consciousness and so forth. And even you're referring to what is so much more expected now for corporations and organizations. It's not the command and control patriarchal system that it used to be. Some, but and let's face it, there have been some efforts and, diversity and inclusion and so forth that have been rolled back. But when I think about the idea that really effective CEOs are expected to care, to be compassionate. You can hardly look at an issue of Harvard Business Review without it talking about emotional intelligence, which to me is, there's still plenty of room for growth. I'm a perennial optimist, but I look at how corporate America is changing. And let's face it, corporate America is a dominant force across the globe. And I think if more and more of the CEOs that are leading these businesses choose compassion, choose how they treat their employees, choose how they show up, that there's a reason for optimism. Now, I realize if you look at the rest of the globe and war and we're not going to get into a political discussion, but there's not, I realize there are reasons also to know that all of us, I mean, I guess circling back here to manifestation and the context of this interview, that each of us, by choosing peace, I feel like is the way to make changes across the globe, right? I mean,
well, you were a very good girl right now, and you just did exactly what the patriarchy told you to do, and you stayed away from taking the conversation into its most powerful place. So on one, and this is, I think, something for all of us to look at. So yes, Harvard Business Review will say that in order for the corporation to make more money, because that is deemed the major goal, is to make money, is to make a profit, that emotional intelligence is necessary, compassion and caring. Why? Because we understand now that money alone will not make an employee perform better. People want to feel there's meaning and there's purpose to their being there. But there's a trick here, which I think American women particularly need to really be on top of. Anyone coming from countries that's not just America, obviously, where there's a strong corporate presence. It's not enough to have compassion and care for your employees. You have to have compassion and care for the people who would be in the sweatshops where you're making. So I'm sorry, you can't say, oh, well, we won't get into a political conversation. That is by definition political. So the real transformation that we need is not that if I'm compassionate and caring, I can manipulate my employees to do what I want more effectively, which is more often than not what something like the Harvard Business Review is basically saying, but rather that the evolutionary change is when we realize that we have to be thinking how everything we do affects everyone. Now, these questions are not easy, don't get me wrong, because if you do engage in that situation, and I have engaged in that situation with some very powerful CEOs. So it's not good guys versus bad guys. And I've had many of them, not many, but several have said to me, but wait a minute, what you're saying, we're at least bringing some money into a situation that they wouldn't otherwise have. We can have that conversation, but the idea that we can't go there because we're not going to talk about it's just we can't do that and be the powerful women that we want to be. Because I really believe that if we're going to talk about a more compassionate world, it has to include everything.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. And thanks for clarifying that. And I think I should have gone probably a little further. I mean, when I think about oh my gosh. Corporate America, even 2 or 3 decades ago, I mean, there were smoking in offices, right? I remember working for a big company and, and yes, let's face it, they are still hugely male dominated. So there is still so much more work to be done.
And there have been great advances. I agree with you,
and that's
Andrew.
exactly right.
Yeah. No, I'm not arguing with that at all. And I do believe, listen, I feel that I was at a front seat in all of this. I couldn't agree with you more. Love has become a mainstream conversation. I wouldn't have a career if it weren't for the fact that it wasn't and then it was. So I appreciate that. And, I understand. I mean, I remember when my book, A Return to Love, came out, the only book I remembered even having that love in the title was Leo Buscaglia, a man who wrote a book called Love. So I agree with that. I'm just saying, that in our collective experience, just as in our individual experience, we cannot forget that, as of Course in Miracles says, there is also a place in us, which the Course calls the ego, which is very sly and will use any conversation for its own purposes. And if you leave that out, then you're not having the most sophisticated conversation about how the mind operates. I love what you were talking about reading Return to Love. If you ever read, you probably have Rilke's book, Letters to a Young Poet. That's the book that I read every few years. And I love the section where he says, sometimes you don't know the answer, Live the question. And that's what I was saying to you before. Let's just not jump off it. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable, but Americans have got to learn to live with discomfort. Some of these things are hard questions, but that doesn't mean we just leave them to someone else. Oh, I'll leave that to the politicians. I'll leave that to the corporate CEOs. I'll leave that. Meanwhile, our children are dying. And that's why women in a circle under the moon in the firelight, right? People might say, oh, that's nothing. Sometimes it's because we're going deep and we're being real. And that's going to generate more evolutionary potential.
Yeah, no, I love that. I mean, as always, you deliver such clarity and such wisdom, and you're right. It's easy to abdicate, and that's not what we're called to do. We're called to live with the question. I love that, and live with the discomfort.
And love is not always easy. I mean, love is not love if it's only in the easy places. I mean, I've had a career where it's wonderful and abundant and fabulous, but it never touches. And that's how the ego is very sly. The ego is very sly. And we have a collective ego, just like we have an individual ego.
Yeah, and we're going to come back in a few minutes and touch on a couple of these things. But I do, just coming back to A Course in Miracles, first I want to say, guys, Marianne continues to teach A Course in Miracles. You can go to marianne.com and get her wisdom lessons, I think daily texts into your inbox. So if you want to go classes, if you want to get it all, marianne.com/ACIM. Just wrapping up A Course in Miracles. And I know we've zigged and zagged, but I do want to ask you to clarify, what does A Course in Miracles mean by miracles? Because we've been talking about a lot of things.
Okay. So you are about to go into a meeting. Okay. And somebody has told you, have your resume together, have your, know your material, know who you're going to be talking to, act in a respectful way, be polite, all the training you get and how to go into that interview. Okay. That's good. Oh, that's good. And none of that's bad. And it's very helpful. The miracle is when before you go in, you take 5 minutes and you think about every person who's going to be there. You realize that all minds are joined. Everybody subconsciously knows everything. You think about the fact that your ultimate job is not this job, whether I get this job, but that we are all here to be ministers of God. You pray, you align your consciousness. I want God, Spirit, Holy Spirit, divine intelligence, whatever words work for you, to use my talents in a way that best serve to heal and to lift the world. And I don't know why, on some spiritual level, I'm going into this meeting. I'm just going in to be of service, for my mind to be filled with love. If you do have a Christ-centered worldview, you might see Jesus hugging every person at the table before you go there. You blast the room with love before you go. You will have a different meeting. Miracles are practical. Many, many people have done job interviews after which the interviewer says one of two things to their colleagues. One, I like her resume. I guess she could do it, but I have to tell you, I'm just not feeling it. There are other times when the interviewer says to their colleagues, I know her resume isn't quite as, as impressive in somebody else's, but there's something about her. I just feel it with her. I just feeling like she'd bring it. It's living your life where your thoughts that are not even obvious. We tend to think it doesn't matter what I'm thinking. I might have a judgmental thought, but it's not affecting the situation, but it is, because all minds are joined. So you go into a room and you blast it with love before you get there. The Course in Miracles says at one point, you achieve so little because you have an undisciplined mind. The Course says you are far too tolerant of mind wandering. Oh, she's a bitch. Oh, I don't like the way come on, how can he enter? Whatever our thoughts are. Now, that doesn't mean you don't disagree with people. That doesn't mean you don't stand and be willing to say, I do not agree with that. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a general tenor of radical goodwill and forgiveness, knowing if I carry grudges and I carry resentments, the Course in Miracles says you can have a grievance or you can have a miracle. You cannot have both. Miracles occur naturally not only do we get to choose, the point in the Course is that every moment you do choose, every moment you choose, you either choose consciously or unconsciously. And if we're choosing unconsciously, we're just going with the downward pull of the ego mind that's like an emotional undertow, and everybody's in a mean mood and everybody, right? And then we're deflecting the miracles that otherwise, the Course says miracles are natural. Where love is present, they just happen naturally. And you either open your heart in any given moment and miracles happen, or you close your heart within any moment and you deflect it. And the Course in Miracles says it is not your job to seek for love, but to seek within yourself all the barriers you hold against its coming. So that's what a miracle is. A miracle is choosing in any given moment, is your heart open or your heart closed. Much easier said than done. It's not that it's difficult, but it's different. And what's difficult sometimes is getting over our resistance to doing it. If people are being nice to us, it's easy. But if people aren't being nice to us, it can be really hard.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wanted to add to that, and I love that, because again, it is genuinely the most rational, practical thing you can do to choose.
It's so interesting
love.
You say that, because the Course says love restores reason and not the other way around.
Yeah, and like you have mentioned a couple times, the ego is slippery and tricky. But I wanted to add another example from my own life. When I think about asking for a miracle, yes, going into meetings is really important as well. But when I think about, the exact words I may not get right, but I'm stressed, I'm worried right now, but I don't want to be. Help me replace the fear that I feel with love. Okay, guys, I'm going to just interject real quick here. I know this discussion is so riveting, but before we go on any further, I want you to reflect. What is one area in your life or one recent experience where fear guided your choice? And if you were to look back, if you just said, I could have chosen differently, what if I looked at that through the lens of love instead? What if I looked at that through the lens of innocence instead?
I'm trying. I can feel something inside me say.
We'll actually just pivot into a return to love here now. To me, it has been such a practical and profound way to sit there and go, I feel stressed, but I don't want to feel stressed. So help me replace that feeling of stress, which is fear, with love. And it's in a lot of ways, like you say, it's not easy, but like anything, like going to the gym and becoming a masterful piano player, or anything else you care enough about practicing, it is a very practical practice that gets easier and easier. And to me, what's beautiful about it is the evidence is clear. When you're in that, when you make that choice again and again and again, the evidence is clear. And then when you slip back into ego, when you slip back into fear, the evidence is there too. And for me, I always just feel like it's a reminder of, oh yeah, I chose fear. I chose doubt. Anyway, go ahead, please.
Well, it's exactly what you're saying. And the Course in Miracles says that there is something in your consciousness, which God placed in all of us, which in the Course is called the Holy Spirit. And the Course says the Holy Spirit will respond fully to your slightest invitation. And but it cannot take from us what we will not release to it. So I have to be willing to do exactly what you just said. I get that I'm stressed. I get that I'm in a bitchy mood. I get that I'm angry. I get that if I go in like this, I'm going to be controlling. I'm going to be negative. Nobody's going to like me. Dear God, please help me. I need a miracle. Please, I am asking the Holy Spirit to enter my consciousness. And once again, it won't enter our consciousness if we don't invite it, because that would be a violation of our free will. So you just described it beautifully. It's, I am willing to see this differently. And also it goes back to what you were talking about, moving too fast. Sit down. If you're 5 minutes late, be 5 minutes late. Sit down, allow consciousness, say, dear God, enter my mind, Holy Spirit, whatever. I am willing to see this differently. Let me see this through the eyes of love. Let me not carry the past. Larry, let me not carry my grievances. Let me not carry the chip on my shoulder. Let me not carry my make wrong thoughts, whatever. And then that's the miracle. And you just
That is the
it's
miracle.
like a chiropractic adjustment. It's like a personality chiropractic adjustment.
Oh, so
And
I
then
love
you're
that.
ready. And then you blast the room with love. And then you're ready to because the universe is always ready to begin again. So even if things had been made wrong, the universe is like a GPS. So even if lovelessness happened on your part or someone else's, the Holy Spirit is like a GPS that will recalibrate, just give you a new route. But if you have to be willing. So you said it beautifully. It's exactly what the Course says.
Yeah, no, and it's I honestly, for quite some time I've been saying to myself and others, we are so much more powerful than we give ourselves credit for. And
well, the ego wants us to think that our only power is the power of the body, the power of your muscles, the power of your rationalistic thought, the power of business, the power of technology, the power of politics. And the Course in Miracles says this is the meaning in the Bible of the three kings bowing before the Christ child. When you are in that space of the innocent who just arrived this moment to do nothing but love and be loved, the powers of the world bow to you. So the ego says it, the ego is our self-hatred posing as self-love. You think in that moment you're taking care of yourself, but really in that moment you're giving away your power.
Yeah, well, and what comes to mind,
love.
what comes to mind is, and I forget exactly how you said it, but this idea of we're talking about miracles, not moving furniture. And it's like miracles are happening in such, the same energy and consciousness that makes the grass grow, that makes the flowers blossom, right? And so often we're thinking too small. So your book, A Return to Love, sparked a massive movement, and it made A Course in Miracles that much more, I would say, accessible and profoundly relatable. Some of the key themes are forgiveness, surrender, and trust. Talk to me about those three things, because again, they're extremely practical. And I feel like they can be really theoretical, except for when you're putting them into practice, you'll see why surrender, why trust, why forgiveness. By activating those things, that's how you can activate greater miracles in your life.
Well, I think that you would be interested in the manifestation of A Course in Miracles itself. I mean, not of Course in Miracles, but of the book A Return to Love itself, in its demonstration of so many things. A Return to Love, you're right. It's like the Cliff Notes of A Course in Miracles. The subtitle is Reflections on the Principles of A Course in Miracles. So here's this Course in Miracles, this big tome, thousands of pages. And then the Return to Love is this, sort of simple version of what the basic principles are. When my career started, this career niche did not exist.
Career niche, like talking about these kind of self-development.
What you and I are doing right now.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Yeah.
So I had no ambition. There was no reason. My mother would say, why don't you go back to school and you could become a professor in comparative religion? Or why don't you become a rabbi? There were professional niches. They didn't feel right to me. I just wanted to get up and talk about A Course in Miracles. It just gave me joy. There was no trying to make anything happen. And then I was right away when I was still a temporary secretary for 2 years into it. There wasn't this graspiness because I was like an idiot savant. There was no reason for me to think this could, quote unquote, get me anywhere. Then AIDS came along very shortly, and it was all about being there for this tragedy that was happening in our midst. Okay? Now, during that time, I had dinner one night with Jerry Jampolsky, who was really the first one to write a book about the Course in Miracles. He had since passed. He wrote a book called Love is Letting Go of Fear. And he said, why don't you write a book? And I said, well, other people have said it, but I don't feel pregnant with a book. He said, it's all in your tapes. I said, well, I don't know how to get it out of my tapes. From my lectures, I don't know how to get it onto a page. He said, let's just join in consciousness that there's someone out there who could help you do it. And I remember he reached his arm across the table. 1 week later, I met a literary agent. This led to a movie coming out that Oprah Winfrey saw years later. And Oprah Winfrey said, we need a book that would go along with the miracle in the movie. Somebody else said, well, publisher sent a book about miracles. Oprah said, I'll read it this weekend. It was the 5th largest selling book that year.
I have never been as moved by a book as I have by Marianne Williamson's book called A Return to Love. So moved, in fact, that I went out and bought 1,000 copies. And we'll be giving you all a copy before you leave here today.
Like you said,
and how long ago was that after you wrote it?
I started writing it 5 years. 5 years. The point is, I wasn't trying to make anything happen. I was kind of, like I said, a bit of an idiot savant. I thought at that time, the fact that I could actually pay rent by myself, and I think at a certain point I bought a condo, I just thought the world didn't seem so, or at least I hadn't gotten the memo. When I think about it now, it was the 80s, so it really was the period of greed is good, etc. I was this flower child type. I have never manifest as much as when I wasn't trying to do anything but just live my life with love. And when so much money came from that book, I knew that it was the universe energetically coming back around from all the work I had done for which money was not involved. Money had nothing to do with it. So when you say surrender, the Course says, I'm only here to be truly helpful. The Course says you take the second place to gain the first. The 3 words were surrender, power, and forgiveness.
Surrender, trust, and forgiveness.
It's so interesting because at that time in my life, it's interesting because I think that, faith is not blind, faith is visionary. I trust, if I drop this, I have trust that it will fall and water will splatter everywhere. Is it that I trust gravity or just that I know gravity? So once you know that love works miracles, you don't trust your own, you said yourself, your practical experience. The Course says in a lot of places, look at your own life, how to work out for you. You can look at your own life. When you were loving, what happened, and when you weren't loving, what happened. So trust, at the one place where I think on another level where trust is very important, we come up with reasons why to just trust one another. And it's one thing to be wary, to be cautious, to be savvy, not to be foolish. But I think there's something else about trusting in the innocence and the goodness in other people that is part of love. That doesn't mean you're going to say yes to the business deal. It doesn't mean you're going to say yes to the dating. It doesn't mean anything. But I think it is a commitment to kindness. Well, forgiveness, the Course in Miracles says forgiveness is not the old-fashioned forgiveness where I'm spiritual, you're not, you're a jerk, but I'm spiritual, so I forgive you. The Course says that's judgmental. Forgiveness in the Course is we all make mistakes. You've made mistakes. I've made mistakes. Probably the mistake you made towards me, I've made it towards someone else. And you extend your perception beyond what the physical senses perceive to what your heart knows to be true. And in that space where you are willing to see the innocence in someone, even when they have shown you an error, it not only awakens them, but the gift is to yourself, because that's the higher Christ love self in you. And when I do that, I become invulnerable to the effects of your mistake, because only if I attach my sense of reality to your mistake can your mistake affect me. So forgiveness is a gift to ourselves. If I really believe in your attack, my experience will be that I'm attacked. If I believe in the goodness that lies beyond this, and the Course in Miracles says you were not created to be at the effect of lovelessness in yourself or in anyone else. This is easier said than done, but I'll tell you, Andrea, I can tell you from my own experience. When you do it, it works. When you don't, it doesn't. It's kind of like going to the gym. If you do it, it works. If you don't, it doesn't.
Right. Yeah. You can understand the theory all day long, but it is you know, how many people have a gym membership that they don't go to? Right.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Well, and I want to go back for a moment, what you were talking about it. Well, a couple things, that you were motivated by joy. I think you literally said you wanted to teach A Course in Miracles. You wanted to write that book because you were motivated by joy. I mean, oh my gosh, not only is peace underrated, joy as a motivator is underrated. And I think about our patriarchal, fear-based world where everything needs to be hard. Everything, like, especially in our careers and as moms, like, you got to grind and it's hard. And I just want to say, but maybe not.
This is such an important issue, actually. The Course in Miracles says the purpose of your life is to be happy. It also says happiness is a method of conversion. And you just mentioned something that is so important. We're addicted to struggle. And we have been taught that if I had to struggle, somehow it's better. And I can't tell you, Andrea, I have missed out on some really important opportunities in my life. I'm a woman now at the age where I can look back and you know, I read a quote once, in youth you learn, in age you understand. I cannot even tell you how many personal and professional opportunities I missed because it was so easy I didn't take it seriously. I didn't get the universe is perfect, Marianne. It's just coming to your door. It's effortless accomplishment. And it was a package or whatever. Well, this can't be it. You don't realize it's a miraculous universe. Of course, this is it. I mean, the universe is a perfect ecosystem. And you look back and realize that you had the opportunity and you didn't see it because you were not miracle-minded. You were not realizing good things are happening every moment. Every single moment is a portal to possibility. Open your eyes. The Course in Miracles says we're like people in a very bright room, our fingers in front of our eyes, complaining that it's dark in here.
Totally. I mean, well, let me actually go to this next thing. You teach that there is no one to change but self. And it reminds me of Neville Goddard's insistent that everyone and everything around us is us pushed out. And when I think about just this whole business of how people are treating us and how, you know, if we feel like things need to be hard, well, then they're probably going to be hard. If we think to achieve, it's going to be struggle. If we think there are no good guys left, I mean, all of these perceptions that we're often not even conscious of, like it's like their values and perceptions and beliefs that have been handed down. But the older I get and the more I have really internalized this idea of everything I'm experiencing is me pushed out, I'm taking the choice to be loving and wanting things to be playful and wanting things to be joyful and fun and motivated by that versus the opposite. And I think there is so much profound wisdom. It's surprising to me at my age that I didn't get this 20 years ago. I mean, because I've been seeking. Yes, I know. It's like, why have I been making it so hard on myself when it is genuinely that simple? Like when you get it, and you can't not get it anymore. I think.
A blind spot is called a blind spot for a reason.
It's like,
mean,
but
you
more
can
than a
get
spot,
it.
Marianne. It's like a whole wall.
Well, I see some mistakes I've made in my life that theoretically I really know better. But this is the thing. The vast majority of us, and certainly anyone who would be watching now, when we've made our biggest mistakes, we didn't wake up that morning and say, I'm going to be a jerk today. I'm going to sabotage myself today. I'm going to undermine this opportunity today. No, it's just that the thinking of the world, it's like an addiction, it's like AA, it's a sly and progressive disease. This is why meditating in the morning, praying in the morning, spiritual practice in the morning is so important. If you wake up in the morning and you go directly to social media, online news, whatever, you are surrendering, like you were talking about surrendering, you're surrendering your mind to the chaos of the world. And so grounding ourselves first, that's why in the course, the workbook is considered the crux of the course, these 365 days of lessons. And the course says 5 minutes spent with the Holy Spirit in the morning is enough to guarantee that he will be in charge of your thought forms throughout the day. And I wrote, I think in the last book I wrote, I told a story about walking into a meeting and just messing up so badly. And I've spent years. I remember what happened to you that day. And I did I not meditate? Or I remember I do remember that I came there from the airport. And and when I say I messed up, what I mean is like there were people in that room expecting for another version of Marianne Williamson to show up. I was just kind of negative. I don't like meetings like this. No, I really don't think that's a good idea. And I don't know why we would do that. And then something happened and I saw the look on people's faces. It was almost like I could read it. I thought she'd be different.
Oh, ouch. Tough. Thank you for,
I remember many, many years ago at Greenblatt's Delicatessen in LA, and I ordered a sandwich and she gave me mayonnaise instead of mustard or something. I can't remember. And I said, but I must have said it 3 times, something like that. I said that. And the girl, she was young and she looked up at me, said, oh, you're Marianne Williamson. I come on Saturdays.
Oh my God.
The universe will catch you.
Well, but isn't there yes, and I love that. And by the way, I just came from a 3-day amazing session with somebody wonderful named Danny Morrell. His event is called Awaken. And I joked with him. I said, Danny, thanks for bitch slapping me. Because
that's what the universe does. Yeah,
totally. Like keeping it real. It's it's what you said a few minutes ago about the blind spots. And so when I think about this idea that we all have so much more power than we realize. So when the girl at the counter gets it wrong, or Marianne, you got it wrong that day in the meeting. I got a big time wrong, every day, probably with something or other. I mean, you when I interviewed a time ago, and I'm sure you talk about this in A Return to Love and probably other of your books, your insistence that everybody is innocent is such a radical and powerful idea, and one that so many people will disagree with and hotly contested. But when I think about the wisdom in that, it lets us off the hook. Right. And I think you and I even talked about this. At times we need to be on the hook. Like you got a lesson that day in that meeting. I've gotten the lessons. That's why I got bitch slapped by Danny Morrell. It was like, Andrea, you're missing it. Right. So, I mean, I love this idea that everybody is innocent because I feel like it enables us to drop the judgment and to be more forgiving. But I also feel like it gives us the opportunity. And there's I think a healthy tension between, hey, I'm going to give myself a break and I'm going to do better. Oh, okay. I fucked up there.
Well,
how can I do
absolutely.
better, but without holding on to it and saying,
Yeah,
I'm a bad
yeah,
person. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, first of all, we're innocent. The reason why we're innocent, the Course in Miracles says, is because we're created by God. And God is all encompassing. He doesn't create something other than what he is. We are ideas in his mind, extensions of his thought. So the spirit is always innocent. So if you think of, if the miracle is a shift, the Course says, in self-perception, from body identification to spirit identification, the only way I can get there is by remembering that it's true about someone else. So if you are spirit rather than body, then you are not the realm of you that makes mistakes. You are the realm of you that is eternally innocent. Now, in terms of those moments where we make mistakes, like you said, the universe bitch slaps us, because every moment, the universe is nudging us. It's invested in our doing better. Absolutely, you say this is where you atone. You atone. Only a sociopath feels no remorse, but the ego would have you just feel guilty forever. The spirit would have you recognize what you did, because otherwise the ego is out, which would have you mess up and then make you feel terrible about it forever. That's not the voice of love. Voice of love is, the very fact that I mentioned to you, the girl with the sandwich or the meeting, you better believe I'm more conscious in every meeting I'm in now. You better believe it. This is how we learn in life. It's these little slaps from the universe, right? And the issue is to be a better person. And, a bone where it is broken and comes back together is even stronger. The prodigal son, the father is more excited to see the son and left and come back than not. So, yes, it is holding ourselves. It humbles you to realize, I made that mistake. And it also makes you a better person if you're someone who next time I'm out there, because that's all that life is. Life is simply lessons, the Course says, constantly coming around. Every situation in life is one saying to you, how are you going to play this? Because you've been here before. So did you play it well last time? Did you really show up and do your best? Because if so, do even better this time. Or did you, for whatever reason and in whatever way, withhold your best self? This is your opportunity to get it right. And that's all that's ever happening. And what's happening now is this extraordinary awakening, I think. The Course in Miracles says an idea grows stronger when it is shared. That's why people like yourself, people like me, we're feeling moved to amplify the conversation, because we want a critical mass of the human race, which is ready to evolve into this better way. And I know from my own experience at this point, Andrea, that at least it has given me the conviction and the deep feeling that the people of the world are ready. It's these huge forces and factors that form a suppressant. And that's where we are in history right now, this historic phase transition, one world crumbling, one world struggling to be born. And I think the point is that in any moment that we rise to the best of our ability to be more loving, to be the better version of ourselves, it's like we're pooling our resources. It goes into the ethers. It's not like, well, what can one person do? We're led to each other. You and me in conversation can do more than if it was just either of us alone. Other people listen. We don't know who's listening that might have an aha moment. Then they spread to someone else. And it's happening. And that's, I think, where hope comes from today.
Oh, no.
So you were saying a few minutes ago about how we are all under this illusion that our thoughts and maybe even our feelings are completely private. And while somebody may not consciously be able to read my thoughts and feelings, the truth is we are so energetically connected. And again, the older I get, the more responsibility I personally take from your advice. I'm going into a meeting, or I'm about to interview somebody. Let me be really clear and set those attentions. But if I'm thinking Oh, in fact, you've got a great example. I think you were in Venice, St. Mark's Square, and you talk about
My
how you were
mother.
like, your mother. Oh, I love that. Like God's not wanting me to think like what a bitch she is. And we've all been there about our moms or our sisters or our husbands or, and it's like you read that. And that's in part why I love your writing so much, because you tell the frickin' truth in these anecdotes that are so relatable. And it's
I remember that moment when I had this vision of my mother as like a little 4 or 5-year-old with curly blonde hair. In that moment, yeah.
Well, and that's back to so I'm assuming you tapped into her innocence, and I'm sure she's been a bitch before, because we've all been bitches, right? But
Well,
this idea of
also-
like harboring that is so self-sabotaging.
I came to understand I wanted a different kind of mother. She wanted a different kind of daughter. And so we were both resisting who the other was, making both of us resist each other more. I think it's a real issue going on right now. There's something happening with mothers and adult daughters right now. There's a big conversation about it. And I think there's been something really dark where I think an entire generation has been taught to sort of cut off their parents if there's an uncomfortable moment. And I really hope there's an awakening on this, because we won't be here, a certain generation won't be here that much longer. And I really feel sorry for some of these young people who, if they do not try to work through more of this, might be very, very sorry later, because once your mother's gone, no matter who we are, almost all of us, if only I could remember, if only I'd said this. I remember throwing myself over my mother the last day of her life. Things get real. And we realize, why didn't we all just love each other? What were we thinking? And the Course in Miracles says about the whole thing, you will see this at the point of death, or you could see it now.
Yeah. Oh my God. It reminds me of my dad. I love this quote. I say it all the time. The best, and I think it was a Chinese philosopher who originally said it. The best time to plant a tree was 40 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is today. And it couldn't be more true. And it couldn't be more true. But
I heard I had Brian O'Kelly talking about AI. And, you and I have already talked about some of the dangers. And he said the time to have been wise and thinking about all this and having these conversations was 30 years ago.
And second best time today, right? Like, so we can't be fatalistic, but just you're talking about your mom reminds me of an aha I've had over the last couple of days. And the thing I went to at that Awaken event, my mom and I'm not going to go down too far in the rabbit hole. Bottom line is, I have a lot of forgiveness for her. She was an alcoholic. She got pregnant at 18. She really struggled in her life. So for me, it was always, not always, but as I got older and wiser, and I just said, all right, I'm going to forgive you, and I'm going to show up with gifts, and I'm going to be a good daughter. But I kept her like this. And she's very ill now. She has serious dementia. And what I realize is, I have a chance to honor her and respect her, and to love her like she is, and to see me in her. And it's not too late. And I see your reaction, and thank you for that. And I feel it myself. And I just want to say, for all you moms and daughters, like, just find that opportunity to find the forgiveness and love and innocence. And I realize there are a handful of moms that really, really, really did terrible things. So maybe in those cases, those extreme cases, but for the most of us, it's not extreme. It's a chance to forgive. And I think, did you just say this? We forgive for ourselves. And I realize, like, so many young people think, no, I can't forgive. I just can't. And it's like, well, if you want to hold on to that resentment, you're a prisoner, right? And so I'm glad you talked about your own mom, because it is such a gift to me to feel differently, even if I don't say anything to her, and I will, but I feel differently now. And it's like a whole bunch of feminine energy has opened up for me. So again, it's not for her. I mean, yeah, she'll love it that I'm spending more time with her and showing up differently for her. But even in having that emotional recognition has opened me up in ways that I didn't expect. And I'm so glad to share it with you.
Well, first of all, I think that's the miracle of our conversation today, and an example of how miracles occur naturally, because I do believe that there are some people who needed to hear that because something is going on in the culture. That's number one. Number two, and I understand why you said it, because it was important that you said it. Some people, your mother did really extreme things, but I would say particularly where your mother did extreme things. Because particularly where your mother did extreme things is where it probably caused the most hardening of your heart, which lead to our character defects. And other people don't look at us and go, oh, she must have been treated badly to be so harsh. They just look at us and we deflect love with our personality characteristics. And, forgiveness doesn't mean they didn't do it. Forgiveness means I will not live my life at the effect of what you did. And if I keep that nail in you, the Course in Miracles says everyone you meet will be your crucifier or your savior, depending on what you choose to be to them.
I mean, amen. It's a choice. To get that, to really get that, is the biggest game changer. I mean, we could just, wrap up
and
here.
Even to lean into it. That's what I had some serious stuff after I ran for president, because I had some serious forgiveness work to do. And I thought, if you don't do this, you will age as a pathetic, angry old woman. And it's a process. And there was one person particularly, but it just, I don't think forgiveness necessarily happens today, but if we're just open to knowing I don't have to be at the effect of this, the universe will start over. And you have to, and whenever, what I've seen in my life is whenever I've had to forgive someone, I have to forgive myself for letting them in the room. I had to forgive myself for ever being so wise as to have been involved in that situation or whatever. And I think that if we just lean in a little bit into the ways of greater love and forgiveness on any given day, we're doing a lot for ourselves. And ultimately, I think we're doing a lot for the world.
Well, completely. And amen. And just to wrap up our interview in this section, we started with miracles. We've been touching on miracles the entire time. And I want to recount my own experience. I touched on it, but just this idea that I can feel in a dark, scary place. I can be holding on to a grudge against somebody I care about. I can be stressed out about work. It can be any number of things. In that moment of just saying, I'm going to change my perception about this by asking for a miracle.
Asking help, right. Asking for help. I'm willing to see this differently.
Is such a game changer. And it can happen. I mean, sure, some of these things do take time and they can gestate over a longer period, and that's appropriate. But it is amazing. I mean, to me, the miracle is you can actually get that miracle and that change of perception instantaneously, going from a feeling of fear and dread and deep discomfort in your body. And then that changes how people react to you and all that stuff, right? We were just talking about, to just saying, oh, I can feel peaceful right now. It's going to be okay.
Yes, the Course in Miracles says prayer is the medium of miracles. So when you pray for that change and you say, sometimes the trigger is too big, or sometimes your mother was too bad, whatever it was. So that's where you ask for help from the Holy Spirit, because of yourself, you can't get over a certain something. And that does change. And that does change everything. And that's why praying for people and praying for ourselves and praying in those moments makes all the difference.
Well, yeah. And, as we've talked about prior to a meeting, setting those intentions. I mean, so to me, that, having clarity of intention is a form of prayer. Yeah.
But you know what the Course says about that? The Course says your good intentions are not enough. Your willingness is everything. Intentions can be very slippery. The ego has no problem with intentions. Willingness is something different. Willingness is, I am willing to see this differently. I am willing to be an instrument of love. That the Course makes that distinction between intention and willingness that I think I've seen in my life has really meant something.
this whole willingness of like, just the fact that we think we can show up and have these negative thoughts about other people and it not be impactful, that willingness to change those negative thoughts. To me, there is so much profound value in that. Okay, Marianne, I know you need to go, so no last words.
No,
we're going to wrap it up here.
Thing.
One word.
I want to tell you one thing. This is, to me, one of my favorite parts of the course. So in any moment that I open my heart and I attract a miracle, okay. What about the moments where I close my heart? I have a thought that blocks love, unforgiving towards myself, towards others, whatever. The Course in Miracles says, the miracle that I would have had I not deflected it, will be held in trust for me by the Holy Spirit until I am ready to receive it. So as soon as you atone, you get the lesson, you say, I got it, I get it, I get it now. I didn't get it then, but I get it now. And I let the Holy Spirit, then something else. It'll be a different place, different people, different circumstance, and you'll get to have the miracle that you had deflected before.
Oh,
how hopeful
I love it.
is that?
Gorgeous, and a perfect note to end on. Okay, Marianne Williamson, you are a miracle. Thank you so much for being part of the Power of Manifestation, and I look forward to our next conversation.
Well, I think you're great. You're really something. So thank you, Andrea. Thank you for having me. It's an honor. I wish you all the best.
Before we go any further, guys, I just want to interject and urge you to bring to mind someone or something, some experience that really weighs on you. And I want you to whisper silently to yourself, I choose to see this differently. I choose to see this from a place of love instead of a place of fear. And see what softens. And you may have to say it a couple of times, right? And you may have to come back to it depending on if it's a long-term relationship that has been heavy and painful for you. If it's a big concern in your career. I mean, depending on the weight of it, it may help you to return to it many times. If it's just, that person just really irritated me just now, to be able to ask, to see that differently. If you just screwed up earlier today or yesterday or last week and you're feeling badly about it, especially these small things that can become disproportionately big, by asking for a miracle and saying, I'm willing to see this differently. I'm willing to feel this differently. Whether you believe in the Holy Spirit or a universal consciousness, again, none of this is meant to be religious or tied to any religion. It really is meant to tap into a universal spirit of love that is available to us all and say, I'm willing to change my perception now. And see how that transforms. Oh my gosh, you guys, I hope you loved that session as much as I did. I always get so many new insights from Marianne and so many, if you will, maybe older insights reaffirmed and expanded on and deepened in a way that's so energizing to me. So I hope that was for you too. So let me just recap. So A Course in Miracles is a system. Bottom line, it is a system for shifting from fear to love. And as I mentioned, you can hear from Marianne each and every day through her course. A Return to Love is such a beautiful, easy, accessible way to get into the Course in Miracles. But bottom line, it is a moment-to-moment and day-to-day choice to go from fear to love. Returning to love is where our true spiritual power lives. And tapping into forgiveness, tapping into our own and others' innocence, tapping into surrender and trust. I mean, these are all the paths and all the practices that enable us ultimately to be in that love vibration. And when I think power of manifestation, remember, it's all about who we are as energetic beings. And if we're in a fear-based place, we're going to keep manifesting fear and frustrations and jerks and all those things, versus being in that energy of love. What we are going to be manifesting is more compassion and like she described. I love that. I never heard that story before. How she'd written this book, and then Oprah discovered it, and and she got the book agent or the literary agent after joining in consciousness with the person she referenced. I mean, just one thing after another led to that unbelievable outcome. And to me, just a whole set of miracles. And finally, miracles are daily, moment to moment, hourly, honestly, choices, decisions that we get to make our lives better, and to to choose this love consciousness, and this, we talked about kind of, we are all one mind. I mean, we are all connected, divinely connected as spiritual beings, as much as we feel separate. Choosing a oneness consciousness is a game changer. And I know we didn't touch on that too much, but I can't emphasize that enough, as I've adopted that more and more in my own life. For anyone ready to dive deeper into a return to love and spend time with A Course in Miracles, you know how to find Marianne. I urge you to do so. You can also sign up for our Circle membership as part of an ongoing experience from the Power of Manifestation. If you go to powerofmanifestation.com, you can sign up now, along with getting your VIP membership. If you haven't gotten your Power of Manifestation workbook, I mean, we've been developing so many ways for you to take full advantage of this session, this event, and then to extend it. And I emphasize that now after such a beautiful discussion, because guess what? It's never one and done. We are all manifesting, as Marianne said, all the time. The question is, are we manifesting from a place of fear and doubt, or are we manifesting from a place of love and trust? And we've developed this Circle membership to help each other manifest more and more from a place of love and trust and fun. Okay, thanks so much for tuning in. I look forward to seeing you in the next session. Hi, Andrea here. I hope you're loving what we created for you in all of this extraordinary and actionable programming. To continue with it and with us, to implement real, lasting, and exciting change, including successfully manifesting your dream life, I have created a private, powerful membership offering for women who are ready to pour into themselves and invest in themselves in order to not just live a life they love, but honestly, to have that much more to give to those around them. I know that's important to so many of us, and I'm excited to tell you about the Power of Manifestation Circle. And instead of starting by telling you what that experience is like, I want you to hear directly from a few of our grateful, enthusiastic members. From Anna Marie, thanks for the support. I've appreciated having a place to share the process and insights. Seems to make it more real when it's shared. It's one thing to journal about it. It's totally different to own it in front of people committed to their growth. Thanks for showing up for us. And Kim said, I'm really appreciating having a place to share about the stuff. So often we do this work in solitude, and it's helping to have a place to share insights and get feedback. I don't feel so alone. And Lorena added, thank you for this morning's ritual. Wow, super helpful in identifying the foundational principles that continually hold me back. These are just a few of the comments that speak to the heart of the circle that we have created. And by we, I mean our wonderful members, my team, and myself. Once you join us, you get so many benefits. For starters, we give you daily guidance and inspiration to help you achieve your manifestation dreams, along with a passionate, engaged community to help ensure you stay locked in. Not only are you not doing it alone, but you have this passionate group of people and resources to help keep you energized and committed to your manifestation journey. And that's worth a lot. Specifically, you receive a monthly manifestation calendar that tells you exactly what to focus on each day. You also get short daily rituals, affirmations, and all sorts of tools that are easy to use and actually fit into your life. How's that for a great idea? You also receive daily companion emails that help you integrate all of this without having to overthink. And you get the Power of Manifestation treasure chest. This is your vault of quick, potent manifestation resources that you can use anytime, including the Glamour Magic Guide, the 10-minute nervous system reset, and the Kitchen Manifestation Rituals resource. And finally, curated frequencies and subliminals so you can reprogram your mind while you sleep. I've been using this one myself for a while now, and I have to say, I'm a giant fan. Who doesn't want to make progress while she sleeps? And each month, we gather live with thought leaders and experts in our Guiding Light series, where these extraordinary individuals share their expertise in an interactive format to ensure you personally get the most out of the session and actually internalize the lessons. And our community meets monthly in what we call our Dream Life Gatherings, where our members share their experiences, questions, tips, tools, and insights in an informal, intimate, and highly caring atmosphere. Honestly, some of these sessions with our members have been so personal and so profound. They have blown me away. I've learned so much from our members, and the way we show up for each other is powerful. You also have access to each other at all times through our private online community forum. Honestly, I feel humbled and grateful for what we have developed through this unique, powerful, and deeply personal community of caring, motivated women. Also, as part of our circle offering, you receive lifetime access to all 26 sessions from our Manifesting Your Dream Life event, along with the MP3 audio versions, bonus materials, and so much more. So you have access to everything my team and I have carefully crafted to help you succeed at manifesting your dream life. Guys, I am on fire for this offering, which we have priced modestly, so that's not an obstacle for you. And I'm happy to tell you about it because honestly, it works. And because doing it together makes it more fun and more rewarding. I would truly love to welcome you into our Power of Manifestation circle. You'll see a lot more of me by joining. I hope that's a good thing. I look forward to seeing you inside. Welcome. Thanks very much. And I hope you're enjoying Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. and welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am so excited to be talking to one of my favorite people, Niraj Nayak. This session is called Ignite True Love, Awaken Lasting Bliss. The cheat codes are inside of you. Oh my gosh, you guys, this talk will explore how the most powerful forces for finding and cultivating true love and experiencing genuine bliss are genuinely coded inside of you through your breath, intention, clarity, energy, and even your sexuality. But before I introduce Niraj, I just wanted to throw out a quick reminder to grab your Power of Manifestation journal. You're going to want to take a ton of notes, and we've also loaded it up with great insights and takeaways from the session so you can really listen and not be worried too much about remembering it all. If you don't have it, you can get it real quick at powerofmanifestation.com. And with that, I am excited to introduce Niraj Nayak, a professional musician and pharmacist turned holistic health and breathwork expert. He started his path in healing others as a community pharmacist, yet after several years, he found himself as a patient with stress-related depression and ulcerative colitis. This was a wake-up call that made him embark on a journey of profound self-healing and education. Guys, his story is incredible, honestly. Niraj created a global community of heart-centered change makers by founding Soma Breath, the global breathwork and wellness movement with over 3,500 certified instructors and hundreds of thousands of students around the globe who are trained to facilitate what's now been regarded as the most powerful and popular transformational experience of its kind. This is not theory, right? This is not theory. And when you hear more about Niraj's experiences and my own using Soma Breath, you'll be like, whoa, I got to do this. Okay. So known internationally as the Renegade Pharmacist, Niraj is dedicated to educating others on topics of holistic health, breathwork, meditation, and more. Niraj's breathwork is advocated very passionately by some of the top names in wellness, such as Andrew Huberman, Ben Greenfield, Marissa Peer, Vishen Lakhiani, and Dave Asprey. And his Soma Breath Awakening Protocol, this is big, is the only breathwork modality with peer-reviewed research by Cambridge University with its largest to-date breathwork study. Like I said, it is not theory, it is real, it is impactful, and it works. Whew, almost done here. Niraj produced the music and audio tracks for the Wim Hof Method courses and app with millions of users worldwide and co-created the world's, this is cool, first Mind Oasis immersive multisensory meditation technology with Rituals, one of the largest cosmetic brand in the world. And it is honestly revolutionizing the way we chill out and so much more. And Niraj manifested the love of his life. He has such a gorgeous family. He is going to tell us all about it. And guys, no matter where you are in your love life, this session can help you find and or cultivate deep, lasting love. And I'm pretty sure better sex. Niraj, I'm counting on getting into this. We are also going to help you genuinely tap into lasting bliss. And I want to say, Niraj, I think you know this, but I want to say to everybody, after interviewing Niraj a handful of weeks ago, and all the research that I did, I was so impressed with Soma that I personally paid for and did his 21-day Soma breathwork journey. It was so compelling. It was so useful to me, and it made me want to become a Soma instructor. So I'm in the process of signing up to be a Soma instructor. So I know I've said it 3 times already. It is not theory. This is so compelling. It works, but you've got to do it. I feel like I've been talking for 10 minutes. Welcome, Niraj.
Great to be here. Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction.
Yeah. Sorry.
You could do the interview for me.
Yeah, I really could. I've stalked you a ton. I've done so much research on you. And like I said, just because I was so impressed, the last thing I need is to be getting an instructor training in anything. But I've just been like, I want to internalize this for myself. And I want to be a source for other people because it works, from the genuine health benefits and improving our immune systems to tapping into bliss, experiencing the soma. I saw the white lights, Niraj, again and again, feeling that sense of bliss. Like, there is so much to unlock with breath work. And so let's start there. So we've been talking about the inner cheat codes that are inside of us all. What does that mean when it comes to love and bliss?
Amazing. Yeah. Well, in my old age, I'm 47 now. I think I've learned a little bit about what true love really means. So you want to hear it? What my definition is of true love? Because I think I discovered it in the way most people assume love to be, as in, you know, your life partner, amazing family, beautiful daughter, that's the kind of love that you can't even compare to anything else when you have that bond with something you created, the human being. It's like there's no other kind of feeling that matches that one, actually, to be honest. But what love really means to me is actually an acronym. So it's LOVE, which stands for level of vibrational energy, right? So everyone's seeking a form of a feeling, right, on a scale of emotion. So level of vibrational energy is, imagine it's your vibe scale, right? And there's all these different emotions on the scale that we'll, as human beings, experience, and we should experience them all to have the most richest quality of life. You can't really understand these more positive, blissful emotions if you haven't experienced some of the dark ones, right? So that's just life. That's how it is. And your ability to deal with that reality, the fact that, you know, life is about suffering as well, but also pleasure and a bit of pain, light and dark. Your ability to ride that wave, that roller coaster ride that life is the secret to really, I would say, having the best experience of life, right? So the thing is, some people, they get stuck in these low vibrations, which are the emotions like anger, fear, jealousy, hatred, envy. And people get so attached to these feelings because they just cannot get over things that have happened in the past. You know, the things that have happened in the past don't have to be the future. They don't have to play out your existence in the future. And, you know, a lot of people like can't forgive someone. So they don't let that person into their life, and they stop letting other people like that into their life. When actually maybe if they let go of that pain from the past, just by forgiveness, and sometimes it's yourself you need to forgive the most, then you can break free and you can start to enjoy life again, right? There's a lot of people who stop doing things because of things that have happened in the past that set them back and gave them pain. So to avoid that pain, they go and, you know, find happiness in other forms. And sometimes that may involve using substances to get into these higher vibe states, right? Which is okay. We're nothing against that, right? But just know that especially chemical substances, which people get very much hooked on, right, have a crash. So they may bring you up for a bit, but then they can bring you down, right? So a lot of people are on things like prescription medications, antidepressants. In fact, 1 in 5 people are a form of antidepressant. That's merely trying to lift someone's spirits, their mood, into these higher vibe states, right? So they can deal with life a bit better. But what I found was there was another way to do it. So I prefer to use natural highs. Okay, so natural highs are things that we can do that don't require ingesting chemicals. So there are, things like sauna practices, ice baths, the contrast therapy, which I love. There are certain supplements you can take with that, like vitamin B3, that instantly gets you in a very high vibe state. You feel amazing, right? And then if you bring in my actual love, my secret, which is the breath-based lifestyle, we teach in Soma Breath, with our practices that can also work with these things like sauna, rituals, cold plunges, and all of that, because we have techniques for that as well. You can actually create a way of life that makes you naturally high from within. And what that means is also just through the kind of this philosophical advice we give in Revel, understanding how the mind works, understanding how life is like a roller coaster ride, and there's no, light and dark. Really, it's just a scale of vibration, and really, the light and dark coexist together, and they have to. And therefore, anything that's happened in the past that's negative, if you join the dots, you'll usually find that negative thing can lead to something positive. Positive things sometimes lead to negative, but negative things are just challenges to help you lead to something a bit more positive and to grow and to experience even more different types of higher vibes and emotions, right? So my life's been a complete journey, a roller coaster ride of a lot of ups and downs, until I adopted this more breath-based lifestyle, where I was able to control my state, right? Like if I'm feeling low, I can learn from what that lesson is that it's trying to teach me, and I can quickly turn that around and get it back into my flow. And then I can actually get more stuff done during the day, right? Because for people to actually get stuff done, you need to feel good. Like most people, when they try to manifest things, right, which requires taking actions, they don't manifest anything because they're trying to do it from a place of fear or anger or hatred. If you do that, like attracts like in this manifesting game, you produce energy that goes out in all directions. We're a frequency generator. So if you try and manifest things, like take action, even like do things from a place of anger, hatred, jealousy, fear, you tend to get more of that back.
Right.
Right.
So let me just jump back back to this idea of the cheat codes using your life, just to kind of summarize this. So you had a really glamorous, exciting lifestyle as somebody who was a DJ, who had clubs in Great Britain. It was just London, I think, even just just rock star, like genuine rock star lifestyle. And for a whole host of reasons, that fell apart. You went into a deep depression. You experienced this.
Well, that's where I go with the bad habits, right? Because that scene comes with a lot of drugs, alcohol, late nights, partying.
Well, that's looking for from the outside in. And just to give a little spoiler alert, what you figured out is how to experience bliss and love from the inside out. So you went through this depression. You went through a major health crisis. They wanted to remove your colon as like a 20-something-year-old. Like, what the frick? Or maybe early 30s.
Just say.
Yeah, as a young man. And so all of these things were screaming to your body, to your heart, to your mind. I mean, you went through this dark night of the soul. And rather than saying, all right, just take out my colon and I'll accept being on medication for my entire life, right? And you call yourself the renegade pharmacist, which everybody, it's kind of funny. Here's a guy that went from, if you will, dealing legal drugs and saying, hey, I don't want to do that. I'm trying, and just to share a little bit more from our previous conversation, you were advocating for people to change their diet, to change their lifestyle, even as a pharmacist, rather than continuing to rely entirely on pharmaceuticals, because we know the side effects of pharmaceuticals are often very, very bad. By the way, they can save lives. They can do amazing things. Neither of us are saying, it's terrible. We know there are a lot of good things, but the idea of these cheat codes are inside of us. Mother Nature has given us things like breath work and like you say, heat therapy and so forth, to enable us to really heal from the inside out, rather than relying on these pharmaceuticals that, by the way, they typically don't heal us. They just treat the symptom, right? So you went to the literal end of the earth, into the Himalayas.
Same thing with substances, drugs, alcohol.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Why are people consuming all these things? They're trying to change their state. They're trying to feel a certain way, but they aren't really solving the problem of why you're feeling low in the first place. Well, so you get a temporary high, and then you have a crash.
And I've talked freely about how I come from a family of addiction, and and drank plenty growing up. I don't drink it. I don't drink it all anymore, really. Maybe a cocktail here or two, but that's it. And the research even on alcohol is that it's so much worse than I even realized. And I think most of us realize in terms of the long-term impact on our brain health, on our livers, on our bodies. And yet so many people turn to things like drug and alcohol, to your point. It's to change our state, to feel less alone, to feel less inhibited, to feel less afraid, and so forth. And so in your remarkable journey, going to the Himalayas, aligning with gurus, tapping into Ayurveda, to ancient knowledge, partnering up with Wim Hof, and you developed Soma, which then Cambridge University decided, Soma Breath, Cambridge decided to formally study the benefits of. Just take a minute and talk about those outcomes. Again, I just want to frame this for everybody, and then we'll keep going. But I do think when you talk about, and I know I'm kind of giving the answer here a little bit, but things like the using your methodology is as effective for a large swath of the population as therapeutically prescribed psilocybin, right? The implications on depression and the positive outcomes on depression and PTSD and so forth through breath work, music, and movement specifically is compelling. And so when I think about this idea that the cheat codes are inside of us, Soma Breath in particular enables us to lock in and tap into those cheat codes. So just talk for a minute or two, if you don't mind, about Soma itself and the music and the breath work. And maybe we can even pop into an exercise or two, just so people can start to experience what it feels like.
Yeah, so like just going on talking about the drugs and substances and psilocybin and all that, I actually don't have anything against them. And I actually think they're all good. I mean, a glass of wine can be beneficial. Even cocaine can be used medicinally for benefits, right? So what my point is that like people allow the drug to control them. Soma Breath is all about giving you control over things you thought you had no control over, your whole autonomic nervous system, right? And with the breath, we have a pharmacy at our fingertips, which means you can use substances and drugs and stuff like that and be in control of them rather than control you, because your desire changes. You instead of like needing to reach for something to get high, right? You can get it through a breathing technique, okay? And when you start doing the practice we teach in Soma Breath, and there's one particular one which creates a physiological state called intermittent hypoxia, which has numerous health benefits. You release like a cocktail of neurotransmitters. It's actually, the acronym is you release A dose. A dose stands for anandamide, dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, endorphins. And if you can like be in control of your own chemical neurotransmitters and chemicals rather than needing outside things to do that, you can have a lifestyle where you firstly don't get triggered as easily, you aren't as reactive, you don't take things as personally. A lot of people take things a lot personally, and these are the things that stop people from being able to manifest what they want. You know, it's when you get hung up on the past too much. And with Soma Breath, you can actually change the perception of the past in a similar way that things like psilocybin works. Psilocybin, the way it works, and it's still considered the best treatment for depression, severe depression, MDMA and psilocybin. But what the Cambridge study showed was that our protocol has the same effects on the brain as a dose used in psilocybin with the same kind of outcomes. So it could be like an alternative. So you can use psilocybin, no problem with that. It's very powerful. And it's actually a really good thing. I use it sometimes, right? It's a great microdosing. It's amazing. But you can either combine it with Soma Breath and it'll be even more potent transformation, or you can just use Soma Breath on its own, right? So it's a choice, okay? And it's really good that now there's a lot more awareness of the science of breath work and these practices that come from ancient India. And I've just systematized it, made it into a pharmacy of techniques and a way of life. And we have like recreational drug alternatives. So if you want to go and have your MDMA-like experience in a club, we have a breath rave experience where we show you how to use breathing techniques to get really high while you're pieing and dancing. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't do MDMA ever again. You can go and do the two together. It's have an even better experience. But then there's also the other side. So we have like things for blood pressure, for improving your mitochondrial health. Mitochondrial dysfunction is basically like related to almost every disease of old age. And we want people to live longer with quality of life. So you need to look after mitochondria. But just doing our breathing practice every day, within a couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, you'll multiply the number of healthy mitochondria you have in every cell. Plus, you can change your neurology of the brain in alignment with your intention. Because what I've created is like a therapy in a way, because it allows you, using creative visualization techniques and this breath structure of breathing techniques that creates intermittent hypoxia and stem cells, you can actually create what I call self-directed neurogenesis, where you can reprogram the brain at cellular level according to your intention. This is much more powerful than just normal hypnotherapy, right? You know, hypnotherapy is very powerful. Regression, you can really heal people with that. But that doesn't go to a cellular level. With breath work, we're going to this breathing technique. Let's not call it breath work. It's soma, because it's not really traditional breath work that you see out there. It's its own modality, because the way we combine the creative visualization with the music that drives the process, which has its own benefits, and the sequence of pranayama techniques to create this state, it's its own modality. Nothing exists like this. And it allows you to really heal the past. And here's the thing, right? So there's a scientist called Dr. Shaya Frati. He's an amazing scientist in Israel. They have the best science on intermittent hypoxic training. So what I'm talking about, they do it with machines. They don't use the therapy side of it, the creative visualization. They just use a protocol that creates a dose of intermittent hypoxia, right?
And by the way, intermittent hypoxia is, just define that for everybody real quick.
Normal oxygen for a brief period. Yeah. So you do that in a sequence, in a special protocol, and you deliver this dose of intermittent hypoxia in a progression over a period of weeks, right? What they found, though, Dr. Shaya Frati, because they do it with machines, was that trauma, emotional trauma, actually leaves a physical wound in the brain, which is wild, right? So this is why people.
So if you were to look at if you were to put like, if somebody who's gone through childhood trauma, put them into an MRI versus somebody who didn't, they would actually see a different brain pattern. With the one with trauma would actually show physical wounds, is what you're saying, or physical abnormalities.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. You can see trauma as a wound in the brain, right? But what they found was that with this protocol, because it wakes up stem cells, you can actually heal that trauma. Now, this trauma wound is why people get stuck, and they do years of therapy and they can't get out of it. Because with the mind, you can't control the mind. It's very hard to change the mind through just the mind. You have to do it through the body.
Exactly.
And that's what we're doing. So breath, body, body.
Let me just repeat that, because that's something that I probably heard a handful of months ago that was like, wow, like you can't heal mind with mind. To me was, okay, now I get it. Niraj, what would be right now for us to give people a taste for what they can do to start to improve their health and start tapping into the power inside of them? Is there a breathwork exercise you can walk me through?
Welcome to the Soma Breath Intermittent Hypoxic Training Sequence, where you're going to be breathing in a 2 in, 4 out rhythm with a breath retention phase. Breathing in through your nose, out through your mouth. That's right. So now sit comfortably with an upright posture, relaxed. When you hear me say in, breathe in. And when you hear me say out, breathe out. The smooth and consistent rhythm to the rhythm and groove of the music. That's right. Let's begin. 3, 2, 1. Exhale and in. Breathing in, breathing out. The smooth, consistent inhale and exhale. Breathing in through your diaphragm, then into your chest, and letting go on every exhale. This rhythm should be effortless, relaxed, with no force. Deepen your breath slightly, taking longer, deeper breaths, but staying in that rhythm. Deepen your breath even more. Begin to breathe deep, full breaths in that same consistent rhythm. Just 3 breaths left before the breath retention phase. 2 breaths left. 1 last breath. Now take a deep breath in and breathe all the air out, holding your breath after a full exhalation. Relaxing the shoulders, your chest, and let your chin drop towards your chest and relax every muscle in your body. That's right. You have 60 seconds remaining on this breath hold. If you need to take a breath at any time, take a little sip in through your nose and breathe out and hold your breath. And you can repeat this as many times as you need to until you get the command to inhale. That's right. Stay calm, stay relaxed. You are perfectly safe. Allow your muscles of your body to be relaxed and at ease. Let your shoulders drop, soften your jaw, your face, becoming very relaxed. You have 20 seconds remaining. You're doing great. See if you can hold your breath slightly beyond the comfort zone, going beyond what you thought was possible. Overriding the fear of holding your breath rubs off on other areas of your life where you may be having fear that holds you back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now take a deep breath all the way in and hold your breath after full inhalation. Pulling up the muscles around your pelvic floor, your sphincter up, contracting up. You send this energy up like a spiral of light into your midbrain, illuminating you to the light of this blissful awakening. And focus now on maintaining the state of stillness by holding your breath for as long as you comfortably can. Now you have 15 seconds remaining of this breath retention phase. Relax muscles in your chest, your diaphragm, your face. Just stay calm and at ease and enjoy that stillness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now let go with a hum. Now, coming back to normal breathing, observing how you feel, noticing any changes. Congratulations, you have now just learnt and experienced how to do Soma Breath Intermittent Hypoxic Training. So if this felt really good, then imagine doing a whole 20 to 60 minute full deep dive session. You can find a variety of these on the Soma Breath app, inside our courses like the 21-day Awakening Journey, and in our instructors' classes.
I'm home again. I mean, you do feel it.
And that was just 6 minutes. So that's a very short session, but if you do it for a bit longer and do a few more rounds of that breath technique, it's very powerful, very transformative. And that's just one dose of intermittent hypoxia.
Okay, let's turn toward your incredible love story. How did you manifest the love of your life?
So that is because of, again, it all comes down to the vibe that I'm talking about and level of vibrational energy. So
love. Level of vibrational energy.
Yeah. So as a pharmacist, when I was really depressed, I didn't manifest the people into my life that were aligned with who I truly am. And I had to really go into pain to figure out who I really am. And your real vibe is down based on that. So a lot of people are feeling anxious, stressed, worried, fear because they don't really understand who they truly are. So you end up manifesting what you don't really want, because we're all amazing at manifesting. Everyone is a brilliant manifester. We usually just manifest what we don't want, right? So I had to go through a big journey of a lot of I had mostly long-term relationships, but I had to go through a few of them if I really figured out who I really was, and did a lot of inner work to heal a lot of the past problems I've had in my life, right? And a lot of the forgiveness comes from this, like relationships with your mom, your parents. All of this plays out on the type of people you call into your life, right? I kept manifesting people who were like mother figures, replacing my mom, okay? Which is a really bad thing because I was still a child. I was a child, just the way I acted wasn't
like a man-child. And by the way, I appreciate your candor because I think we've all experienced that to some degree in our own lives, and just to have that self-awareness, to be able to own that, to me says a lot.
Yeah, of course. And we don't want to be children it's all good to be childlike sometimes.
Yeah, joyful and playful.
Real man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, real man, real woman. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, really. So I basically manifested the ultimate tick every box woman, right? She's the most incredible woman ever, Natasha. She's just so perfectly aligned with who I am now. Back then, she wouldn't even looked at me, right? Who I was back when I was running raves or even a pharmacist. She wouldn't have given me any attention at all. But in order to get someone like her, I had to really understand who I am and grow up and become a man with direction and purpose. Real women, the really top quality, the best women in the world, I think, they like to find men who have got a sense of direction and they have a natural lead, right? And they love to support the mission, okay? They're like men on a mission. And that mission could be just having a family, raising an amazing family. Right? It doesn't have to be a big lofty goal like I have. So, but often the really good women get put off by the children. They may manifest them, but because they end up becoming like mothers to them, and that's not attractive.
Well, and I think it's vice versa, Niraj. I mean, I think, there are plenty of women children out there, right? And I'm gonna take your lead and be a little courageous here and say that was me at times. And I think it takes a lot of self-awareness to begin, to say, I'm going to insist on my own emotional maturity. I'm going to insist on my own healing, because that is going to change how I show up. That is going to give me the level of vibrational energy, that love, that actually enables me to be in a relationship like the one you described, that's extremely fulfilling, filled with integrity, filled with joy and bliss versus what so many people experience is much more dysfunctional relationships, right? I mean, that's what is so common. So how did you meet Natasha? How old were you? Like, just walk us through a couple of those details. Were you looking for love at that time? Like, just give us all those details, because guess what, everybody? Whether you're in a relationship right now and it's not where you want it to be, you can have the kind of love that Niraj has called into and cultivated in his life. Or if you're single and looking, it is here for you. That is the cheat code inside. That, I love this. I'm going to use this all the time. Your love is your level of vibrational energy. If it's good and on and honest and awesome, that's what you create. And if it's a little lower, then that's what it creates. I mean, the good news is it's inside of you. Okay. So walk us back to where you were, how, you said you did a lot of your own healing, but just put us in the time and place of how this all started coming down together.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, like, I used to be a person who said I hate my life way more than I said I love my life. And now I even wear a t-shirt, I love my life, and I wrote a song
I need
about
to
it, right?
get one of those t-shirts. I love it.
Because I was so in love with my life, what I'd created myself. And this is the most important thing. You have to be absolutely honest about this. Are you in love with life, yourself? Do you have gratitude for who you are and the life you've been given? If you don't have that with conviction, then that's when you really need to do the work to grow up, to figure out what that is. Okay? Then you can meet someone like Natasha. Because the way I met her was at this incredible community called Mind Valley, and they run these big events. So one of the events is called Mind Valley University. So the first one.
And by the way,
like
how long ago was this?
This was like 8 or 9 years ago now.
Okay, so because you just said you're 47, so you talked about being at the low of the lows in your early 30s, ulcerative colitis.
We met 10 years ago. Sorry, 10 years ago.
10 years. Oh, okay.
It was 10 years ago now.
Okay, so you were on a healing journey for a handful of years, but I love I just really want to underscore this. I do think it is so critically important that you wear a t-shirt that says, I love my life. And you are so, like, you radiate that love and joy and bliss. Like, I can't underscore that enough, everybody, that is there for all of us. Right. And I experienced that. I don't think I experienced it quite as much as Niraj, but I'm there a lot of the time. But that, like you were saying, that level of gratitude, that level of being in love with your life, feeling love and respect toward yourself, like, that is the level of vibration that you're talking about. So, okay. So now you're at a Mind Valley event 10 years ago.
Yeah. But you have to earn it. Like, people aren't willing to do the work.
You can't fake it. You can't fake it. No, there is.
You can't fake it.
You can't. Like, you can genuinely feel it. But I feel like everything you're saying is because of the work that you had done earlier on, you cultivated that. That's the cheat code inside of you. And that's, of course, then what you built, this gigantic business and all the things that you're doing to share that with everybody else. But to me, that is the critical message here is it must be cultivated from within. It can't be faked.
Yeah, exactly. So, I was, at a time where I had got to a point actually where I didn't even need a relationship. I was super happy being single as well, because I was just so in love with life and the freedom and all that. But then I went to this Mind Valley event in Barcelona, and that's when I realized that there's just an incredible amount of epic people as well who are all in love with life the same way. So just through that and being in the right environment, I then on one of the final parties met Natasha. Within 5 minutes, we just locked eyes. We're all over each other. And, so jokes aside, so I actually was quite blown away by Vishen's company culture.
And Vishen is Vishen Lakhiani is the founder and CEO of Mind Valley. Yep.
Yeah. And he has these images of all of his team. And he has some of the most attractive company that I've ever seen. Like, it's ridiculous. It's a funny thing, people talk about that Vishen's are surrounded by really smart, beautiful women, which is true. and his company is run by them, right? So really, really next level. So I was like, I'd love to manifest a Mind Valley, somebody who works in Mind Valley, right? But then when I went to KL, Kuala Lumpur, I was like, actually, I don't want to, because then I'd end up having to live in this city. So I was like, no, it has to be ex Mind Valley, like somebody you used to wear that. And you won't believe it. So Natasha, when I met her, she was just leaving she just finished. She'd worked there for 3 years, right? And the crazy thing is that like, so I got very inspired by the way they create their sales pages and websites, and they're very, very slick and very well done. And they sell good stuff, right? So when I was trying to get my course out to the world, I was like, let's model Mind Valley. And I was basically like modeling my copy, what I wrote on the pages, on copy that Natasha wrote.
Oh, wow. Okay. Some good synchronicity there.
Which is insane. So anyway, but obviously I didn't know that. And then we met in Barcelona. Within 5 minutes, we were all over each other. And then we moved in together in Barcelona, and the rest is history. And one trippy thing about the whole thing is that a close friend of mine, she's a mutual friend of mine and Natasha called Mariana. She had just done one of my very close friends, Marissa Peer. You see, in order to have a friend like Marissa Peer and her husband, John Davey, as my friends and mentors, I had to have done so much work, because when I was at pharmacy level, I would never have manifested people like that as personal friends, right? So I'd done a lot of work to get to a point where I could, have someone like Marissa in my life. And the funny thing is, Mariana wanted to practice on her hypnotherapy method. RTT it's called. So she asked for a couple of volunteers. And it turned out the 2 people that volunteered for a session, and through the session I did with her, I realized I had commitment issues, right? Because of all the relationships I had in the past that had failed. So, and I kept manifesting, people like my mom, I hate to say it, but wasn't good, right?
It's okay, keeping it real. We're keeping it real here. Yeah.
It was a toxic, like every relationship was really toxic.
By the way, I want to say that, Niraj, I mean, Harville Hendrix, one of the ultimate gurus when it comes to healthy relationships, he has this whole, you may be familiar with him, he has this whole methodology, and a handful of the others do, that really have almost proven that what you're bravely talking about is common with just about everybody. That we have our mother wounds, whichever relationship maybe was more challenging or more traumatic, we either have, as a man or a woman, doesn't matter, a mother wound or a father wound. And so that becomes normal. And then that's what we unconsciously seek. And that is, why relationships are they can continue to be toxic and perpetuate the trauma and heartache. Or if we're doing our work like you have, like I have, that the people that we're attracting, it changes, or that we're in relationship in a way that we're able to change those early childhood experiences. So what you're bravely talking about is extremely common. And guys, I would just say, keep it real with yourself, right? If you're experiencing, oh my gosh, this relationship, whether it's with a man or a woman, continues to be like the really painful part of my relationship with my mom or my dad, like that's a good sign that now you are on track to start to change it. And just like Niraj is talking about, by doing that inner work, by being really freaking honest, that's how you heal and achieve escape velocity, right? Not by denying it. And so, I really do, because this, we talked about igniting lasting love, and I want to be true to our promise here in this session, that it is that work that each of us is called to do or not, right? If we do the work, we get the level of vibrational energy that serves our highest good, versus keep us perpetually stuck in a pattern that was like when we were growing up. So I do appreciate your candor there.
Yeah. So just the weird synchronicity was that we both, me and Natasha, were the ones that volunteered out of the 400 or 500 people that are there at the event.
That's
And we had no
amazing.
idea until
Amazing
afterwards.
synchronicity. That's manifestation.
But what that showed to me is the power of the unconscious mind and reprogramming it. So that is what really sparked a lot of my own work on bringing the subconscious reprogramming part, the creative visualization, into the modality that I created with Soma Breath. Because I was like, this is the magic.
So just to make sure I get it, so Mariana she had 2 volunteers. She requested 2 volunteers, and it was you and Natasha, and that's how you guys connected actually among the 500 people that were there.
Yeah,
that's an amazing.
But we didn't. We just met randomly at a party.
Oh, okay.
So it was a random encounter, but it just happened to be that we, the 2 people that volunteered from Mariana,
I see. Okay, but
but the same thing.
Well, but I think you were even saying that some of the work that you did with Mariana was helpful to you too, to heal those parts of you that tended toward.
Well, that's the process.
Yeah.
The commitment issues come from like a lot of things from the past, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the regression therapy that Marissa has is all about dealing with those past imprints, especially the stuff with the mother and father. So, but it was a strange coincidence that both me and Natasha were the only ones who volunteered for the same thing exactly.
That's amazing.
At this event, and then we happened to meet by random chance.
No coincidences, right? Yeah. But your point about that unconscious programming, setting those intentions, having that clarity in it, and it's like, to me, this idea that our unconscious what I always call like pre-programming is that 95% that's running the show. So the work of reprogramming, I mean, ultimately, when I think about it being a successful manifester, it starts with that reprogramming. And that's through things like you've been describing, the breath work. But and then go ahead.
This combination where we create intermittent hypoxia and wake up stem cells, the guidance with that, the whole combination makes it so much more powerful. Because it becomes like a psychedelic therapy that changes the brain from a core level. Normal hypnotherapy doesn't go as deep as something like this. Back into it.
Okay, I promise we talk about how sexual energy can be part of this. You talk a lot about sex magic in the best way. So, Niraj, what is sex magic, and why is it such a powerful manifestation tool?
So so when you have an orgasm, you release a lot of different neurochemicals, neurotransmitters. And one of the most important ones is oxytocin that gets released. And oxytocin has the power to change the brain. It's a chemical of transformation. So there have been studies that shows that oxytocin has the ability to change the brain, the neurogenesis, more than pretty much anything else. So actually the best time to manifest is at the state of orgasm, right? To be honest. And that's probably why sex magic is such a thing, because that's what helps change the neurology, which is where all the patterns, beliefs, habits, all the programs that I call it the real AI, the automatic intelligence. It's the things we do instinctively. It's what's stored up here.
So how would that work as a practical matter? And by the way, is it equally powerful if you're having solo sex and getting to orgasm, or does it need to be partnered sex? Does it matter?
No. So you got to program. You got to kind of make a program out of it. So there's a protocol of how you do it. So you've got to prolong that state of orgasm first.
Okay.
Otherwise,
that sounds good.
if it's over in like 2 minutes, ain't gonna do anything.
Okay.
It's the prolonging state of orgasm, that state of bliss, that takes you into altered states of consciousness. You go into a state called neurosomatic bliss, and this state is very high oxytocin, high dopamine state. Where it's actually released a dose of those neurotransmitters, but oxytocin and dopamine are very important when it comes to changing the brain. And so with breathing techniques and breath holding, you can get into these peak states and you can prolong the orgasm.
Even for a guy?
It is for
because
the guy.
I feel like for women, speaking as a woman, I feel like
the guy needs to do this.
Okay.
Because it's the women who can actually have the multiple orgasms, and then eventually the multiple leads to a full body orgasm. But with men, they're usually over in like 2-3 minutes, right? And then the women don't even get into a stable orgasm. So for a woman to really get into stable, the man has to last much longer than they normally do and know what to do. So one way to do that is using pelvic floor locks, energy locks, called Ulabanda, whilst holding your breath at certain moments during the practice. Now, I'm not going to tell you what they are. You have to come to one of my retreats.
Okay, yeah, you got it.
Actually show you this. But yeah, they are certain moments you have to use, and there's too much for me to explain in a podcast. But there's a process which will allow you to create a full body bliss state of orgasm that leads to like a Kundalini awakening experience, where you both at the same time will, with the right intention, will have a peak orgasmic state at the same time. And that connection, when you're both doing it together, creates magic. And it goes beyond what science can explain. Me and Natasha create like crazy magic all the time.
Good job, guys. That's it's inspiration for the rest of us. But when you talk about there being the opportunity for the greatest manifestation, because you're in this heightened state. I mean, let's say somebody wants to get their dream career, right? Let's say that's the thing that they're really focusing on. They're doing all this work, so they're in a state of orgasm, and they're doing breath work and so forth. So they're holding that orgasm for a substantially long time. So then should they be visualizing their dream job, or how does that work as far as connecting sex magic to manifesting desired outcomes?
You have to create a symbol of your intention. So one way is to create like a movie, and you play out the results of the thing that you want to manifest coming true. So like you have to start with something that's realistic. You can use a SMART goal system. It needs to be specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and time-bound, right? So you need to create something like that as a statement of intent.
Hang on, say it again. Specific.
The SMART system says, it's quite famous, as specific, measurable, actionable, realistic, and time-bound. So you create an intention based on that. Then you have to create a mind movie based on that. So you got to get into your visual mind. You can even just write things down. You don't have to always visualize, because just by writing things down, you get an intention already forming, right? Now, but we both need to do it together. You both have to be aligned on that vision, right? It can't be like one wants one thing and the other one's in a conflict and wants something else that doesn't really work with the two. You have to be in alignment with what you want.
Okay. But hang on, what if so you can only do this if you're in a partnership? What about people that are either not in a partnership and they're having solo sex, or you're just having solo sex because it feels good?
You can do it. Yeah, you can also do it. So yeah. But the thing is, you don't even have to have sex. With solo breath, our modality itself mimics what you're doing in a normal lovemaking practice. It's our normal practice of using the breath with the rhythmic breathing, the energy locks, the pelvic floor. It gets you into this blissful, orgasmic-like feeling anyway. And that's enough. You don't have to do the whole full power sex magic ritual.
Well, yeah. And you in the course that I took, you talk a lot about, and maybe elsewhere, I forget, where I've seen it, but you're a passionate advocate for this type of energy. And you just said, even a few minutes ago, just how much opportunity there is to unlock. Yes, it can feel great, but just these states of consciousness that can tap us into our highest potential. Like, I think everybody wants to kind of giggle like, oh, sex magic, and everybody wants to giggle, but like it's actually really serious. Like when we think about healing, when we think about achieving our highest potential, like it's no joke.
Exactly. No, it's no joke. That's why it's better to do it with somebody you're really in love with. You have an aligned vision.
Well, totally. And that, and so I deliberately wanted to structure our conversation, to start with how we tap into these, these cheat codes and these unlocks and how it's available to all of us and not just for manifestation purposes, but health and so forth. And then getting into your story with Natasha and how the stair steps, right? So, okay, you do this foundational work that you described yourself with a lot of effort, a lot of intention, a lot of courage, a lot of clarity. Then you get the benefits of, okay. And I love how you even said, I wasn't looking, I don't think you were looking for somebody. You're like, yeah, I'm just in love with my life right now. And that feels like the key to igniting lasting love and achieving lasting bliss, because you're good. Not only were you good, you were outstanding. Right?
I think that's how you get the best life partners, is when you don't actually need it. Then you just manifest people who are like complementing your life. They're not trying to fill the void of something missing. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, entirely. It's back to this business of whether you're coming from a place of lack, right, versus a place of abundance, right? And that is level of vibrational energy. No matter what, we're all vibrating.
You see, Western cultures, they're very immature when it comes to all of this stuff, because we think this is an extremely profound thing I'm going to say. So we're obsessed with love. We're always trying to find love, right? This is a problem. So if you try and just manifest things you love without actually thinking about this deeply, right, you may get into problems, because love is something that you can get obsessed with, dependent on. And when it's taken away from you, it can become very destructive. It can make you depressed, extremely anxious. Love is quite a dangerous force as well. So what is best to do now, and this is the biggest lesson I've learned, is it's best to manifest what brings you peace of mind, right? So then you can invite love in, and it doesn't matter if it comes and goes, because love will always come and go. And this is the thing. That's why I've got to a point in my life where I was in a state of peace. Right? I was like, I've got my finances sorted. I have a career that's bringing me money. I live where I love to live. I'm pretty sorted. Like, I was in Copenhagen living the dream. So I wasn't in a hate mode, right? So from that place of being in peace, I also knew that what brought me, like, there's a lot of women I could easily have had relationships with. I knew that they would probably be very destructive and roller coaster rides and stormy relationships. So with Natasha, she matched everything that I'd look for in a life partner that would take me towards peace. Right? Because, like, she's not an artist. Oh, no, she's an amazing woman to talk about. She's an incredible artist, but she's not like wanting to be like me. And she's not like making a whole career around being some kind of a guru teacher, right? Mm-hmm. She's like more of on the marketing tip. She's more of a business entrepreneur. She actually does stuff much better than me that I don't want to do. So we
complement each other, right? Okay.
Rather than compete with each other. In the past, I've been with people who want to be just like me, and then we end up competing with each other and then get disappointed, and the ego battles come in. So just all these little details people don't think about enough when they get into relationships. They just fall in love with someone within 5 minutes because they're so cool. There's so much connection and similarities, but really deep down, if they thought about it, this is not going to last, right? It's going to become more of a drama than a proper relationship. So, with Natasha, she matched me in all the things that brought me towards peace of mind. And that's why I went fully in. I was like, this is it. I'm done. Because you don't find people like that very easily.
Well, totally. And it just takes one. But I'd love just to pivot to a last section talking about sustainable genuine bliss. And you touched on one of my favorite topics. I often say, peace is so underrated, right? And so I love how you really emphasized that you got to a place in your life where you overcame a lot of that anger and resentment and all that negativity to a place of peace. I mean, peace is magnetic. Peace is so much more powerful than I think a lot of people give it credit for. At the same time, bliss really feels good. So what does it mean to awaken lasting bliss instead of like chasing the fleeting highs? Because I feel like you have mastered being in a much more lasting state of bliss yourself, and that's what you teach others to be in.
Yeah. I mean, I'll give you an example from the retreat. So there was a guy on the retreat who is a very rich. He owns half of like, a city in America, right? And he basically went through so much hell in the process of becoming very rich. He found his wife committing suicide, right? His own son died on an overdose in his arms, right? And what his big realization was that, he was so in love with money that all this was neglected, all the family side was neglected. And so a lot of people are like this in America and the West and the UK, even now Asia, everywhere actually. Let's say the whole world is like this, where there's such a drive for ambition to be the most successful, be like Elon Musk, be like Trump or whatever. And there's this huge drive to make as much money as possible and do as much as they can and be the best as they can and have super high ambitions. There's such a almost like hypnosis going on that this is what we should do. But if you look at a lot of these people, like what have they really manifested is a lot of misery. I have quite a few billionaire clients and CEOs companies, and a lot of them are miserable, even though they have so much money. Mm-hmm. So this is what I'm talking about.
Money, a lot of them have fame, power. Yeah. I mean, all these, if you will, external trappings of success that look great on paper, and I have some other friends that are close to a number of billionaires, and they say the same thing. Not all billionaires or, many millionaires multi times over, but it is it's something that it's arresting when you think about it, how many people who have had that vast success based on those sort of societal norms, their success is from the outside in, the yachts, the houses, the prestige, the power, blah, 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 versus from the inside out. So keep going.
Yes. Yeah. So, there was many times where I could have gone down a different path, right? On the way up to Summer Breath, there was a lot of other opportunities. And what I realized was, these were shiny objects, which would have got me distracted from what gives me peace of mind, which is this practice that I love. And this practice I love was something that I would do whether I got paid or not, right? It's just something I fell in love with. And I didn't even have any ambitions like this left. I was quite happy living the 4-minute work week and going around in a tantra community. Only when I started to see the results in other people, I was like, wow, I've got something that I can really scale here. It can help so many people. And then people started coming to me. So what people need to, if you really want to manifest something great, you need to work on creating something great first, where people get drawn to you magnetically. Rather than you being really pushy and trying to push your not great stuff on people.
Yeah.
Right? That's the mistake people make when trying to be successful. And to create, so when you do that, then you have more peace of mind as a result, because it doesn't matter if you get paid. If you can find something that it doesn't matter if you get paid or not, you just still do it, right? That is going to bring you closer to peace of mind, whether if you just do something for money, for fame, significance, and all these things. So you just really got to ask yourself a lot of questions. Why am I doing something? Am I doing this job to pay the bills? Or am I doing this job because I absolutely love what I'm doing? It doesn't matter if I got paid or not. If you can get into that space, that happy place of where you find the work, because you become what you eat, consume, right? I think you become what you do, your dharma, your life path, everything we do every day, right? So if you're spending 8-9 hours a day doing something you hate, it's very hard to stay in and keep lasting bliss.
Well, and that,
but
I
if
mean,
you
there are
can
going to
see-
be some parents here that are full-time parents, right? So it's not even just professionally, right? And I feel like that, you know, guys, I mean, no matter where you are on your journey, I think, Niraj, your point's the right one, which is whether you're in a career, a more traditional career, or an artist, a mom, a dad, wherever, a student, whatever it is, it's like it better bring you a lot. You got to create that sense of peace and love and joy of it, or you got to shift gears.
Yeah. So like, yeah, this applies to everybody. Like, what you got to really just think about it deep down. What brings you peace of mind? Like, do you really need to have all the money in the world? Do you need to have another 5 kids? Do you need to have 1 kid, or or are you really in the right situation right now to be a parent? Right? Do you need some inner work? Because being a parent is really hard. Like, if I was a dad, like in my 20s, oh my God, it would have been so hard. So what I was talking about was, the older cultures, I think, got it right a bit more, because there's some things we can learn from tradition. Is like, I know like people mock arranged marriages and things like that, but maybe there's some benefits to like early on, like being introduced to the right person who's matches you, who can create a supportive relationship, rather than you trying to have to seek it everywhere.
Well, I feel like that gets to your point about sort of, especially in the West, there's a love has been romanticized, and if anything, I blame Hollywood and Bollywood for that matter, right? I mean, this idea that you achieve, it's like that pattern of boy meets girl, boy and girl, fall away from each other. There's some heartache, and then they come back together and live happily ever after. I mean, if anything, love has been negatively impacted, let's just say, by the forces of Hollywood and Bollywood, leading to a more, I think this is what you were saying before, kind of a more immature expectation of what it's going to look like and feel like, versus something that is, it's like they're finding each other, the hero and the heroine, or heroine and heroine, don't need to be sort of specific here about sexual orientation. But it does lead to, I think, more of that sort of romantic fairy tale expectation, which is detrimental, right? Versus what you're talking about, like even Sex Magic, we were talking about the seriousness of that. We're talking about and you said love can be dangerous. I mean, damn right it can be, right? So this idea of like how we learn about these things and do that inner work so we can take it seriously. So, okay. So, back to just, wrapping up here about bliss, and I want to bring it back to the importance of movement and music in what you teach and advocate for. Why are music and movement so important to what you do? I mean, breath is a big part of it, but you supercharge it by, what's coming in through your ears, if you will, and then what you're creating through moving your bodies. Why are those two? Why is this the holy trifecta?
Yeah, but I mean, exercise is key, right? Is important. If you don't move, if you what was it? The question? If you don't move it, you lose it.
Yeah,
like
use it or lose it. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah. So yeah, move it or lose it, right? So if you don't move, if you don't physically exercise, you're screwed. But a lot of people don't find the joy in going to a gym. They don't find joy in doing yoga class even, right? Or anything. But a lot of people on their own, if they like a piece of music, even if they're just on their own, will dance like crazy, right? I think dance is something that we will all love to do if we're not feeling like we're being judged, I think. And it's one of the best forms of exercise that actually really makes us feel high, naturally. And when you combine that with breathing techniques, you can create a very, very powerful exercise. So that's why dance is a big part of it. It changes your state. It gets you in a really high vibe state. It's also a brilliant form of exercise. And remember, we're all about mitochondrial health. So we want to look after them. And anaerobic exercise, like dancing with breathing through your nose intensely or holding your breath even, is an anaerobic exercise that can be very beneficial.
Hang on, anaerobic or aerobic? I think of dance as aerobic.
So aerobic is when you're breathing all the time through it.
Oh, okay.
And so we do it with breath holds.
I see. Okay, got it.
With breathing with the dance.
Okay, got it.
And this is more of an anaerobic exercise. And that makes dance the most powerful exercise ever. The way we do it in Summer Breath.
Well, and just just to pause there and really underscore this point, because I literally dance every day. I mean, I'm listening to music all the time. I wake up. If I'm in between meetings and I feel a little stressed, I mean, literally, this has been one of my therapies, and it's easy and it's free. I mean, and to your point, that is joyful. And yeah, I swim and I yoga and I hike and all that other stuff. But just for me personally, throughout the day, listening to high vibe music, it is like an instant boost. It's like an instant bliss boost. Instant energy boost.
It's a great way to change your state. So music is a big part of what we do because of the dance, but also the rhythm of music allows you to time breathing patterns to music. And that turns the music into, the breath work techniques from kind of a boring thing that you just do in your mind to something that's actually fun and exciting, because you can make a whole journey with transformational music, which is what I produce, which also lifts you up because music lights up both areas of the brain. And a certain tempo, 120 BPM, is like the rhythm of life. Like the music producing software, for some reasons, default always sets 120. And this university in Brazil found that over a period of 30 years, then all the top 10 songs, the most popular songs, were in the range of around 117 to 122 BPM. And African drummers, they tend to do rhythms around 120 BPM as well. And then the harmonic frequency tempo of that is 60 BPM, half of that. And 60 BPM is your natural kind of resting heart rate. And when you do breath patterns to 60 BPM, right, which you can also do to 120 by just halving it, you can actually create these pranayama-based breath patterns, just like how they teach in the Yoga Sutras, but to music. That's really cool. And you, instead of having to count in your head like the rhythm, do it through music. And
right.
It's so much more.
It's so easy to follow. Yeah, and that's what I've experienced.
Everything we do is around 120 BPM.
Okay. Yeah. And that is that sort of a, if you will, a natural frequency that's been documented to be the one that people inherently respond to. Makes sense. And I wanted to add one last thing. I forget the name of the scientist, but there was a scientist actually some time ago that was really curious about, the fact that we are 70% water, the earth is 70% water. What would happen, by exposing water to really violent, angry music versus like Mozart and Beethoven. You may be familiar with this one, as well as angry words versus loving words. So he did this great experiment, and we can maybe even show this. The highlights of this, what he found is he ended up freezing this water, in doing these experiments. Some of the water was exposed to angry heavy metal or whatever, angry music, right? Versus more, more joyful or blissful. And what he could see looking under an electron microscope were the patterns of the crystals in the angry one, completely chaotic, broken and jagged, if you will. And then the ice, that was exposed to the loving music and the loving words, it was like stained glass windows. Beautiful crystals, right? And I emphasize this just when we're talking about music. Guys, pick your music carefully, right? I used to listen to even so much more, if you will, kind of, my brother will call like sad bastard music. And it's like I very rarely, and it's, obviously it's a personal choice, but when I think about what we are feeding our minds, what we're feeding our bodies, what we're feeding ourselves, music wise, our nervous systems are responding. And in the case of this experiment that I described,
music creates is magic, and it creates cultures. It's programmed. It's there to
programming,
the culture.
100%. So I emphasize this as, you know, you're a BJ, breathwork DJ that does these amazing raves and has used music for helping people heal and achieve these blissful states. And so I did want to close with talking about the importance of music and movement in terms of healing more generally, but also, like I said, a little specifically, choose your music wisely, because it is programming. I mean, it really, really is programming. Okay, Niraj, last word for you. We've covered a lot. You are the best. I always learn so much from you. I always am excited to talk to you. One day I'm going to meet you in person. I can't wait. I'm going to come to one of your raves. I keep saying that. Last word, any last thing that we haven't covered or that you want to underscore before we wrap up the session?
No, what I'll leave it with is that we're entering into a world right now which is a lot of uncertainty, right? So, you know, we don't know who to trust anymore. We don't know which leaders are the good guys. It's like almost, they're all baddies now.
Mm-hmm. Baddies in a bad way, not baddies in a good way.
Yeah, exactly. We don't have much idea of what's going to happen with AI technology. We're going into uncharted territory, basically. So there's a lot of uncertainty in the future. And there's a lot of fear because of that. But also, at the same time, it's one of the most exciting times to be alive right now. We have so much abundance. We actually are the most peaceful time in humanity. If you look historically, it's been way worse. And there's so much love in the world, right? There's so much beauty. There's so much amazing magic. And it's so much easier now to start a business around your passion compared to when I was a stuck pharmacist. So everyone has the ability to find love, right, that can last by really just taking some time to really think about what they want. Because a lot of people, what they're doing is living in fear mode, right? And because of that, they become stuck and they stop looking elsewhere outside of their own little tiny little tunnel vision. They may keep them in this loop of like coming home, watching TV, talking small talk, and then go to bed, and then just staying in the stream, and then wondering, why is my life not changing?
Well, and if those are the people, if that's the kind of people that you're hanging around with and so forth, that becomes a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So back to this idea of, the cheat codes are inside each of us, and choosing, hey, I want more peace, I want more love, I want more bliss. What am I going to do about it, right? I mean, to me, that is the ultimate agency. That is the ultimate empowerment. And that, I think is the beauty of your, what you've created with Soma, as well as you as a teacher who's on Instagram, on TikTok. I mean, guys, if you're not following Niraj, please do. Tell us the 2 or 3 places that people can find you, and how, if people wanted to sign up for Soma, how do they do that?
So what I was saying is, like, if you're stuck in this loop, you can just start your journey of actually breaking out of that with just one breathing technique. Okay, one of our daily dose sessions. If you get the Soma Breath app, on there are a bunch of sessions for free. Just try one of them, and it could actually be the thing that switches your perception and breaks you out of the loop and starts making you see all the opportunity that exists out there.
Thank you. Yes. Amen. It's there for you for free. And if people want, go ahead.
So just go /somabreath.com/go.
And Niraj, how do people find you on social media?
So it's Niraj Naik official, my name, Niraj Naik, and official at the end as well. That's on Instagram. And we have YouTube channel, Soma Breath. But the app's where you're going to get a lot of great stuff.
Yeah, honestly. And folks, what I have found, as I've intimated, or maybe even stated a few times, between my previous interview with Niraj and research, he is such a passionate wealth of knowledge. And again, I realize not everybody wants to nerd out about mitochondria and so forth, but I personally am passionate about learning about it. And like I said, I'm planning to do the instructor training because to me, when I think about empowering myself, my own health, and being able to share what I learn and tapping into more lasting bliss in even sex magic, I am doing it because it is such a huge unlock. And so, Niraj, thank you for creating this amazing work and for being part of the Power of Manifestation. As always, I've loved our discussion, and I look forward to our next interview. All right, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for tuning into this session. I hope you got a ton out of it, and we'll see you in the next Power of Manifestation session. And till then, get your breathing work going. Got to do it. Got to do it. Don't skip it. Okay, guys, I hope you got as much out of that as I did. Igniting true love, awakening lasting bliss. The cheat codes are inside of you. It's real. It is real. And I know we nerded out a little bit and we kind of went deep at times. But to me, I know I've said it a few times, it's not theory. It really is that choice to do this work, to tap into peace, to tap into bliss, to tap into better health, all in service of having the most beautiful, gratitudeful and love-filled lives. And I hope you really took to heart what Niraj has gone through. I mean, we all face heartaches and setbacks and disappointments and so forth, but to me, the ultimate choice, the ultimate empowerment is choosing to say, okay, I want to break free of that. I want more peace. I want more love. I want more joy. I want more bliss. It is there for you. It is inside of you. And I hope you say yes. And I know I've said it a few times. I have said yes in my own life, which is why I'm so passionate about bringing this to you. Whew. Okay, thanks so much for tuning in to the Power of Manifestation. I look forward to seeing you at the next session. Thank you and take care. Okay, I want to jump in here for just a quick second before we move on to the next session. Because here's what I know happens when you attend an event like this. And I say this with so much love because it's happened to me too. You show up to an event like this, you're fired up, you're taking notes, you're thinking, yes, this is exactly what I needed. I can feel something changing. You're not just excited in that moment, you're committed. You are all in, but then the event ends and the day goes by and then another. Life comes rushing back in. The kids need you. Work gets intense. Your inbox is overflowing. Who knows what happened to the notes you took? And a few weeks later, maybe even just a few days later, you're sitting there wishing you could remember that one practice, that one big idea, that thing that amazing expert said that completely reframed everything for you. You can't quite get it back. Ah, dang. We've all been there. And I don't want that for you. I really don't. My team and I didn't create Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026 to simply entertain you and certainly not distract you, but instead to support real, lasting transformation in your life. The kind of change that enables you to build a new, stronger, solid foundation, one that compounds over time and genuinely pays dividends for the rest of your life in every way, financially, spiritually, with your health, and in your relationships. And honestly, it's tough to do that in 3 days. Right now, you have temporary access to this extraordinary event, to these world-class teachers, authors, and thought leaders whose actionable insights can change everything for you if you choose to listen to them, apply their teachings, and critically feel how good it will feel to be that higher, better, more aligned version of you. So with one click, you can upgrade to lifetime access to all 26 sessions, every teacher, every practice, every tool. And here's why that matters. Because manifesting your dream life occurs over time. Yes, you'll get the ahas and there will be insights that are helpful to you today. Oh my God, awesome. I love that. And 3 months from now, you'll want additional insights. And often you'll want to even revisit the same material so you can go deeper and truly master it. Honestly, I told Marianne Williamson that I have read, no joke, A Return to Love and the notes I took from it close to 20 times. I have mastered that material. It truly is inside of me. So in addition to all of the videos, you'll also get the MP3 audio versions for when you're walking, driving, or doing the dishes, plus a bunch more bonus materials that you'll love so you can really internalize this material like I did with the Return to Love. You'll also have all of the transcripts so you can get into it word for word, quickly underline it, come back to it, however you like to consume that material. You'll also have bonus content from the teachers you're connecting with right now. Guided meditations, rituals, affirmations, the kind of practices that help shift this from being understood intellectually to helping you embody it to your own mastery. We offer all of this to you when you upgrade so it can fit into your life and accommodate how you learn best so you can really benefit from it and master it. Here's what I also want you to know. This is the lowest price we're offering during this exclusive event. Once it ends, the price goes up significantly. A lot of people think, I'll decide later. But soon, it's buried deep in your inbox. You got busy with work or family. And then, you're annoyed that it slipped your mind and the price has gone up and time has passed. And now you're feeling, like you just wish you would have made that move. So if one session, even one, gave you an aha and you realize that things could finally be different for you, that you can live with greater ease and abundance at last, I urge you not to ignore your intuition. I truly urge you to invest in yourself now. Give yourself the gift of being able to enjoy all of this valuable exclusive material and return to it whenever you need it and decide to go deeper. I would truly love for you to do that so that you become the version of you that you love, adore, trust, and admire. That's why we created this in the first place. Heck, that's why we gave it to you for free with no obligation whatsoever. Because my team and I care deeply about helping people as much as we possibly can. And personally, I don't want to sell anything, especially something that you are not truly excited to have. But I also know what it's like to not answer the call, to hesitate, to not invest in myself, to miss out on something that could have changed the game for me. And I don't want that to happen to you. So right now, please ask yourself, what if I made this relatively modest investment in myself and truly committed to manifesting my dream life? What could happen if I said, yes, I am ready to embrace the change I've been hoping for? That hasn't quite happened yet. Noting that with these teachers, it's going to be so much easier and so much more fun than trying to figure it out on your own. Here's the thing. Over the past nearly 25 years, I built an entire company focused on helping millions of people like you experience better love and relationships and becoming truly empowered. I know firsthand just how much one decision can transform your entire life. And that's why I personally developed this event and hosted all the sessions so I could be sitting here in front of you now and for you to feel the truth in what I am sharing. That this truly is for you. There are no coincidences. We were meant to connect like this. And I'm okay nudging you a little bit because I know how easy it is to talk yourself out of something good, to put it off, to tell yourself, I'm not sure. I'll think about it. Then you get distracted or busy or on your phone and life proceeds as usual. And by the way, maybe your life's not terrible. I presume there's a lot of good to it, but I think it's safe to say it's not the transformative life you're capable of living. As I love to say, no one wants to change. Everyone wants to transform. only you can make that decision right here, right now, for yourself. And yes, for every single person you touch, because when you change for the better, you positively impact everyone around you. And I know this is especially important for moms and dads. Again, I know this from firsthand experience because that's what I've done with my own life and why I am so passionate about offering you access to these superstar teachers and their invaluable lessons, because it works. But only if you show up for yourself. And that's what I'm urging you to do now. Invest in yourself. Show up for yourself. No one can do it for you, only you. And by the way, no matter what you choose, I genuinely wish you all the best. And I'm so glad you were able to take in as much of or as little of manifesting your dream life as it has served you. And whatever else you consume, I hope you love it. My team and myself and all these amazing teachers have brought it all to you with our full hearts. Thanks so much. Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. I am your host, Andrea Miller. Today's session is with a man who doesn't just coach champions, he creates them. And if I'm being honest, he is a champion and a GOAT in his own right. This session is called The GOAT Mindset. Learn the secrets of champions from the legendary coach of Serena, Venus, Jennifer, and Maria. I am so excited to host this extraordinary session. This is going to be one of the greatest of all times, guys. We've got the legendary coach, Rick Macy, with us. Rick is a world-renowned tennis coach, motivational speaker, and USPTA master professional whose legendary career has shaped the future of the sport. With over 5 decades of experience, Macy is best known for developing some of the greatest tennis champions of all time, including Serena and Venus Williams, Maria Sharapova, Andy Roddick, and so many others. Rick's unmatched ability to spot and nurture talent has earned him multiple Coach of the Year honors and induction into both the USPTA, Florida, and National Halls of Fame. Macy continues to inspire the next generation through his coaching academy, media appearances, and global influence in the tennis world and beyond. Today's session is called The GOAT, Greatest of All Time Mindset. We'll explore the mental tools that fuel greatness and how you can harness them too, especially by tapping into flow, inner confidence, overcoming fear, and so much more. I mean, you've really coached the GOATs, including Serena and Venus, from the ground up. Did you see a mindset difference in them, a spark, an inner drive, or something early on in them that others didn't have?
First off, it's good to be here. And yes, I did, but I got to kind of back the truck up to 1991, tell the story. You know, Richard Williams invited me out to Compton, California. At that time, I had Jennifer Capriati for 3 years, and she was already top 10 in the world by age 14. So my blueprint for greatness was probably stronger than anybody in the world. I get this call from Richard, and he said, I have 2 daughters, Venus and Serena. I want you to come out and take a look. And I never really go see someone. They either come to the academy or I see them at a junior tournament. So for whatever reason, I decided to go to Compton. It was May 1991. That night, they met me in a hotel room, just like yesterday. Venus on one leg, Serena on the other, hugging, kissing, just like you saw in the movie, okay? Richard pulls out a piece of paper. He was like grilling me like I was in a deposition, but I actually respected it because if he was going to let someone in his circle, even though I didn't know what that was because I haven't seen him play, he wanted a father figure, a role model, someone who's been there, done that. And he knew with the people I had like Capriati and Tommy Ho, and both of them are still the youngest today to win the national 18 championships. Jennifer did it in 1988 as a 12-year-old, and Tommy did it at age 15 in the 18s. And those records still stand today. He goes, the next day we'll pick you up and we're going to East Compton Hills Country Club. It's kind of a long story, but I got to tell it.
Oh, no, you got all the time in the world. I love it.
They picked me up in that bus, the same one you saw in the movie, King Richard, same exact bus. I get in the bus. I sit in the passenger side. There's a harpoon. I get harpooned in the buttock. There's a spring. There's a spring sticking up. Venus and Serena are in the back like that. McDonald's wrappers, Burger King wrappers, dirty clothes, ball hoppers. And I'm going, what in God's name am I doing in Compton, California? That's what I thought.
Getting harpooned in the butt.
Yeah. I go, I was at a 5-star resort, Greenleaf Golf and Tennis Resort, and I'm definitely on the other side of the rainbow. And I just couldn't believe what I just was getting into. So now we're going to East Compton Hills Country Club. And 10 minutes into the drive, I'm looking around and I'm going, this is a strange place for a country club. We pull up to a park. Listen to this, Andrea. We pull up to a park, 7:30 in the morning, Saturday, people smoking, drinking, passed out in the grass, 20 guys playing basketball. We get out of the van. They called this guy, Hey King Richard. I'm going, what? We was calling people king. And this was in 91. Remember, the movie just came out like 4 years ago. So we get it. They go, hey, BW, Venus Williams, and hey, Jamaica, Serena Jamaica Williams. The New York Times was there 6 months earlier, and they did a story on Venus because she was undefeated in the 10 and under, whatever that means. I've seen that movie before. That doesn't mean a lot to me, but it does mean something. It's not where you start, it's where you finish. We walk across the basketball court. It parts like the Red Sea. It's like these kids are celebrity. I'm going, this is crazy stuff. We go onto the court, and I had a new box of Wilson balls shipped there. He goes, Rick, we don't use new balls. I want old balls. I want them bending, digging them out. I want their nose on the ground. I'm going, wow, I got it. It was different. Now we go on the court. Okay. Me and your son wouldn't play on the court. Chipped up, asphalt, holes in the net. It was crazy. We go up to the net. There was a basket, same one you saw in the movie. He puts the old balls in the basket. It took him 20 minutes to get these. He had chains wrapped around the basket. He goes, Rick, I have to fasten it down. It won't be here in the morning. I'm going, this is like I'm in a movie. This is like
you are literally in a movie. Little did you know,
like
you would be in the movie.
Yeah. I'm sitting there going, I can't believe this. Okay. So now I start drilling the girls, and I didn't see it. Arms, legs, hair, arms going this way. They had beads in their hair. Beads were flying off their head. Remember, I had Jennifer Capriati, the greatest junior player ever, even to this day in the history of tennis. Okay. Poetry in motion, racket back in the parking lot, low center of gravity, the ball on a string. And now I'm seeing this train wreck in Compton, California, these two girls that were like a praying mantis or an octopus.
At the country club, at the Compton Country Club.
Yeah, no, that guy threw a curveball. He named it. He's the only one that called it a country club.
Yeah, no, that's hilarious.
So now we're doing this, and it's a great lesson for any parent or coach or Rick Macy. You don't judge a book by the cover. The cover could be amazing, the book bad. I didn't see anything. Then an hour, I'm getting to answer your question now. An hour into it, I said, let's play competitive points. And it was me and Serena playing against Venus because Venus was much better and more mature. We started playing competitive points. The whole landscape changed. They started popping the popcorn, extra butter. The feet were going all over the place. Okay. The shoulder turn, the preparation was off the charts. I mean, it wasn't filet mignon, but it wasn't hamburger anymore either. It was kind of in between. And I couldn't believe it. But here's the wild card. Both girls, there was a rage, Andrea, I never saw in two little girls in my life. There was something inside these two little kids I just never saw. The ball would be 20 feet out. They'd still be running. They were so low to get to the ball. And Venus was like 5'9". The ball was so low, their nose would be that far off the ground. It was, I don't know, when we kept score and said, game on, bang, something. And that showed me when you're like that, you'll be able to handle pressure better as you go down the yellow brick road. So right then and there, when I saw this, it freaked me out. It really, and I never freak out. I'm a very calm guy. And I told Richard, come here. This is in the movie. Come here. And I go, let me tell you something. You got the next female Michael Jordan on your hand. And he puts his arm around me. He goes, no, brother, man. I got the next two. And I shook his hand. I go, I like the way you think already. And then Venus, listen to this. Venus walks out the gate on her hands for 5 feet, does backward cartwheels for 5 feet. And right then and there, I'm looking at both these girls' bodies. Venus is tall and thin and long, and Serena's built like a cornerback, like she's 9 years old, but she had muscles on muscles. Okay. I'm thinking 5'9", 145, 6 feet, 160. This is how my mind works. I not only thought right then and there, these two little girls could be number one in the world with the right financial help and coaching and opportunity. They could transcend the sport right then and there. Okay. Because it wasn't what I saw on the outside. It's what I saw on the inside. And it was just my job to put Humpty Dumpty together, even though this was a mystery. I knew if I did what I could do, we would change history.
Oh, God. And you did.
Yeah, we did.
And
yeah,
you did.
we did and more. It would if we went over the rainbow. Listen, I'm the only guy, I guarantee, in the world that says the best vacation I ever took was Compton, California. That's the best vacation I ever took. And on that note, that's the answer to the question. It's what I saw on the inside, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful, and that you recognized it right away. But let me go back. You used the word rage, and I want to drill into that because my immediate thinking of rage is anger, and I don't know if you mean anger or if you mean fire. Will you clarify?
First off, great question. No, it wasn't rage, anger. Some people they get mad and they come in a rage. It was if there was any anger or there was any fight, it was personal between them and the tennis ball. And it's about the competition. It's not about the person on the other side. So that's what I meant by that. It was just a whole nother level of I just won't be denied, and I'm getting the ball to my last breath. And to have that in young children, that desire, I mean, that's what any parent should want. Either you're in or out, and every single ball, they tried so hard. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to be a great tennis player or number one in the world. But let me tell you something. In the game of life, if that quality is baked in extra crispy, you're going to be great at something. Trust me.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. If you have a sense from having spent time with the family, let's face it, we're getting real kind of philosophical here. There's nature versus nurture. How much of that drive do you think Mr. Williams, King Richard himself, how much of that do you think he really fostered versus how much of it do you think is innate, or do you have an opinion?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, but obviously genetics play a big part. Environmental plays a big part, but it's been my experience. The leader in the clubhouse always is mom and dad. Okay. And now you got to be a psychologist, because if you squeeze too hard, you got to know when to bop and weave. The difference with Venus and Serena, he was the most caring, loving dad. But when he said something, they didn't just hear him, they listened. And even Venus and Serena at the after party, after the red carpet, when we went down back memory lane and they were laughing and crying, Venus probably gave me the best compliment of my life. She goes, "Rick, you and Daddy just brainwashed us to be number one." And I'm going, well, that's the environment that was created. But it takes two to tango. You got to have people buy in, and it's hard because kids are influenced. But they bought into everything. Then if you stack that on top of speed, quickness, dedication, heart, if you stack all these things together, greatness is baking in the oven.
Yeah, no, that is amazing. And it's so cliche to say, but it's that.
Yeah, people think that Richard, they might have thought that he was this like crazy guy. And it's just because he didn't have maybe the education, and he said, bombastic things and was putting helium in a balloon, and they were legendary before they did anything. And no, he had a big influence on them. But let me tell you something. Every night after practice, good, bad, happy, sad, Rick, thank you very much. And they'd give me a hug or a fist pump. Now Serena, sometimes her fist pump would be a little harder, as you've seen that look at the U.S. Open. Even at 10 years old, she was a pit bull. Man, she had an attitude like no other. But I like that because her backbone was stronger than her backhand. And so I kind of like that edge, okay, where Venus was more nice and protective, and Venus was even more like my own daughter. Both of them became like my own daughter. And if it ever rained, they always brought their books to the court. All this should have been in a movie. They went to my office and studied. They don't waste time, because Richard would always tell them, "You don't get it back, baby doll. You don't get it back, baby doll." I can hear him saying it now. And those are things that people don't know about him. Listen, every parent is great and they all love their kid. I understand all that. But this is a side that's why I respected him so much. Listen, I should be in the Hall of Fame just putting up with this guy for 4 years. Jesus, Yes, I should be at home. I mean,
know,
that was
that's so
like,
funny.
if he said left, even though I knew it was right, I had to wait till he leave before I kind of put it together. But no, just a great dad, and how he always wanted those kids to have their childhood, and there'd be NBC, ABC, ESPN, CNN, people from Germany, and there was so much media going on. And then afterwards they get in the car and play with their dolls.
Yeah. Oh,
What? And he was a genius at that. And that balance is why they're very educated. And no one knows them like Rick Macy. I mean, two of the nice. I tell Serena, she's the nicest, meanest kid I've ever taught. She loves that. She goes, "You're right."
Oh, that is awesome. It really, I mean, it's just remarkable what difference one, in this case, two people can make. And just, it is so heartening to hear a bit of a counterpoint, because you're right. I mean, just the bombast and so forth, that, there was some vilification of King Richard, right? And of course, it's like my Aunt Mary would always say, why wreck a good story by telling the truth? It's helpful to hear a fuller picture of this man who was so dedicated to his daughters, and how he let you in to help them. I mean, he had the wisdom to say, I can't do it alone, right? I mean, this is something I always say, like, smart people ask for help. And so often, I mean, we're talking, about the power of manifestation and self-empowerment. I think it is wisdom that says, help me, right?
Yeah. Yeah. People, you got to understand, Richard, he left all the heavy lifting to me. Listen, they're both, it's different when you have girls. It's daddy's little girl, and the dad's always going to be more protective. Listen, Capriati, Pierce, Sharapova, Kennan, I've had the fathers from outer space, I should be in the Hall of Fame to put up at those dads.
All of them. Yeah. We need a new Hall of Fame.
No, it's like crazy. But no,
Yeah.
Richard was, it was amazing, and that's what people don't understand, because no one knew him like Rick Macy. And even to this day, when I see him, the first thing he said, he goes, "Rick, thank you so much for getting us out of the ghetto." He's the funniest guy ever, because listen, I put a lot into it. I could have been wrong. And listen, I gave him an opportunity, a lifetime, and best decision I ever made.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. And what I love what you're emphasizing is just that graciousness and gratitude, because that goes so far. Like, you talk about getting onto the other side of the rainbow. I mean, and we'll be getting into the inner game and all that jazz and mindset and heart set in a moment. But I love that you're emphasizing that graciousness, because let's face it, especially when I think of elite athletes and a lot of elite everybody, the sense of entitlement can be such, not only a turnoff, but it can be to your detriment, right? I mean, if you're feeling entitled, it feels like that is the opposite of that champion mindset. I mean, I feel like a champion is always wanting to grow, being gracious. So it's nice to hear both the daughters as well as the dad really showed that gracious gratitude side of themselves, to you in particular.
Unreal. I mean, they're just like, no, and that's when you're like that, and when kids are like that, whether a teacher in school, or no matter who they're dealing with, not only are they going to learn more, they're going to get more out of the coach or teacher because of that. Okay.
That attitude, right?
Yeah, it's like so important. But BW and Serena they're just amazing. Not forget the tennis part. I don't want to say that was the easy part, because they could already run and fight, and that's why I took the chance. But as you saw in the movie, just kind of fell in love with the family, and they became my own daughters. And when you're on that type of mission, every stone is unturned, and you're not going to be denied. And
it's amazing. Well, let me ask you, just jumping to a second question, since you have trained so many greats, and let's face it, in a lot of ways they are singular. So did you see in the champions, and even now you're training a very young Ukrainian girl, a 9-year-old who is just a a champion in the making. Do you see a similar kind of spark and inner drive? I mean, Maria Sharapova, Jennifer Capriati, Andy Roddick, all these people. And I don't want to compare anybody. At the same time, like, how much of that inner spark have you seen when you're getting these people at that stage of their journey?
Yeah. Well, first off, to be great at anything, whether in business or anything, it's a package. You know what I mean? You could be the smartest person, but what if you're not motivated? What if you're lazy? You know, it's a package greatness. So I need to explain that to everybody. It's not like just one thing, but, you know, having that inner quality to outwork the competition, not be denied, have the passion to be the best that you can be. Now that could be stimulated by your environment, which I did with Serena. I mean, listen, at 10 years old, a plane would fly overhead and Serena would wave at it. I'm going, I don't think this is going to be number one in the world and the greatest of all time. I'm not thinking that. Physically, I knew where it was going to go. But mentally, she took longer to mature, where Venus was more locked and loaded and ready to launch. So yeah, there are some elements that I've seen in everybody, the way they compete. But I've had college All-Americans or junior national champions. I mean, there's been over 300 and some national champions that I've had, whether they went on to play pro or college or whatever. And they got the most out of their ability because I get them to look at the world through a different lens. I'm more of a life coach than a tennis coach. I get them to look at pressure different. I change a mindset. And this is kind of what I do. So, but you got to have on the inside this burning desire and nonstop belief that if you can dream it, you can do it. Now, you just mentioned the Ukrainian girl, Vlada Hranchar. You got to understand, since 1994, obviously I've had tens of thousands of kids that wanted me to do what I did with BW and Serena. I mean, that was a big financial gamble. And every box was checked internally. And it was my job to put Humpty Dumpty together with the Williamses. But since then, okay, I haven't seen it. It's too risky, especially at this stage of the game. So I wouldn't go in there and bankroll something until I met the little Panther from Ukraine. This is the scariest thing I've ever seen since the Williamses. I'm funding the project. She's if she doesn't become number one in the world, I did a bad job. Vlada, VLADA HRANCHAR. She has about 300,000 followers on Instagram. She does fitness videos. There's 5 million views, but that's all the window dressing. Every box is checked, but it's a team effort. The mom and dad, we're not going to be denied. It's all about giving her a great childhood, being a kid. But when she has $1 million smile, but when she goes on the court, there's a knife in the back pocket. She's so brutally competitive.
Love it.
9-year-old.
You said she's 4'6", cute as can be. I've seen her on Instagram as well. 4'6", 66 pounds, a little bit. But how do you say her last name, Rick? Vlada?
Hranchar.
Okay, because I think we're going to be hearing Vlada.
No, you're going to hear this. Her nickname's the Panther. Listen,
Panther. Okay.
Yeah, I don't only coach her. I represent her. I have a long-term agreement with the family, and she's amazing. She came here. She was like a 3.2 UTR, and a year and a half later, she's a 7.8.
Wow.
And I work with her every day at 5:00 in the morning. They do Taekwondo. They do advanced stretching. She plays 6 hours a day. She loves it. Natural born competitor. Quick, fast, going to be 5'9", 135, attractive kid, but just the desire, okay? And when we run a half mile, even though she's 9 years old, she beats every 18-year-old every time. Every time.
Holy cow, wow.
No.
Holy smokes.
This has been going on since age 3. So my point is, you asked me, this is a different animal. Listen, Sharapova had a lot of things going. Jennifer did, Pierce did, Meskina, Kennan. They're all great. and all went on to become a Grand Slam champion or number one. I mean, that's huge. We're going to transcend how the game is played 6 years from now. And as your son saw, she plays right on the baseline, right up the bounce, on the rise, give you a surprise, and the little Panther will tear out your eyes. All right?
Oh my God, you heard it here first, folks.
And I love, see, I'm a builder. I build minds and I build tennis games. And I love putting this together. And what I love, she came here at 7. She's getting old now. Now she's 9.5. And I can bop and weave and adjust and fine tune and repaint. And, I can put biomechanically this thing together, where if she was 15, I still could, but it's a little, because there's muscle memory. I'd have to reprogram the reflexes. This, I can build the house and paint it. And who knows, maybe I'm saving my best for last.
Well, I got to tell you, Rick, your enthusiasm is so infectious. Is it too late for me to become a tennis champion and just, stand in your shadow, run in your shadow? I mean, really, I really, it's such a gift to be able to speak with somebody.
Let me expand upon that, because people ask me, they ask me all the time, who's your favorite student of all time?
Oh, that's a rude question.
Yeah, they ask me, is it Venus, Serena, Capriati, Waddick, Messina, Pierce? And this is how I feel. Who's ever on the other side of the net, that hour, that minute, that second.
That's awesome.
Right now, you're on the other side of the screen. You're my favorite student. You're my favorite student. So listen,
God, that's so great.
That's the way I feel. And here's a very important thing. When anybody who's running a company or anybody who's in business, when the people that you engage with, when they feel that, that's how you extract greatness. And that's what I can do with young kids, or all kids, I should say. And they might listen to me more than their parents, because I can explain it different and know what button to push. And this is very, very important. When someone knows that you really care, you can get them to do so much more. This is so important.
Oh my God, Rick, I think we're kindred spirits, because I can't tell you the amount of time I've spent talking about the power of caring as a superpower, right? I'm a CEO and a mom and an entrepreneur, but it translates, to your point, whether it's as a life coach, a tennis coach, caring is a superpower and it is infectious. And I love that you emphasize that. And I feel it. And I can see why you're so effective with all your students, whether they're on the court or somewhere else, because caring is a superpower. There's so much emphasis on mindset. And that will take you really far. But quite honestly, I personally, between my son being somebody that you've coached, a 15-year-old passionate tennis player, in my own life as somebody who has been aspiring for greatness and so forth in my work, I've been using the word heart set. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are, because when I think mindset and mental discipline and focus, that's so important. But when I think about what your point is, you will not be denied. You care. And to the extent, to me, when I think of these players that play with so much, determination, but joy and excitement, I've been using the word heart set because I feel like your head will only get you so far. It feels like to me, the heart is, now that we're in football season, the heart will get you into the end zone. I'm wondering what you think about heart set versus mindset.
When people say heart, that can mean a lot of different things. And you got to work with people on that, because they don't know what heart is. You know what I mean? Like, they don't really understand that until they are around others that display that. And I use other examples. I just say, look at the people on the pro tour. You don't look at them that they're 20 or 25. Look how they act. Look how they, how determined they are. Look how they respond to failure. Look how they flip things in their mind. If you don't want to listen to me, look how they handle problems. Because we all have problems, but we all respond very, very differently. And greatness, especially in tennis, but really in the game of life, you train your mind to respond very differently. Even Djokovic, when everybody's booing him, he uses that as a compliment. And that takes a long, because listen, a lot of people would think they don't like me anymore. That's the normal response. So, but no, heart is like the most important thing. But here's the most important thing with heart set and mindset. It's everybody is committed. Like you commit to do something, but they're not dedicated on a daily basis. See, dedication is a 7-day-a-week thing. Everybody's committed, but to be dedicated, you have to do this every single day. And that's what people don't do. They pick and choose when they're going to do these certain things. So someone with heart, it's a nonstop thing. And someone with a positive mindset, every single day, you're in that routine, and that's how you become a machine.
Yeah, no, I love that. And to me, the word dedication, I think of dedication and devotion being synonymous. And you think of devotion as being that next level beyond, commitment's one thing. Commitment feels like it's here in the mind. Devotion, dedication feels like that's really, it's like you care.
Absolutely. No, and back to that regarding my situation, I always appreciate, I've always been like this since I was a kid. I always appreciate what I have instead of what I don't have. That's always been a big cornerstone of the way I'm put together, and I think when you have that wiring, you're more grounded, you're more approachable, you just treat people different. You don't get ahead of yourself. Your feet are always on the ground. But this is work for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm still doing this, and I teach 50 hours a week. I'm busier than anybody in the country. So this is what works for me running, a small business. It's not a big billion-dollar company. And I think that's very important, that the way I feel, and you're so appreciative of every day. You thank God it's every day instead of thank God it's Friday. And I try to pass these life lessons on to the kids, because especially kids, you know what it's like when you were a kid or I was a kid. Your brain doesn't even work yet. So you're like, but I get in these kids' head and I get them to write it down and put it in a journal. And I try to not brainwash them. I get them to look at it every day, and I change the way they feel inside and what they think. Because eventually when it comes from mom and dad, it's the same old dog and pony show. And even though they're going to listen a little different, the parents can always play the Rick card if they need to come in with the cavalry.
I think one of the biggest gifts my parents gave me was spirituality. It's so important to have hope. The world's a beautiful place, but it's a tough place too. And if you don't have belief in values, you will do anything and then you'll get anything. If you don't have hope, it's going to be hard to get through this world where so many things happen. And it's not even to you, but to other people that you hear about that's so disheartening. So all that is very grounding. And I think it helps you to let go of stuff. It helps you to play better in your game. It helps you to realize, like, I'm going to give my everything to this. And if I fail, that's fine. I have something bigger and better that's backing me up. And I think it just lets you be happy.
Well, you were saying something interesting. I'd love to sort of continue on this tangent a little bit. Before we started recording, you were talking about teaching your students not to have fear.
Absolutely. This is like what I do. Okay, if I can kind of back the truck up again.
Please, yeah, back it up.
Yeah, everybody is human, obviously, and everybody gets nervous. Everybody chokes. LeBron, Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, Serena, everybody chokes. But greatness doesn't get as nervous and choke as much. So we all got to understand that. That's very important. It's what we call the ideal performance state. You have to be very intense. You have to be very intense and have high arousal and a lot of fun whenever you do anything, but you got to be calm. Okay, you can't have one without the other. They have to go hand in hand. Okay, and what I do, the leader in the clubhouse, the way I teach people courage and confidence before they get courage and confidence. What I mean is positive errors. Okay, it's okay to fail. I explain about failure is necessary to having success.
You're about to go out and you're about to win. What's like the 1, 2, 3 in your head to like get you ready to do that?
Well, the preparation starts long before you get in the locker room, right? So
wait, like what do you mean mental preparation?
You visualize yourself winning, but also how exactly you're going to win. You visualize the tough situations that you're going to be in, how you're going to conquer them. When you get to that moment that it happens, you've done it 1,000 times in your head. It feels right. It doesn't feel like the first time. It feels like the 1,000th time.
Yeah.
Now, did that happen every time? Absolutely not, because that's not life.
Yeah.
But if you can tell yourself that I've done the work, I'm prepared, and try to trust that as much as possible, it allows you to feel more free.
But especially, as you know, with your son, especially, you know, they're so black and white. You know, if it's in, I'm good. If it's out, it's bad. You know, it's like I tell everybody about like a failure. If you hit the ball into the net, if your son hit the ball into the net against Alcaraz, okay, he would feel a certain way. If he hit the ball into the net against a 9-year-old Panther, he'd feel a different way. But it still went into the net. You see, I just explain it differently, you know, and I get them to look at it and I go, yeah, you're right. And so when you get back to this courage thing or having no fear, okay, you got 20 seconds to flip it in your mind in the game of tennis, to go back out. And that's what Maria Sharapova did better than anybody. Andrea, at 11, this little girl was in a bubble. She had shortcomings. She wasn't the quickest, fastest. Her forehand was dicey, to say the least. Mentally, she was in a bubble. I mean, I don't, you can't buy it over the internet. You can't buy it at the grocery store. I don't know. It was just like bang, every single point. That had to be innate. Maybe riding on her handlebar with her dad in Russia, going to the course for 5 miles. I don't know. But she was so locked and loaded. The mental part was there. Okay. And when that's there, the other things can be learned, because the wild card, even at the highest level, is the mental. And she had no fear. Okay. But what I do with Venus and Serena, I'll just explain about fear. No one missed more swing volleys and missed more ground strokes than Venus Williams that I ever taught. In pro tennis, no one made more swing volleys on the pro tour than Venus Williams. Okay. Because it's all coaching. That's a positive error. You're 3 inches bigger, 10 pounds heavier. You're going to be set, balanced, that will go in the corner. Okay, that was good, but Capriati would have got that. I always look at a bigger picture and explain it differently. And I want them to know, even though they failed, okay, they lost the battle, but they won the war. They lost today. This is junior development, not junior final destination. It's all about developing, you know, and even at the highest level, you're always trying to get better. You know, like Roger Federer, you know, you're just always trying to get better. So, but I teach them it's okay to miss. Whoever has missed the most volleys as a kid makes the most in the pro. Whoever misses the most of those down the line shots makes the most, because you've been there, done that. And when you arrive there 5, 8 years later, and your mind knows where you've been there, there's this GPS that says, I've been there, I'm comfortable. And there's a higher degree of success. Now you triggered something in my mind. This is Venus. When she was playing the semifinals, first time she played the U.S. Open, she was playing a girl named Spolea. And it was 5-all in the tiebreaker. And Spolea hit an angle backhand on Ashe Stadium, and it was 10 feet off the court. And Venus ran all the way over there. She was like near the wall, and hit this backhand, two-handed backhand Compton flipper, cross court, the most brutal angle ever. And everybody goes crazy, okay? And now she's up in the tiebreaker by 1, and then Spurlea double faulted, and Venus wins the match, goes to the finals, gets to play Hingis. And they interviewed her. Listen to this comment. I wasn't in the picture. This was like 98. But they interviewed her, and they go, the shot at 5-all, you're 10 feet off the court and you hit that backhand. How did you do it? And she goes, without any thought, she goes, well, ever since I was a little kid, I hit balls from there. And so it was no big deal. Just like that.
Nice. That is beautiful.
Because she's hitting balls from there. And you know what? She probably missed thousands. And this is what you got to do. You got to get uncomfortable to get comfortable. And that's how you eliminate fear. This is why no one can expedite the learning curve quicker than Rick Macy. That's why I've had so many kids really good when they're young, because they all become number one real quick, or if they have talent, because I get them to do things differently and they're not afraid to pull the trigger to go bigger.
Oh my God. There's so much to unpack there. Well, let me just put in one of my favorite quotes. Sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. Right. And I feel like that's the exact encapsulation of what you're saying. Right. Because so often it's sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And that's a losing mentality. Sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. You take it all to learn. And your point about her being in the corner and having this really weird shot and, normalizing what's uncomfortable and then normalizing success. I feel like this idea of, hey, I'm under so much pressure and I haven't done this before, but the fact of how you help your students normalize that, like, to me, it's like, well, that's not, and she said it perfectly. Well, it's not that exceptional because I've done it so many times before. It's
and
like,
what's funny is
you're prepared.
I'm hearing this interview on TV and I can remember telling Venus, I told her one day, I said, listen, someday, somewhere against somebody, you're going to have that shot. And we'll see what happens. I can remember talking to her like that, about that moment. But it's not that particular shot. This is called junior development, not junior final destination. And you got, you might lose and fail. Roddick, he was number one in the 12s. And then everybody started growing. People had a mustache and a beard. And he was like this little pipsqueak, and he went to number 6 in the 14th. Then he went to number 14 in the 14s. So he's going the other way. He grew 7 inches, 20 pounds. 3 years later, wins Junior Wimbledon. 2 years later, wins the U.S. Open. His serve became a missile and his forehand nuclear. My point is, but we're all in the moment. And the parents want the UTR and the ranking. And it's so important at the cocktail party. Oh, how'd you do? People never go, how'd you play? They go, what was the score? Did you win? Did you lose? And
oh my God, Rick, yes.
This is bad with our society. Listen, I'm all for accountability, but I can see someone play and I know where it's going. I know where this is going in the future if they're making positive errors and they're doing the right things, as long as they stay dedicated and work hard. And that was my message.
I love that so much, both as a mom as well as an entrepreneur with my own ambitions and so forth. And the older I get, the more I say, I'm playing the long game. And I feel like what you're talking about is playing the long game and winning, right? Because we're in an instant gratification society. And if it's, hey, what's my UTR now? What was the final score? As though that is emblematic of what happened in the game. And I love how you're saying, like, that's not the important thing, especially in the junior development. And even, you look at Alcaraz and Sinner just, more recently, they're sometimes one wins, sometimes the other wins. It's not just the outcome in the score, it's the game itself. And what did they do? And what did they pull out of themselves?
Now, you just brought something when you said about fear. Okay, I got to tell it, like the little panther, okay, even though she's a little dynamo, she's a little dynamo with $1 million smile. And I said, like a knife in the back pocket. We have this like very high ladder you climb up, you can watch onto the courts. And I made her climb up it, and it's kind of wobbly. And she was like 8 and scared. Listen to this. And she's like, or even when it's still dark out at 5:30, she'll have the mom jog with her to the bathroom at the clubhouse because she's a little girl. And I get all that. Okay. But then on the court, she's just a pit bull with an attitude. You know what I mean? It's like very different. So I get her to climb up that thing. Okay. She's at the net. People pump the ball at her really hard. She is slowly becoming fearless, even though she will become on her own someday and have more courage. She does Taekwondo. Okay. And it's like, she's kicking and punching, and she's around people that are black, around a black belt. And so I'm putting I'm changing a wire to lift her higher, to get more desire, because I lit that fire, And so this is very important to, once again, when people are scared, you got to subtly do things to not have them. It's okay to be nervous, but you don't want to be afraid. And you got to do certain things to get them like that. If someone's like afraid to swim, you put them in the pool and make sure you're there to protect them. And because people, it's like public speaking. The first time someone would speak, they might feel one way. After 1,000 speeches, they feel they got the audience in their back pocket, So you got to make them do things. You got to make them do things. The kids can't drive the bus because that never works.
Yeah, no, it's such a great reminder and a great lesson of those opportunities that we don't take, and whether it's as an adult or with our kids, it becomes a liability, right? How do you overcome your fear, right? I mean, yeah, you want to be safe in doing it, but that like so-called exposure therapy, I mean, it works. Otherwise, the fear is still there.
Oh my God!
Let's pivot a little bit into the idea of flow. So when I think about how technique meeting the mental game is basically a flow state, and you kind of touched on it when you talked about that high arousal state where it's calm and fun. Do you actually teach flow? I mean, flow is this common phrase, especially for high performance athletes, also actors and others who are seeking to perform at their best. Do you teach flow specifically, or is that a word, or does it not even matter what the word is because it's all the same thing?
The most important thing, I don't care if it's business, whatever you do, the cornerstone to optimize your performance is fun. People, they have fun when it's their birthday. I want them to have fun when they're down 4-0, And
oh my God,
this is
Rick,
kind of what I do. This is what I do. And you got to understand that. I want you to be good when things are going bad, because this is the game of life. And this is the art of coaching. It's the exact opposite. And that's how you handle stress and pressure, and the mind and the body come together. And this is what people, Andrea, this is what people do at the highest level, okay, in sports. Forget tennis, because I work with many other athletes. They flip it. It's mind control. It's a very different way that they look at this through a different lens, okay? No one's perfect. And it is a package. But listen, everybody you see on television, they have some degree of what I'm talking about, but they are about one thing. They enjoy the battle. They enjoy work. They enjoy the competition. They don't do it. Sure, the outcome could be money, but that is the most important thing. And the money and everything will follow if you have that. And that's what I saw in Venus and Serena. They're all about the competition and having fun. They just love to battle. And if you love the battle, you'll be harder to rattle. Okay, this is very important.
I love it.
No, this is very important that you.
No, I love it.
But this is the hardest thing to do, because I don't want to lose to that kid. And you get into all this bad stuff. And that's where a coach has to explain it. Today's the most important day, but tomorrow is more important. You know what I mean? When you build a house, it's one brick at a time. Or the road to success is the stairs, not an escalator. And this is what kids don't understand that. How'd you do today? I won. I think I'm getting better. You could win and do a lot of great things and got worse because you didn't do. Okay. And this is what I do. I just change the mindset, and I make sure the kids have this high intensity, high arousal. If they buy in, see, they all hear me because I give a speech every day, but they don't listen. They all write it down. Okay. They all write it down, but if they're either in or out, and the people that listen and write it down, and it's just like business, when you get in that routine, like I told you, you become a machine.
Yeah. Oh my God. I love it. And that, it's such a wonderful, talk about flipping it on its head. There's so much in our culture about, hard work and grinding and hustling. And listen, I'm a hard worker, and I think of that work ethic, but I don't even love the phrase hard work anymore. because I think of it as punitive. And what you've just described is this permission to embrace this all with joy and as fun. And let's face it, I mean, most people, like you say, we think of fun on your birthday, and you only get fun for a lot of people if you earn it. Right. And so to me, this, your ability to help mold champions that they have sustainable careers. Otherwise, I expect, I'd be curious about your opinion. I would expect the people that burn out are the people that are not having fun.
No, I would agree with that. It's all about, they got to do this for one reason. They love the competition, and when you're all about that, even if you lose 0-0, it can be a great day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I totally get what you're saying. And there have been a bunch of reels I've seen on Instagram, how gratitude in particular, we were talking about gratitude before, but how gratitude in particular is a potent secret weapon for a lot of high performing athletes. Let me actually chime in with one other thing, just talking about fun. I had the great gift of interviewing the world's #1 cardiologist, Dr. Samir Kapadia. He's head of cardiology at Cleveland Clinic, brilliant cardiologist. And we were chatting about, he said, I've never had an interview like this, because usually they're talking about valves and all the biomechanics of the heart. But when we were talking about heart health, and because let's face it, heart disease is the #1 killer of men and women across the globe, right? So this is serious stuff. And everybody kind of thinks of this, okay, eat better, exercise, those things. He said, what you just said, the #1 way to protect your heart is having fun. And I was like, wait, what? Why isn't that in all the literature? Right. And so I bring this back, and I realize it's a little bit of a tangent, but this idea of fun over-indexing for success as a athlete and as a human being to protect our health. I mean, I just think it's incredibly important. And for, like I just described, so many of us think fun is the 10th thing on the list. First, we got to get our work done. Second, we got to do da-da-da-da. When the truth is, what you and this leading cardiologist are saying, no, start with fun. Like, that's a big permission.
Yeah, no, it's a game changer and a career changer. And, I can go back.
And a health changer.
Yeah, no, it's like, I can go back and, John Bernthal, who played me in the movie. And by the way, the movie was spot on. The only thing that was different, I had this little piece of AstroTurf as a mustache, and this guy had this big bushy thing. He when he got interviewed on Good Morning America and all the shows, he said the same thing, which I didn't really think about. He goes, the best way to find out about the character you're playing, talk to everybody he's worked with. And I talked to so many people that Rick Macy worked with, and they all said the same thing. It was so much fun to play under Rick, even though we worked hard. And people think fun, it's not messing around. He's as hard-nosed and serious and focused and driven as any character I played, because he played the Punisher and all these, the cop and all that stuff. It's just a different way that I frame it up. And especially when you're dealing with a lot of times younger kids under 18, you got to know how to bop and weave and go through the front door, the side window, the chimney. You got to kind of know how to push buttons, because there's an emotional part as you're dealing with a kid and their brain's not fully developed, and there's other things going on. It's not a 40-year-old adult. And here's another thing, like kids we could play for 3 hours, 100 degrees. Everybody's dead tired. Okay. And we're almost ready to quit. And if we play tag, like freeze tag, where all the kids chase each other, no one's tired anymore.
Oh, I know.
They're having fun. They're having fun. Okay. But we let things control us. Instead of us controlling the situation, people let the situation control them. And this is what happens in tennis and sports. Okay. And this is the art of mind control. Okay. And it's like, especially in tennis, because you're down 40 love. That seems like a lot. It wouldn't seem like a lot if it was 3, because 40 is only 3 points. It's not 40. 40 is a big number. So this is very important, what I'm saying about staying in the moment and just enjoying the competition and not, that's why people like your son hitting back and forth, he's looking really good. Okay, that's a hitter. But when you play the game, that's a player. There's a big difference between hitting and playing, because when people play, they start competing against themselves. And now you never win that battle.
Oh, amen. I love that. That's a great analogy. Playing versus hitting. And what's inherent in play? Play, fun. Right. So I love that. I love that. And I think, guys, I mean, for everybody watching and listening, I hope you're as riveted by this as I am. I mean, just even ask yourselves, am I playing right now? Whatever it is, whether I'm, a professional in business or in art or whatever it is, am I playing versus hitting? That's a great little hack, I think, to ask ourselves, right? Because that, if I'm being honest, I will shift super quickly if I'm hitting versus playing. Right? I mean, that taps into that inner game. Let me ask you this about just some of these techniques. So there are all-stars such as Steph Curry, Michael Phelps, Ronaldo, Djokovic, who talk a lot about things they do to enhance their inner game. They meditate, they do breath work, they visualize. Serena has been extremely outspoken about visualization. What role do you teach or advocate for in things like visualization specifically? And what do you, I mean, if that's something that you advocate for, how do people use visualization? And we're going to get to a couple other things, because you've also talked about writing it down. So I want to get into some techniques.
Visualization is a game changer, but the problem is people don't have discipline. With visualization, you can't feel it. You're not sweating. They think it's better to go to the gym, and work out for 30 minutes or go run a mile. But why don't, for 30 minutes, they just take a deep breath, picture themselves hitting the great forehand, cross court 50 times in a row. Remember what I told you about Venus in that shot? I've been there, done there, someday, somewhere against somebody, and it was like a GPS. She's been there, so her brain was comfortable. The power of visualization is huge. That's why most people, when they see someone play, like on TV or whatever, club players go out and they play better without any practice, because it's imprinted in their mind. So it's huge, but the reason why people don't do it, they do it at the top. And a lot of people at the top, they don't tell you the secrets. Okay, they don't tell you the secret sauce. They do this all the time. I don't want to say as much as they do the physical, but it's like breakfast, lunch, dinner, visualization. And I had both Venus and Serena all the time. Not only picture it before they hit it, I wanted the serve. I had them add color. I had them make the crowd cheering. Okay, I had them on center court. I told them, I want you to think not there. I want finite focus right there. Okay, and see it in your mind before you do it. But the problem is, then if they hit it in the net, a kid can't say, well, that crap doesn't work. You can't be black and white. You're just hedging your bet. If you've been there mentally, let's just think common sense. If you've been there mentally, there's a higher degree of success. And just the way I said that has to happen. And that's what we call confidence before confidence. You've already won in your mind before you've won on the battlefield or whatever. It's like preparing like you would to give a speech or anything. We prepare, okay? And people that give a speech, or they do things, they do it already in their mind. It's the same thing with an athlete. They picture a lot of this stuff, and everybody I work with does that, and they do it a little bit with me. They won't do it on their own because people in general are lazy, and that's unfortunate. But greatness is rare air, and the ones that listen, like you, little Ukrainian girl, she'll do this all the time, every day. Just picture in her mind how she's going to do it, and that she'll. But you need self-discipline. That's the problem. If you want to be good at anything, you need discipline, and you need to do it Monday through Sunday. It's not like once a month. Discipline is a regular thing, and that's why people don't do it, because they can't feel it. But trust me, at the highest level, it's a leader in a clubhouse in business and in sports.
Yeah, well, just to add to that, and I love that so much, that neuroscience shows that that visualization, it literally primes your brain. Like there are neurological, physiological differences that happen. Something that I've used in my own life is visualization in the specifics that you talk about, the crowd cheering and the colors and the ball goes here. In what you teach, do you teach the feeling, how good it feels when the ball lands here, or is it just you're seeing it?
No, I don't really teach that. Okay. When they do it themselves, they'll have that natural feeling anyway. But the hardest thing to get people to do is to buy into this, especially young kids. I'd almost rather have them hit 100 serves, okay? In their mind, doing it like into the corner, live and in color, than physically. But the kids don't do that. And I tell this story all the time. There was a basketball guy who broke both his wrists. And so he couldn't shoot. And then every night he pictured shooting in his mind foul shots. And when he got the cast off, before he was like a 72% foul shooter. And when he got out of the cast, he went to 85%. He did 100 a night, every night, closing his eyes, pictured him doing it with no physical practice. And that's a true story. And we could have many, many people in life that have deficiencies or handicap, and the power of this is huge. But when people have all these other things at their disposal, humans are lazy and they don't have discipline. But greatness is a special fraternity. And if you want to be great, you're going to have to suffer on and off the battlefield.
Yeah, no, I love that. I mean, what a special, greatness is a special fraternity, writing that down. But just going back to your example of that basketball player, like there is story after story. There's one that I've heard about numerous times. Non-piano players learning how to play the piano in their minds, never touch the keyboard. They're primed a number of times. They sit down on a keyboard and they're playing Mozart or Beethoven, right? Because they were able to rehearse it in their minds. Like our minds have so much more power than we often give them credit for. And I appreciate your point. It really comes down to self-discipline. I mean, knowing the techniques and then using them. So you were talking about writing things down. Coco Gauff famously wrote down a set of affirmations and beliefs that she would win the 2025 French Open, and she did. What do you advise people when you say write it down? What are you advising your students to write down?
Yeah. Well, first off, that was a goal with Coco. By the way, her little brother's in the academy, and I'm great friends with her dad.
Oh, no way. That's awesome.
No, she's a great, now she's going to get this serve under control with a biomechanist, and I look for good things to happen. But writing down goals and stuff like that is huge. But to me, it's more important that everything I tell the kids in these life speeches about attitude and running for every ball and you controlling the situation and work ethic and flipping things in your mind and never making excuses and just on and on and on, putting these things. When you write it down and you look at it, it's one thing to hear, it's another thing to listen.
And Rick, look at what I'm doing. I'm following your advice. You didn't even tell me.
All right, I'm going to send you a hoodie. Instead of a T-shirt, you get a hoodie. Okay.
All right. I'll wear it.
No, this is what I tell the kids.
Yeah.
And, you can put on their phone or they write it down. Listen, I have all the parents record everything I say on the speech, and the kids write it down because I want them to look at it every single day. And you become that. Listen, there's a higher probability that it becomes part of your DNA if you're getting the right info. And obviously from me or certain people, see, everybody's aware of like what you put in your mouth, because obviously nutrition is an important thing, but they're not aware what they put in their brain. So when I put this stuff in the kid's brain, I want them to write it down. So now it becomes a habit. And then you just put all these gold nuggets stacked on each other. And that takes you to a different place because there's so many things other kids social media. There's so many things that are going to distract you, the news. There's all this negativity that can influence, even though the parents do their best and everybody does their best, kids can be influenced so much. And so I overcook it extra crispy with this stuff. And then I ask them the next day, who put it in their journal and who read it this morning? I mean, not that I have a camera in their house, but I hold them accountable. And when you know someone's going to make you accountable, and the next day, maybe at night when they don't have time, they're thinking, oh, I better read this again in case he asks me, did I do it? Fear, let me tell you something. Fear is undefeated and the greatest motivator of all time. However you want to use that, okay? And this is what I do in a different way because I want the kids to, I don't care if you're 7, like the little Panther, she's 9.5, but she's brutal. You know, I talk to her like she's on the pro tour. I look at it differently. I don't look at their age. This is about the future. And let's face it, you could have a 7-year-old that's smarter than a 12-year-old or an 18-year-old.
Or motivated and all that stuff.
Piano player. Yeah. Everybody, you know, it's not by age. It's by talent. And when I coach people, I talk to them like they're a pro. You know, but I know how to kind of say certain words depending on the age. But this is very, very important, what we're talking about, to make people write it down because your toughest competitor of all time is that person you see in the mirror every morning.
Yeah. Well, and I love that. Yes, 100%. And I love that business of writing it down and then going back and reading it. I mean, it just so you're really reinforcing it, right? And I'll admit that there are a lot of times I'll write stuff down and then I'll forget, or I'll go back and be like, oh, geez, I wrote that thing. Why am I not going back and reinforcing it, right? It's just,
here's what I tell the kids. I said, they write it down, and then I tell them the next day, how many of you read it? I said, don't lie to me, because I'll talk to your parents. And half of them put their hand up kind of like that, and the others don't. And I said, let me ask you something. How many of you guys would read it the next day if I gave you $1,000? And they went like this. It's 2 hands. Everybody goes like that. And I said, you guys got it all backwards. If you read it every day, you're going to earn or win a lot more than $1,000 someday. You got it backwards. See, and this is what kids do. The entitlement, it's the Kardashian effect, the anointment, the shortcuts. You can take some shortcuts and win the lottery, but you know, that's like such a small mic, but that's what everybody kind of goes for. And at the end of the day, you'll feel better about yourself if you do exactly what I just said.
Well, yeah, I mean, I love that so much. And let's face it, there's some crazy stat about people that win the lottery, like 40% of the people lose it. I mean, if you haven't earned it, you know, yeah, it's nice to have some extra cash, but there's no shortcut to greatness, I think is the bottom line. And I love that analogy of, hey, you're investing in your future by doing this. And no matter what, to me, the journey is a destination on your way to greatness. And if you're really lucky and really good, you'll also win Wimbledon.
Yeah, this is what I tell everybody about. This is a process. I tell them the process, and they don't really understand. It's all about that, you know. It's all about next. And I tell everybody, because you're going to make mistakes and you're going to fail. I tell everybody, the leader in the clubhouse, if you want to become mentally stronger in anything, you're going to write this one down. You got to remember to forget.
Oh, yes. I was going to ask you about this. So talk to me about that. What does that mean? Remember to forget.
Well, that's the toughest thing. We both know people probably still mad about stuff 10 years ago. You know what I mean? We're only here for a short time, and before you know it, bang, it's over with. So people, it's the hardest thing to do, you know, but it's a skill. Okay. And that's what greatness does, especially in the sport I teach, because you're by yourself. You don't have teammates like football, baseball, basketball, and you got to remember to forget. And if you can't, you don't see that. You don't see them on TV. You know, that's a different level, and you got to remember to forget. And it's the hardest thing to do because you have an emotion run through your body. If you fail or you lose a 20-ball rally, then you got this Alcaraz guy who loses a 20-ball rally. He should have won the point twice, The guy hit it off the line, a lucky shot, and he turns around and smiles at you. He's like a Broadway performer with a racket in his hand. I mean, it's a joke. And that's mom and dad. That's gratitude on steroids. You know, it's that. And it's, listen, he gets mad. He breaks racket. He's human, but he's rare air mentally. Same with Sinner. And but they've mastered this. And once you know the secret sauce, you just keep drinking more of it. It's the hardest thing to do. And that's what I tell Vlada's parents. All the boxes are checked. You just keep training her mentally. You got to be a different animal. You got to want pressure. It's going to be on your back. You're going to have Rick Macy saying, this is going towards the Williams saying, you're going to, and it's going to blow up, but you want a target on your back. You want pressure. You want expectations, because that means people, it's a privilege, and people have noticed you, because people think, oh, is that too much pressure? You want pressure. You want pressure. If you can't handle pressure, then do something else. This is what greatness wants. And I talk maybe a little different because I just molded it. I put it in the oven. I got it. I baked it. I put the icing on it. I put it out to the world. I know how this stuff works, and you can't shy away from it. This is like very important. But remembering to forget is the key. But let me expand one more thing. I tell people, okay, why when you miss a shot in singles, you miss a shot, okay, you act a certain way, okay? And then you miss a shot in doubles, and you go over and you kiss your partner, you hug your partner, you give them a high five. It's like nothing happened. You got your own therapist on the court. I go, why? Why do you guys act differently? You still miss the shot. You see what I mean? People are so far away from reality of being mentally strong. It's brutal. That's why a lot of people don't make it in singles, all these guys in doubles, because of the mental part. They got a huge serve. They got great groundies. They're good, great athlete, but it's the mental part. They blink a little bit more than the other people. And so they go into doubles. It's the mental part, them remembering to forget, because everybody has a breaking point. You look at Monfils or Kyrgios, two of the best athletes we've ever seen. No Grand Slams. It shows you. They're great, but not rare air.
Something is missing.
I build greatness. I help build greatness. And even if I'm not saying they're going to be great, but they'll be great, and they'll remember all these gold nuggets. And like Christian Ruud, I taught him, Casper's dad. All these gold nuggets, they pass down to their kid. And that's the best feeling in the world. Because I do change strokes, but I more importantly change lives.
Yeah, well, totally. And I want to come back for a moment to the remembering to forget. And, you said a few times that it's hard, and then you indicated that it's like, and then when you drink the Kool-Aid, it becomes easier. And I want to say to everybody watching and listening, it's hard at first, but I also think it's the kind of thing that has real muscle memory. And once you get it, like you get it. And I when I think about my own life and where I've had resistance, it's like once I've overcome that resistance, it's like, okay, I've crossed the Rubicon, right? And so remembering to forget, and you just talked about, the thing that happened 10 years ago, where you first shared this with me was when you were training my son. You and I were on a phone call, and you were talking to him about techniques. And so I really want to call out this idea of remembering to forget. To me, it's saying, hey, I'm willing to redo my serve, even if it's inconvenient. I mean, Steph Curry is famous for completely changing how he threw a basketball. I mean, I'm probably getting it a little bit wrong, but like how he threw a basketball, he had to go backward. He had to remember to forget. And now, of course, he's the greatest of all time, 3-point shooter and probably other things. But your point about even probably the remembering to forget, you're down 40 love. Forget about that. Forget about all those points you missed, right? Like, I feel like what you're saying is you get to reset and be present every second if you remember to forget. That's a superpower.
It is. And it's whether it be the game of tennis or the game of life, and if you're right here, right now, you're going to optimize and maximize your day. You'll get the most out of yourself and everybody. You'll get more done. Okay. You won't get sidetracked. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't like to forget. They like to gossip. They like the nonsense. They like
to hang on to their righteousness.
They like that stuff. Yeah. And they're the ones that are going to complain about, listen, anybody you see up there, they didn't start there. There's so much failure along the way, and it's so much mind control. And, you got to anticipate problems. You got to expect problems. I tell people every day, I open up Rick Macy Tennis Center at 4:00 every day. It's like, I'm a park ranger. I should put that on my resume. I open up the
that's
park
hilarious,
every
right?
day. Listen, I pick up garbage. I pick up balls. I sweep the sidewalk. People go, well, get someone else to do it. I want to do it because I think of it as exercise, and it's just I appreciate. I don't have to do it. I don't even have to do any of this really, but I do it, and it's the best medicine. It's the best vitamin, okay? Because it keeps you grounded. But people, they don't look at it like that. And if more people did, they would feel not only better about themselves, but as that cardiologist said, it's better for your health, okay? Because when you feel better about yourself, you're going to have more fun, and that's the cornerstone to all this.
Well, what you're saying reminds me of that famous quote in the Tao Te Ching. Lao Tzu said, "Chop wood, carry water." And it's like, no matter what you're doing, right? I mean, it's just a great metaphor. It's like, be present. You're doing the dishes, you're sweeping the thing. None of us are above any of those things. And I think that brings us back to a degree of humility, which to me is a powerful state to be in. I mean, it reminds me of beginner's mind. It reminds me of just being in that state where you're more open. And I'm 100% with you, right? It's like, okay, let me be, the person that is doing the things that, I could hire somebody else. So I love that. And that, again, it's the opposite of entitlement. Let me ask you just another couple quick questions before we wrap up. So when it comes to the inner game, we've talked about writing things down. We've talked about visualization. Are there any kind of manifestation techniques, whether it's meditation, breath work, anything else while you're training your students or as a life coach talking to non-athletes, anything else that you teach people to master that inner game and be, if you will, the goat of their lives or goat of their career?
Yeah, absolutely. I want people to walk like a champion. I want them to act like a champion. I want them to try to copy greatness, whether it be Iga or Nadal or whatever. And I say, just if you don't want to listen to me, even though I put this together and I can show you the roadmap or the blueprint, go look at greatness. Look how they respond. And you could go to a junior tournament and you could probably walk around and you could say, she's winning, they're losing, she's winning, he's winning, without even looking at the scorecard, just by their body language. And I want people to, because remember, you're a performer, you're an artist, you're doing this because you have fun. It's very important, the body language, to come across as strength. That's what I loved about Venus and Serena. Richard was always about the art of intimidation, Muhammad Ali, and those girls bought in. It's not because they were big and strong, and from Compton, they still could have been the Compton Marshmallows, but they were the Compton, Pit Bulls. So this is very important for kids to come across strong, even if they're not strong. It's very hard because kids are what they are, and they're going to react how they're going to react. And you got to teach them it's the exact opposite. You know what I mean? It's like a football player who's 6'6", 300 pounds, and he puts on his helmet, he goes out there, and he's just an animal. And then off the field, he's a very different person. They flip the switch, because of their profession. But the mental part, I have all the kids, like, they get out of the car, right the minute they get out of the car, they skip down the sidewalk. They're not allowed to step on the cracks, okay? I want them plugged in, locked and loaded right from the beginning, okay? I want them to be different. I want them to, everything they do, I want them to be different. And just their body language on the court, how they respond to errors, this is very important from a coaching point of view, okay? And you can't, as a mentor or a coach or a role model, you can't say, well, they're not listening to me. No. Okay. It's your job, whether it takes a day, a week, a month, or 5 years, to find the answer, and don't bail. Everybody wants maybe the perfect student. No, it's your job to get them not to do that. You got to find a way. It comes back to you. Don't blame the student, but that's the art of coaching.
Yeah, no, I love that. And honestly, just even what you were talking about with regard to body language, and Alcrez smiling after such a maddening point. And by the way, we've seen all of them, make grimace and look up and sigh and so forth. I had a personal experience with that. I went through there's a little something going on in my life this morning, and I was so annoyed. And I said, you know what, Andrea, it's here to teach you something. It's happening for a reason. It's for you. Smile. I smiled, and I was like, oh, okay, I got this. And so just even adding a smile when you're talking about Alcaraz, I mean, that's powerful. It does change your physiology.
Listen, no, it has a profound effect on the nervous system. I'm telling people, I have people whenever they come in a volley, if a lot of these kids come to the net and their hair's on fire, they're so excited. Every time they volley, I have them smile.
Oh, I love it.
It's the corrective technique in the century.
Yeah.
And I have them do that. When I do this with adults, I work with adults too now and then, they all freak out because they don't get to play as much. And I tell people, listen, when you smile, you're going to go the extra mile. And because that's the ultimate flip. That's the ultimate flip on the nervous system. You only smile, and especially if someone's excited. And most people are not calm sometimes, or even after they lose a point. It's the ultimate way to flip it, to smile. Like I said earlier in our talk, I want you to be great when things are going bad. And when I can get someone, their mind like that, they're going to get the most out of their ability, no matter what they do in life. Because as you know, life, it's brutal. It's like craziness that goes on all the time. And it's how you respond to it.
Yeah, I love that. In fact, let me just ask you this last question. I've been seeing some reels on the continuum between nervousness and excitement, and they manifest very similarly in the body, right? It's an elevated heart rate. It can be sweaty palms, maybe flushed cheeks. And the advice in these reels is when you're feeling nervous, tell yourself you're excited. Is that something that you tried to do, or is that something that you would recommend?
Well, yeah, it kind of cuts both ways, because people could be nervous, before the match. They might be excited before the match. But what I have them do, the more you bounce around, and once again, when you're having fun and you have arousal and you get into it, you almost have to get things cooking, and then it will slowly go away. But listen, everybody has to understand, you should be a little nervous before anything of any magnitude. If you're not nervous, that can cut the other way, that you're so nonchalant, you're not engaged as a competitor. Every pro athlete, Andrea, trust me, they're all nervous. Okay, but they're not afraid.
Nervous but not afraid. Oh, I love that. Okay.
That's a whole different animal. Okay. And you want to be nervous because you're excited. Like you said, this is everybody. Everybody's nervous because they're pumped up and they're ready, and you've done all this work. It's a moment of truth. It's showtime. You have to be nervous, whether you're performing on Broadway or you're singing a song in front of 100,000 people, or you're giving a speech here. You should be a little bit nervous, because when you feel that nervousness, that lifts you to greater heights, because then you just have this adrenaline and you get more and more, and you just keep getting better and better.
Yeah, totally. And I love that. It's such a great way to just remind yourself that this is helping. When you're feeling that, it's helping you perform your best. Okay, I'm going to give you promised last question. Our session is about the GOAT mindset. Learn the secrets of champions from the legendary coach of Serena, Venus, Maria, Jennifer, and so many others. Any final words? We've covered a lot of ground. Any final words for people who are not athletes and not superstars in those ways? Last words on becoming a GOAT in their own lives.
First off, everybody has to understand the best of all the rest are the most positive creatures that ever walked the earth. I don't care in what facet of whatever you do in your life. And this is always a leader in the clubhouse, not only from a health point of view, but just from productivity, okay? And just in the game of life. So every day you should try to be around positive people, hear positive things. I understand life, every day is not rainbow, lollipop, and sunshine for anybody. But you can make it that way, okay, if you're a positive person, because every day you're going to be making choices. Every day you're going to have problems, okay? How you deal with it, and positivity is the name of the game.
Amen. And that's a choice each of us can make. It's the ultimate choice, really. Rick Macy, you are amazing. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I could keep you here for hours more, but you have been so generous with your time and your smiles and your heart, and I'm glad to be your favorite student right now.
You are favorite student.
Right now in the moment. All right, thanks so much, Rick. Oh my gosh, you guys, I hope you love that as much as I did. And I genuinely loved it. Oh, so good. And so many takeaways, too many to summarize, but honestly, a few that really are sticking with me. I mean, I can't emphasize this whole business of having fun and enjoying it. And just, I mean, take that permission for yourself. And honestly, I think of it, whether you're an athlete or a business person, with your kid, with your spouse, like, it just feels like no matter where we are in our lives, permission, not even permission, but like insistence on fun and enjoyment, that's as high vibe as you can get. I mean, in the spirit of manifestation and in the spirit of, it's about who you are, how your vibration, how your frequency causes you to show up and causes doors to open and things to happen. Genuinely, don't take a shortcut here. And I know it can be a huge recalibration. I am somebody that kind of had fun as a, 10th thing on my list. Like, now I take it much more seriously. So I love this whole mandate for fun and enjoyment to be a peak performer. And let's face it, as peak performers, we are manifesting our dreams. That's the whole point of this amazing event. I also really just want to emphasize a couple of other quick ones. Remembering to forget. This is the greatest freedom we can give ourselves, whether we're angry with a parent, upset at ourselves, upset that something was supposed to happen, somebody flaked out on us. Remembering to forget what Rick is talking about, whether it's a technique, hey, I'm doing this thing differently now, on the tennis court or as an executive, or, something really tangible, or it's remembering to forget when we just are clinging to that hurt and heartache. One of the great lessons from the great Rick Macy. And there are so many more. I'm not going to recount them all, but if you are using your Power of Manifestation handbook, workbook, we have really illuminated a lot of these important principles. And I'm hoping you took a lot of notes as we went. And like you said, writing it down, going back to those things that you've written down, really internalizing them so you can make that change and genuinely achieve greatness in your life, deciding to have the discipline to do so, right? I mean, he talked a lot about very practical. Most people are lazy. You're not. I'm not, right? Greatness is a choice. Manifesting like a goddess is a choice. It is a devotion. Like he said, it's not once a month. It's Monday through Sunday. And I hope you feel motivated to do that, as motivated as I do. You can explore more about Rick at rickmacci.com, rickmacci.com. And if you haven't seen King Richard, or you saw it a few years ago when it came out, watch King Richard for a glimpse of Rick's amazing legacy. And he told such great stories, but dang, I mean, I was just visualizing myself the scenes from this movie, and there's so much to take away from it. And finally, we have an amazing Power of Manifestation Circle membership. You've gotten emails on this, you've seen it here and there. But honestly, when I think about this whole business of remembering to forget and choosing greatness and choosing excitement and choosing fun and making it a lifestyle, internalizing these things, honestly, it is so much easier to do it in a community. I mean, I'd never heard this before. Rick talking about how there's essentially a lower emotional load on doubles players because you got a buddy out there with you, right? Versus totally relying on yourself. Never heard that before, but it makes a ton of sense. And so when it comes to the Power of Manifestation Circle membership, we're here together. We're here to egg each other on. We're here to help each other and inspire and share our wins and talk about the setbacks, and failure is part of it. Messing up is part of it, right? That's exactly what Rick is talking about. The path to greatness isn't linear, but it is one that is very deliberate, filled with devotion. And I can't tell you how excited I am for this membership, and I hope you are too. So come join us. You're going to see a lot of me there. And we'll see you in the next Power of Manifestation session. Thanks for tuning in. Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am so excited to host this incredible session. It couldn't be more timely or more needed. Guys, we're living in an age where AI can write, design, calculate, and even predict our desires. It's a little freaky deaky, but what it cannot do for us is dream, is love, or manifest purpose. And that's where our power lies. This session is called Manifestation in the Age of AI, Unlocking Your Life Code to Create a Legendary Future. My guest is Derek Revel, a global thought leader, transformational coach, and best-selling author. His books include Emergence, The Abundance Project, and the forthcoming Whole New Human in January 2026. For 3 decades, Derek has blended spiritual psychology, creative mastery, and cutting-edge personal development to help Oscar and Emmy winners, top entrepreneurs, and thought leaders around the world. He's also the founder of the Whole New Human movement, guiding people to unlock the true superintelligence within them. Did I tell you guys I was in? I am so in for this conversation, Derek. Welcome to the Power of Manifestation. I'm in.
Ready. Like I said, I'm ready to tango or dirty dance or something here.
All right. We're here for it all, guys. I can tell this is going to be high vibe. All right. Let's kick off with section 1, from Law of Attraction to Life Code. Derek, you often say that manifestation is not just about attraction tricks or wishful thinking. It's about unlocking our life code. How does your approach to manifestation get beyond the traditional law of attraction model?
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. Even before the life code, without going into my whole origin story, I spent years and years in trying to improve myself, self-improvement, and get over my, difficult childhood and all that. And all that I figured out after years of self-improvement was how to improve how well I could describe why my life was so screwed up. I could tell you when I was 10 and I gave my dad the report card, it was all A's and a B. And he said, "What's with the B, son?" And I can show you all the reasons that messed me up. But it drove me crazy trying to improve myself. It was like trying to dig myself out of a hole, and I just got deeper in it. It drove me to become addicted to alcohol, then drugs, then I almost died of an overdose. And then I snapped out of that and figured I just need to work hard, attract better, work smarter, something. And then I ended up doing a film as an actor, and everything fell apart again. And I went diving in a coral reef and prayed to get lost from everything above. And I did. I got lost, I got trapped, and I almost drowned in the coral reef. I basically just pretty much did drown. Just before drowning, I was in a moment of complete surrender. I knew I wasn't going to make it out, and I just let go. And in that moment, there was a flash of light or awareness, and I saw that the self I'd been trying to fix, change, heal, and improve was a fiction, was an amalgamation of parental fantasies and peer pressure and societal conditioning, and that nothing I would ever do would make him enough. But at the same time, I saw there was another self, and the self had never been damaged, so he couldn't be fixed. He didn't need to be. And this self was already complete, so there was nothing to improve. Now, mind you, this was a flash. So I didn't have all these words yet. But in the next moment, I was standing outside the coral reef where I'd been trapped. Somehow I was standing outside of it now on top of coral, the only little bit of coral I could get on top of. I don't know how I got there. But I was looking in at the reef where I was trapped inside this pocket, surrounded by spiked coral and fire coral. And I saw that it was a metaphor for a maze I'd been swimming through my whole life. But everything was shimmering. I could see the light and the energy coming off everything. Something had shifted in me dramatically. And as a result of that, I ended up pulling out of society and becoming a monk. And not for very long, at least not in an actual monastery. A week in fasting and silence, I freaked out, broke into the monk's kitchen, stole food, got sick, had an out-of-body experience, and ran screaming out of the monastery. So that wasn't the best experience, but I ended up cloistering myself in my apartment and going on this multi-year journey. And what I discovered was what I ended up calling the law of emergence, which is that there's a pattern, a seed pattern in the soil of our soul that already contains the complete purpose and potential and mechanics of our fulfillment. And you can also call that the life code. It's more than just purpose, but it's a pattern. Just like in every seed, there's a pattern. And what I discovered was that manifestation is not making something that doesn't already exist. Real manifestation is when, like the seed, there's already the pattern there, and in the quantum field, the whole frequency of the oak tree is there, right? Let's say as an acorn. And that when the conditions become a match for the pattern, when the conditions are right for that seed, it emerges, it unfolds, right? The acorn doesn't attract an oak. It's not an empty shell and it fills itself up with oak parts. It doesn't build an oak. It doesn't earn an oak. It doesn't prove an oak. It doesn't become worthy of an oak. It's already an oak. It's just the way that life emerges and manifests is when the conditions match the pattern. Now, another analogy to drive this home around manifestation is that right now your favorite music is playing. Right now there's music playing, but it's invisible and it's inaudible. And it's music that if you heard it, it would change your state, make you dance for joy, whatever. But it's invisible and audible until you know the station, i.e. the frequency it's on, and you tune in to match the frequency. Now, as soon as you are the frequency of that station becomes manifest. In other words, you have a manifest station. And so where was the music before? Right here. It's not in the future. You can't attract it. You have to come into alignment. Now, who else taught this? Jesus. They kept saying, when's heaven going to come? When's it going to come? And he kept saying, oy vey, you don't get it. Heaven is at hand now, but having eyes, you don't see it. It's already here, but you have to learn to tune in to that frequency. And that's what he was teaching. That's what Buddha was teaching, etc. So manifestation is making visible, tangible, audible, that which is always present, invisibly, but substantially, but real. And every time you think it's not here and I'm not it and I don't have it, but I'm going to get it, achieve it, attract it, that is all resistance to the natural process of alignment. And it ends up either pushing it away or through sheer will, you manifest a bigger paycheck, but you're just broke at a higher income bracket, right? You manifest a new job, but you get the same jerk of a boss just wearing a different uniform. Anybody know what I'm talking about? So that's not so brief, but brief, what manifestation really is. And your life code is your purpose, your potential, and the mechanics and substance to achieve it. And you don't get it, you brought it. And you're not on your way to more life, love, health, wealth, wisdom, and wholeness. You're coming from it on your way to allowing more of that imprisoned splendor to express, as the poet Robert Browning said. So I'm sure we'll unpack that more, but that's a start.
Whew, I am feeling fired up. I mean, like, I feel like I just saw Cats. I laughed, I cried, I went to see it again and again. What a powerful story. But I want to rewind a little bit. First of all, thank you for your candor and honesty and courage. I can certainly relate to the addict's journey, and I know a lot of people can. And I can relate personally to that addiction to self-help, addiction to like, I'm never enough. I always have to keep improving. So thanks for keeping it real.
That's probably my number one addiction.
Yeah.
Luckily, I got addicted to God or spirit and really, truly. And so that's one addiction, that when you get addicted to love, not love like a love addiction to another person, but to loving yourself and to knowing yourself and to knowing your true purpose and meaning, it becomes a flywheel of feedback that is actually evolutionary. But, nevertheless, that was still there, that challenge. I'll add one other important thing about manifestation and about why understanding the law of emergence and the life code that is within each and every one of us. You didn't get it from the world, so the world can never take it away. And nothing you've experienced can ultimately damage it or destroy it or diminish it. And so it's not just about being successful and making more and having more. Even when you go through big challenges like an addiction, or like in my case, I went through a divorce after 23 years where I lost everything and thought I was even going to lose my family. And then I lost my child, my son, and then literally he died. And then I had a fortune, most of my fortune stolen from me in a Bernie Madoff-like scam. And my wife got a life-threatening disease. And I went through all of these experiences where I thought it was going to destroy me, annihilate me. But because I could keep coming back to this truth within me, keep re-anchoring myself, as a result of even the most unimaginable tragedy, I was able to build back to become stronger, to become more anchored in love and forgiveness and compassion, to become more creative, more inspired, more abundant, wealthy, more to help and to serve even more. So the really good news is that even in the face of crises that you've been through, that have traumatized you, that you think have diminished or damaged you, including the most unspeakable ones, as I described, losing a child is one of those. It doesn't have to stop you, and it won't stop you when you know how to be rooted in the real source of power and purpose and potential within you, again, that the world didn't give you, and so it can't take it away. And then, like with the coming crisis, with AI and all the social polarization, everything we're facing, which is going to get magnetized many times over, I'm sure we'll talk about it, this becomes the way you inoculate yourself from all the thought viruses going around. This becomes the way you get stronger, because we are made to be anti-fragile. When you drop us, we don't have to break. We can get stronger. When you tear a muscle, it gets bigger if you know how to do it. And that's the same potential that we have. When you're anchored in who and what you really are and why you're alive, and you know your real power and purpose, you really can be MC Hammer, can't touch this, right?
Oh my God, you're so freaking funny. I like how we go from like,
tragedy
cataclysmic.
to comedy.
Yeah, exactly. And
You gotta laugh about it now, or you're gonna cry about it later. So
you took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say what is so brilliant about you is that, and let's face it, humor is high vibe, and it's a choice, right? And so I just want to call that out in the biggest way.
Right. It's called enlightenment, not enheavyment. Right.
Right. Exactly. Well, exactly. Freaking amen. Like, amen. And I know we were just talking about Jesus, but like high fives, amen to what you just said. I'm going to go back and watch this recording. I'm going to, for, people who are going to want to read it, the transcripts will be available, because what you said is capital T truth. And you know better than probably most people, given how severely tested you were. So yes, a million times yes. Truth was felt. Truth was heard. That said, going from the theory of it, that makes sense to me to how do I tune in to that invisible, inaudible music? How do I recognize that I'm an acorn growing into an oak tree versus a cumin seed growing into a coriander plant?
There's a lot of clues. Life is always and forever conspiring for us. To break down a little bit about the life code and just what's going on is, we come into this experience with, like I said, this pattern, this potential. And as it starts to express or blossom, we bump into reactions of parents, teachers, siblings, society, religion, whatever, early on in our imprint stage. And we get a message. you can't do that. That's wrong. That's bad. You're too much. You're not enough. Or the world is too much. Or the world is not enough. There's no space for me, whatever. And as we get these messages, we end up deciding what we can and can't be. And we have to believe a lie about ourselves and about reality in order to survive. So, for example, if my true nature is to be wild and free and fully expressed in a certain way, and I get the message early on that, I'm being weird, or you can't run around naked, or you need to fit in and go along to get along. And if it's in the imprint stage, that's going to be a threat to my core needs and my survival. And so I'm going to go, okay, this much, not okay. I'm too much. Let me find a way to be just right. Or I'm not enough. I try to help daddy and he's like, how could you be so stupid? That's the wrong screwdriver. Or look at the mess you made, or whatever. And I'm like, oh, I did it wrong. I can't be wrong. So that creative, messy, natural part of you, you got to repress it. And you have to now find a way to do it right. So what happened, because you got to get your core needs: love, meaning, purpose, consistency, security, safety. And because those are literally a matter of survival. And if you just kept acting like your true, full blossomed nature, you would get in more trouble. You would get rejected. And in evolutionary terms, you would be kicked out of the tribe and you would starve and die or get eaten by a saber-toothed cat. So you go, okay, I got to figure out a way to still get my needs met. And so you have to repress. You have to literally believe it's wrong to be me. It's wrong to be this much, or it's wrong to have to make mistakes to learn, or whatever. And you build a map of reality and an identity, and then you build strategies to get your needs met within the limited confines of that map and that identity. Now, none of that is real or true. It's just your limited perception that becomes your belief, that becomes your story, that becomes your map and identity, that becomes the matrix of your mind. And it's literally a simulation now that you're living in. You're not experiencing reality. You're experiencing your story about reality. And as Jesus said, it is done unto you as you believe. He didn't say your beliefs create reality, which is another mistake around law of attraction. They do not. You cannot create reality. Sorry, people, you don't have the power. But your belief becomes like a filter that allows reality, some degree of reality, to come in, but skewed and filtered through the prism of your map, right? So you experience your concepts, your beliefs, or the universal ones that we've adopted. Now, that's the bad news. The good news is that by this core wound also becomes a core initiation. So because I believe I'm not enough, I now live under a false premise of I've got to become more. I've got to become better, as you mentioned. That's an example. And there's different examples. Some people, a lot of feminine people, believe they're too much. The shadow of the feminine is I'm too much, because she really is infinite energy and infinite life force. The shadow of the masculine is I'm not enough, I'm nothing, I'm powerless, I'm impotent. So that's why men are striving to conquer and achieve and become, masters of the universe. And women historically are trying to find a way to shrink to fit so they don't get attacked or made wrong or intimidate the man and all that. We won't get into all that. But in any case, you begin to learn strategies to become more. Now, what that happens, or if you're a more feminine and you learn that I can't make it about me, that's wrong. I need to make it about you. Oh, suddenly mommy likes me again. Daddy likes me again. I find my value, my identity in that. Now, again, it's a false premise, but that journey of the first part causes you to develop real skills. You get really good at sensing what other people need, right? Anybody know what we're talking about? And it's a superpower you develop. You can sense what people need even before they know. But at a certain point, stepping over your own needs becomes so painful that you have some kind of I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore moment, hopefully. And I call it a cubicle moment. You stand up and you say, I'm done with this. And that begins the second part of the journey, where now you realize something's wrong with my story or my map. Something's wrong with this picture. There's got to be more to me. And you people watching now probably have been past this moment. Now you start to discover, what am I really made for and made of? What am I really made of? And you begin to now have the chance to journey outside of your old map and matrix and discover not that you're broken or you're not enough or you're too much. That's the lie. But that, and that you have to fix, change, and improve yourself, but that you're already enough, more than enough, and life is already completely for you. And that becomes the new premise you have to build your life and your new map on. And when you do that, as we said in the beginning of the call, you now create the right conditions in your life internally and then externally that match your life code, your true pattern, your true potential, and all the skills you've built, even from the lie, become in service to that. Your ability to know what people need, now you can turn it on yourself and know what you need and have the strength and the ability to live it. So that's like in a general sense, what happens in terms of how we craft our life. And when things stop working, or when there's chronic lack, limitation, or problems, it's a signal we're still trying to survive in a map of the world that is too small for us now. And it's time to break out of that matrix.
Well, and I would just add to that, I think a lot of people end up running into health issues. It's like their bodies just are like, yo, that's it. We're done. We're going to get your, I mean, when I think about physical health and emotional and mental health and relationships breaking down, I think of all these things. In fact, I've become a student, a little bit of a student of Kabbalah. And there's this idea of Kabbalah. You're probably familiar with this, with Tikkun, and it's your soul's correction. And so I find myself literally every day thanking this idea of Tikkun, because it's like, oh, this thing went wrong. And it's like, oh, that's my soul's correction, giving me the signal to say, oh, what do I need to notice now? Rather than, and I used to be much more reactive, and aggressive. Now I'm able to meet this, these sort of signals coming in, and it's like,
exactly.
Oh, now I'm curious.
Exactly. You're learning to read life. If you understand the real premise is that all there is life, and all of life is for life. All of life is life affirmative. All of life is for you. And life is never withholding itself from us. We are holding ourselves back from life. And there's nothing missing except what we're not giving or allowing to express. As the Gospel of Thomas said, if you bring forth what's within you, what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, what you do not bring forth will destroy you. And Brene Brown even said, unexpressed creative potential is not benign. It metastasizes. So you start to understand all of life is for you. It's always conspiring for you, but it can't force it, because life is not going to force anything, because life is just being life. Love, being joy. It's all here. Again, this is what all the masters were teaching. But we can only experience our story. But because all there is life and love, always conspiring for our fulfillment, even the crisis and the pain and the breakdown, if like you begin to understand it's all a signal of love and life saying, I'm here, let me out. Yeah. Right? And it's all just trying to align you.
Let's tell the truth.
Yes. Yes.
I love that. Let me rewind just a couple quick things just to give a little context. So you described being under the water in this coral, and then a hilarious story about the breaking out of the monastery. That needs to be in a movie. I want to see you in that scene in that movie. Sign me up.
It was so funny. I literally snuck into the kitchen and I'm opening the refrigerator just enough so the light doesn't go on. And the monk's room is right down the hallway with one little light bulb. And I'm just like grabbing whatever I can and just stuffing in my mouth, like blocks of bright orange cheese and cabbage and just raw, probably bird food. And and then sneaking back to my room, and then I get violently sick, and then I have my first out-of-body experience, and I'm flying above the monastery, freaking out, and I'm pretty sure the monks were like tormenting me, like, get out of here, kid.
Oh yeah, yeah. They had their. I know monks don't have voodoo dolls, but these monks had voodoo dolls. They were trolling you. So how long ago were those experiences? I just want to get a little context from.
Let's see, I'm 25 now, so I got started.
Yeah.
It was,
when you were 12.
It was a couple. It was 2.5. About two, little over. It was just before I really, in earnest, got on a very conscious path. I've always been seeking since I was a kid, but that was the spiritual opening that pulled me out of the old map and plopped me down in the desert and the promised land. It's called the promised land because it's full of promise, but that's it. There's nothing there, right? It's just like, where am I? How am I going to eat? And so I was plopped down in the middle of the desert and was wandering in my North Hollywood apartment. I got rid of TV and books mostly, and was just meditating and trying to figure out what happened. And then until this new map began to form.
Okay. And so we're talking 25 years ago.
Give or take.
With all of that, again, I'm totally bought in. It is all capital T.
You're still looking for practical 7
I'm
steps.
I'm still like, what? Because listen, hey guys, I'm here trying to answer the questions. You're all burning and dying. Like, Andrea, just ask the damn question. I'm like, I'm trying. Like I gotta represent all my people.
There are steps.
Okay, yeah, like 1 or 2 or 3, and I realized we literally could talk for days. And I mean, when I think about this idea of sometimes, in fact, I was having this discussion with my husband the other day because I'm all about hacking the nervous system and, all these big things. He's like, what about the one thing? Sometimes that one thing can
there is one
punch
thing.
Above its weight.
Nobody likes to know the one principle. I mean, there's different ways to say.
Tell me.
I mean, the first thing
but
is...
not just a principle. Like what does somebody who says...
Well, I know this is why nobody likes it because this is why it's what all the greatest teachers have ever taught fundamentally. Yeah. And it's the way the human mind works versus the way life really works. And it's simple, but it's difficult. And the OG self-help guru at the Oracle of Delphi said, know thyself. And the only what I call the wax on, wax off of spiritual martial arts is know yourself, be yourself. That's it. Or as the Bible might say, know the truth, be the truth, or the truth will set you free. Or to put it in the way Jesus said it, take no thought for your life, but seek first the kingdom of heaven within. These are all saying the same thing. Buddha would have called it, be still and don't react to anything, and just be still and don't react to anything. And then there's a natural detoxification of all the false beliefs and all the craving and aversion and all of the false self. You just die and die and die to that. Jesus said the same thing. If you try to save your life, you'll lose it. But if you lose your life, you'll find it. It's all the same. The Tao talks about it. Everything is the same. It's as simple as if you just plant yourself in a room and you just commit to, I'm not getting up until I know who in the hell I really am, or who in the heaven I really am. And all that I want more than anything, this used to be my prayer. This is my prayer. This is the prayer of the awakener. More than I want to fix, change, heal, control, or improve my life or anything, I want to know the truth that sets me free. I want to know who I really am. That's it. If you set that intention every day and you mean it, even when you don't mean it, when you feel yourself, I got to fix this. I got to change them. I got to get more. I got to get rid of this. No, I believe that there's already a perfect plan or pattern, and I'm willing to believe it. And so my commitment is more than I want to fix, change, control, or manipulate anybody or anything, including myself. I want to know the truth that sets me free. I want to see reality. I want to see with the eyes of God, love, truth. Use me, life. Use me, love. Use me, truth. I'm standing here and I will not move until I know. Now, again, you're literally going to move because you got to eat and go to the bathroom. But that kind of intentional, that is setting your sail towards awakening. And again, if your intention, where your attention goes, energy flows, you get what your attention is on. And so when you set your intention, you are putting your attention on a target. The word sin is an archery term that means to miss the target or to have the wrong target. And so if we're going to give a right or wrong, if you want to truly be free and truly be abundant and truly be healthy and truly be happy, you want to set your target much higher. Most targets are like, I just want to get better, feel better, be liked, not be judged, have some money, have a good job. Nothing wrong with that. But you really want to have the best. You want to set your target at more than I want any of that. I want to know the truth that makes me free. I want to see reality. I want to see with the eyes of God. I want to be an instrument of truth and love. Now, again, you might still go to work and change your kids' diapers and help your sick baby or whatever. But as that becomes the rudder and the sail of your soul, you will change. And your right next steps will begin to emerge. Guaranteed. So that's step one. That's the foundation on solid ground, rather than if you hook your intention to, I just need them to change or this to change or me to change. You are basically putting a hook in a killer whale that's going to just take you on a ride through the ocean of experience until you drown. But if you hook it into this place, you are rooted in a place that doesn't change. You are rooted in a place the world has no power over, and you will begin to reclaim and remember who you are, why you're alive, what you're made of, and to begin to feel a power. You know, the stories about the fountain of youth. No, you want to drink from the fountain of you, and you will be redeemed. So that's the number one step. If you just do that every day, more will come. Now, if I want to get a little more practical, and by the way, why I said it's not just know yourself, but be yourself. As that truth emerges, the next most important step is to say yes to yourself, to honor that. As you get to know yourself, because lots of us are having glimpses of our true self. We hear that little voice go, have that hard conversation, speak the truth. Oh, but I don't want to rock the boat. No, you got to do it. And then you don't. And then cut to 6 months later and he cheats on you, or they fire you, or you get in trouble. You didn't listen. You didn't honor. So you are a house divided. You want to know the truth, but you want to be safe. Can't have both. You want to know the truth, but you don't want to rock the boat. Can't have both. You want to be free, but you want to be secure. As Benjamin Franklin said, if you sacrifice freedom for security, you will have neither. So you want to know the truth, and the truth will set you free. But little disclaimer: first, it's going to scare the you know what out of you, and anger. Can I cuss a little bit? Piss you off?
Yeah.
And then it's going to annihilate you. But then what emerges?
We're back to biblical. Baby. We're back to a biblical situation. We're going for annihilation. All right, keep going.
Yeah, what it's annihilating is the false beliefs and concepts that you cannot take with you if you want to be more and have more. You have to let that go. So you have to know yourself and you have to be yourself. And in order to be yourself, you got to know yourself. In order to know yourself, you have to make knowing yourself a top priority. And that's also why faith without works is dead. Even if you believe, but you don't act accordingly, you are again a house divided. You are tearing yourself apart, like the Zen statement. You're riding two horses at the same time, going in opposite directions. So, and that's what most of us are doing, especially those of you that are doing some kind of inner work, spiritual work, praying, meditating, getting in high vibe fields. You're activating all this potential. Now it's trying to move. That's more dangerous. I would rather you just don't want to know it, because if you're not willing to say yes to it, you're literally going to create more and more struggle and pain until you finally yield to the river of the truth within you. And then the game on. So, and that's why, again, as you said, the pain, the challenge, the chronic issues, they're a signal. You've activated more of your potential, of your life code, but you're saying no to it. You're wanting things to be a certain way and feel a certain way. I got to be sure, got to be confident, got to see the validation. Too late. You got to say yes. The confidence and the breakthrough only shows up after you say yes, after the commitment, not before.
Well, oh man, love it, love it, love it so much. I can't tell you how much I love it all.
And I got more practical stuff, but I just think you can feel the vibration.
A million %. I mean, like, guys, like, I hope you're feeling it as much as I do, because this is real. And a couple things I want to add. This is fucking serious. If you've come to play, this is ground zero, what Derek is saying. Feel your body right now. If this is true for you, feel it. I want to take 5 seconds. Okay. It's there, right? Everything you said. Know thyself, be thyself, say yes to yourself. And
there is no progress until we tell the truth and we say yes to it. There's no evolution and no progress. You get stuck and stagnant and you end up in loops.
Well, and I mean, I'm going to out myself. It's so much, it's really nice and fun, and it feels so good to make progress, and you're doing your stuff. And you're speaking to me in particular, no coincidences, right? It's always, these always beautiful synchronicities show up just when we need them. I mean, I had an experience recently going through an event, this whole awakening event. And it was like the resistance was right in my goddamn face, just where it needed to be. And I was on my knees, my ego glaring at me. And it was like, Andrea, what are you going to do? And it was like, oh my God, this is just what I needed. It's hard. It's scary. I mean, facing thyself, facing those fears, being real, facing the resistance. I mean, listen, guys, you know when you're in resistance. I know when I'm in resistance. But back to the lie, how easy it is to lie to ourselves, or, the spiritual bypass, this idea of, I'm just gonna put that off for a little bit longer and do this other thing. Right. And by the way, listen, we can all make some nice marginal progress, and that's great. Like, I am not throwing shade anywhere, especially on myself. Like, I know I've made a lot of progress, but I feel like when we're talking about this kind of breakthrough and this kind of getting real, I mean, one of my favorite things to say to myself, I say to myself multiple times every day, I choose integrity. And that is how I get to truth. And I feel like I'm finally at a place emotionally and in my growth and ability to hold it, where it's like, okay, I'm ready in a way that I hadn't been ready before. And that I want to give you guys also like permission to, if you're not ready yet, you're not ready yet. But this hopefully, in terms of, we're talking seeds, that this conversation, whether it's going to be this explosion in the best way in your life right now, or if in 5 years you think about it, everybody's path is different. Every acorn gestates at a different rate. But I really,
some become squirrel food.
And some become squirrel food. Exactly.
Yeah, there's grace. And, I dare say, if you're listening now, again, what I bring is not just the words, although I have a lot of words, it's an energy. And like you said, you could feel it. And so if you're listening or watching now, there's something that's getting activated, and it does also, and it can be activated in a way that feels painful or like an ache, or like I've blown it, or whatever it is. Just know if there's energy or emotion moving, it's moving. That divinity is being stirred into activity. And just practice. If you're watching this live, keep listening. But if you're watching a replay, pause it and be present. Just like if you're going to read a book, especially if it's spiritual, you want to, if something starts to stir, you want to pause. Because real transformation and real progress is not about the words or even the kind of material progress we mostly think about. Most people do not live 70 to 90 years. They live the same year 70 to 90 times, right? Changing their jobs, changing their partners, changing locations, changing their underwear, hopefully. But it's the same story. You almost got a spit take there out of you. It's the same story. And so that's not, and we call it progress, but all you're doing, remember the map I talked about in the beginning here? You're just circling the map. You're like an airplane that circles the runway. And every time you start to get liftoff speed and the cabin shakes, you pull back on the throttle and you go, I'll just circle one more time. I'm not quite ready. Or you're like the rocket without enough juice to get escape velocity, and you keep falling back to Earth. So when you hit that shaky part, when you hit the wall, when you are certain you can't, understand the real message. The message isn't that you're stuck or that you're blocked or that you can't or that you're done. All of the goodies, all of the treasures, everything you need and want to grow to the next level, real change is on the other side of that wall. Like if you go to the gym and you can only do 10 reps and you're like, this is all I can do. I can only ever do 10. If you have somebody to help you, it's like, one more, man, just give me one more. And no, I can't, but do it anyway. That's where all the growth starts, is in the 11th rep. And so you need support, you need feedback, you need somebody to say, this is not real, this is Memorex. Is it live or Memorex? I know that dates me. It's just the old tape, it's the old map, and it's designed to keep you stuck inside that old map, because to the ego, real change is death. It's literally the destruction of your identity, and it's been working all this time to protect you. So it's going to feel scary, anxious, sad, dangerous, bored. It's got a whole litany of antivirus software, because real change is a virus to the ego. And so that's why throughout history, the people that were real change makers, they get attacked. One way or the other.
Oh yeah, they're threats. They're threatening.
And it's just a threat to the ego system of status quo. But as you feel that, the growth is on the other side. So you can begin to notice, where's the fear? Fear is the signal you're believing a lie. And the lie is trying to point you towards a bigger truth that you are being called to apprentice under. Every emotion, anger is telling you you are violating your values or your true boundaries, and you need to remember and reclaim what you really value. So each of these emotions and experiences are messengers, as you so well articulated, Andrea. And earlier, it's not saying you're broken and you're bad karma and it's just not, you're not made for this. It's literally saying you're right on the threshold of change. Slow down, take stock, know thyself, really want to know what's true, and then say yes to yourself. And know that the confidence and all the goodies, they don't come before. They come as you keep saying yes, like Indiana Jones, and you walk across that leap of faith where it seems to be no bridge, but it appears beneath your feet as you go. That's the process of real change and real growth.
Well, I love that. And I mean, it just a couple quick things, and I want to get us to, did we promise to talk about AI?
Yeah.
We will. We'll get there.
We'll get there. And this is really important. It's all part of it, but it's really important.
No, it's so important. It's so foundational. It's beautiful and brilliant. It reminds me of the hero's journey, right? That each of us is being called to do the thing, and there are all these reasons not to. I'm tired. I'm hungry. My kids need me. It's not convenient. Guys, gals, friends, seekers, are you going to answer the call? Like, and only you can decide. And there's no judgment, but just know, only you can answer the call.
Yeah, like I say, answer the call. Don't let it go to voicemail where the universe gets the message mailbox full.
Right, exactly. Well, I use the analogy myself in terms of things that have been scary and that I've been resisting. Andrea, step into the abyss and you're going to fly. Although it's scary as hell, but
you'll learn how to fly on the way down. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, 100%. The other thing I just wanted to chime in, I've been spending so much more time in this part of my life, this part of my practice, just sitting in silence or walking in silence. And I live in Colorado and I'm perpetually out on trails. And I used to always be on a phone call, listening to audiobooks or listening to music. And increasingly, I'm just out there walking. And it's like, oh, I don't need all that. I don't need to be entertained. I don't need all that noise coming in. I'm allowing this thyself to bubble up. And, typically, in the evening or in the morning, I would sit and write in my journal. And I still do that. But more and more, I'm just sitting still, sitting in silence. And it has so punched above its weight to give myself that time and space without, I really try to give myself space. And, my kids are a little bit older. So parents of young kids, I feel you. My kids are 12 and 15 now. Yeah. I mean, so, there are claims on your time, but even if it's 5 minutes, sitting in stillness I typically haven't been one to pray, but lately there's, a couple things that I've been working through and, kind of back to the Kabbalah, creator, guide me.
To he or she who can most perfectly practice in action, to them, all things are possible. And so that's because ultimately, again, and this is a much bigger metaphysical or mystical truth. Again, the truth is life is already happening. Love, peace, joy. If you believe in a God, whatever you think higher power or infinite intelligence or universal mind is, whatever it is, you are not making it be more of itself. And you are also not making it be less. As Jesus said, who by taking thought can add 1 cubit to their stature? And what God has wrought, no man can tear asunder. He's basically saying, this is already happening. You're not making it happen and you're not stopping it. You're just experiencing your belief about it. And so what happens in all these teachings, and like Buddha and the dismantling of the false self, is when you dismantle the false self, when you let go of all your opinions and judgments and beliefs, or to the extent you're not improving yourself, you're removing the clay from the golden Buddha that was always shining underneath. You're already here. You're never going to be more spiritual or enlightened or whole or magnificent or powerful or wealthy. You're never going to be more. It's already here. But as you are willing to let go of what you're not, to let go of all those coping strategies I talked about, and they're not your fault, they're universal patterns. You didn't create them, it's not your fault. But as you are willing to let go of them, that's one way, then what's already there emerges. And instead of trying to solve problems, because every time you try to solve a problem, you are re-acknowledging and affirming what's not true about reality. Reality isn't a problem. Life has no problems. So every time you try to solve a problem, you lock yourself back into a matrix. Problem means emblem. It's a signal of a state of consciousness. And so problems aren't solved. They dissolve as you evolve. So how do you evolve? Want to know the truth about you. Know what is in that seed. Know what I'm made of and made for, and go there. If you just keep thine eyes single, your whole body will be full of light. If you just sit there and on one hand, let go of all the control, let go of all the trying as a practice, and want to know the truth of what you're made of and to be an instrument of it, those are the two things. And as that emerges, you'll start to see illumination or desire. As you bump into a problem, don't ask, how do I solve the problem? Ask, what is really trying to emerge in me? Or if this problem was solved, who would I be then? What would I do then? How would I show up then? If I had the money, the time, the energy, the health, the love, who would I be willing to be? Who would I most want to be? What would I most want to create and contribute? That will allow you to get in touch with the seed that is emerging, and you don't have to worry about the problem now. Just water the plant. Just feed the seed. Just say yes to your yes. And what will happen is as you emerge as that person who's already there, those problems cannot survive at that level. As Einstein said, you cannot solve a problem at the level of the thinking of the problem. And as he began to focus on just the vision, he later said, arrows of hate are shot in my direction many times, but they cannot touch me. because they come from a world I no longer inhabit. So that's the way we evolve. We're not meant to evolve by problem solving. We're meant to evolve from glory to greater glory, which means knowing yourself more, being yourself more. You bump into a problem. Okay, what is it about me that I need to know and let come out? What am I needing to say yes to? And then you get big enough to hold the problem until it's not a problem. It's from growth to greater growth. That's evolution. And there's a lot of experiments and falling on your face along the way, just like a kid learns to walk. But the kid is not learning to walk merely as solving the problem of falling. The kid is learning to walk because their eyes are fixed on something they want. That's how we can grow and unfold and heal much more rapidly.
Section 2, AI and human purpose. Okay, technology is racing forward. AI is everywhere. And yet here you are teaching about the soul, embodiment, and purpose, which brings us to the pressing question for all of us in this new era. Why is manifestation and everything you've been talking about, being true to ourselves, at the heart of it, being true to ourselves, why is that even more important in the age of AI?
Let me just start by saying that, first of all, I'm not a Luddite. I'm not anti-tech. I've loved technology since I was a kid. I programmed. I remember after seeing the movie War Games, I built a program to hack into the government, or so it looked. Freaked my mom out, who thought men in black were going to come secret me away. So I love technology, but I eventually turned from the technology of the computer to the technology of the brain, was going to become a neuroscientist, then the mind. And then I had that near-death experience and it became the soul. But it's all connected. But the thing to understand is all technology is coming from us. We are the real superintelligence, people. And while we're doubling and tripling and trillioning down on AI technology, we need to remember we're the original AI, ancient intelligence, ancestral intelligence, authentic intelligence, maybe even angelic intelligence. In our very DNA is the wisdom and knowledge of billions and billions of years of stars and galaxies, all within us. The nomads and the mystics of old, they were already tapping into the secrets of the universe. Atomic theory, string theory, multidimensional universe theory, all of the sciences were first being discovered before there was any science. I'm pro-science. It's all beautiful. The Enlightenment was great. But here's the thing. Technology, as it's being used by the ego, is coming from the wound of, I don't have enough power, I'm not enough. And so I need to keep using technology to be more, to try to become God, rather than to allow the God within me to come out. And so throughout history, this has been the case. And so every time we create a new technology, it has extended our reach and our capacity, but also at a cost. Even the calculator was great, and we lost cognitive abilities, memory capacities, math capacities. GPS was great. Try driving without it now. Good luck getting home. You won't even be able to read the signs. We're losing cognitive, spatial.
You don't remember anybody's phone number. It's like every single thing you do. Yeah.
And I've studied, the history of technology and industrial revolutions, and there's a cognitive growth on one level, and then there's a cognitive decline in all these other levels. You wonder why people are increasingly ADHD and mentally and emotionally unstable and non-resilient and can't hold two competing thoughts in their head, let alone between each other. And then you bring in algorithms, and now we're fighting and killing each other. It's all about a deep decline in our mental, emotional, and even soulful capacities, because we've outsourced it to technology. And now with AI, here's the thing. All other technologies extended us. We were never the fastest, the fiercest, the strongest animal. It was our ability to think, to analyze, to think deeply and critically, that separated us and made us the apex predator, that took us out of the trees and into building towers in the sky. AI is replacing that. And AI can do more, do better, do cheaper, do faster than any human being almost already, and it's just getting started. And now the danger, very real, and it's already happening, is we're starting to outsource our mind. And over time, already they've done studies with students, and their cognitive decline is stark. And over a generation, we will literally lose our ability to think.
Well, and can I just add, where people are outsourcing their relationships,
I
right?
was just going to say that. I was just going to say
like
that.
You're hearing terrible stories about particularly teens and young adults capitulating to
committing suicide and all kinds of stuff. 100%.
Dying at their own hands.
And that's, and in my book, I talk about all of these different issues, but we're outsourcing our heart. AI will be able to weaponize intimacy. It's already doing it. It's going to know you. It already does know you better than you know yourself. Remember the first principle, know yourself, because if something knows you better than you, guess who's using who? And you won't even see the manipulation coming. And so again, that's why know yourself is one of the greatest protections against being manipulated by AI, by trends, by trendsetters, by algorithms. If you're not standing for something true, you're going to fall for anything. And so you have to have an understanding that gives you a solid inner standing that allows you to have a powerful outer stance. And that's how you stand out and become outstanding. In an AI world, if you don't know yourself and you're not being your unique, unrepeatable self, which your life code, your true seed pattern is unrepeatable, if you're not knowing it and being it, you will be replaced. Period, full stop. It's already happening. People are already losing their jobs, and we're just getting started. And AI is going to commoditize everything people can do, most of it. But they can't ever do you uniquely. The greatest resource on the planet, other than energy in the future, is going to be your unique, lived, embodied perspective or wisdom. That's going to become the Prada and the Gucci of the future. That's what's going to make your art, your music, your book, your podcast actually become a signal in the noise. Because AI can already do a podcast. AI can already scrape everything about you and create a bot where I can just have a relationship with a false sense of you. But it won't be able to be your unique embodied lived wisdom. It doesn't have a point of view. So knowing yourself, being true to yourself is going to be the one thing that can't be commoditized. And it's going to be the thing humans hunger for the most. And so it's both the thing that will save your work, your livelihood, and your life, because if you don't have livelihood, you lose meaning. And when we lose meaning and purpose, we die. This is what Viktor Frankl saw with man's search for meaning in the concentration camps. And without real meaning and purpose, when you retire, 2.5 times more likely to die sooner than otherwise. So we have to retain meaning and purpose. That means we have to be connected. All the things that used to be like, I'm going to go to Esalen, I'm going to go to the hot springs, I'm going to go to this workshop, all these fun little self-help hobbies, that needs to move to the center of our life now. Again, Oracle of Delphi, know thyself. That needs to be the place we go to every day now, because for all the reasons I'm saying, if you want to secure your livelihood, future-proof your life, help to be able to guide your children and all of our children, because what the heck are they going to study in school? And they're already suffering a meaning crisis and a mental breakdown. All of this is going to magnify. But if these principles we're talking about today become first and foremost the curriculum of our lives, we will become irreplaceable, irreducible, undeniable, and so good they can't ignore us.
We're going to jump to section 3, embodiment, future self, and legendary living. Everything that you described, the podcast, the book, the art, all the creative types. There are a whole bunch of people watching and listening that are doing accounting. They're lawyers, right? But there's only so much that people can consume. So if in the thing that you described, if everybody's out there creating art and podcasts, how does that sustain itself? I mean, It's like, if you're not into that, what about the rest of us?
Well, first of all, yeah, there's already about 75,000 songs uploaded to Spotify every day. That's going to become 750,000 and then 75 million. And books will be in the millions every month, and podcasts will be in the millions and millions. And then they'll be in every language. And then there'll be a race of synthetic influencers. All of that's here now, and it's coming, and it'll be a tsunami like we've never seen. So that's just a fact. And again, what's going to make you stand out if you're in any of those areas is going to be you have more signal than noise. You have that unique and embodied lived wisdom, which is the life code. And when you live it and weave the message and the energy into whatever it is you're bringing, that is how you begin to live your true legend and turn your pain and problems into a legendary purpose. And it's as everything we're talking about. And even if you're an accountant, because what's going to happen is accountants are going to be replaced not just by AI, but by somebody who's really good at AI. So I tell everybody, get really good at AI. Do not be a Luddite. Secondly, the ones that will stay are going to be the ones that are the accountant plus, meaning they are so uniquely them. Dr. Phil was just a therapist. Why is he America's therapist? Because he's Dr. Phil. He's so singular. Now, Oprah was just a talk show host, right? But she was living her life code. People didn't show up to Oprah's show to watch a talk show. They were showing up to church. Steve Jobs wasn't selling iPhones. People didn't get up and stay up all night in line to get a phone. They stayed up all night to answer their call. And because they wanted to think different, they wanted to be part of that creative expression. That's what Jobs was selling. Harley Davidson wasn't selling motorcycles. They were selling freedom. So whether you're an accountant, a bookkeeper, a lawyer, a doctor, whatever, even if it's just about relationships, when everybody else is trying to live with their AI bots, if you are yourself unique, you're going to be a homing beacon to the one that you are meant to be with. So whether it's partners or relationships or opportunities, you will be singular. You will stand out. You will be the signal above the floodwaters. And that's always true, whether AI was happening or not. If you want to be above the competition, if you want to rise above the crises, if you want to be successful in downtimes, and you want to be successful long-term, mentally, emotionally, physically, relationally, it all comes back.
Oh my God. Yes, but I'm going to state the obvious, and we're going back to the beginning of the conversation. But again, people, I'm representing you with my full heart and full, honest self. That is scary as fuck. Right. And that's the whole point, right? Because then you have to be seen. And it truly takes us back to the beginning of this wonderful conversation.
Well, the only thing people fear most is being seen. And the only thing people need most is to be seen.
Well, totally. That is the beautiful conundrum. I've grappled with that myself as a creator and doing the stuff that I do. And as a human being that has grappled with not feeling enough and so forth. And it's like, back to the truth will set you free. I mean, back to the two precepts that you've given us. Well,
first it'll kill you. And then,
for real. Yeah. For real. I mean, and I say this with a lot of just, you can see I'm fired up, a lot of passion, a lot of enthusiasm to meet this truth and compassion, right? Because guys, it is scary. It's like on the one hand, again, I'm channeling, I feel all your energy. I'm channeling the excitement and the truth of it. And also keeping it real. That's one of my signature things, try to keep it real. That it is scary. And yet, as you rightfully say, Derek, on the other side of that fear is literally everything.
The pain will be way less if you face your fear and you commit with courage. Courage means doing what you know you want or need to, or what's right despite the fear. And your measure of courage is how quickly do you say yes to your yes. If you feel the impulse and you just are going to wait until someday, that's zero courage. And if you just keep trying to shorten the gap, you're getting more and more courageous until you build the resilience and the muscle to feel the fear and do it anyway, as we've heard. But again, what's the alternative? The alternative is you'll be replaced. The alternative is you'll lose meaning and purpose. The alternative is you're going to be more scared.
Well, it's the only,
right?
It's the only rational choice. I mean, and as scary as it is, it really is. I mean, and I know we were kind of joking about the biblical stuff. Now we're
it's
talking
literally
biblical.
Going to get biblical.
We're talking
people.
Existential.
I'm talking the flood. Years ago, before this even ChatGPT and all that even happened, I've had 2 periods of my life where I had what I could say is a prophetic experience. The first time was before COVID. So no, there was no COVID. And I had this download. I saw this dark cloud and things were going to get very, very bad. And I started to tell people, buckle up, stay close to your family, get your affairs in order, so to speak. And they thought I was kind of crazy, little chicken little. And then COVID hit. And I didn't really speak to it as strongly as I should have because I felt like, am I weird? Why am I feeling this and saying this? So before AI was on the map, I mean, it's been around for a long time, but pre-ChatGPT and where it's all in the mainstream, I had the same thing happen. And the voice said, the flood is coming, build an ark. And it showed me the ark is that thing that we must onboard all of our human capacities, all of our deepest values, all that really matters most so that it can survive across the flood to the other side, to the other shore. And it showed me how fast it was going to happen. And it said, industrial revolutions before took decades, if not 100 years. But 99% of everybody's livelihood was gone afterwards. But it was a little bit of time to change. It was still very hard. If you like Dickens, that's during the middle of that particular period. This is going to happen not in decades, but in years. And potentially within the next 24 months or less, and by 2030, they're predicting the world's going to be almost unrecognizable. So I saw all of this and it grabbed me by the collar. So sometimes there's a meteor heading for Earth or a tsunami cresting. It's not convenient and it's not fun, but you need to learn to swim or run or figure out shelter for the meteor or figure out a way to stop it. So this is happening. But here's the good news. This is also a time when the greatest breakthroughs and leaders and change makers and innovators rise up. I've studied history, and always during these great inflection points, to put it in a nice term.
Times of disruption. Mm-hmm.
These great disruptions, what emerges is the new generation of leaders, artists, creators, accountants, whatever, the very best, and so this is your opportunity. If you get out in the water and you swim to where the wave is cresting, rather than wait for it to be standing on the beach going, run, then you will catch the wave. If you know yourself and you commit to being yourself and to doing the work to become irreplaceable and irreducible because you truly are, you will be the one that catches the wave and cowabungas it to the other shore.
Well, I'd love, and that's amen. Thank goodness in this sort of biblical prediction that there is reasons to be optimistic and
absolutely.
And
it's going to be rough for people, but not for those that are prepared.
Yeah, and
it'll still be challenging, but you're going to be successful.
Well, but that's always change, right? And that's the good news, bad news is it's change is change, and if you're willing to lean into it, or if you're, not that I do a lot of surfing, but the surfing that I've done, or even just swimming in the ocean, it's like, yeah, you can get knocked out or you can dive into it, and both are a choice, but one gives you a lot more pleasure and the other one can break your neck.
One of the reasons we have such a meaning crisis now is we've so baby-proofed our world, and we've constricted ourselves away from the fundamental principle of life.
The comfort conundrum or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So
comfort literally is killing us.
Yes.
And also all of this hypnotism about that it's about the clicks and the influence and the money and the things. And what we've lost is life isn't a problem to be solved, nor is it a thing to be acquired. It's an adventure to be lived. And because we're not living a hero's journey, an adventure, a quest, we are atrophying the energy and the aliveness and the potential that can only be activated evolutionary when we have a goal that is bigger than we are, and it pulls out of us greatness.
But I wanted to add to this because I've thought about what you were saying a lot. And I just want to put this out there as a really practical matter. We have so much freaking control, right? I order my groceries from my phone. I don't have to see people. I mean, our modern lives, not only are they killing us by comfort and convenience, we have such a fricked up illusion of control. Everything is on my terms. People are going out less and less. I watch everything on demand. I don't have to wait till.
That's everything I was saying about technology is atrophying us. It's shutting us down.
100%. The hero's journey is embracing the event. I mean, like it or not, we're all on a hero's journey. So you can Netflix and chill and pretend you're not, and then continue to atrophy and wonder why you need so much more medical intervention and blah, blah, blah. Or it's, oh my goodness, I can embrace this. I mean, either is a choice. I can, ride with the wave or be crashed over. Okay, legendary living. You often say we must become the thing we desire, not just think about it. And we've touched on this to a certain degree. When you think about how people can start embodying their legendary future today, you've touched on it a little bit, but bring this home in a way that we can all go, high five. We love Derek.
Remember, the seed is already in you. It's not about adding anything to you. It's about coming into integrity with who and what you already are. And the signal is it shows up in your life as what you desire. Desire doesn't means of the stars or of the sire, of the father. And so your burning desire is of the creative impulse, to put it in a non-gendered way. Their burning desire is not a signal of what's outside of you that you have to get. It's a signal of what's inside of you trying to get out. You're pregnant. What you really, 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 really want. Now, when you ask somebody what they really, really want, most people don't know. Oh, more money, a better job, a vacation. Okay, start there. And if you had that, then what would you want? And if you keep following that out, you'll start to strip away what I call the escape fantasies, and you'll start to get down to, oh, I would really want, and you'll start to feel something come alive in you. So what do I really, if I really, really, really want? I want money, I want a job, I want a better house, I want my husband to take out the trash, okay? And then just keep going. And if you had all of that, now, okay, you've got that. Now what do you want? And just keep going down, and what you will begin to touch and rekindle is that real fire, that real desire, that real seed. It will start to sound like you'll feel the energy of the life you've dreamed of that you may be forgotten, of these glimpses and moments and dreams that you've put aside or put on layaway. And if you keep doing it, now you'll start to tap into it, and you want to write it down, and you want to give yourself permission to go there with no holds barred. You've heard it. If money wasn't an object, if I already had everything I needed, then what
if I wasn't afraid to look stupid, if I wasn't afraid to fail,
if I was guaranteed to succeed, et cetera, et cetera. And you won't go, I want to be a fighter pilot if you don't. Don't worry, but keep going down. And again, you'll start to feel what's coming up. Now, you'll also notice what will be naturally excavated or roto-rooted will be all of the other thoughts and beliefs, part of the core wound, the map of why you don't think you can have it. You'll start to say, well, before you can even think of what you really want, you'll be like, oh, I just don't have time. My kids, my wife, my husband, the economy, I'm already behind, I'm in debt, I'm too tired, I'm sick. So you'll start to drudge up the muck and the mire of the safety and coping strategies you built long ago. So you notice it, don't fight it, go, thank you for sharing, put it aside, and go, but if I could have what I really want, if I really could have, and you keep digging a deeper well into your being, and eventually you'll hit well-being. You'll hit the feeling of, oh God, I really want this. And now you define that as much as you can. And now you can use the angel of imagination, otherwise known as visualization, but you're not using it to make it happen. You're using it to dial in and make it welcome because it's already here. So now you visualize and you begin to allow yourself to see and feel what is this future self if I had that life? What would be the habits of thinking, feeling, being, and doing? Those are the 4 quadrants of the character of success. So if I was thinking, feeling, being, and doing. So if I was this person, now you bring your future self into the present moment because he and she is already here. It's the seed speaking to you. It's your daimon or your acorn speaking to you. Now you begin to design into your life ways to operate like that. Now there's more I could say here. I'll just say one other thing. When you get to the feeling tone, the feeling, how I would feel, I'd feel joyful. Okay, great. Now you can break it into the category, what are the people, places, objects, and activities that activate that feeling, either in the past that I'm not doing, or only sometimes, but I want more. And if it's people you can't be with, like you can be with us virtually. You can listen to them. You can, if you can't go to the place literally, you can watch a video about, but you can always get in touch with it. So people, places, objects, and activities. Now you start to design your life intentionally, design it on purpose, not by default, which is what most of us have done. We've designed a life based on our
or
own
winging
map,
it. Yeah, winging it kind of.
or even just designed based on an unconscious fear and wound. So it's designed from those original strategies we started this call with, so that I don't get hurt, so I don't lose, so I don't lose love, so I aren't unsafe. But now you're not designing a life for protection and security and to not lose. You're now designing a life for proaction, to become the protagonist, the hero. You're designing a life that matches what you would be if you really had what you want. That's very practical, and it will mean removing things that aren't that and bringing things in that are. People, places, objects, activities, so that you begin to build. And as you've come up with, what are the new habits of thinking, feeling, and being and doing? You take all of that and you start to design, not all at once, but a little bit at a time. And you redesign, and it's like cultivating a new garden with the right ingredients for your seed. And lo and behold, you will, or tuning into the radio station, suddenly you feel inspired. Suddenly ideas flow. Suddenly you meet somebody. Where did all this come from? Where it's always been, but you weren't tuned into it. And again, you're going to hit the threshold. You're going to get afraid. It's going to be scary. Remember, that doesn't mean stop. That means, yes, I'm right at the edge of my map. I'm about to escape the matrix.
11th rep, baby. 11th rep. 11th rep. Oh my gosh, Derek, we're definitely doing a part 2. When your book comes out, I'd love for you to be on my podcast. And
Absolutely.
Next time I'm in LA, hopefully we can go for a coffee or something. But guys, I hope you are as energized, a little freaked out, energized as I am, because whether we like it or not, the future is about to change a lot. And what everything that Derek is saying,
it's not evenly distributed yet.
100%. And so back to the knowing thyself, being thyself, saying yes to yes. I like that. Very tweetable.
And designing a life that is in integrity with your true desire and your true
100%. And as I'm a gardener, and so when you're talking about like the garden, my garden is very different now than it was a handful of years ago. And so we're also in an instant gratification world. And I'm just going to remind you, because I need the reminder myself sometimes, these things take time. I mean, talking about the oak, the acorn growing into oak tree, they take time to gestate. So,
but I will say this: the good news is, because so many of you have already prayed and activated your potential, or yearned or touched it, you have a trust account, an escrow account full of all of this unexpressed activation. As soon as you get in, and I see this all the time with people like teach and coach, as soon as I get them in alignment, they can have literally miraculous healings, breakthroughs, money shows up, a job. I see it in my Awaken Wealth program all the time. So it doesn't have to take a long time.
Okay, yes,
because
I
in
love that.
truth, it's not in time.
It's all there.
Now.
It's all there. That's where we started.
But you got to be patient if it doesn't happen.
Yes,
and then
well, exactly.
Infinite patience brings about immediate results.
I love it. Oh my gosh, Derek, you're a genius. You can grab your free ticket to Derek's 3-day live virtual event.
Live your life's work. And that's where I'm going to go deep into everything we just talked about today. And by the time they're done with that weekend, they will know themselves. They will be being themselves. They will be aligned with their true life code and purpose. They will have a plan to live it, and they will be transformed, not just informed. Guaranteed.
Yeah. And to go even deeper, you've got Derek's 3 books, Emergence and the Abundance Project, and the forthcoming in not much time at all, The Whole New Human. Derek, you're amazing. Thanks so much for being the power of manifestation. I've loved our conversation.
It's been my joy and my pleasure.
Oh my gosh, you guys, Derek, holy smokes. I don't even know what to say. It was all said. And you're like, yes, Andrea, please don't blah, 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 and repeat it all. I promise I won't. I hope you take to heart the gravity of what he's saying, the opportunity, the potential of what he's saying for you. It's a choice. And I know it can feel like a scary, even overwhelming choice to get that real and to get that true to yourself. And yet, as he kept saying, on the other side of what can feel like an existential threat and scary as anything, on the other side of it is everything. If you haven't signed up for our Power of Manifestation VIP experience, I urge you to do so. It's very modestly priced, and it's going to get more expensive after this event is over. But for you to go back and be able to rewind and really pause and listen to what Derek had to say, there was a lot to unpack there, like a lot. And he's not the only one. We have over 24 other amazing master teachers who have so much to teach you. I can't tell you how much I've learned in this experience. And I just want you to take full advantage of these learnings so that you can transform your life for yourself. If you have kids, for your kids and family and friends, the work that you do, the ripple effect that goes out beyond you as you transform, as you say yes to yes. And in addition to being able to rewind and watch at your own pace, you get the transcripts, you get the audio. We've got some amazing meditations. There's this really cool sex magic journal from Laura Berman and so much more. So I hope you say yes to the VIP experience, and I'll see you in the next session. Mwah. Thanks for tuning in. Can I share something really important with you before you click away or fast forward? You're here watching these sessions. You're feeling fired up. Maybe you've already tried a few of the practices in your real life and something's clicking. That is exactly what my team and I knew would happen. We planned for it. But here's the thing. And I'm saying this because I truly care about you actually getting results, not just being entertained here for a session or two, or maybe over a few days. There are 26 sessions in Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. 26 extraordinary teachers, 26 sets of tools, practices, and actionable insights designed to help you create real, lasting change in your life. You are not going to get through all of that, what is available to you now, for free. I mean, you could try, you could marathon it, but honestly, that's not how lasting, true transformation really works. This isn't about feverishly consuming as much as you can or consuming the minimal. It's about bringing it into your life and really internalizing it over time, noticing what works for your nervous system, seeing what lights you up, feeling what lights you up, and knowing this process compounds and evolves over time. That takes not just time, but your effort. It takes you investing in yourself. My team and I didn't assemble 26 extraordinary speakers to simply keep you busy for a few days. We did it because we know that different messages and different teaching styles land differently for different people at different time, especially depending where you are on your manifestation and healing journey. And by the way, what might not seem monumental today might be exactly what you need 6 months from now. And crucially, to achieve lasting change, to really master the changes that will truly transform your life, will likely mean returning to this material to go deeper, to truly internalize it. There are quite a few books and concepts that I have revisited dozens of times in my life to achieve mastery. So here's what I want and will ask you to consider. Right now, your access to this event is temporary. You have just a few days. But on this page, you can upgrade to lifetime access and keep all of this extraordinary, genuinely exclusive material that we've developed for you. You can keep it forever, all 26 video sessions. And what you don't have access to now, all of the MP3 audio files and the full transcripts, plus all of the bonus materials, all of the guided practices, meditations, and rituals that help you embody this work and not just understand it intellectually. And honestly, for such a modest investment, like genuinely a teeny tiny amount of money compared to what you would pay for even one private session with any of these extraordinary teachers, you can own it all forever. Here's what that means for you practically. You can take your time. You can go deeper into the sessions that called to you during the summit, when they called to you again, and then you can explore the ones that you didn't get to. You can also just go in and fast forward to the exact moment that amazing teacher said that amazing thing that changed everything for you, because we all have those moments, right? It's like, oh, I just want to hear it again. Or someone puts words to something you've been feeling or didn't quite understand or couldn't name before. And it's like, oh my God, I love those ahas. It's like, yes, let's go. You'll also have the MP3 audio versions, so you can listen while you're driving, walking, folding laundry, or even lying in bed at night. You can let this work integrate easily into your life instead of being or having one more thing that you have to sit down and make time for. And you'll have the transcripts. So when something really lands for you, you can really savor it. You can highlight it. You can journal on it. You can reflect on and internalize it at your own pace. One more thing you should know. Once the event ends, the price does go up. So if you felt even a small shift over what you've seen, if even one session or one teacher has helped you feel or see something differently or given you a tool that actually works for you, this is how you make sure that not only you don't lose it, but you can really build on it. That's why I always talk about how pouring into yourself, taking the time to heal, learn, and grow compounds. But only you can do it. Only you can invest in yourself. Only you can give yourself permission to take your time with this truly exclusive material, to come back to it, to allow it to crack you open, lift you up, and light up your life. That's the goal here, gang. That's why my team and I have invested countless hours and resources to bring manifesting your dream life to you. It's truly because it's our deep desire that you say, yes, this is for me. It doesn't matter what hasn't worked for you in the past. You're here now. I'm here now. It's no coincidence that I am sitting in front of you, offering you the chance to transform your life with guidance from several of the world's greatest thought leaders in the healing, empowerment, love, relationships, and manifestation space for a very, very modest rate. You can upgrade to lifetime access right now on this page before you move on to the next session, have to get back to work, or distracted by life's incessant demands. And I genuinely, truly hope you do. I truly hope you say yes to manifesting your dream life. I want this to be more than just a moment for you. I am personally invested in and excited to be your companion in this next phase of your journey as you say yes to becoming the greatest highest version of you. And only you can do it. I hope you have enjoyed every bit of this summit so far, that you've taken full advantage as your time has allowed. I hope you continue to invest in the coming days with all this great material that we have developed. And honestly, if you decide to upgrade, that is fantastic. Genuinely no pressure. I just don't want you to miss this extraordinary effort and this extraordinary opportunity to achieve lasting transformation. All right. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am so excited to host this genuinely extra special session. It is one that I've been the most looking forward to. It's going something deeper, guys, than chasing success or calling in things from a vision board. We're exploring manifestation through the lens of the sacred feminine, and I can feel my skin starting to tingle when I say that. A path of sovereignty, shadow integration, and frequency. This isn't about hustling harder, thank freaking God, or proving our worth, but about remembering who we truly are and how we can live in alignment with both our soul and the collective. Now you see why I'm so excited about it, right? Our session is called Manifestation and the Sacred Feminine, Sovereignty, Frequency, and Service. We're joined by Sarah Jenks. Sarah is an ordained priestess. How do I get that title? Because I want it. And the leader of a global sacred feminine community. She is also the co-founder of a new sacred feminine temple, opening at the end of October with her co-founder, Kelly Taveras. Through her leadership, Sarah has guided thousands of women into ceremony and sacred practice, helping them awaken to the truth of who they are, embody their authentic frequency, and live in service to the collective. Her gift is making deep spiritual work both accessible and transformative, guiding women into an experience of wholeness where grief and love, shadow and light, sovereignty and service all belong. Today, Sarah will share why manifestation isn't about chasing what's outside of us, but about cultivating authenticity, surrender, and the frequency of the future we want to build, not just for ourselves, but about the whole. Can I just drink that? Because I want it all like immediately. Like I didn't want to talk about it. I just want to drink it like right in my veins.
I mean, you can feel it, right? It's like, it's about death and being alive and like rolling around in the dirt and getting in there.
So I'm so excited, and let's just jump into it. So we've got section 1, reframing manifestation. Sarah, when most people hear the word manifestation, they think about getting love, getting money, getting success, like getting. How do you define manifestation? Because I don't think you're talking, it's all about the getting.
I'm not talking about the get. I mean, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with having things. You know what I mean? It's just that, and I'm sure that so many of your guests are talking about this, you know, when we're all getting together to talk about manifestation, but it is the feeling that we are looking for, that we think we need to have the thing. Like we need to have this amount of money, or we need to have this house, or we need to have it this way, or we need to have this relationship in order to feel this certain way. And I like to take it a level further, which is I think the feeling we're actually all looking for is authenticity. And also and sovereignty. And so like, to me, this is really about, are we willing to leave the traditional path of success, the one that was laid out for us, the one that we think we should do, and actually live the path that is for us specifically? And I think that when we're talking about manifestation, that's actually what we want, you know, because just to give an example, I definitely had this whole thing happen to me where I really wanted my coaching practice to grow. This was before I became an ordained priestess. And I was so determined to manifest, quote unquote, you know, like all these clients so that my coaching practice could grow. And I realized when I really came down to how would that make me feel, why do I actually want that? It was because I actually wanted a permission slip to do spiritual work. It wasn't like I was actually wanting more coaching clients. I actually wanted a permission slip to do spiritual work. But getting more of a thing it wasn't actually going to give me permission. Permission to be myself is an inner spiritual game, not an outer material game. And so the real work has to happen for me, inside of ceremony, inside of identity work, inside of shadow work. And so what was happening for me was I was petrified to come out as a priestess. You know, I grew up in a very traditional town outside of Boston. You know, I went to the number one liberal arts school in the country. All of my friends are like lawyers and work in finance and doctors and like all the things, like normal. And inside I'm like, oh crap, I'm a priestess. This isn't going to go over well with everybody, right?
What are the neighbors going to say?
I'm going to manifest all the things so that I look like I've done it, and then therefore I'll have permission to be myself. And I think we have to get underneath what is actually going to have you feel an authentic experience of being you. And it is not having all the stuff.
Not only is it not having all the stuff, but holy smokes. I mean, what you're talking about is, I feel like, capital C courage to tell yourself that truth, to admit that truth to yourself, and even more courage to say yes to it, to say, the proverbial yes to the yes. And then, yeah.
Can I talk about courage there for a second? Because I think it's such a great word. It's so important, because that's like the whole thing for people, is we sort of think that if we gather all this stuff around us, that we'll finally have the courage to be ourselves. And yeah, I really wanted to put a pin in that, because I think that's a brilliant way to say it.
Oh, yeah. No, thank you. And honestly, but this whole business of tapping into what's genuinely authentic, it's what to me, that is the ultimate tonic. And yet it is the ultimate, threat, right? Because that means getting really real and differentiating yourself. It's like, when I think of social media, there's, kind of this common theme is so many people are just different, just enough, right? But nobody wants to be really different, because that's really scary. Nobody really wants to be seen. And yet we crave being true to ourselves. And that it just feels like that there is a lot of tension between being true to ourselves, being genuinely authentic, and being free. I know the thing we actually long for is being free, but that also means taking a big leap and showing ourselves and having that courage to tell that truth. So there's healthy tension there. How do we do it? Priestess, tell us.
Yeah. So here's what happened for me. So I'll answer your question through a story. So after college, I went to work in marketing. And then I went and I realized that I could not have a boss. I'm sure you can relate to this. And I started an emotional eating company in 2009, which I think was like the same year you started your Tango. Is that right?
That's the year just after we relaunched, but gosh, good memory. Good. Yeah. I'm impressed.
And I loved my work. I loved it. I felt great about it. I grew it super fast. I moved to San Francisco with my boyfriend. We got married. I had 2 kids under 2. I had the perfect Victorian house. I had married a doctor. It was like, check, 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 check. And then I realized I was completely miserable. I was teaching emotional eating during the day and overeating at night. I felt super down. I couldn't get out of bed. And I was like, why is it that I have everything that I want and I don't feel happy at all? And I started going to therapy, and not even therapy was doing it for me. I was just constantly in it. And one day I walked into my therapist's office, and she had forgotten to clean up from a circle that she had the night before. And there were backjacks on the floor, and I could smell incense in the air. And there are pictures of goddesses around. And I'm in pearls and a polo shirt and patent leather pumps. And all of a sudden, I am weeping at the smell of incense in the upholstery, like full body chills. And I just looked at my therapist and I said, what happened here? And she was like, oh, well, like she was shocked that I could feel what had happened. And she said, I'll tell you when you're ready. And I was like, bitch, let me in this club. So I finally convinced her to let me come to a sacred feminine ceremony. And in that ceremony, I knew myself. It's like I recognized a part of myself that felt the most comfortable, the most true, the most aligned, the most authentic, but I had never actually met her before in this lifetime. So it was like my soul, my true self, my authentic self came online by being in this sacred container. And you have to remember, at this point, I'd been in the personal development industry for years. I had studied manifestation. I was like killing it in emotional eating. I had read all the books. I'd been in therapy since I was 15 years old. Nothing made me feel the way I felt when I was sitting in ceremony. And I was like, I'm going to do this. But it was so weird for someone like me. Also, like in general, because it was like, 2000, I don't even know what year it was, probably 14 at the time. And, but I just kept going over and over and over again. And then eventually I started to hear, Sarah, you aren't who you think you are. You aren't who you think you are. And I was petrified to listen, to come out as who I am in the path that I feel like I was being guided towards. And, it was just like kicking and screaming. But I share this story because there is something that happens when we sit in a sacred space, with these ancient technologies, and we tune out the outside world and we can actually hear ourselves. And a lot of people get this in yoga. It never happened for me. A lot of people get this in meditation. It never happened to me. I think we all have to find our tool, our lineage, our space that's a match for our system. And this specific way of doing ceremony, of sacred feminine ceremony, it was a match for me. And so now I am ordained in this lineage, and I studied in it for 10 years. And now this is the type of field that I hold in my work. And women come in and they have no idea who they are. And they come out knowing themselves. It doesn't mean like, I know what I'm going to do for my job, or I know where I'm going to live, or, all, again, these outside things, but it's like this felt sense of knowing on the inside. And I think that is what we are all trying to manifest all the time anyway.
Oh my God, I'm holding back tears right now. Honestly, it's like I feel that so deeply. And there are so many of us, men and women, but we're principally talking to a crowd of females, and I know you talk about the patriarchy, and we live in this very, masculine energy world. And, I'm a working, like you, working mom, and it's like just hustling to do it all. And God, there's just something so profound. Like it doesn't get more profound than tapping into who I am and being true to myself. Right. And it's like we were talking about a few minutes ago, and it's really scary, and it's what we all need. Let me ask you this. That's a very practical matter, because I know everybody, I know you're like, how do we do that? How do we get do we have to go to you physically? Is there an online place to tap into what you do?
Yes.
Hallelujah.
So there is an online place. With the timing of, so we're launching a new temple. So basically, this is sort of a cool thing for your people to listen to. So I used to do ceremony sort of inside of the personal development, like structure framework. What we are bringing out into the world is an actual structure of a temple. Because, sacred feminine temples used to be all over the world in all the major cities, all the major communities, and then they were all destroyed, like 2,000 to 4,000 years ago. And so we've been asking ourselves, well, first of all, that was like the patriarchy knew that the best way to oppress women was to erase the sacred feminine principles that awakened our power and deep knowing and sovereignty. Because the human mind, talk about manifestation, we are inspired and learn through story, through metaphor. So it was like super important for the oppressive patriarchy to erase all the stories and to erase all the tools and to erase the imprint of the cycle of creation. So anyways, I am primarily interested in women's equality. This is like why I got into this work. It's why it's so important to me, and women's, bodily autonomy and women's rights. And so I was like, well, if they knew that they had to tear down all the temples in order to control women, what would happen if we put them back? So we are building a global temple. I have a home temple here outside of Boston. So if anybody wants to come see me outside of Boston,
I'm totally coming. Invitation accepted. Thank you.
We have like retreats and we do ceremony here. We do rites of passage. There's like lots of different ways to do it. The temple will be open at the end of October. I think the best thing for people to do would be to follow me on Instagram, because we're just going to be like, really sharing people, but it's not like ready yet, but it's Sarah Jenks on Instagram. You can also go to sarahjenks.com. And
Sarah with an H, and we'll put it on the screen.
Sarah with an H, Jenks. And then also one thing we have for everybody who's listening is our Sacred Start Guide. I don't know if you guys have the link to that, but if you go like start your Sacred Start, which is your morning ritual, you'll start to get prepped for the temple and like get ready for that. And we come into ceremony on the earth holidays, and there's sacred texts, and we have this amazing part of the new temple that's all around collective action and advocacy work and how do we bring the sacred feminine out into the world. It's going to be incredible, and it's it's great.
I can feel it. I can feel it. Well, and let me just chime in with a couple things. As a mom of 2 boys, I feel so powerfully that the more that the sacred feminine is denied, the worse off everybody frickin' is. But when I think about bringing in the sacred female, and you talk a lot about the collective, which I'm so grateful for, because I feel like we are in such a hyper atomized world where it's all about the individual, and I think that is genuinely.
And I used to be that way. Like, I'm the first person to admit, like, I loved manifesting stuff for myself for such a long time. And then I realized it was actually a trauma response for overgiving for so much of my life. But I love what you said about your sons. I have a son also. I have a son and 2 daughters. And like, to me, like the sacred feminine is actually about integrating the principles of the masculine and the feminine within. It's about balance. It's about, you said, yin and yang, light and dark, grief and love, holding all of those things together. And I think it's such an important, like, I feel so strongly about the sacred feminine, not because it's more important than the sacred masculine, but because it has been erased, and we need to nurture it in our culture so that we can come back into balance. I think that's one of the most important reasons to have a sacred feminine practice.
Yeah. And there are some really enlightened men out there who are really talking about their own feminine energy, right? And I'm not talking sacred feminine themselves, but the allowing and the feeling. Just when I think about where the world has gotten, when I think really being in your head, that to me is the masculine. It's the thinking. In our anatomy, it's the pushing, it's the driving. Women, for women, it is reception. It is receptive. It's allowing, it's receiving, and both men and women need both, right?
Yeah,
we do need both.
We need both. And like, I know as a business owner, I'm so grateful for my
masculine. Yeah, same
so
girl.
Grateful for it. And it's, for me, it's just about how can we continue to bring them into balance so that they're supporting each other.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I want to jump to section 2, but before we do, since you gave me a little cheat sheet, I want to really emphasize everybody. When Sarah talks about true manifestation, she's talking sovereignty, which is such a beautiful word. I mean, I think sovereignty and authenticity really going hand in hand, like owning it. You know what I mean? Really owning it. You talk about being centered in ourselves, which feels so good. Thinking for ourselves while also being attuned to how we impact the whole. So I just really wanted to call out that, you put these beautiful notes together, and it's like I read that, I'm like, oh yes, that's home. So thank you. Okay, we're going to go now. We've just, teed it up a little tiny bit. Section 2, from hyper individualistic to the collective. And just, again, we're in a hyper masculine world. We're in, America's the greatest place according to me, I believe, genuinely, greatest place in the world. And yet it's this whole business of the hyper focus on individual success, individual genius, I think it has been very detrimental to us as individuals and a collective, personal feelings. So, like you were saying, your manifestation used to be more hyper individualized. How do you see the role of service and the collective?
Yeah, well, if we look at manifestation through this lens of we're all just looking for a feeling. So the best feelings I've had are when I am in, community spaces, when I'm in reciprocity, when I am tuning into the collective. And it's not just about like giving. Oh, I feel so great about myself because I'm giving. Like that is part of it. But I think it's really about community. Can we be in reciprocity? Again, can we be in balance? And there are, I try to find a lot of opportunities in my life because I have so much privilege to be in a giving place. And I think that looking for all these different ways to be a part of the web, that is the feeling that so many of us are actually going for. So I would say if you're on a manifestation path, manifest a community, manifest some friends, manifest a garden, tend to the earth, go join a group, do a service project, go to a protest. There's so much love that's happening at protests. It's not all the time, but there's the amount of energy, if you are tuned to the people that they care about, it overwhelms me every time. So I'd say that again, it's just give it a shot. You know what I mean?
It speaks so powerfully to me, honestly, given how hyper-focused I've been on building my business and raising my kids, that, I want to claim feeling not guilty anymore, but just that I haven't prioritized friendships nearly as much. And as you were speaking, it's like my whole body started buzzing with this. It's just so joyful to be connected. I mean, our joys multiply when we're with people that we really genuinely vibe with. And so often, especially as working moms, it's like that's the, very often the thing that gets relegated to the bottom of the list, but it's how we renew ourselves. And I'm totally with you. And in terms of being generous and giving, and I want to say it's about receiving. I mean, when I think about when my girlfriends are really there for me and we just freaking have fun, that just feels so regenerative. And, and again, so often it's like this kind of martyr syndrome. I mean, and let's face it, in America, especially as a woman, be a martyr. And then you get to go to heaven. Right. And it's like, okay, can we just disavow that forever? Because there is, listen, I realize that tendency is coming from a seemingly good place and probably even a genuinely good place. But when I think about the martyr never getting replenished and the martyr being, and that used to be me, I'm working so hard and I'm doing things for everybody else and it's bullshit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? giving is good and being tuned in. I mean, I'm not negating any of that, but when you do it to the extreme, that's a trauma response. And I know you agree with me.
I totally agree with you. It's also like, I want everyone to feel the difference. Like maybe let's just have everyone close their eyes for a second. Okay. So I want you to feel the difference between you being in an individual house with your kids, maybe a partner, and you have this long to-do list to do, and you're doing everything yourself, and you're trying to keep the kids together, and you're trying to build your business, and you're just like, you're doing it all yourself, doing. And then I want you to feel what it's like to go to a home with 4 families, and you're all cooking for each other, and you're tending to each other's kids, and you're washing somebody else's dishes, and maybe you're prepping lunches together for the kids tomorrow, and you're helping your friend sweep her floor. Can you feel the difference, Andrea, in those 2 things?
Oh my God, totally.
So it's not about the amount of work. I think it is about the setup that we are in. And I think what happens is that so many women are actually working for the patriarchy that we don't feel like we have energy to work for the matriarchy. And we have to start to feel the difference. And so in a patriarchal system, there are rules, like these unspoken rules. And I totally fell into these when I became a mother. It's one of the reasons why I found myself in ceremony, because I was like, wow, in order to be a good mom, I have to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, in order to be like a good doctor's wife, like try that one on. It is just like, I have to be like, and I had to go through this like massive unlearning, because so much of like motherhood, wife, and then for me, like doctor's wife, homeowner, entrepreneur, was just like, what are all the things I'm doing for everybody else? Like I do a lot, but I do what I choose. And I'm trying, and it's like, I'm a work in progress to do like more and more in community. Cause it's just, I'm exerting the same amount of energy, but it just like feels different. It's the only way I can really explain it.
I'll just add to that. I love it. And it to me, the feel, it's like, I think of a lot of it, we need to be, like you say, unlearned. This unlearning needs to happen, deprogrammed, because so much of it is, like for me, like the doing, that used to be my story. And I've unwound so much of that, and it's so freeing. So I used to never let myself relax because I always had to do, right? My whole sort of, and I know I'm not alone, right? But permission to relax, ladies. Not more than permission. And this is entreating you to relax, because we do have so much more to give. And as men too, but like, I feel like so often it's a trope for a reason. The guys over there watching football, sorry guys, but it's a trope for a reason. The guys over there watching football and the woman's in the kitchen. And, and by the way, I love to serve my family. Like, it's like, oh, my kids are having their friends over watching football, happy to be, getting stuff ready. But I feel like what you're saying is so much of it is that the energy with which we're doing that. If it's an obligation, that doesn't feel good. If it's a choice, it feels good. And here's what I'm going to tell you guys, outing myself. My husband wasn't obligating me. My kids weren't obligated. Nobody was I was obligating me. Yep. Right. And that is the freaking truth. And now it's like, I'm going to do it because I choose to, and I'm going to do it with a smile, and I'm going to feel good. Or I have to own it. If I'm feeling that martyr, poor me, I've got to own that. But I want to like give that sort of like attention and honor that grief that I've certainly felt in feeling like I have to do it alone, and then I have to do. And by the way, it was this programming nobody was saying to me overtly, but between how I was raised, society's expectations, and my own expectation, it's like, who squelched my feminine sacred? Me.
Right.
And I didn't know any better.
Well, here's what I want to tell you. I actually believe like our culture is not set up to nurture this in ourselves. You know what I mean? And I think that's why we have to go be in ceremony. We have to put ourselves in circles. We have to learn about the sacred feminine, because when we do, it literally like changes how we operate. It changes how we see ourselves. I studied psychology in college, and I then started studying the intersection of like metaphor and story and ceremony with psychology. And it's just like, it's so cool. So like, this is really the way. And I just want to keep coming back to it. Like, this is the feeling that we want. So it's like, manifest this, the feeling of community, of belonging, of, choosing your rules, making it up, like letting yourself be the wild one. Like I live in a very normal town. Everyone thinks I am batshit crazy. Just like, no.
I bet you secretly kind of relish that.
Oh, I totally do now. But like,
Good
10
for you.
years ago, it would have been so hard for me. But it's like now it's like I feel safe in myself. You know what I mean? I feel safe in myself. I feel safe to be myself. I've taken so many emotional risks in my life. And it's like I know I can get through it.
Yeah. Well, I want to just go back to one thing that you were saying, which has been my experience. When you talk about in ceremony, I've had some experiences in my life over the last several months. And it's like that divine feminine was there. She was asleep. These experiences ignited it. And I was like, whoa. And by the way, I mean, yes, a lot of it was just feeling just a lot of these wonderful things, but some of it, not going to lie, like sexual. And it's like, oh, that feels good too. I'm here for it.
Totally.
Right?
Yeah, because it's like our sensuality and our bodies and our sacred energy, it's all the same. Like if the sacred masculine is up and out, the sacred feminine is down and in. It's about taking the sacred. Like what I always say is that women come into ceremony and we experience the sacred and then we become her and we walk her out into the world, but we become her by like getting her into our bodies and having our bodies like turn on, like love that word. It's literally just like awake, but also turn on. And when we move from that place, it also does like incredible things to our neuropsychology and makes us so magnetic, we get so much more energy. And it's just like this perfect, built-in system that we have in our bodies that actually connects when we're in sacred spaces.
Which has been dormant for so many of us. So, I mean, it's why I'm so excited for you to be here and learn.
Like,
yes.
Time for the people in the back. On purpose.
Yes. I mean, totally. Well, let me just add a couple quick things that I just think are so funny. I learned this from one of our other guests, Sahara Rose, who's so darn cute.
Sahara's a friend of mine.
Oh, yeah. I love her. I love her. And so I didn't realize that she taught me, oh my God, I'm just going to laugh, that vagina in the etymology is sheath, which I thought was freaking hilarious because what does it mean? In reference to, it's not even in reference to ourselves. It's in reference to the masculine, which is just hilarious. So we were talking about yoni, which I think it's divine. It's a portal, right? Doesn't yoni mean portal? Yes. And I'm like, never saying vagina again, except for just that one time. Now it's yoni forever. But I'd say that like genuinely, when you talk about the turning on, yes, it can be, in pleasure and so forth. But I just think of it as like that amazing creative energy that we have. And we need to rest and we need to commune and we need to be joyful. And for so many of us women, I feel like we've just, we have allowed the masculine to take over because that's the world we live in. So yeah, so yoni, it's yoni forever. And just, knowing that we've got this, this sacred portal, like that's how we were designed. And it's like, honestly, I feel like my whole body is relaxing being in your presence and like, oh, and I hope you guys all feel the same way. It's like just these truths and yes, in the words, but in the energy and intention to go, oh, we get to reclaim those beautiful parts of ourselves that honestly, I didn't even know that was there. And I know that sounds so ding-dongy.
It's no, like, but Andrea, it's not because like they literally tried to keep it from us. And
then our moms didn't know, and our sisters didn't know, and our cousins didn't know, and these women that we're so close to. And so good for you to carry that torch, because this awakening is, and by the way, as I've tapped into this, I freaking get why the patriarchy is scared as fuck. Excuse my language, but but for good reason. They should be afraid, because when more and more women wake up to this divine power that is innately within us and in community, welcome to a new age, right? And that's a reason to burn the temples, because it is a big threat to the patriarchy.
Yeah, because the sacred feminine it's about walking as love, and it's about not being able to be controlled. It's about taking care of each other and about being attuned to the collective. So when we do that, when we are connected to each other, when we are centered in our hearts, we can't be controlled.
Yeah. I mean, when you're authentic, when you cross that chasm and you say, I'm choosing freedom, I'm choosing authenticity, you're basically bulletproof. Right. And so many of us live, and I'm on my way through this magnificent phase of my journey where it's like, oh my gosh, to claim that part, or, maybe shed the fear. I'm not even sure exactly what the metaphor is, but it is the difference in feeling, the difference in everything is profound.
It's profound. And the thing we do in ceremony is we go right into the fear. We sit with it. We love it. We learn from it. We alchemize it. So to be a priestess in my lineage, I'm ordained in the 13 moon lineage. It's all about alchemy. So you sit with the thing you don't want to look at, and you just get in there until it literally transforms and you learn from it.
Dang, girl. That's better than ayahuasca, probably with maybe a little less growing up.
It's like, wow, sorry, I really feel like I'm on mushrooms. Are you pumping something into the air? We're not, but it can be intense work. But I would say as it relates to manifestation, to me, it's all about the process of finding your unique path. Because it's when we choose to walk our unique path, the things that we have a better, easier time seeing the things we actually need to support us. And the way to walk your unique path is just like you said, you have to go right into the fear. You have to get to know the wounds. You can't be afraid of that hard stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it's back to what we were talking about toward the beginning. That's freedom.
That's freedom. Yeah.
Otherwise,
not afraid of your own shadows.
Yeah. Well, and that's a good little segue into section 3, wound, shadows, and the chalice of both. And so some people say manifestation is about staying positive and only focusing on the good. What's your take?
Yeah. Here's the thing. I have never felt so fulfilled and had so many incredible moments of joy and happiness and deep meaning, and things have never been so hard. And
that's contrast. That's contrast.
I see manifestation not as life is going to get, people will argue with, who knows? This is just the way it's happened for me. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying this is my paradigm. Is a lot of people will say that manifestation is about getting happier and easier and having more rest and being lighter and making more money and just it's the joy continuum. I see manifestation as range from center out in balance. So it's the more love we have, the more grief we experience. The more light we experience, the more darkness we experience, right? The more high, the more low. And it's about expanding our capacity to feel both. Because from a sacred feminine perspective, it's about light and dark. It's about the creation cycle, spring, summer, fall, winter, growth, celebration, release, death. It's death and rebirth. This is the whole thing with the sacred feminine. And so I see manifestation not as everything getting better, but about expanding our range and being more alive. Be wow, this human experience of my heart just getting broken and then burst open and birthing something. Birth is hard and bloody. And then like, wow, you know,
unpredictable, all that stuff. Yeah.
All that stuff. And so like, for me, that's like the sacred feminine principle of manifestation. It's like, it's all of the things.
I mean, I love that so much because I feel like so often, again, in the society we live in where everything is so sanitized, it's like we want it to be nice and neat. And guys, I'm here to tell you, embrace the mess. Let it be messy. And that can feel scary because I just noticed you've got the yin yang on your elbow. So cute. But I just say that because so often it's like we want to have control. We want to keep our houses nice and neat. We want to keep our emotions nice and neat. And I think, Sarah, what you're saying, it's like permission for it to be messy. And I feel like when you surrender, like when you quit resisting, because the mess is there whether you're going to accept it or not. But when you can trust that you can hold those intense emotions, it changes them. It's like, okay, it may still feel scary, but you know you're going to be okay. And I would say that's one of the things that I've realized more and more. I mean, so similar to you, I'm going through some of the greatest things in my life and honestly, some of the hardest. I feel like we are this amazing mirror of each other right now. And I'm like, but hallelujah that I've got the capacity, like I'm not crumpling, like where in the past I would be overreacting, I would be freaking the F out, where now I'm like, oh my God, I feel this so deeply. And I know it's forging me.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And
it's a beautiful word, Andrea. Forging.
Yeah. And that forging, it's purifying me. And so whereas before, and I'm just going to say it, like my immature tendencies, my tendency to be petty or to overreact, it's like I'm walking through the fire and those things are burning away and I'm practicing doing it differently. And the fire still burns, not going to lie. But what feels amazing, and I'm giving myself this praise, and I think that's an important thing we don't do enough as women, praise ourselves and praise each other, where I'm like, oh man, I just walked through that fire with so much freaking courage and integrity. Snap. But it's only by going through the fire that you get forged, right? I mean, like you can't have it either way, because if you're not forged, then you don't know, the kind of metal that you're made of. Exactly. Jinx.
Exactly.
Oh my God, I love that.
Yeah, exactly. And I love that we're talking about manifestation because it's like usually when we're talking about manifestation, we're talking about things, but but I love that you just use like what we're made of. It's like, it's us. It is like our capacity, our access to our heart, our access to our bodies, our embodiment, just like our lived experience of the day to day. Like, this is it, guys. Like, this is it. If you're not like doing it all the way you want, like no one's coming to just like give you a permit. I think about just walking around with permission slips. Like, what do you feel like you need a permission slip for? Like, let me give it to you. You know what I mean?
Let me just, you said that. And I just really want to, I don't know that I was thinking I don't think I said it, but like, ladies, we have to give ourselves permission. And that I feel like it is something that I've again, there's, some circumstances in my life where, it's like, it has just been so bold for me and I've been so proud of myself. And it's like and it can only come from within, right? Because if we're waiting for whether it's mommy or daddy or, whoever, God or whoever it is, it's not the same as trusting yourself and giving it to yourself. And what I tell myself is even if no one else understands my decision, I do. And that's what matters. And that is so freaking empowering. And it used to be terrifying. Now it's like permission granted. It's coming from me. And that's why I got teary at the beginning when you were just talking about your experience and experiencing your true self for the first time. And that's what you're leading women to do. I mean, that's what we're talking about. Like we are talking about all these masks coming off, all this fear of not being enough, of, all the things that we're afraid of, the truths of our marriage, the truths of motherhood, the truths of our business, the truths of everything. The more that we're willing to let those truths burn away as we walk through the goddamn fire, that's where the magic is.
Exactly. Like, Andrea, I thought I was going to be a preppy stay-at-home mom. Okay?
I'm so glad you weren't.
I am now like a super out of the box priestess who's like co-founding a massive organization. You know, like Kelly and I run a huge spiritual company together. And it's just like, wow, plot twist. But like, this is the life. So whatever you think you should be, like really look at that, everybody. And then ask yourself, if nobody cared, if no one was going to be mad, if you could not mess it up, who would you be? Not what would your life look like, but like, who would you be? What would you say? How would you dress? How would you move through the world? How would you spend your time? Who would you spend your time with? You know? And I was like, wow, when I started asking myself those questions, it's like, I just want to like talk to trees and be with women in ceremony and like wear crazy sweaters and do magic with my kids. And, you know, like when I leave the house in Boston, people are like, do you live here? Like, where did you come from? Because it's like, you just gotta let yourself be authentic. And that is the most important manifestation practice.
And your point about that it's a feeling, like that's the key. It reminds me of the famous Lao Tzu from Taoism, his quote, chop wood, carry water, right? And it's like, no matter what you're doing, whether it's being on a amazing discussion like this, walking in the woods, literally, doing your chores, driving in your car, it's like that whole business of being present. And I'll say to myself, like, I'm feeling overwhelmed or whatever. And I'll say like that chop wood, carry water. It's just be present. And I have the choice. Am I going to capitulate to the habit of overwhelm or whatever story I used to be programmed with, or in that moment, it's like, or I can smile and choose joy right now. My choice. Oh my God, Sarah Jenks, I want to keep talking to you. We got to do a part 2. You are amazing. I've loved this discussion so much. Well, the good news is you've got the second half of this. So we will do a part 2. Your work is incredible. Just give a little shout out. We know we can follow you at Sarah Jenks on Insta and sarahjenks.com. What else should people know who are interested in you in particular, in the divine feminine, more broadly, the sacred feminine? Just any other shout outs before we wrap up?
Yeah. I mean, if anyone wants to do a deep dive, we have this really great audio program called A Sacred Life. And we made it to be like, if your mother and grandmother taught you about the sacred feminine as you were growing up, this is what they would teach you, and this is how they would teach it to you. And so I come in like a girlfriend who's teaching you about the sacred feminine over like martinis and French fries, and just like getting in there on like the nitty gritty, and there's meditations in there and a workbook. And so if you're like curious and you want to like get into it, I think it's sarahjenks.com/sacred life. Is where you can get that. And it's self-study. It's great.
It's so funny when you're like, if your grandmother and mom taught you that, I'm like, nobody's moms and grandmas taught that. I mean, like one person. So yeah.
A few thousand years ago.
Yeah, totally.
But now it is severed. So it's like, how do we learn? Oh, we learn from our girlfriends. This is what's happening in our
1,000,000,000%. And praise to you. And I just want to wrap up, guys. I mean, this is happening on day 3, where it's like our manifestations are manifesting in the lives we've dreamed of, with the feelings and wealth and love and career success and all the stuff that we have. But when I think about Sarah's story, Sarah, when I think about you, your choices, your brave choices, to me, you are such a shining example of like the ultimate in manifestation. First of all, you're sitting there in this gorgeous natural place. I live in Colorado Springs, so I hug trees too. You and I are like kindreds. I love it.
I love it.
But I want to just shout out to you guys what Sarah is saying, this idea of who do you want to be? And if you didn't have these stories and these expectations, if you got really honest with yourself, how would that transform your life? And as I think about it as a mom, how am I showing up differently as I get more and more honest with myself and what I want in my relationships, what I want in my career, what I'm willing to say yes to that seemed so scary before. So to me, this is your sacred invitation. And I say this with so much sincerity. This is your sacred invitation to open up to the possibilities that they may scare the crap out of you, And if they do, that's probably a good thing. But genuinely, take this as an invitation from the lady that was a preppy wearing pearls and high heeled patent shoes to something dramatically different, so courageous, so beautiful, and you're radiant. I mean, and you're in partnership with your partner and your co-founder, and you're bringing women together, and you have so much to teach and experience yourself. Like, I just feel like you are. I mean, you must be a priestess.
Thanks, Andrea, so much. I'm really receiving that. Well, you have the most amazing energy. Yeah, it's just, I feel so lit up being with you.
Oh, thanks. All right, we're going to do it again. Okay, guys, I wish we could keep on with this session, but I've got to wrap it up. Sarah Jenks, you're a gift, and I look forward to so much more with you. Martinis and French fries, sign me up.
Me too.
Thanks for being in the Power of Manifestation.
Thanks for having me, Andrea.
Oh my gosh, you guys. I hope you feel that as much as I do. You're like, Andrea, you are like radiating. We can't not feel it. You're like nuclear. And honestly, it's such a gift to have the opportunity to meet and interact with people like Sarah, and to be able to bring her energy and her courage and her wisdom to you. So, please take full advantage of the invitation. And it is an invitation that she's given in the work she's doing, in the example that she said. I interviewed Brian Proctor. For those of you guys who saw the Brian Proctor interview and talking about his dad, his famous legendary dad manifestation guru, Bob Proctor, your life is not a dress rehearsal. You get one chance. What does he say? Everybody's tiptoeing quietly to death. And it's funny. And then you're like, oh, crap, guilty. So I hope you just soak in that energy that Sarah brought, soak in her example. I can't not say it because we were just talking about community. Power of Manifestation Circle. You have to join us. And I know that's very forward of me, and I don't mind even being that forward right now, because when I think about people like Sarah and her example and her story and what we can do together as a collective, as women, inspiring each other, egging each other on, laughing, sharing stories, sharing our challenges, everything in between to raise each other, to lift ourselves and each other up, and our kids and the men in our lives. I mean, when I think about what we do as women coming together, how that makes a tsunami effect, that giant positive ripple effect, it's no joke. And I said it, I know in just a little while ago in the session, how I've been one guilty for not prioritizing my community of amazing girlfriends and just putting so much emphasis on raising my kids and doing my work. And I realize now that raising my kids and doing my work needs a community. And I just feel so grateful to be able to bring this Power of Manifestation Circle membership to you. I hope you say yes to being a pioneer member. You can check it out at powerofmanifestation.com. I will see you in the next session. Thanks so much for tuning in. Mwah. Can I share something really important with you before you click away or fast forward? You're here watching these sessions. You're feeling fired up. Maybe you've already tried a few of the practices in your real life and something's clicking. That is exactly what my team and I knew would happen. We planned for it. But here's the thing. And I'm saying this because I truly care about you actually getting results, not just being entertained here for a session or two, or maybe over a few days. There are 26 sessions in Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. 26 extraordinary teachers, 26 sets of tools, practices, and actionable insights designed to help you create real, lasting change in your life. You are not going to get through all of that, what is available to you now, for free. I mean, you could try, you could marathon it, but honestly, that's not how lasting, true transformation really works. This isn't about feverishly consuming as much as you can or consuming the minimal. It's about bringing it into your life and really internalizing it over time, noticing what works for your nervous system, seeing what lights you up, feeling what lights you up, and knowing this process compounds and evolves over time. That takes not just time, but your effort. It takes you investing in yourself. My team and I didn't assemble 26 extraordinary speakers to simply keep you busy for a few days. We did it because we know that different messages and different teaching styles land differently for different people at different time, especially depending where you are on your manifestation and healing journey. And by the way, what might not seem monumental today might be exactly what you need 6 months from now. And crucially, to achieve lasting change, to really master the changes that will truly transform your life, will likely mean returning to this material to go deeper, to truly internalize it. There are quite a few books and concepts that I have revisited dozens of times in my life to achieve mastery. So here's what I want and will ask you to consider. Right now, your access to this event is temporary. You have just a few days. But on this page, you can upgrade to lifetime access and keep all of this extraordinary, genuinely exclusive material that we've developed for you. You can keep it forever. All 26 video sessions. And what you don't have access to now, all of the MP3 audio files and the full transcripts, plus all of the bonus materials, all of the guided practices, meditations, and rituals that help you embody this work and not just understand it intellectually. And honestly, for such a modest investment, like genuinely a teeny tiny amount of money compared to what you would pay for even one private session with any of these extraordinary teachers, you can own it all forever. Here's what that means for you practically. You can take your time. You can go deeper into the sessions that called to you during the summit, when they call to you again, and then you can explore the ones that you didn't get to. You can also just go in and fast forward to the exact moment that amazing teacher said that amazing thing that changed everything for you, because we all have those moments, right? It's like, oh, I just want to hear it again. Or someone puts words to something you've been feeling or didn't quite understand or couldn't name before. And it's like, oh my God, I love those ahas. It's like, yes, let's go. You'll also have the MP3 audio versions, so you can listen while you're driving, walking, folding laundry, or even lying in bed at night. You can let this work integrate easily into your life instead of being or having one more thing that you have to sit down and make time for. And you'll have the transcripts. So when something really lands for you, you can really savor it. You can highlight it. You can journal on it. You can reflect on and internalize it at your own pace. One more thing you should know. Once the event ends, the price does go up. So if you felt even a small we do as women coming together, how that makes a tsunami effect, that giant positive ripple effect, it's no joke. And I said it, I know in just a little while ago in the session, how I've been one guilty for not prioritizing my community of amazing girlfriends and just putting so much emphasis on raising my kids and doing my work. And I realize now that raising my kids and doing my work needs a community. And I just feel so grateful to be able to bring this Power of Manifestation Circle membership to you. I hope you say yes to being a pioneer member. You can check it out at powerofmanifestation.com. I will see you in the next session. Thanks so much for tuning in. Mwah. I share something really important with you before you click away or fast forward? You're here watching these sessions. You're feeling fired up. Maybe you've already tried a few of the practices in your real life and something's clicking. That is exactly what my team and I knew would happen. We planned for it. But here's the thing, and I'm saying this because I truly care about you actually getting results, not just being entertained here for a session or two, or maybe over a few days. There are 26 sessions in Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026, 26 extraordinary teachers, 26 sets of tools, practices, and actionable insights designed to help you create real, lasting change in your life. You are not going to get through all of that, what is available to you now, for free. I mean, you could try, you could marathon it, but honestly, that's not how lasting, true transformation really works. This isn't about feverishly consuming as much as you can or consuming the minimal. It's about bringing it into your life and really internalizing it over time, noticing what works for your nervous system, seeing what lights you up, feeling what lights you up, and knowing this process compounds and evolves over time. That takes not just time, but your effort. It takes you investing in yourself. My team and I didn't assemble 26 extraordinary speakers to simply keep you busy for a few days. We did it because we know that different messages and different teaching styles land differently for different people at different time, especially depending where you are on your manifestation and healing journey. And by the way, what might not seem monumental today might be exactly what you need 6 months from now. And crucially, to achieve lasting change, to really master the changes that will truly transform your life, will likely mean returning to this material to go deeper, to truly internalize it. There are quite a few books and concepts that I have revisited dozens of times in my life to achieve mastery. So here's what I want and will ask you to consider. Right now, your access to this event is temporary. You have just a few days. But on this page, you can upgrade to lifetime access and keep all of this extraordinary, genuinely exclusive material that we've developed for you. You can keep it forever. All 26 video sessions. And what you don't have access to now, all of the MP3 audio files and the full transcripts, plus all of the bonus materials, all of the guided practices, meditations, and rituals that help you embody this work and not just understand it intellectually. And honestly, for such a modest investment, like genuinely a teeny tiny amount of money compared to what you would pay for even one private session with any of these extraordinary teachers, you can own it all forever. Here's what that means for you practically. You can take your time. You can go deeper into the sessions that called to you during the summit, when they call to you again, and then you can explore the ones that you didn't get to. You can also just go in and fast forward to the exact moment that amazing teacher said that amazing thing that changed everything for you, because we all have those moments, right? It's like, oh, I just want to hear it again. Or someone puts words to something you've been feeling or didn't quite understand or couldn't name before. And it's like, oh my God, I love those ahas. It's like, yes, let's go. You'll also have the MP3 audio versions, so you can listen while you're driving, walking, folding laundry, or even lying in bed at night. You can let this work integrate easily into your life instead of being or having one more thing that you have to sit down and make time for. And you'll have the transcripts. So when something really lands for you, you can really savor it. You can highlight it. You can journal on it. You can reflect on and internalize it at your own pace. One more thing you should know. Once the event ends, the price does go up. So if you felt even a small shift over what you've seen, if even one session or one teacher has helped you feel or see something differently or given you a tool that actually works for you, this is how you make sure that not only you don't lose it, but you can really build on it. That's why I always talk about how pouring into yourself, taking the time to heal, learn, and grow compounds, but only you can do it. Only you can invest in yourself. Only you can give yourself permission to take your time with this truly exclusive material, to come back to it, to allow it to crack you open, lift you up, and light up your life. That's the goal here, gang. That's why my team and I have invested countless hours and resources to bring manifesting your dream life to you. It's truly because it's our deep desire that you say, yes, this is for me. It doesn't matter what hasn't worked for you in the past. You're here now. I'm here now. It's no coincidence that I am sitting in front of you, offering you the chance to transform your life with guidance from several of the world's greatest thought leaders in the healing, empowerment, love, relationships, and manifestation space for a very, very modest rate. You can upgrade to lifetime access right now on this page before you move on to the next session, have to get back to work, or distracted by life's incessant demands. And I genuinely, truly hope you do. I truly hope you say yes to manifesting your dream life. I want this to be more than just a moment for you. I am personally invested in and excited to be your companion in this next phase of your journey as you say yes to becoming the greatest, highest version of you. And only you can do it. I hope you have enjoyed every bit of this summit so far, that you've taken full advantage as your time has allowed. I hope you continue to invest in the coming days with all this great material that we have developed. And honestly, if you decide to upgrade, that is fantastic. Genuinely no pressure. I just don't want you to miss this extraordinary effort and this extraordinary opportunity to achieve lasting transformation. All right. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller, and I am delighted to host this session on what everybody wants, making money. Oh my gosh, you guys. My guest she has such an extraordinary story and so many extraordinary actionable insights. And honestly, she has the best visuals you've ever seen. Her name is Aaliyah Fredericks. Aaliyah is a speaker, coach, and entrepreneur who teaches manifestation for the pragmatic. This session is called Manifesting Money, How I Went from $440,000 in debt to a millionaire by shifting my energy. Let that sink in. $440,000 in debt and creating a thriving 8-figure wine import business. Aaliyah developed a 5-step manifestation framework that's grounded, repeatable, and refreshingly no fluff. She is known for her blend of humor, honesty, and clear action steps that make the exceptional feel achievable. I just put those two words together. Exceptionable. That's a great new word. Today, she helps entrepreneurs and everyday people alike rewire limiting beliefs, reset their energy, and create lives that feel both abundant and sustainable. Welcome, Aaliyah. I'm so glad to have you in our event.
Thank you, Andrea. Great to be here.
And guys, before we go too much further, remember to grab your Power of Manifestation handbook. If you have it, if you don't, you can get it and download it immediately at powerofmanifestation.com. You're going to want to take a ton of notes in this session, and you're going to want to have the highlights from this session right there for you so you can really pay attention and not worry about writing it all down. Oh my gosh, Aaliyah, I'm so excited to talk to you. Your story is incredible. Your insights are incredible. Let's start, if you don't mind, share the turning point moment where you realized manifestation wasn't woo, but essential to building and ultimately thriving in your business and in your life.
Yeah, so it's funny. So there's like kind of two key moments. The first key moment, like we all saw The Secret like 100 million years ago, right? And we all liked it. But for a lot of us, we didn't get started right after that. And so like you fast forward a couple years, I was in San Francisco, I was in clean tech startup, and I had a panic attack. And I thought that I thought there was an earthquake happening, and I realized it was a panic attack. And when I realized it was a panic attack, I realized, oh my God, something's really wrong with me. And shortly after that, my mom starts sending me YouTube videos, and it was like an Abraham Hicks clip that just like spoke to me hardcore. And I was just like, I'm in. I was just like, I clearly have zero strategy for life, and I don't know if this is going to work, but I have got nothing to lose, so I may as well try. So that was like just the very first moment. But then of course there's like years go by where you're just consuming the videos, feeling better, learning about it, without actually sitting your ass down and doing what they taught in the videos.
Preach, sister. It's so easy to be in that like consumption and entertainment mode versus doing it. And guys, it is in the doing. It is in the practicing that's where the magic happens. And yet you got to get it in, like you got to consume it. But I love this. This is like, I feel like very few teachers are actually reminding you of what seems like really freaking obvious. It's not meant to just entertain you.
There's a difference.
You gotta do it.
When you are consuming the information, when you're reading, when you're watching videos, stuff like this, when you are consuming information, you are not having transformation. You have to push this shit out of your body, which is creation. You have to write, you have to speak, you have to create, you have to re-push the information out of your body so then you can have the transformation. And it took me like 5 years from going from like buying into it and consuming it and getting my dopamine hits off of learning to sitting my ass down and doing it. And that's the moment for me, which was more powerful. I'm like 5 years in, I've like quit the job, I've started the business, but I'm in the business, it's growing and it kind of looks successful, but I'm still broke, I'm still miserable. But I sound like a teacher. I've watched so many videos. I sounded like a teacher. So I have this extra layer of guilt being like, people think I'm a teacher, but I'm miserable, I'm broke. And I had this moment where I was like, what the fuck, Aaliyah? What the fuck? Like, why are you not doing what the videos are actually saying to do? And for me, I sat my ass down. I was like, Aaliyah, you are not standing up until you do what the videos say. So it's funny because I like thought I knew everything, but I sat down. I was like, wait, what do you do?
Yeah. And I got to give you huge props because it takes a lot of guts and confidence to admit that. And guys, honestly, let's just all admit when we are, I think it's Tony Robbins who talks about understanding versus knowing. And knowing is when you're doing it. And I just wanted to make a little sarcastic comment like, so you mean, Aaliyah, to change, you actually have to change, right? Because it's not theory. And I think a lot of us have been in that mode, and amen to call it what it is. The dopamine hits where it's like, oh, that feels so good. That's a yes in my body. It's like, yes, I resonate with that. But the magic is when you say, now I have to do it. And that's where the discomfort is. And that's where the growth is. And that's where the magic is. But I love what you're saying.
Wish somebody told me this about manifesting 14 years ago when I got started. It would have saved years. So what I wish I knew crisply and clearly 14 years ago is that there is a difference between learning about manifestation and actually doing it. It's not hard, but we do have to do it. And the funny thing is that we feel like we are doing it when we are learning this, when we are conceptually getting it, it feels good to learn, and we feel like we're doing it even when we are not actually doing what we just learned. Doing manifestation is not listening to videos, not even this one. It's not saying you're manifesting something. Doing intentional manifesting is getting real with what kind of thoughts you have. How do you speak? What is going on in your mind that is not serving what you want? And intentionally changing thoughts in a way that's genuine, reprogramming your mind so you're reprogramming your energy. All of this you can understand that it needs to be done without actually doing it. Intentional manifesting is sitting down and changing how you feel without anything else changing around you. It's owning your emotion. If you like the idea of it, put in the comments, own it. It's about consistently, systematically identifying what's going on in your mind and reaching for a better feeling thought over and over again. It's not hard, but you do have to do it. And oh my God, you guys, when you do it, shit, that's when you get really powerful. And then when you get really good at identifying what it is that you want and then spending time wiggling into, well, how would it feel to have what I want? Now we're quantum leaping. Now we're brewing up and becoming a match to that future. If you like the idea of that, put down in the comments, brew up the future. Or just put down in the comments, brew. You guys, we gotta own our emotions and we gotta have a vision and learn how to feel it. But we have to brew it up. So put brew it up in the comments. And my loves, if you like the way I'm teaching, then I invite you to go a teeny bit deeper for me. The first step is free, and it's good to just double check that you like my teachings. There's a free abundance meditation. The link is in the bio, where I can really show you what this work looks like on a deeper level than what I can do in a little video. So go to the link. It says Linktree, grab it. The abundance meditation in the bio. It's not really a meditation. Like I said, it's a guided lesson on how to do this stuff deeper. So you guys are powerful. I'm proud of you. Stick with me here, and I will see you soon.
By the way, I know you talk about being bitch slapped, and I just came from an event and was so bitch slapped in the best way. It was like, oh, this hurts. Oh yes, it's what I need. And that's where the magic is, because it's like, sometimes we just need to get out of our own heads and our own story. And it's so comfortable they are in our heads and in our stories. But it's back to, until we're willing, unless everything is going swimmingly, in which case, great, keep doing what you're doing. But your point's the right one, which is it wasn't going swimmingly. Like, you still were stuck. So how did shifting your energy make success possible before you started changing the external strategies? Because so often we're like looking for that outside in, but you did it from the inside out.
Yeah, absolutely. Like at the end of the day, let's just agree we've all probably drank the law of attraction Kool-Aid here. Like, at the base, we're probably all have agreed that like energy attracts like energy. So once we agree on this, almost nothing we do is logical anymore, because almost everything we were doing in an energy that was getting us things we don't like means that it's not logical to worry anymore. It's not logical to obsess anymore. It's not logical to argue anymore, if we have all agreed that like energy attracts like energy. And so this is like really boiling down to that phrase we were talking about earlier, which is like, this is the art of changing how you feel without anything else changing, so that everything can then change. And
okay, hang on. But say it again. Say that again. You have to change what's on the inside, even when nothing on the outside is changing.
We are looking at changing how we feel in our PJs, on our shitty couch, with shitty people around us doing shitty things, with no money in the bank account. We're looking at, in that scenario, changing how I feel without asking a single thing around me to change, because that is the moment we become unconditional. Until that moment has occurred, we're conditional. We're saying, my good vibe is conditional on money being there. My good vibe is conditional on you being nice. And if we are ever,
and that's giving away your power, right?
No power, zero
power. And then if it's not going well, then it's everybody else's to blame. So what you're talking about is like the ultimate reclamation of power. Like, it is the ultimate agency. And guess where it is, guys? It is freaking inside of you.
This is when we say, listen, everybody around me, you're off the hook. My bank account, you're off the hook. My cranky partner, off the hook. My shitty boss, off the hook. Myself, for not being perfect all these years, off the hook. Everybody's off the hook, because nothing matters. Nothing matters other than me sitting here in some place, changing how I feel without anything else changing. And so when we do that, we are now saying, I'm unconditional. I can decide how I feel. I am deciding, I'm in control of the energy that is being emitted out of my body. I'm in control of my emotions. And when we are in control of our emotions without anything else happening, that's how we change the point of attraction. That's how we have a clear signal to the universe. That's when we are now a vibrational match to this thing that we want in the future. So this is the art of just in your ripped up PJs on the couch you don't like, changing how you feel.
I mean, it's so powerful. It is so freaking powerful. And you know what I love? It's that goddamn easy. Like, it is. In fact, the only other thing I want to add, and then I have another question for you. It reminds me of Neville Goddard's sage wisdom that everyone, everything around us is us pushed out. Everything that is internal is a reflection of what is external and vice versa. The more that I've internalized that, the more I have been free as F to go, oh, great. Because if I don't like what's being mirrored to me, I quit blaming the freaking mirror. I mean, yes. And it's a practice, right? So it's kind of back to what you were saying, like I got it before theoretically, but now, and especially when it's like, oh, I don't like what's in that mirror. Okay, Andrea, well, that's you, girl. And and I love what you were saying, Aaliyah. It's not about blame. It's not about blaming myself, blaming other people. It is like the ultimate reclamation of power.
And you know what is better than money? You'll probably agree. What's better than the money is waking up and not having worries, is not being worried about the world, is not being worried about other people. It is about going through your life with this light, jovial, at least that's my personality, this light, jovial energy, just enjoying what's there and being light.
Totally. And, we've talked about this in another one of the sessions, that there are other millionaires out there and other people that have vast external wealth and success that are really miserable people. And I know everyone's like, oh my God, but we want to be the millionaire and happy. And yes, you can if you decide, and you can decide. But I do, because you're like, what's even better than money is the feeling of joy and peace. And it just so happens that it's those feelings of joy and peace that also lead to the money.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it works.
The tiny bit of fine print to bring a tiny bit of reality in. It doesn't mean people like us are free from stress. It doesn't mean we don't go through things. It doesn't mean we don't have contrast. It means that the majority of our life is light and happy. And as we are now manifesting into something bigger, there's turbulence on the way as we are bucking old energy currents and going into a new one. So it's like, we're not free from stress, but for the most part, we're skipping down the street drinking oat milk lattes.
Yeah, well, we're free from the tyranny of thinking that our problems are outside of us. In fact, I want to add one more comment. I just actually was chatting with my team about this because yes, the problems are there. I'm also an entrepreneur and CEO, and just before this call, I was like, oh, we've got this problem, and I said to my team, for anybody who studies the Kabbalah, the kind of mystical arm of the Jewish faith, there's this idea of tikkun. And it's like your soul's lesson. And as I've understood this and internalized it, when something goes wrong, in air quotes, and maybe it is really wrong, it's a problem in the business, it's a problem in a relationship, it's not enough money, it's the opportunity to say, oh, this tikkun is my teacher. It is my soul helping me correct what is misaligned. And it's a reflection. It's, this whole business of Kabbalah, we are vessels that shine the light of the Creator through us. And it's beautiful. Yes, exactly. It's so powerful. 100%. So when I literally said to my team, there's a problem with this affiliate. I'm like, you know what, guys, we are one soul on our team. The tikkun is this mistake we made. And guess what? We're just going to, there was a message in the tikkun and we're going to fix it. Everyone, it was like the whole team was like
closer to the manifestation.
Yes. But it's like, rather than it being this scary thing to hide from or to move away from, it's like, no, tikkun is inviting you in. These lessons where we feel discomfort, where we feel lack, it's that sacred mirror that we were talking about a minute ago that is showing us where there is lack. And that's what you cracked. Okay, so what were your biggest sabotaging stories that were running your life and business before you?
It all starts here.
It.
That is the correct first question. I'm like, Aaliyah, what the fuck? Like, why are you not doing the shit that you know? Why are you not doing it? So I sit my ass down. I'm like, Aaliyah, do it. And they're like, wait, what do I do? And then all of a sudden I hear like the Abraham Hicks voice. You cannot have a new life with an old story. So I'm like, okay, well, what is my old story? So we're going over the 5 steps. So now we're going to go from, now we've just been talking about theory. We're going to spend the rest of the time talking about how do you actually do this shit?
5 step. You've got a 5-step framework. Let's go, guys. Buckle up.
This is step number 1. You have to identify your shitty story. So I sat down. I said, okay, what is my old story? And then you can ask yourself, all right, well, the old story, the current story, which is based on the past, is how you answer the question, how's it going? So I sat down and I imagined that I was with somebody and to find what words easily come out of my mouth. What words easily come out of my mouth. So that was like, hey, Leah, how's it going? Not good. I'm stressed. I can't think. I have brain fog. I don't know how to get out of debt. I'm barely breaking even. I do not know how to grow my business. I hate this. Fucking hate this. That's what, did you hear how easily I just spilled that out? Because that was on my mind and repeat in my energy for years. And so I wrote that down and I had this moment of like, that is my energy. No wonder I am in this position. That is the narrative. That is the story. That is, whether I'm saying it like that or not, that energy exists in my body 24/7 and it's making me hate life. So that was step number 1. So step number 2, you can't go on with that. You can't go on with that. You have to.
I like how eloquent you are. Rewrite that shit.
You have to rewrite that shit. So here's the deal. What doesn't work is super fucking positive affirmations that seem so far away. Because if you are like, the money's coming, everything is good, your body calls your bullshit, you roll your eyes, and you do not feel affirmed. An affirmation is not an affirmation if it doesn't make you feel affirmed. So you can't just rewrite it into something like some bullshit. I'm not really a fake it till you make it kind of person, because that is going to activate doubt in my body. So let's like look at this in action. We're going to like go deep dive into this, because if there's one thing I can like give to the people today is that you can do this today. You can absolutely do this today. So let's like take a little sample of what was going on in my body at the time. Like, let's just abbreviate it to 3 things. I'm so stressed. I don't know how to make money or get out of debt. And I hate this. You can feel that. As I go back
no,
there.
you totally feel it. Yeah. No,
Right?
you totally feel it.
I remember sitting there feeling like the brain fog felt like somebody poured a chemical into my brain. And I didn't have kids back then. And I technically had all the time in the world, but I couldn't do anything. I would just like rewrite my to-do list over and over and over again, getting almost nothing done. So anyways, I in that what the fuck moment, I sat down and for the first time, I wrote out my first story. So people watching, get your piece of paper out. This should not be like learn now, do later. This should be like learn now, do now. So sit down, get your piece of paper out and write down how you answer the question, how's it going?
So here's what we're going to do. We're just going to pause here, guys. Give everybody a few minutes, because I love it, Aaliyah, so much what you're saying to do now, right? Rather than like, hey, I'll do it later. Well, later often never comes. So let's, guys, take a few minutes. Don't be afraid. This is the point of transformation right here, right now. And only you can give it to yourself. Okay, guys, you've written it down. Whew, good job. Okay, Aaliyah, what's next?
So now we have to rewrite that shit. We have to shift, but we can't do it so positive that our brain calls our bullshit. So here's the thing, you guys, we need to find a new way to describe the situation. And we're not even trying to be positive. We're just trying to shift up 10 or 20%. So you've got to find some new words. You have to rewrite it, but it must be believable, number one. And number two, it must feel better. It doesn't even have to feel good. It just has to feel better than your old shitty story. So here's an example. I'm so stressed. So let's just feel this, right? We can feel that in this moment. I'm so stressed and I'm trying to find a new set of words. I'm not saying this set of words is perfect for you. I'm giving you an example, right? So for me, I'm ready for a change. I'm letting myself off the hook for being perfect. I honor my path and I'm ready to practice new emotions. Okay, so now the check and balance. Do I believe this? Do I believe I'm ready for a change? Yes. Do I believe, can I let myself off the hook for being perfect? Yes. Do I honor my path? Yes. Am I ready to practice a new emotion? Yes. So this checks out. If for you, one of these lines like didn't check out, you just wouldn't use that one. You'd go back and find something that you genuinely do believe. I'm ready for a change. I'm ready to breathe deeper. I'm ready to let other people off the hook. I'm ready. I'm feeling called for a new way. My old way isn't working, right? So you're looking for something else to say that you can nod your head to. And then you can ask yourself, does this version feel better in my body? So let's just check this. I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed. I'm ready for a change. I'm ready for a change. I'm ready for a change. Boom, energy shift. I believe it and it feels better. And if you believe it, this is like that neurotransmitter rewiring, right? So this is when, like, if you've been saying, I'm so stressed for so long, you have a neurotransmitter pathway in your brain that's really wide because you've said it a billion times. It's super wide. All your little neurons have clamored together. So when you wake up in the morning and your little neurons want to work, they just go down the I'm so stressed path. That makes your signal be stressed. And now you're manifesting more being stressed. However, when you shift this into, I'm ready for a change, you are now literally rewriting and whacking, like creating a new neurotransmitter pathway. And so as you create that new neurotransmitter pathway, you believe it and it feels better. So now our process is to rehearse this and ingrain it into our body. So we're like manually moving those neurons down a new path, practicing it, widening it. So we have a new, wider neurotransmitter pathway, which is equivalent. What we will feel is a new default energy living in our body.
So, Aaliyah, let me just pause right there and just say, hey, guys, let's just take another 1 minute, 2 minutes. So whatever, if those words resonate with you, great. You got it. Aaliyah did your homework for you. Whatever it is, if you're ready for more abundance, like own it. So let's just take a few, let's get this done, guys. I want at the end of this session.
Yeah, you get more points for trying and attempting right now than getting it perfect later. So you get 100% points.
And then not doing it. Yeah, no, but right now, I mean, even I going through it without even having written it down feel better because it is truth.
So that's one example. Let's look at another. I don't know how, whatever, to get out of debt, to make money, to be happy, to grow my business. So we got some sort of language. For me, it was all of these things. So now we have another thing. The part of my default source is, I don't know how to make money. I don't know how to grow this business. I do not know how, I don't know what to do right now. So we're going to look, right? We're going to rewrite that shit and we want to be believable and we want to feel better. I might not know, but I am curious. Let's check it. Do I believe that I'm curious? Yes, I'm very fucking curious. So let's just do the energy check now. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know. But I am curious. Lighter energy. Are you feeling it?
So many people say, I don't know. And it's true. In the moment that they say, I don't know, it's correct. I don't know how to grow my business. I don't know how to get out of debt. I don't know how to get to the next level of financial freedom, wealth. I don't know. But here's the thing. You cannot know while you believe you don't know at the same time. Energetically, saying I don't know locks you into not knowing. So right now, I want to invite you to think about the thing you don't know about. Is it something about your body, your relationship, your kids, your business, money? And for just a moment here, I want you to feel the heaviness of the energy of not knowing what to do. And I invite you to take a deep breath with me now and say, but I am curious. I'm curious what to do. I'm curious what to say. I'm curious what a good path forward might be. Can you feel that energy change? Shocked if you start saying this multiple times a day for the next couple days, that ideas and solutions will open up to you.
And then I like to add something in like this. I understand that my lack energy has manifested more lack. I'm ready to prioritize energy before action. Energy before action. Let's rewrite my last line here. I hate this. Can you imagine starting a wine importing company where you travel around the world buying wine and then you sell it? I'm like in the best restaurants all around the country. I am growing this business. It's amazing actually. I'm in like 3 restaurants from Chef's Table season 1. I'm in all the top places, but I'm not making any money. I'm miserable, right? And so in the middle of this, I fucking hate it. So let's look, a rewrite.
Well, and the irony is that people looking at you, and this is where FOMO can be really crazy. So millions of people who love wine and who are entrepreneurs would look at you and say, "Oh my God, she's got the best life." But that's
you can go find the YouTube videos. You can go, if you do a little digging, you can find my wine YouTube videos and you can go judge for yourself.
Yeah, no, but I love that you're, how you're describing that contrast from the outside looking in. A lot of people would be like, look at this amazing woman. And of course you were amazing, but from the inside out, you hated it.
Yeah. I remember getting to the point where I was like, if this is it, I don't even want it. Fuck. But I also knew that was faulty thinking because I knew the problem was inside. So I didn't spend too much time there. So let's look. So I hate this. Got to find something else to say. We can't love our life if we are continually thinking about how much we hate something. I'm ready to look for things to love. I'm ready to appreciate more. Let me just think. Let me check. Do I believe this? Am I ready to look for things to love? Yes. Am I ready to appreciate more? Yes. Let's just do the energy check. I hate this. I'm ready to look for things to love. That feels really good, right? And so I like to add maybe a little extra something yummy, right? I do think I can play this energy game. This is possible if I can prioritize energy. I can prioritize energy. I can fucking do this. I can fucking do this, right? So now we have rewritten the story. And now if I was like whenever I work with clients, this is the first thing that we do. And then I'll go copy and paste these rewrites. So then we have a narrative. If we were just looking at what was rewritten, I have a new story to practice. I'm ready for a change. I'm letting myself off the hook for being perfect. I honor my path. I'm ready to practice a new emotion. I may not know how, but I am curious. I understand my lack energy and manifest more lack. I'm ready to prioritize energy before action. I'm ready to look for things to love. I'm ready to appreciate more. I do think I can play this energy game. The money is possible if I prioritize money. I can prioritize money. In fact, I'm absolutely effing going to do this. Now it's up to me to rehearse this like it is my motherfucking job. I need to build
and
this
it
energy.
is.
It is.
And it is. Or yeah. It's more of the same, right? I mean, it's like nothing changes until you change. Like, I know that's so reductive and sounds so fucking stupid, but it's true. Nothing changes until you change.
And this is how we do it.
Good news.
We look at what is there, we rewrite it. For me, this is kind of like there's Abraham Hicks explanation where if you have a train going really fast in one direction, can that train all of a sudden go fast in the other direction? No, it has to slow down. It has to come to a stop, and then it has to build up energy in a different direction. So the whole rewriting process for me is really the process of like slowing that train down. So
I
then
love
we
that.
then have this new narrative. We practice this. And then next thing you know, a couple weeks later, a couple days, whatever, you can rewrite that story up again. And when we realize that this is about systematically looking at what's on our mind and reaching for an incrementally better thought, we realize I'm going to be rewriting everything perpetually. And if I do this, the compounding effect of me increasing my energy over time is how these miracles happen.
Yeah, no, it's so powerful. And I like just even kind of digging into some of the notes. I mean, how you emphasize using humor. I mean, giving ourselves that mental bitch slap, right? Because it's so easy to stay stuck in the narrative. I mean, that's the whole point. But it's like, it's more of the same, right? And a lot of times, back to the cocoon thing, a lot of times life will, like, if you're stuck long enough, thank you, God, honestly, creator, source, universe, we don't need to be religious here. Thank you for the bitch slap coming from outside. And often it's an illness. Often it's a financial disruption. It's a relationship, right? And I've seen it in my own life. When something is stuck long enough, then the bitch slap comes from outside. But this is, really, I love your practice. It does. And if you're lucky, right? Because then it forces change. But this is your steps. To me, the beauty is being able to say, this is what I'm going to choose for myself. And that's a gift. And incrementally, and it can happen fast, as much as you're saying, hey, don't try to go too fast, but that starting with curiosity, like, that opens the door to possibility, which is so powerful. Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. So this was like the first part. This was like rewriting your shit is like, I talk about it as like, it's getting out of jail. Your old story is your jail cell. You can't have a new life. Right. And so, okay, that was a huge part of the work. But then I also knew a couple of things, right? So there I am, and I rewrite this. And now I'm practicing these rewrites. I'm getting into my body. I'm feeling relief from being tormented by the old story for the first time. So then, like, within a week or two, couple weeks, I'm ready to do the other things I learned in the videos, the thousands of videos I watched, right? So the next
she watched thousands of videos, so you only have to watch one. No, just kidding. But hang on. But I just wanted to. I love that. That just even what you said, that in as little as a couple weeks and even a few days, like, those shifts can start to feel really significant in a very modest amount of time. But it's at getting started. It's committing to the process, right?
Exactly. So where I was at this, right? So I'm like 5 years, around 5 years into knowing about all this stuff. I've launched the wine importing business. I started off with $220,000 of personal debt. In the first couple years, with my power of manifestation, I manifested a business debt, a business loan, another 200 something thousand. I'm around the $440,000 worth of debt. Nuance, I manifested a loan. I didn't manifest a profitable business model, right? So I got my loan. Now I'm just under $500,000 in debt, but the business still isn't making money. I'm still stressed, but the business is growing. I'm doing a few $100,000 revenue a year, just breaking even, right? So this is where I'm at. So I'm like 3, 4, 5 years into this business. It's not profitable. Haven't made one penny. Ripping my hair out, holding the personal debt for over 10 years, tons of guilt, tons of worthiness issues around that debt. And then when I start doing this work, the rewriting and what I'm about to explain, the abundance future casting in the routine, well, for 6 months, nothing happened. For 6 months, it was just me and my faith in this work. But I was doing the work for the first time, so I knew I was on the path for the first time. So I'm doing the work every single day. I'm doing my rewrites. Every single day I'm doing what I'm about to teach you. Every single day I'm actually doing it so I can feel it's there. And then all of a sudden I get this phone call or I get a text message from somebody who says, we need to try your wines. I don't know who this is. I'm like, well, who are you? They're like, oh, we need to buy them. And I'm like, you have never tasted them. Like, I know, but we know who you are. We need to buy them. Like, rolling my eyes because I'm getting a lot of requests. I'm kind of like known. I'm doing organic and natural wines, my portfolio. I'm using law of attraction to grow the business. I'm just not using law of attraction to be happy or make money. So the business is actually growing. It's doing very well. I actually have a niche for myself. I have a well-respected portfolio. I'm getting into all the places. but I'm not happy or making money. I'm actually like very much opposite. So that's where I am. And I realize, right, in all of this, that I was spending my energy manifesting a wine importing business, not what I really wanted, which was money and easy days and enjoying myself.
Yeah.
Once I realized that I had been spending time just manifesting a wine importing business rather than what I really wanted. This is important because a lot of people out there, you might be manifesting something because you assume it's going to give you what you want. But don't be like me, where you spend 4 years manifesting a wine importing business, realizing you didn't care about the wine importing business. Actually, what you wanted was like a lot of money and easy days.
Amen. Totally.
Yeah, absolutely. So I start doing all of this work. Nothing happens for 6 months. I get this text message though. So I decide to go down and fly down to Dallas. I show these random people 11 wines and they buy 9 of them and they buy the maximum amount. And I left with a $330,000 purchase order, which was like what I did revenue the year before. And I was like, holy shit, I missed my flight that night because I was just like, what the fuck just happened? And then I poured my energy work into that relationship and it grew and grew. And I was inspired to stop doing business some ways. I was inspired to start doing business a new way. I was able to innovate that way of business with this client, get other clients similar to that. I was able to of doing this energy work, I had a new set of optics. I had a new set of inspirations. I had a new set of things I said yes or no to. And then I poured appreciation into this new business model. And within about 18 months from starting all this, I made my first $1 million. And I paid the debt off,
sister.
And then I kept going, cashing in 50 to 100 grand a month, cash into my personal business account. It's still crazy to even talk about. Still even crazy. And then we probably got up to about the $10 million a year mark. And it was amazing. It was really amazing. So that's just an example of like, okay, when you do this work that I'm teaching you, like your motherfucking life depends on it, and you give it some time to let your old energy burn off and build up a new energy, that's what you can expect. But you do have to do it.
Well, what I love about that is what I'm gleaning from what you're saying are those, you said for those 6 months, nothing happened, but I want to correct that if it's accurate. In those 6 months, it seems like you were feeling a lot better. You were actually starting to enjoy it. And that to me is where the freaking ninja move is.
Nothing on the outside changed, but I was
everything on the inside. And that's And that's we touched on that at the beginning of our conversation, but I just think it's such an important point. And it reminds me a lot of, frankly, I'm an entrepreneur in my own business, and it very, very close parallels, right? It's like, oh my God, I'm grinding. I'm trying to do all this stuff out there, when the truth is the magic is on the inside. You do the magic on the inside, find the gratitude, find the joy, overcome all those, I'm stressed, I don't know, all those shitty stories we tell ourselves, so that internal shift starts to feel really good. And then the outside
all of a sudden,
world,
the urgency is gone because you're like, hey, I'm actually okay. I'm actually happy right now. Okay. And the whole nervous system comes down. And this actually brings me to the third point.
Yeah. So let's talk about step 3.
Now,
yes, please.
We can fly through. I also have a resource for your audience to go deeper, since we'll have to rush through these a little bit, but I can talk about that at the end. You can probably link it too in somewhere. So the third piece is your abundance energy. Okay. If your abundance energy, yes, we need to rewrite our shit. We need to slow down the train. We need to get out of jail. But then we have to come in and say, do I have an abundant energy? Because if for years, and this isn't even for people who are broke or in debt. I work with 80% of the people I work with are business owners, and a lot of them have large established businesses. Okay. So this isn't just, it's not just broke people who need to do abundance work. Okay. Because this is really about, do you go out into the world and are you being like, it's not enough, lack. Millionaires, people with big businesses have lack mentalities, right? Or are you going out with this default energy of acknowledging like how abundant beauty is, how abundant nature is, how much there is everywhere. So I knew that I needed to increase my abundance work. And so in the very beginning, it can be hard to do that on the topic of money. Because if you've been stressed out, whether you're broke or whether you have a large company that has a cash flow issue, or you're trying to grow, but it seems very hard because of the world or whatever, then we need to start raising your abundance energy, not on the topic of money. Because the energy of abundance isn't really just money. The energy of abundance is like the essence of like so much, so much, so much, so much. And we can activate.
Money is energy. I mean, to me, it's all a continuum. I mean, it's, we think of money as out there and separate, but the truth is, it's not a pile of gold coins. And even if it was, it's still, it's back to this whole reflection business, right? I mean, we think of it as separate, but it's actually all energy. I mean, not to get too woo, but it's all energy and consciousness.
Yeah, totally. So we need to raise this up. So how I did it is that I would go out on my deck, right? And remember, in the middle, I'm very much in debt. I'm very stressed. I've just been rewriting for a couple weeks, so I'm feeling better. But I go out on my deck and I know that it's my job to start appreciating the abundance that exists. So I go out on my deck and I start doing this like every day, a couple times a day. Maybe I forget for a few days, who cares? Jump back in and go out and be like, there are so many trees. There's so much beauty. There's so much nature. There's so many flowers. There's so much air. There's so many clouds. There's so many leaves. There's so much grass. There's so much space. And for 5 or 10 minutes a day, exercising the so muchness. Now, for somebody else, it might be so many coffee cups, so many cozy things in your house, so many memories, so many photos. But for me, I anchored into the so muchness of nature. And holy shit, this just, the rewrites were good, but this bumped it up even more. And so this was my abundance work, really making sure I was activating abundance where it was easy. And it felt amazing. It felt amazing. And then you carry that energy throughout your day. So then a couple weeks after that, I'm like, holy shit, like, okay, right? The brain fog's going down. I haven't felt this good in years. And then I was ready to start thinking about money. Because at the time in the beginning, if I tried to picture some vision of me with money, my brain was going to call my BS and kick it out. And so in the beginning, it was too hard to think of, it's too hard to visualize an improved money situation. However, when you do really good abundance work for a couple weeks or some period of time, all of a sudden you can feel the possibility and you can start to see it. So that brings me to future casting. You hear different teachers talk about this in different ways. Sometimes you'll hear somebody say, you need to know what you want and believe it's going to happen, but that can be tricky because it hasn't happened and you don't believe it. But we need to have this vision. We need to have some sort of vision or some sort of something that we want. And so the future cast for me is saying, there's this thing I want. And if I had it, I would feel like this. But as I practice emitting the future feeling today, I am casting out the energy I want in the future. So for example, at this time, remember, I'm not even, that big client hadn't come along yet. At this time, I'm just in debt and not making any money. So all I really, really, really wanted at the time, the most exciting financial goal for me at the time was the thought of paying off my original $220,000 of debt. And so I future casted the moment after writing the last check. So I get this snapshot in my mind where I've like written the last check, the debt is gone. And I'm like, I'm free. Right. And so I'm future casting. So I have this vision of me standing there in my driveway with this grin on my face, fucking proud, feeling like nobody can come and get me. Nobody can bother me. I'm just here and I'm independent. And so I got this vision in my mind and I started, after I did my little abundance work, I started exercising this vision of, oh my God, yes, I did it. I did it. I'm free. I did it. I did it. I did it. And so I was able to brew that energy up of this moment in the future and feel the success of it 18 months before it happened. And that gave me so much energy to think like, oh my God, like, oh, the energy of like, I paid it off and I did it. I did it. I did it. So every single day I'm reading my rewrites. Every single day I'm practicing abundance. And every single day I'm future casting this moment of like, fuck yesness. And this ties into number 5, which is the routine. Yeah, you gotta get into a routine where you're doing these first 4 things like your life depends on it. This is the fine print. Your fine print is knowing this stuff. Knowing this stuff is not enough. You have to do it. And so number 5 is saying, I'm going to create a routine where I do this like my motherfucking life depends on it, because my motherfucking life does depend on it. And basically,
Okay,
that's all I
standing
have to
ovation. Standing ovation. No, but it's awesome. And it's so, guys, I hope you are feeling as energized as I am, because honestly, I know I said it a few minutes ago. It is that, I'm just going to use this new word that I heard from you, motherfucking. It is that motherfucking simple. And I also swear a lot, so I'm very comfortable with that. But sorry if it offends, but I say it, and I know, Aaliyah, you do too, with that emphasis, because it is exciting. It is, the power is in you. And, you know, yes, this is a session about making money, but it's so much more than making money. It is so much more than making money. It is about making a life that you motherfucking love. It is about having love and joy, appreciating abundance.
It's just money coming to me easily. Money coming in and needed me. Money coming in repeatedly.
The next 5 years went very differently. I realized that I had been focusing on the mechanics of growing a wine business, buying and selling wine, which is very different than focusing on establishing wealth and ease in my life. I realized the most important thing I needed to do was to become aware of my brain saying things like, where's the money? I don't know if this is going to work. I'm so stressed. I don't know what to do. All that stuff. And intentionally shift out of that and back into curiosity with having wealth and ease on my mind, not just buying and selling wine. The next few years, whoo, you guys, it was another 10,000 baby steps, but this time leading me from a path of stress and debt into a beautiful life of flow and abundance.
You keep using the word ease, and I'm like, mwah, mwah, yes, ease. I mean, I always say I'm like the type A triple Aries alpha. Ease is a new idea for me.
I can tell you like how I gentle. Days. You want to know how I manifest easy days? Okay, because I remember when I was like, because I had this new thing where I'm like, oh, manifest what you really want, not what you assume you want. So I'm in this process of realizing I don't give a fuck about a wine importing business. Stop manifesting a wine importing business. Start manifesting what you want. So I identified I want easy days. Okay, great. So step 1, you want easy days. Number 2, well, what would that look like? I asked myself, what would an easy day look like? So I was like, okay, an easy day would look like a slow morning, maybe some meditation, maybe some exercise, maybe a green smoothie. Now that's not the real work. That's the pre-work to this next piece, which is the very important work. I go more into this. I have a freebie to show your guys how to actually go way deeper in abundance and future casting. So I'll go in that with that thing for them.
Amazing. We'll make sure we have the links for you guys. We'll have the links so you can find it really easy. Go ahead, though.
So we needed to, so I was like, okay, easy days. So I want easy days. What would that look like? And then what would that feel like? What would that slow morning feel like? What would that easy day look like? So I never contemplated this. So I had to like close my eyes and be like, what would an easy day feel like? It would feel like, okay, it would feel light. It would look like I do a couple little emails and then decide if I go out to lunch or do a project. It would feel like, you don't necessarily have to find the words, but you find that feeling in your body. What would that feel like? And okay, then we realized, oh, that's a new feeling. Haven't done that before. So then I knew I needed to brew up the feeling of ease before going into my intense days. So I started right before I would open up my laptop. I'd set my feet on the ground and I'd say, easy, easy days. It would feel like, and so I would find that feeling, then slowly open up the laptop computer and try to hold on while doing stuff. And then at first you'd hold on for 3 seconds. Eventually you can hold on for maybe 5 seconds, eventually a couple minutes, eventually maybe an hour, until you are dragging ease into your not easy life. And as you drag ease and require yourself to feel ease in the midst of something intense, that's when that becomes a default energy. And you start now with that default energy. You start from there. I realized I need an email assistant. So the first inspired action I had out of that was, I have 8 hours of emails and I would still not get done. I need somebody to help clean out my email inbox with the easy stuff. So that was the first person I hired, and she still works for me 9 years later. And she does way more than that now. But that was an inspired action that came out of having ease in my body. And then over a course of a year or two, it really developed into me building a team and only doing what I could do. So I could have easy days, which I still enjoy, because I took that very seriously.
Yeah. And I love that there's a ton to unpack. The clarity and having those really clear intentions. And it sounds like probably it took a little while to even have the clarity around the ease. But guys, if you start with what Aaliyah is saying, then the clarity will come to you, right? And yes, I know it can be tempting. I want 17 things, 1 or 2 things, right? And then you can keep layering on. But what you're describing, Aaliyah, it's so accessible to all of us. And when I think about going from that place of stress and fear, using curiosity as a superpower, it's like, and even how that led to your getting email assistant, right? Because it's like when you're stressed and you don't know, and you're just rewriting your to-do list, the possibilities aren't there for you, right? You created all these possibilities for yourself, and you created all these openings through being profoundly curious and being willing to change. And I can't say it enough, you guys. It's that simple. And I mean, it is such an extraordinary story. And I can't emphasize enough. Yes, it's about making money, and it is about making a life that you love, whether it's ease, or I want more time with my kids, or I want this great relationship, or I want more peace, or you guys decide what it is, right? But these are the steps.
Yes.
And what you really want, and I love just to emphasize, because you thought you wanted a wine and pork business, and what you really wanted was making money and having ease, and great.
Mm-hmm.
Like that you discovered, like you allowed yourself to discover that is beautiful.
Yeah.
So then you sold your business, and now you are doing what?
Yeah. So basically it got to, I sold the business to somebody who was a loyal, faithful person in the business for 7 years. The business is still running. He still has it. He runs it a little differently. He has a concierge service and is a wine club and everything like that. So that still exists out there. And I remember I was like, okay, what's next? And I, for a little while, wanted to be smart about what was next. And I thought I was going to get into some real estate investing, but then wanted to have fun. And so I put that out there, and it was years ago, actually, I became a life coach. Like, it was like, we saw the Tony Robbins things like 8 years ago, I became a life coach. So I've been doing this coaching for a long time, and I would have a small roster of clients on the side of the wine business. So afterwards, I was basically like, all right, well, I don't want to waste my time going out to lunch perpetually every single day. And so I started a Law of Attraction YouTube channel. And then it just grew to saying, okay, I'm going to take what I do, coaching, and scale that online. And so now I have a nice audience online. I have a program. I have clients. And I basically do this with business owners, mostly people who not about 80% business owners, maybe 20% career people who basically this work resonates and they want to execute this. They want to be really fucking good at doing these 5 things because they understand that is at the center of what they've been learning. A lot of my clients, they've been into this just like us for like decades, and they feel like this is like that missing key. This is like that last piece. This is like how you actually bridge the gap from knowing this stuff to doing this stuff. However, what I would really suggest, if somebody out there likes the vibe, I have recorded a really beautiful abundance meditation, and that is my gift to your audience. And in this abundance meditation, it's really like I'm walking you through how to do the abundance work and how to do the future casting. And so they can go to my website, lawofattractionwithaleah.com/free, and get that, because that's going to take what we kind of went over a little quickly today and deep dive into that. And so for people out there, if you can realize I need to rewrite my shit, I need to increase my abundance vibration, and I need a future cast like my motherfucking life depends on it, and you can start doing all 3 of these things as your primary strategy, it's not going to take forever to completely change your body, your business, and your financial situation. But I'm not somebody who said 70 grand dropped out of the sky in 3 days. So you do kind of need to like buckle the fuck up because we got to do this and we got to give it some time. So go grab that, and you'll be able to go a little bit deeper in the work.
Amen, sister. Oh my gosh, Leah, I could talk to you for days. This session has been such a gift, equal parts practical and just inspiring, because again, it's like, oh my God, it's so easy. And hearing your story is, it just makes it that much accessible, I think, to all of us, right? So before we close, let me recap just a few of the key takeaways. 1, guys, your old stories don't define you. They can be rewritten. They must be rewritten. And this whole business of going from theory to practice, you got to change, right? Starting with identifying those old stories, so practical, and making them believable, taking those small steps, infusing them with curiosity. And, like we talked about, manifestation, when it is structured and pragmatic and real and believable, it happens. It absolutely happens. Even if the outside impact isn't felt right away, like Aaliyah talked about, she was feeling so much better in days and weeks. And I can attest to that myself. Okay, last couple quick things. Using the phrase, there is so much, whether you're looking at the trees, looking at your coffee cups, looking at your children, wherever you are able to tap into that abundance in your life, and you do that regularly and make that a habit, it punches above its weight. And I know because I've followed a very similar practice. I love that so much. It's a power move, guys. And finally, future casting makes your desires feel real, achievable, and magnetic. Just getting that little snippet in your mind, just like Aaliyah said when she wrote that last check, how that was a driving visual and feeling for her. So whatever it is for you, and in her case, it took about 18 months. Maybe for you, it's the thing that's 2 months away or 3 months away. But anchoring that vision and that feeling so you can future cast with ease. Amen. And finally, it's got to be routine. You got to do it. It's not theory, it's practice. All right, Aaliyah, you are the best, guys. I hope you love this, and I look forward to seeing you in the next session of The Power of Manifestation. Thanks so much for tuning in. Hey, Andrea here. I hope you're loving what we created for you in all of this extraordinary and actionable programming. To continue with it and with us, to implement real, lasting, and exciting change, including successfully manifesting your dream life, I have created a private, powerful membership offering for women who are ready to pour into themselves and invest in themselves in order to not just live a life they love, but honestly, to have that much more to give to those around them. I know that's important to so many of us, and I'm excited to tell you about the Power of Manifestation Circle. And instead of starting by telling you what that experience is like, I want you to hear directly from a few of our grateful, enthusiastic members. From Anna Marie, thanks for the support. I've appreciated having a place to share the process and insights. Seems to make it more real when it's shared. It's one thing to journal about it. It's totally different to own it in front of people committed to their growth. Thanks for showing up for us. And Kim said, I'm really appreciating having a place to share about the stuff. So often we do this work in solitude, and it's helping to have a place to share insights and get feedback. I don't feel so alone. And Lorena added, thank you for this morning's ritual. Wow, super helpful in identifying the foundational principles that continually hold me back. These are just a few of the comments that speak to the heart of the circle that we have created. And by we, I mean our wonderful members, my team, and myself. Once you join us, you get so many benefits. For starters, we give you daily guidance and inspiration to help you achieve your manifestation dreams, along with a passionate, engaged community to help ensure you stay locked in. Not only are you not doing it alone, but you have this passionate group of people and resources to help keep you energized and committed to your manifestation journey. And that's worth a lot. Specifically, you receive a monthly manifestation calendar that tells you exactly what to focus on each day. You also get short daily rituals, affirmations, and all sorts of tools that are easy to use and actually fit into your life. How's that for a great idea? You also receive daily companion emails that help you integrate all of this without having to overthink. And you get the Power of Manifestation treasure chest. This is your vault of quick, potent manifestation resources that you can use anytime, including the Glamour Magic Guide, the 10-minute nervous system reset, and the Kitchen Manifestation Rituals resource. And finally, curated frequencies and subliminals so you can reprogram your mind while you sleep. I've been using this one myself for a while now, and I have to say, I'm a giant fan. Who doesn't want to make progress while she sleeps? And each month, we gather live with thought leaders and experts in our Guiding Light series, where these extraordinary individuals share their expertise in an interactive format to ensure you personally get the most out of the session and actually internalize the lessons. And our community meets monthly in what we call our Dream Life Gatherings, where our members share their experiences, questions, tips, tools, and insights in an informal, intimate, and highly caring atmosphere. Honestly, some of these sessions with our members have been so personal and so profound. They have blown me away. I've learned so much from our members, and the way we show up for each other is powerful. You also have access to each other at all times through our private online community forum. Honestly, I feel humbled and grateful for what we have developed through this unique, powerful, and deeply personal community of caring, motivated women. Also, as part of our circle offering, you receive lifetime access to all 26 sessions from our Manifesting Your Dream Life event, along with the MP3 audio versions, bonus materials, and so much more. So you have access to everything my team and I have carefully crafted to help you succeed at manifesting your dream life. Guys, I am on fire for this offering, which we have priced modestly, so that's not an obstacle for you. And I'm happy to tell you about it because honestly, it works. And because doing it together makes it more fun and more rewarding. I would truly love to welcome you into our Power of Manifestation circle. You'll see a lot more of me by joining. I hope that's a good thing. I look forward to seeing you inside. Welcome. Thanks very much. And I hope you're enjoying Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. Welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. I am your host, Andrea Miller, and I am so excited to bring this episode to you. If you are into skipping timelines and quantum leaping, as I am, this session is for you. It's called Becoming That Girl for Real, Skipping Timelines to Be the Most Magnetic Version of Yourself. This session explores how your personal identity, the lens through which you view yourself, i.e., how you are programmed, creates your reality. And by consciously shifting who you are, who you perceive yourself to be, shifting and reprogramming is what will enable you to skip timelines. The truth is, there are infinite versions of you right now in the quantum field. This session will help you become the version of that girl that is the most magnetic version of you. And my guest is the perfect guest to help you learn how to do it. Samantha Chung is a mindset and manifestation expert on a mission to help more people wake up and live fully as their authentic selves. And she does it brilliantly for herself, as you'll see in just a moment. Samantha is the host of Spiraling Higher and a soon-to-be published author. Sam knows that we experience resistance, pain, and suffering when we ignore who we truly are. Her coaching helps us discover who we were before limiting beliefs, conditions, and fears took over. So we can instead step into the most powerful version of ourselves and attract anything. Sam has a gigantic following and magnetic presence on Instagram and TikTok as Simplifying Sam. So if you're not following her, please do. And honestly, if you feel like you're doing all the journaling and vision boarding and all the manifestation stuff and you kind of feel stuck or really feel stuck, this session is for you. And before we get into it, I'm going to quick reminder, if you have your Power of Manifestation handbook, grab it. So you're going to want to take a lot of notes. You're going to want to be reminded of all the great stuff we've teed up. And if you don't have one, you can get it literally instantly at powerofmanifestation.com. And if you're like, nah, I want to use my notebook, that's great too. But take notes because you are going to want to remember everything that Sam has to share with you. Sam, I am so glad to see you. Welcome to the Power of Manifestation. And tell us all, where are you right now?
Thank you so much, Andrea. I'm actually tuning in from Bangkok, Thailand, and I'm living out one of my biggest manifestations. I actually just moved here in June, and it's been unfolding exactly as I always knew that it could. and taking the steps to come here, becoming the person that lives this lifestyle has been one of the coolest manifestation journeys I've been on. But I just want to thank you so much for that intro. And you're such a star, Andrea. You're totally meant for this. And I love how we connected a little bit earlier in the year. It was in the spring. And just coming together again for this event feels so divine, because I'm now on the other side of that transition. Because I think before, when I chatted with you, I said, oh, I don't know about my dates because I'm going to be out of the country. And you were very flexible. You said, don't worry, we're super flex. We'll just like send you open calendar and we'll figure it out. And yeah, the last time I chatted with you, I was still in my old apartment. I hadn't even packed up my things. I didn't even have my...
I was in Canada. Side of the world, right? Totally
other side
different.
Of the world, different version of myself, didn't have my visa to be in the country. And now it feels like a fever dream almost. It feels like there's no possible way it could have happened in just 3-4 months. But one of the things I say to my clients all the time is time has nothing on alignment. When you really are that version of yourself, the reality reorients itself so quickly to reflect who you're being. And so, yeah, coming live to you from my apartment in Bangkok feels like the best place to channel wisdom about manifestation. So I'm excited.
Yeah, no, you, again, just as I referenced in the beginning, I mean, you really have, you've quantum leaped, you skipped some timelines, and it's really cool to see that joyful magnetic embodiment of how you have created that for yourself, right? So it's like a perfect time for you to tell that story and share how others can follow your example.
Yeah, it's been so incredible witnessing how quickly the shifts can happen. Like you said, this quantum leap, it really feels that way because, like I said, the last time I chatted with you, I was not anywhere near what I thought this current embodiment in life would look like. I felt so far away from it. And then I realized I was never really far away from it. I was really just a thought or a realization away from it. And the thought that kept me from this reality for so long, because to be honest, the seed I planted for Thailand was years ago. I came here in 2018 and I thought it was such a cool place. I remember thinking if I could live here, that'd be so awesome. But a lot of the limiting beliefs I had were quite common, like, oh, I could never do that. It seems really hard. I'll never be able to adjust. Just a lot of limitations that I accepted as normal. And then the last time I visited here was earlier or at the latter part of the winter this past year. And I just thought to myself, why can't I? I just kind of flipped the question on its head. For so long, it was, oh, I couldn't, there's no way. And then I just thought, what if there was a way? I keep hallucinating that there's no way it could happen. But I think that there's actually a possibility where there could be. And what would it be like for me to tune into that and maybe even accept that it's already happened? And that was one of the more recent integrations I had on manifestation, that the version of me who lives here in Thailand, she already exists somewhere on this time-space continuum. I just released a video about that, actually, about how after the Big Bang, all the time space in the universe was created at that time. And we're not really even creating other timelines. And this is what they mean by quantum jump. You just move to another location on this continuum. And something about that just really sealed in the trust for me. I realized, oh, I don't even create necessarily the reality where I'm there. I just become the person who is there. I just move towards it. She's already there. Thailand's already there. The apartment I'm moving into is already there. I don't have to make any of that stuff. I just have to work on the parts of me that resist moving towards that. And so a lot of my work within myself and of course my clients is, it seems like it's creative, but it's really not. We're just working with the resistance to momentum. And then the creation sort of happens naturally because everything we want to experience already exists. You can call them, quantum wave particles, but, this experience of ourselves that we want to have, it's already a possibility just waiting for us to embody and receive it. And yeah, it's really reduced a lot of resistance for me because I'm like, oh, I just got to go in that direction and then I'll be there. And here I am.
You've done it. Yeah, 100%. I'd love to come back and unpack a couple of the things you said. Let's start with section 1. like you're the embodiment, but now I love for you to walk us through. So starting with section 1, identity over desire. Something so many of us get wrong. We think we attract what we want, but it really is about attracting who we are, right? That's how we skip timelines. That's how we quantum leap. And so you say that our personal identity, the way we view ourselves and the emotional states we live in, that's actually what calls the things and experiences into our lives. So can you just unpack that and maybe even using your example of what you've done?
Yeah, well, so like you said, we don't attract what we want. We attract who we are being. And before I go more deeply into that, I think the easiest way to describe this is, number one, we experience how we feel at any given time. So if you are happy, you interpret your experiences and your relationships a certain way, as opposed to when you're sad or when you're stressed or when you're scared. And so our experience of reality is a reflection of who we are being and how we are feeling. And so if we want to experience a new reality, then wouldn't it make sense to shift ourselves, right? We do this oftentimes through substances, right? If we want to experience feeling, raucously laughing and like joyful, then sometimes you have a drink, right? So the reality is not changing, you're changing. And so it's so ironic that we think, oh, if I attract that, then my reality will change. We're going the opposite direction. We don't actually experience a change through the outer shifting. We experience the outer differently through the inner shifting. And so whenever I see someone say, oh, I really want this, I really want that, what I really hear energetically is, I'm not that already. I don't have that. And so wanting is equal to not having. And so then we experience our reality as lack-filled, right? We create a space and a gap within ourselves. There's a version of us that we want to experience that we perceive ourselves to be far away from, like I did with my move here. I was like, I'm not her. I could never be her. And then I realized who she is just a shift from who I am right now. It's not necessarily months, weeks, days, years. It's just a different belief system and a different embodiment. So the question really is, who do I need to be, and what would I need to believe in order to be that person?
Well, let me chime in there with a question and rewinding, because the emotional state is really important. And to me, what you just described, that embodiment, that belief, right? Unwinding the resistance, unwinding the limiting beliefs and so forth. But I just want to ask you about the happy thing, because I'm sitting here thinking to myself, and I'm sure a lot of you guys are, hey, I feel pretty happy, but I'm still not where I want to be. So it seems like it's being in a positive state for sure, rather than a state of lack. But it feels like that happiness is what they say, necessary but insufficient. Like happy plus just feeling that state of, hey, I'm a beautiful woman living in Thailand. How would that feel right now? Did I get that right? Or help me understand if I've gotten it wrong.
I think it's not about being where you want to be, because where you want to be is an attachment and a projection about who you think you're going to be when you get there, right? It's about being who you think the person would be over there now, so that you can enjoy the entire journey, right? Instead of hinging your feelings of success and happiness and peace and relaxation on getting there, right? Who is the version that's there? What do you access? And you know what? For most people, for almost everyone, it's just a more relaxed version of yourself. It's
Honestly,
not anything
I just
groundbreaking.
Have to say that has been one of my biggest insights, and I just love that you just said it, because in a lot of ways, when it reminds me of the Wizard of Oz. Like you see this little man that actually is kind of a dork, and it's like, oh my God, we've all been bamboozled, because the truth is, if you really can relax into it. We were talking about trust before the recording began, but so I think the relaxing into it way punches above its weight. It makes it so much easier than we all realize. But I do think so. Let's talk about the trust piece, because I do think the trust piece can be harder, and that is really important.
Yeah, what's so interesting, you mentioned Wizard of Oz because I referenced that in one of my recent videos. How, the whole movie, the whole journey is about being on the yellow brick road, experiencing themselves, their relationships, but they're so obsessed with getting to Oz, right? And then they get there and realize there was nothing ever here. We can go home now because we had it within the entire time, right? So that's really the realization I'm trying to point everyone towards is there's nothing over there, right? Oh, when I get there, I can be. You can be that now. And then getting there just gets to be a fun experience. But the trust also is that what you want to extract from that experience over there, right? It's not an experience that's unavailable to you now. And a way that I recall some experiences from my past is what helps me really embody this feeling, because there are times when I have felt deeply fulfilled, deeply grateful, deeply happy, and I didn't even have those things I was attached to. So when did I become attached to them, and why am I making my happiness so conditional? And that's really the paradigm we're living in within most manifestation techniques, is we're still living in this paradigm of conditionality. Like, if I get this, then I can be proud of myself. If I have this, then I can be successful. Why can we not allow ourselves to experience our own acceptance, our own joy, our own fulfillment as we lovingly move towards these things, right? The journey really is the destination. And the trust is not so much, oh, it's going to be there or I'm going to get that. It's, I can experience what I want from that, regardless if I have it.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this. What was there a moment? Was it a set of steps? Like you said at the beginning of our conversation, it was just a handful of months ago, you were in a apartment in Canada, and now you're here. So what was happening in your mind and your heart and your body? Like, can you just bring to life that how Sam went from being in Canada to sitting here in Bangkok?
Yeah. I think it's important to first share what took me so long in the beginning, all the years of resistance to doing this before, right? In the past, every time I had thought about moving here, living here, creating a life here, I thought of it in terms of that seems so hard and there's so much to do. Now, ironically, all that did was create overwhelm, which shut down my system and made it basically impossible for me to take an action. So I couldn't really do the research to look into it. I wasn't able to take a single step towards this reality. Now, this reality was always here on the time-space continuum. I didn't have to create this reality. It already existed, but I stood in my own way of taking the actions to get here. And then this year I experienced a shift. I thought to myself, well, other people have done it before. Why would it be so difficult? Why do I keep telling myself it is difficult? How would I actually do this if I knew that it was easy? How would I do this as someone who's already experienced it? Like, oh yeah, this is just a legal process. It's just bureaucracy. It's just paperwork. It's not a big deal. And I really reduced the amount of projection, stress, and non-belief about the process. And I thought, how would I deal with this if I'd already done this before? And that somehow reduced so much resistance for me. I was just like, yeah, I've already done this before. It's not even that hard. And that was what allowed me to take the steps. It's the steps that allow us to experience this. We're never really trying to manipulate reality. We're trying to manipulate our behavior, right? When we change our behavior, we experience ourselves differently and we create different things. And so the question always is, why am I behaving in a way that continues to create this result? Or how can I behave in a way that creates a better result or a more positive result? And so I realized I just need to stop creating the experience of, oh, it's going to be so hard. I just had to work on shifting that belief so that I could experience without overwhelm.
I mean, I'm over here, making frantic face gestures and hands and everything, because honestly, amazing synchronicity with us, because I can't tell you how much that resonates with me. I mean, I've had a number of conversations. My husband and I were having breakfast a handful of weeks ago, and he was saying something. He was like, oh, well, that's kind of hard. And I looked at him, I'm like, if you say so, you know what I mean? And it was just this aha. And it's I feel like in my life, in my personal life, in my professional life, I actually did a reel on this as well. It's if we keep insisting that this is hard, making money is hard, having career success is hard, that becomes a reality. And I love how, like you say, I could feel it, and I could just genuinely, like, completely get that sense from you as you were speaking, that shift that you said, well, wait, no, it's not actually. And then it's like pulling that string from a sweater or, whatever. And it just starts to unravel. And it's like, oh no, oh yes, really,
Yeah.
but like,
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Oh
Yeah.
yes. Like the only thing that is really holding me back is just this, this like mental overwhelm. And it's not rational. It's back to that story that's like, oh, I've got to do 700 things to move to Thailand. I mean, so for me, it's like, oh, I've got to do all these things to have greater career success. It feels like too much. And then it's like, oh, but no. And I mean, what I've really been building on is, especially say, like I build my social presence, rather than I'm trying to get to a big number. It's, oh my gosh, I am having so much fun creating reels that I actually love. By the way, I am nowhere near where I want to be, but I'm like, I am bringing so much joy and creativity into what I'm creating, as like, that's the starting point for me, right? Rather than,
and isn't that the point of having the big platform?
100%. Yeah. Right. But I say this because it's like your aha of like, oh, this doesn't have to be hard. Like, that's it. That is the shift. That is the portal. Like, you are a portal. You've proven you're a portal.
Yeah. I ask my clients all the time, what if you let it be easy?
What if you let it be easy, people? Okay, hang on. I just want to pause to the audience. Let's just sit here for like 10 seconds. Just feel that. Whatever that, don't think, just feel it. Whatever it is, whether it's a career, money, a relationship, just feel for 10 seconds. What if it was just easy? What if there was no struggle? What if you could just relax into that? And every day, even just for 10 seconds, maybe a couple times a day, that relaxing into, oh, it's easy. And that becomes a habit, and you do it and you do it and you do it and you do it. And if you are like how I used to be, really stressed, and you really buy into, hey, I can relax anytime I want to, and that becomes habitual. I mean, that to me is a big part of the unraveling. And like you were saying a second ago, Sam, this, like, in a lot of ways, it's deceptively simple. Like, in so many ways, it's easier than we all give it credit to be. And that, to me, that becoming, that ease, that like relaxing into that version of ourselves, that saying yes to that version of ourselves, is a big, I don't want to swear in this show, a big heck yeah. F yeah. Like, it really is. I love that so much. Skip that timeline, people. Take that quantum leap.
Totally. I think one of the hardest beliefs to break is that if I relax, then I won't do it. If I relax, then I really won't experience it.
Then you can't trust yourself, right?
Exactly. And it's been the exact opposite experience for most of you. Because you're stressed, you can't do it, right? The overwhelm is what shuts you down and makes it hard for you to think creatively and for you to take those actions towards what you want to experience. It's actually in the relaxing and the sinking into that version of yourself that creates the space and the mental clarity for you to move forward. And this is why a lot of people end up attracting things when they quote unquote give up. They're like, okay, I give up. I don't care anymore. Like, I'm just going to accept things as they are. And then they're shocked to find out that things start shifting very quickly because they reduce the amount of pressure in their body and the amount of expectation. Yes, it's the pressurized expectation you're putting on yourself that's paralyzing you from taking creative actions forward. And so you just keep thinking about doing it, but you're not really doing anything. And then the irony is that when you stop thinking about it, that's when you do something, because you have created more energy within the system to move. And so it's so ironic that when you actually allow yourself to relax, and then you allow your fingers to just kind of like, rest into the finger trap, and then it lets go, it loosens.
Yeah, the tension, tension releases you naturally rather than
yes,
holding you.
Yes. And the problem with your current reality, too, is not actually your external situation. It's that you constantly experience tension. And the irony is that you're trying to get away from your tension, but you keep creating it. And so the work is to actually ease your tension, become the relaxed, rich, regulated version of yourself energetically. And then you experience all versions of reality with a lot of joy.
Well, I want to jump to that next session, but before, and so you can give us some advice on how to do that. But before we do, you have you have a lot of great reels and TikToks, but you shared something that hit me like a lightning bolt. You said there's a difference between loving yourself and loving the idea of yourself. And so I'd love just to tee up a little bit of that, because you nail it. And one is theory. The other is, and I know you know this, I'm just going to say it to the audience, guys, you can't fake it. And that's the good news, right? So it's either you feel it, or you fake it. That's it. Not, and so let's watch this because I think you guys are going to love it.
So do you actually love yourself, or do you just love the idea of yourself? Allow me to explain. If you love the idea of yourself, then what you are constantly doing is trying to bolster your sense of self through achievement, your physical form, the relationships in your life. You are constantly looking to call in more to make yourself seem bigger so that you can like this idea of who you are. You're someone who makes this much amount of money. You're someone who has this many friends. You're someone who, works out this many times a week. And if you consistently maintain that idea, then and only then will you access this feeling of love for yourself, or almost even like admiration. But that kind of love is conditional. And in my opinion, conditional love, it's just not love. It's attention seeking and egoic and very easy to damage. And so easily slips away as soon as you don't work out for a week, as soon as you don't eat healthy, or you gain 10 pounds, or the relationship dissolves, or you don't make as much money one year, then all of a sudden that sense of self and that love is gone. If you really love yourself, then what you are saying or what you are embodying is, no matter what, I got my own back. I love me. I love how I move through life. I love how I learn mistakes. I love how many things I'm interested in. I love those little things like walking on a rainy day to the coffee shop and just like listening to a folklore Taylor Swift song. Like, I just love that about me. And when you make less money, or when friends leave your life, or when you gain 5 pounds, you're like, that's okay. We got this. It just, everything fluctuates because that's how energy is. Real love does not ask you to hinge your self-worth on anything. You don't have to earn it. Right? So then why are all of us trying to earn our own love? Why are we saying to ourselves that we'll only feel good when we make this much money, when we finally lose this weight? And ironically, as a manifestation coach, what I understand is that you are in complete energetic opposition to that very thing that you want so badly. If I was insecure before being in a relationship, then now he doesn't text me back, she doesn't respond to my calls. These types of things are going to cause a lot of anxiety, and that's not happiness. That's not feeling secure in love. And so you are probably feeling anxious all the time because you have that relationship with yourself. You're basically like, oh my God, if you don't work out, or if you don't eat this, or if you don't make this much money, then like I'm going to leave you. That's what you're saying to yourself. And that's not very loving. So what I want to ask you is, how would you act if you already loved yourself? If you didn't have to earn it? I wonder what that would be like.
I think I'll just say that since I've made that video, because that was 3 years ago, that's a realization that just continues to integrate on deeper and deeper levels. It's something that you can't unknow. And so when you find yourself going into self-judgment and expectation, you go, oh, this is non-loving towards the self. But I think the thing to really remember is that true love of the self requires no perfection. Right? Just like true love of your loved ones, your family and your friends, you don't expect perfection from them, right? You allow them their humanity. And so to really love yourself is to allow yourself to be human, to mess up, to not do it consistently. And if you want to do it consistently, that's great. Can you do that from a really loving place instead of shame? a lot of our attempts to love ourselves are so shame-based. Like, I have to lose all the weight to love myself. I need to get the job to love myself. But that's symptomatic of not already loving yourself. And so I think that the work really is, it's all in the self-acceptance, because when that happens, all of those results are so much easier to create because you're not fighting who you are.
Well, that gives us a chance to get into section 2, closing the identity gap. So the gap between who we are now and who we want to be, you say the goal is actually to collapse that space, not stretch toward it, which I love. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so I think most of us use manifestation from a linear lens of time. We go, I am this person now, and in 1 year, I will experience this, and that will be supposedly better. And so because we purport that that version of reality is better, we create this gap within ourselves. We create this lag. That creates stress and that creates tension, and sometimes self-criticism, which is, again, another form of tension. So you are so much further away from experiencing what you want because you keep creating the version of yourself that is tense and overwhelmed and unable to take action. So let's close this gap by actually imagining, same thing as before with the identity, right? How would I act as the version who already has that? That's not a version that's next year. That's a version within you now that's just in a different energetic state of being, right? Again, it's just a more relaxed version of you. So when we can act as the more relaxed version of us, now there's no gap we need to close. We don't feel the urge as much to get over there, right? When we're satisfied, we don't feel this tension. And the gap really is just a mental construct, right? We keep hallucinating that it's over there, it's over there. There is no over there. We're just in the present moment. You want to experience the present moment more fully and deliciously and relaxed. And so when you can figure out how to have literally, it's just a relaxation practice. If your only practice ever was how to relax, you would be manifestation queen. You would, because that's who actually takes all the actions. When you're relaxed, you're calm, you're rational, you can think creatively. These are the things we want to be able to take advantage of. And so when you're in the relaxed state of being, why do you need to leave? You already have what you wanted from the thing. And now you can just move towards things that are meaningful, not because they're going to give you a sense of value or self-worth.
Yeah, it's so right on. And of course, all these synchronicities, no coincidence. The experience that I've been having so profoundly and so beautifully. I mean, one of the things that I say to myself literally a dozen times or more a day is I choose surrender. And that choosing surrender and relaxing into it, it's like, okay, I've put my intentions out there. I'm so clear what they are. But this idea of surrendering into being that version of myself, and it's just like you say, I say to myself, I already have it. It's coming. And guess what? I mean, this thing that I love is whether I get it or I don't get it, whatever it is, I'm great. Like that's the head fake. Right. And what's been
like what even is it? Like why are we making it about it? It is just another experience of yourself. Right? It is the permission slip that you have written to experience yourself more positively. Now, when you take out the middleman, you could take out the it and experience yourself more positively by dropping self-criticism, self-judgment, having that relaxation practice. And then, you can move towards it, but you don't make it bigger than yourself.
What I've experienced, Sam, is it's like this idea of being that more magnetic, radiant version of myself that feels like all those things are possible, even though they haven't physically manifested. It's like I have felt like, it's hard to even verbalize. Like I feel like I have that abundance now. I feel joyful. I feel grateful. I feel excited. And so it's almost like I'm detached from it, but identifying the it, having the clarity and saying, oh my gosh, I can really feel like all of those experiences. And they're not just the, success and so forth. It's having more fun with my friends. It's more adventures. It's, all these feelings and experiences. It's like, oh yeah, that's that's all for me now. Right. And so for me, it's that identifying those desires and feeling worthy of them, that has helped me elevate into a higher version of myself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I consider all the experiences we want to create just like it's like a buffet of all these different things you want to eat and try, and you can't try them all at once, right? But all of them are available to you. And none of them have to do with your worth, right? It's just that having a good sense of worth allows you to believe in yourself enough to take an action. Right? When you believe you're unworthy or when you feel shame, your system is immobilized and you don't take action. The buffet options are all there. You just got to walk up and put it on the plate.
Yeah. Well,
right?
And you say stop waiting for permission from circumstances to feel worthy, powerful, or successful. Right. So that's what's on the inside. But that can be, I mean, for people who are so habituated to lack and feeling not enough. I mean, so you're saying, okay, relax into it. Now, some people, hey guys, just stay with us here. Because I know some people are like, oh my God, I'm sitting here breathing, and I'm still not feeling it. So is there another, like I love the theory of what you're saying. And I'm personally mostly there, but I can also see where people are like, but what else do I need to do? And maybe that's the wrong question. I don't know.
It is.
Okay.
It is.
I had a feeling.
It is the wrong question. Yeah. Because when we ask, what do I need to do? We're still saying, I'm not enough right now. I'm not enough right now. A better question that's going to be more, motivating is like, what would I do next if this were possible? Or what would I do if I was worthy? That doesn't ask you to be worthy, because how are we even going to confirm that you are or you aren't worthy? Worth is one of those things where it's like we all have it or we all don't, right? It's not exclusive to you that you don't have it. You just experience yourself as not having it because maybe you had some hard childhood experiences, right? You wired in some really hard beliefs, but your worth is a thing you either have or you don't have. And so let's say you experience yourself as not having it, which is the case for a lot of people. What would it be like if you did? Right? I'm not asking you to bestow yourself with worthiness because you already have that, right? I have to ask you to imagine how you would act if you did have it. And then do this enough until your body learns, oh, I was just hallucinating that I wasn't worthy. And now my evidence is outweighing my feeling of unworthiness. Actually, I have all these loving people in my life, and actually I've created some really cool things. It must be that I'm a human worthy of love.
Yeah. And success and abundance. Yeah. Can I interject?
Yeah,
because I feel like this has come up a lot, even in my own family, with just some of the people I'm close to and what we've been talking about with a lot of excitement. It's like this whole business of reprogramming. I feel like that's what you're talking about, right? I think we can all understand the concept of reprogramming. And honestly, the programs I think it's safe to say all of us have been handed down from the generations, from all sorts of things, immigration, being immigrants, abuse, addiction, wonderful things, terrible things. I mean, all those things. And then we wake up or, then we're born and then all these things are happening to us and we're being socialized and our culture is telling us what's let's face it, listening to what society says is like the worst thing you can do because it'll tell you everything is impossible, right?
Well, so because society also tells you to earn love.
Well, right. And that you have to be, you have to look a certain way and success is, a certain amount of money in the bank and all these superficial signs of evidence, signals. So when I think about this business of we have all been programmed, and for everybody here, you're here because you want to be reprogrammed. Depending on where you are in your manifestation journey, you may be very far in that reprogramming, or you may be a little bit earlier. But to me, ultimately what you're saying, Sam, this whole business of it not being about what you want, but about who you are. It's like you have to decide how you're going to reprogram who you are. Now, you actually have a good reflection prompt. You were just kind of talking about it. I would love everybody let's just do this together. Again, don't think, just feel. And literally, I would say do this 2 or 3 times a day. It's a little bit like what we were doing before. Before I was just saying, hey, just relax into it. Do you want to walk us through, or do you want me to walk us through kind of closing your eyes? And
yeah, feel free to take us there, Andrea.
Okay, I'm going to take us there. Okay, so everybody close your eyes. Let's just take a minute or so and just think about if you already had what you wanted. Just like how would that feel? Just let's start. Just how would that feel in your body? Whatever it is. It's the relationship, it's money in the bank, it's the right job. Don't stress if you're like, oh my God, I want 17 things. That's okay. Just 1 or 2 things. You can do this exercise literally 1,000,000 times. Don't overthink it. How'd that feel? Oh gosh, I've got that really cute boyfriend. Oh, I've got that dream job. Oh my God, I've got it. I'm pregnant. I finally am out of debt. Whatever it is, just let that feeling just tingle in your body. Now I want you to ask yourself, who would I be if this was my moment-to-moment reality? If I got used to this, right? Because at first it's so exciting, but I want you to be so used to this feeling that it's just normal. Like you're just so used to having your dream job and your dream boyfriend or dream girlfriend. That's just normal for you, right? How would you walk? How would you speak? How would you act? What would you be doing? How would you be feeling? If you want, just take a few seconds. Don't think, just don't overthink it. I would, every day after work, my boyfriend and I would go to the park. I would have the most amazing power suit. I would be giving money to my parents to help them pay for their retirement. What would just 1 or 2 of those things? Just give yourself permission to just dream a little bit right now and just feel those feelings and be specific. Just allow yourself to feel the thrill and then let it that thrill just soften into, this is for me. There is a version of me that is that person now. Yes, has it, but more importantly, as Sam has been saying, there is a version of me in the quantum field that has that dream job, that has a wonderful boyfriend, and we're about to get married, that has the baby, that not only doesn't have the debt, but has $10,000 in the bank, has $100,000. They're just numbers. Money is just energy. Can you guys feel that? I want you just to let that linger just for a few more seconds. And honestly, for me, for you, see if you can come back every day, once or twice a day. And if you're like, oh my God, that feels so freaking good, 5 times a day. One of the teachers I follow says, set your alarm every hour and get into that state, even if it's just for 30 seconds. What I actually do, every time I see a angel number, I get into that state. And I see a lot of angel numbers, whether it's the number of TikTok views I have, I'll see like 333. It's not a big number, but 333 is a powerful angel number, or on my phone. And I'll just use those signals to say, all right, I'm going to pause, sometimes 10 seconds, sometimes 30 seconds, sometimes a minute, and just really feel into that version of me that feels so freaking good. And that is my reprogramming personally. And and I think that's what you're saying, Sam. And then, you add the relaxation, and then you add that, well, it's not that hard to move to Thailand. It's not that hard to get my dream job. I mean, and I love what you said. I'm going to just repeat it. It's actually really easy. Go ahead. Yeah.
Anything is easy from relaxed alertness. That's when we're in flow state. That's when we're being really present moment to moment with each action. It's when we go into the overthinking that we build the tension and the stress. And then all of a sudden we're like, this is too much. I can't. And then we stop momentum. And then our desire, which is already on some other plotted point on the continuum we don't get to experience because we're not moving towards it now. We've immobilized ourselves with overwhelm. And so, yeah, the relaxation piece is huge.
Yeah, it really is. In fact, what I've been thinking and talking about is how being peaceful, being present, being relaxed. I see all those to me all go together because they're all enable you to be present. How underrated those things are. And this comes from me. I always say I'm a type AAA Aries. I'm, go, getting stuff done, making it happen. And for me to have really embraced those feelings, and it really is about being so profoundly present. I mean, the synchronicities have been on fire for me. Okay, I want to share your really fun TikTok. What if you remove the fan?
I think this is going to blow your mind. So you know how people say things like, oh, shit is hitting the fan? Like things are not going the way you want them to. So how about this? What if you remove the fan? What am I saying? What is the fan? The fan is your ego, expectations, mental attachments to who you think you are and what you think needs to happen. Nothing hits the fan if there isn't a fan. So here's what I've learned. Nothing is hard if you remove the I that's experiencing it. No ego, no story, no problem. Now what you're dealing with is the thing and your present moment awareness. That's it. And it's very smooth. It's very clear, and it allows you to take action without confusion and muddiness and all of the drama you have around what this means about you, how this impacts you, why it's happening to me, blah, blah, blah. Essentially what you're able to circumvent by taking out the I or the ego that's experiencing the thing that you don't want to be experiencing is you're circumventing cognitive dissonance. So cognitive dissonance happens when you have an idea or a belief or an expectation about what should be happening, and then not that happens. And then you think it's a situation that's harming you, but it's actually just the space between what you think should have happened and what is happening right now. So you can close that gap by just literally ignoring the story that you were attached to about needing it to happen. It doesn't exist. It's just a thought that you're having. But for as long as you have that thought, it's going to bump up against the reality of what's happening. And that's where your suffering is, in this space. What you want to do is close the space, not manipulate reality. That's what most people try to do. They're like, I don't like what's happening in the space between me and my dissonance, so I need to now manipulate reality. That's going to make your life feel extremely burdensome, chaotic, struggle, suffering.
Nothing hits the fan, Sam, if there's no fan.
Exactly.
Oh my God, I love that
we
so much.
keep saying, oh, shit hit the fan. It's like the fan was just like all of your expectations about what should happen. Right.
That's
and
the reprogramming.
It's like,
there's no fan.
Exactly. There's
Don't
no
insist on
fan.
the
There's
fan.
no.
I love
Exactly. Don't insist on your expectations. Just be with what is. Be curious about it. Welcome it. Question it. Right. Change your relationship to it. But yeah, I really have dropped expectations in my life and just led with intention. Intention doesn't expect. Right. It says, this is how I'm going to show up to life. It doesn't say this is what I have to get from life.
Intention doesn't expect. I love that. So then you have the intention, but then you're detached from the outcome, right? Isn't that it doesn't expect.
Yeah. You're embodying what you wanted from the expectation, right? So let's say you're going to a social event. Your intention is, I'm going to remain grounded and confident. Or I am going to speak to 5 people today. You can set as many intentions as you want, but this really releases any sort of attachment to what needs to happen there, right? If you expect, I expect that everyone talks to me, or I expect that, this thing happens while I'm there, and then it doesn't. Now we're so upset about it, and we just set ourselves up for shit to hit the fan. Instead of just setting an intention for each passing moment, you can set an intention as many times as you want in a day. I set an intention every time I walk through a doorway. Just new moment. I'm like, okay, my intention for this moment is to be myself.
I love it. But what I love about that, the power of that, because that idea of being so clear about the intention and not being so clear about the intention and not being attached to the outcome, I feel like that roots you in the present. It gets you focused. And if you're, it's like what you're focused on, it's so much easier to call that to you, to bring that about, because that's what you're focused on versus, I think we've all had that experience. And I just want to say, guys, I was in this trap a long time ago where it's like, oh my God, I want these 72 things. And I've given myself permission to whittle them down to like the 4 or 5 most important things to me. And it's like, I'm so clear what those things are. And it's like, and by the way, the universe isn't saying, oh, Andrea only ordered 4 or 5 things, so she doesn't get 8, 9, or 10. I mean, I'm getting all this other stuff all the time. But I have found it is so much more relaxing to me, Sam, and less stressful to just say, I'm so clear on the 4 or 5 things that I really care about the most. And some of those things are going to happen on, they're all going to happen on divine timing. Let's just be real. And it feels like such a gift to just have that clarity and that intention, right? And rather than having a diluted, like, I'm trying to do 17 things, because you can't be relaxed if you're trying to do 17 things, right? And so that to have that one clear intention every time you walk in the door, it's like, I give myself permission just to have this clarity, just to be present right now. That's a powerful practice. I love that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to steal that from you. Okay, we are on to section number 3, and you've already teed it up a little bit. Unconditional alignment. So the final layer is releasing conditionality. And Sam touched on this. So if I have X, then I can feel Y trap. And I used to do that so badly, as a recovering overachiever, right? And I know a lot of us can relate to that, and especially as women, it's like, I have to, like, oh my God, I'd have to earn my relaxing. I'd have to earn, like, I need to get a certain amount done. And then I can finally have my cup of tea and put my feet up. And it's like, well, that is effed up programming that needs to be deprogrammed. So, and you say that mindset not only delays manifestation, but it blocks the energetic state that will actually be that portal to being, who, back to this whole business of, it really is about being.
It is. And think about, if you have this, then you can have that. It's like the punishment paradigm.
Yeah.
Right? This is how our parents talk to us. It's like, okay, if you do this, then you can have that. And then it's like this sort of like performance we have to put on, right? And who we're being or what we're doing is not good enough or okay. So, we're really engaging in a loop of self-criticism and punishment when we do this. And then you're right, we're creating this, we've reinforced this programming where we have to earn our own relaxation and rest. Okay, now I've done all the thing, now I can have my cup of tea. You don't have to earn having a cup of tea or relaxing or taking a break. These are human needs. And the ironic thing is, when you stop engaging in self-punishment and caring for the self, you have far more energy to take action towards the things that are meaningful to you, right? A child who is being shamed and criticized is not going to perform as well as a child who's being encouraged. We know this, right? We know this. But then to ourselves, to our own inner children, we beat, criticize, and shame, and then expect really good results. And we don't get them. And we continue to do this over and over.
I'm reminded of one of my friend's quotes. He would always say, we always say the grass is greener on the other side. He says the grass is greener where you water it. And that idea of like just giving ourselves permission to relax, to your point. I mean, oh my gosh, the performance part where it's like, oh, we feel like we need to be a certain way for other people. It takes a lot of courage to say, well, that's not true, and be willing to deprogram. But let me ask you this. Why is conditionality so seductive and so limiting?
Conditionality is so seductive because we love the idea of becoming worthy, right? We love the idea of being told that if I get this, then I will be okay, because then it explains why we haven't felt okay for so long. Because when we learn that the reason why we haven't felt okay for so long isn't because we didn't have the thing, but because we were judging and criticizing ourselves, that's really hard. We would rather believe, no, I actually was unworthy, and now that I have this thing, I don't have to be. we don't like realizing that the source of our feelings of unworthiness was our own relationship to ourselves. And so it's very seductive thinking like, no, I'll get that thing and I will become worthy, because it continues to reinforce the belief that we weren't, which we've been practicing our whole lives. Busting that belief takes so much courage. It's a lot of cognitive dissonance too, because you've been practicing, I'm unworthy, I'm unworthy. To actually challenge that and realize you always were, that's hard. We'd rather chase something that makes us worthy instead of doing that work.
Well, totally. And it just reminds me of the Wizard of Oz myth. It's like, could it just be that everything, not maybe everything, but a lot of the things that we thought was actually an illusion, right? And that can be pretty terrifying, right? So it's easier for us to be in this collective hallucination. You keep using that word, and I think it's right on. In a lot of ways, it's easier to be in this collective hallucination. This has been my experience literally day after day. The unraveling, I'm like, oh, well, that's not true. Oh, well, that's not true. Oh, well, that's not true. I mean, we all have so much more power, what I've experienced so profoundly in my own life. And not even that long, you guys. I mean, I haven't been doing this for 20 years, 10 years. I've only been doing this for like really seriously getting into these kinds of practices a year or two, like really serious, maybe a year and a half, right? So this isn't like, oh my God, a lot of people who are just the, master manifestors, they've been doing it forever. You don't have to be a master manifestor forever. Like Sam showed. And now maybe, like resistance, the unlock is the thought. And that instant thought, you go, oh, it's just that easy. Well, let me ask you this. What's the cost of, because I love this question. What's the cost of waiting for the external to change before the internal can shift?
The cost of waiting for the external to change before you shift internally is you wait forever to feel happy. Big cost.
That's just expensive. It's just tiny.
Right, just a small. Yeah, no big.
Credit card. Here's my Amex.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's kind of everything,
we're
right?
hinging. It's everything. You're hinging all of your fulfillment, all of your happiness, all of your peace on something happening outside when you could just allow yourself to experience it now. You're the one creating that condition. No one bestows that upon you.
Yeah,
we do learn them from society, but you uphold it.
Yeah. Well, and then I love how you talk about how unconditional self-approval is one of the most magnetic, energetic states you can embody, which I've personally experienced. I mean, you can see it in your life, right? And your success and just how you show up. Let's tee up. I love this TikTok you did because it's so practical. You call it a vibration hack.
Vibration hack for you. Every time you walk into an establishment, coffee shop, mall, grocery store, decide that you are going to be the nicest, most magnetic person that anyone talks to that entire day. This intention not only shifts something within them, but it of course shifts something somatically within you. It also asks you to take complete responsibility for your embodiment and your energetic state of being without convincing or coercing anyone to respond or act in a certain way. Most of us actually try to create our reality by being reactive. They need to act nice to me in order for me to act nice to them. The universe needs to give me something so that I will feel happy and grateful. It works the opposite way. So when you decide to be the most happy, grateful person, the most nice, magnetic person, the universe appropriately responds. In other words, the universe is a mirror. If I raise my right hand, what does the mirror do? Shows me my right hand. The universe is always showing you what you are showing it. So show it that you are rich, that you are abundant, that you are kind, that you are grateful, and you will only experience more and more abundance.
Well, this is the intention over expectation thing, right? It doesn't expect anything from the interaction or the experience. It's an intention to show up a certain way in that experience, regardless of what happens.
But it is such a power move, Sam. I love it. I love it so much. I want to watch it every day, right? Because it really, it's back to that, it's like that reprogramming. It's like deprogramming and then reprogramming. Imagine, guys, if just every, throughout the day, whether you're walking into the coffee shop, you're on the Zoom call, you're picking your child up from school, you're on a walk. I'm the most magnetic person in my radius. I'm the most magnetic person here. Feel that. I'm going to let's just feel that for a minute. I don't know where you are, even if you're home. Okay, you're like, I'm home by myself. That's so easy. But just imagine walking into the coffee shop, walking into the gym, driving on the interstate. I am the most magnetic person on I-70 right now. Ooh, that's big. Because I know there are a lot of magnetic people on I-70 right now. If you're the most magnetic, woo, that's a lot.
Yeah, and I think kindness is an easier portal because people think magnetic, I'm not that. They'll judge themselves for that. But everyone knows how to be kind. And that's actually what's magnetic.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I mean, I think it's whatever that feeling that somebody can access. I'm the most joyful person right now. I am the most excited. Whatever that word, like for me, my latest thing is I'm on fire. I am so on fire right now. And yeah, and it's sincere, and it's like, I don't have to fake it. And this whole, like, and I know there's a lot of like, fake it till you make it. And then some people are like, no, that's the worst idea in the world. To me, it's really not even about faking it. It's just giving yourself a little time and space, taking those deep breaths, and just accessing that feeling of that just feels good and relaxed. And it can be gratitude. In fact, okay, here's my latest and greatest. You're going to love this, Sam. I am on a mission to have the whole internet doing away with their, or at least maybe not doing away with their to-do list, but before they even get to their to-do list, it's all about their to-be list. And it can be just one thing. So when you wake up in the morning, it's before I go my to-do list, who do I want to be today? I can be grateful. I can be on fire. I can be magnetic. I can be joyful. I can be peaceful. I mean, pick your thing that just feels like, oh, that just feels good. And honestly, I do that every day. And I usually have become an overachiever. I'm like, okay, it's like 4 things, but it's like, and I'm kind of making fun of myself. I am making fun of myself. But the idea of like, at days, it's like, I am just coherent. Like I am so in this like, this coherence of, you know, like I feel it in my heart. I feel it in my mind. Like I just really feel coherent. And that, and not only is that enough, but that unlocks a lot for me. Right. And that's everything. Yeah. And so personally, I've really been doing my to-be list. And one thing on the to-be list too, whatever, you know, you guys, whatever you want. But one thing, if you can sincerely just keep coming back to your to-be list, and you can change it during the day, you can change it tomorrow. But that to me has been a really powerful way to do exactly what you've been talking about, Sam, that permission to embody that version of myself that is getting the synchronicities. And that is also, to your point, not attached to the outcome, right? It's like I'm setting my intentions. I'm saying to myself, I surrender. I what feels so good is to be the person that just feels coherent right now. And that's enough. And the thing, it may find me, it may not. I'm good either way.
You're good either way, which gives you all the mental space and clarity you need to pursue it as creatively and passionately as possible.
And that's why
it's not even about the thing.
Right. Yeah. Because then that becomes like the circle fulfilled, where it's like snap, but it also feels like that comes back to like the whole Wizard of Oz business. I was not, you know, it's like it was here inside of me the whole time. The idea that there is some big wizard outside of me that can grant me the wish. Like that's the illusion. That's a freaking myth that that's the reprogramming that needs to happen. Like it's just
that's the bamboozle.
That's the bamboozle. Yep, I love it. Okay, we are right. I think we're right here at the end. Sam, you are amazing. I want to give you the last word here in terms of underscoring any key points, adding to anything that you feel like really needs to be emphasized or added. So you got it. Last word is with you.
Well, I think that this has been such a really fun conversation about exploring our identities, our desires, who we need to be in order to experience more meaning and joy in our lives. But I think that the thing that really needs to be remembered is that success is really just like liking who you are and liking what you do. That's really it. It's not something that you manifest. It's something that you know to be true about yourself. It's a relationship you have to yourself. And it's the people that have the strongest loving relationship to themselves that experience the most fulfillment, and usually a lot of things that people on the outside deem as successful. But that's not what makes them successful. They're successful because they like who they are and what they do and who they're doing it with. That's success to me.
That's it. I mean, and that is a choice that is available to each of us. It's available to you right now. And that is the ultimate. I mean, that's the ultimate. I feel like power move, the ultimate like claim of your own agency. I love that. I love that so much, Sam.
Thank you so much, Andrea.
Yeah, no, and congrats being in Thailand and having jumped those timelines. I mean, literally in quantum leaped into a version that even you yourself are saying you couldn't have imagined a handful of months ago. It's really cool, and it's just permission for everybody to say, oh, that's actually not only is it not that hard, that can actually be easy, and that relaxing into it is the key. That's the portal. Okay, guys, we are going to wrap up this amazing session with Sam Chung. Let's recap the truths that I want all of you to walk away with. 1, you don't attract what you want. You attract who you are. And I know we've really driven that point home, but I want you to feel it. And I hope those feelings of going through those exercises really resonate with you all day long and tomorrow and the next day, because you can always tap into it. The identity gap is an illusion. Embody your future self now, that version that you want to be, and your life, the things you want, they will catch up. But it starts with embodying that version of yourself. Conditional thinking delays. Unconditional alignment magnetizes. Let me say it again. Conditional thinking delays. Resistance delays. Unconditional alignment relaxing. That's what magnetizes. And finally, you're not waiting for a result. This is the best part. You're you're remembering who you are, who is inside of you right now, that version of you that is already there. That's the good news. Okay, guys, follow Samantha at simplifying.sam. You can catch her on her podcast, Spiraling Higher, and stay tuned for her upcoming book. I have a feeling you're going to be back on my podcast. I can't wait to hear all about it. I know it's going to be a must read. Thank you so much for tuning into this amazing session of Becoming That Girl for Real. Stay aligned and keep attracting on autopilot. This is the path, guys. It really is that easy. It really is that easy.
Thank you, Andrea. This was great.
Oh my gosh, I hope you guys loved that as much as I did. And I hope you're feeling that just genuine feeling in your chest. Maybe it's in your arms, maybe it's in your stomach, maybe it's around your head, your shoulders. That feeling of, ooh, I am that person now that has the baby, that has that life that I live, that has that success, however you define success, that has that joy, that has that peace. That's honestly even, guys, gotten over the grief, right? For some of you, it's going to be the wealth, the car, the home, and those are all really wonderful things. I know for some of us, it's really going to be, that healing and that really beautiful relationship, that not feeling lonely anymore. It is inside of you, and I just urge you to feel it and savor it. Because as you do that more and more, as you embody that version of you that genuinely does exist right now, I know it can sound a little woo-woo, that exists right now in the quantum field. She's there. So I hope that just really resonates with you. Last quick thing before we wrap. The Circle Power of Manifestation membership is there for you. In fact, it's a great segue. It's something that my team and I are so excited to bring to you, because when I think about, yes, we're doing all these amazing conversations, and you can own all of them by becoming a VIP, right? You've heard about that for sure by now. But I think about, and it's great, right? So you can come back and see all the great things Sam had to say and all of our other amazing guests. And when I think about how our membership is such a powerful companion to this content because every day is, I mean, life manifestation's a lifestyle. Like every single day, you'll have the opportunity to connect with others who are also on their manifestation journey, who are saying, oh my gosh, this was how I broke through. These are the synchronicities. This was the little hack. Oh, here's this TikTok that just opened it up for me, right? And to the extent there are days where you're just like, oh, like I'm just kind of, dang, yesterday was so much better. Today's a little rough. This is a community that says, yeah, and that's the good feeling is inside of you. Just we're here to remind you. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I just needed to be reminded. Do you feel that? Because that's been the experience that I've had in building my manifestation community around me. And I'm so eager to bring these individuals to you so we can all honestly be so helpful to each other to embody those versions of ourselves. That is what it's all about. And yes, if there's extra cash, a beautiful car, dream home, all of those things, I want it all for you. I want it all for myself too. But ultimately, what I care about most for myself and for you is that ongoing feeling of joy, of peace, of gratitude, of love, of forgiveness, of connection. And together, that is what we are creating in this Power of Manifestation Circle membership. So I hope that's interesting to you. You can learn more at thepowerofmanifestation.com. And with that, I look forward to seeing you in the next session. Thanks so much for tuning in. Okay, I want to jump in here for just a quick second before we move on to the next session. Because here's what I know happens when you attend an event like this. And I say this with so much love because it's happened to me too. You show up to an event like this, you're fired up, you're taking notes, you're thinking, yes, this is exactly what I needed. I can feel something changing. You're not just excited in that moment, you're committed. You are all in, but then the event ends and the day goes by and then another. Life comes rushing back in. The kids need you. Work gets intense. Your inbox is overflowing. Who knows what happened to the notes you took? And a few weeks later, maybe even just a few days later, you're sitting there wishing you could remember that one practice, that one big idea, that thing that amazing expert said that completely reframed everything for you. You can't quite get it back. Ah, dang. We've all been there. And I don't want that for you. I really don't. My team and I didn't create Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026 to simply entertain you and certainly not distract you, but instead to support real, lasting transformation in your life. The kind of change that enables you to build a new, stronger, solid foundation, one that compounds over time and genuinely pays dividends for the rest of your life in every way, financially, spiritually, with your health, and in your relationships. And honestly, it's tough to do that in 3 days. Right now, you have temporary access to this extraordinary event, to these world-class teachers, authors, and thought leaders whose actionable insights can change everything for you if you choose to listen to them, apply their teachings, and critically feel how good it will feel to be that higher, better, more aligned version of you. So with one click, you can upgrade to lifetime access to all 26 sessions, every teacher, every practice, every tool. And here's why that matters. Because manifesting your dream life occurs over time. Yes, you'll get the ahas and there will be insights that are helpful to you today. Oh my God, awesome. I love that. And 3 months from now, you'll want additional insights. And often you'll want to even revisit the same material so you can go deeper and truly master it. Honestly, I told Marianne Williamson that I have read, no joke, A Return to Love And the notes I took from it, close to 20 times. I have mastered that material. It truly is inside of me. So in addition to all of the videos, you'll also get the MP3 audio versions for when you're walking, driving, or doing the dishes, plus a bunch more bonus materials that you'll love. So you can really internalize this material like I did with the Return to Love. You'll also have all of the transcripts so you can get into it word for word, quickly underline it, come back to it, however you like to consume that material. You'll also have bonus content from the teachers you're connecting with right now. Guided meditations, rituals, affirmations, the kind of practices that help shift this from being understood intellectually to helping you embody it to your own mastery. We offer all of this to you when you upgrade so it can fit into your life and accommodate how you learn best so you can really benefit from it and master it. Here's what I also want you to know. This is the lowest price we're offering during this exclusive event. Once it ends, the price goes up significantly. A lot of people think, I'll decide later. But soon, it's buried deep in your inbox. You got busy with work or family. And then, you're annoyed that it slipped your mind and the price has gone up and time has passed. And now you're feeling, like you just wish you would have made that move. So if one session, even one, gave you an aha and you realize that things could finally be different for you, that you can live with greater ease and abundance at last, I urge you not to ignore your intuition. I truly urge you to invest in yourself now. Give yourself the gift of being able to enjoy all of this valuable exclusive material and return to it whenever you need it and decide to go deeper. I would truly love for you to do that so that you become the version of you that you love, adore, trust, and admire. That's why we created this in the first place. Heck, that's why we gave it to you for free with no obligation whatsoever. Because my team and I care deeply about helping people as much as we possibly can. And personally, I don't want to sell anything, especially something that you are not truly excited to have. But I also know what it's like to not answer the call, to hesitate, to not invest in myself, to miss out on something that could have changed the game for me. And I don't want that to happen to you. So right now, please ask yourself, what if I made this relatively modest investment in myself and truly committed to manifesting my dream life? What could happen if I said, yes, I am ready to embrace the change I've been hoping for? That hasn't quite happened yet. Noting that with these teachers, it's going to be so much easier and so much more fun than trying to figure it out on your own. Here's the thing. Over the past nearly 25 years, I built an entire company focused on helping millions of people like you experience better love and relationships and becoming truly empowered. I know firsthand just how much one decision can transform your entire life. And that's why I personally developed this event and hosted all the sessions so I could be sitting here in front of you now and for you to feel the truth in what I am sharing. That this truly is for you. There are no coincidences. We were meant to connect like this. And I'm okay nudging you a little bit because I know how easy it is to talk yourself out of something good, to put it off, to tell yourself, I'm not sure. I'll think about it. Then you get distracted or busy or on your phone and life proceeds as usual. And by the way, maybe your life's not terrible. I presume there's a lot of good to it, but I think it's safe to say it's not the transformative life you're capable of living. As I love to say, no one wants to change. Everyone wants to transform. Only you can make that decision right here, right now, for yourself. And yes, for every single person you touch, because when you change for the better, you positively impact everyone around you. And I know this is especially important for moms and dads. Again, I know this from firsthand experience because that's what I've done with my own life and why I am so passionate about offering you access to these superstar teachers and their invaluable lessons because it works. But only if you show up for yourself. And that's what I'm urging you to do now. Invest in yourself. Show up for yourself. No one can do it for you, only you. And by the way, no matter what you choose, I genuinely wish you all the best. And I'm so glad you were able to take in as much of or as little of manifesting your dream life as it has served you. And whatever else you consume, I hope you love it. My team and myself and all these amazing teachers have brought it all to you with our full hearts. Thanks so much. Hello and welcome back to the Power of Manifestation. My name is Andrea Miller and I am so excited to host this session with Dr. Laura Berman called Sex, Magic, and Quantum Love, the cheat codes to feeling wanted, worshipped, and worthy. And trust me, this one is going to open your eyes, fill your heart, energize your body in ways you didn't expect and that you're going to really, really like. I can't help myself, guys. It's like so good. All right, let me introduce Dr. Laura Berman. She is a world-renowned sex, love, and relationship therapist. Dr. Berman is the author of 10 incredible books, a USA Today columnist, the host of the podcast, The Language of Love, and most recently, the best-selling author of the insanely amazing book, also called Sex Magic. Through decades of clinical work and cutting-edge research, Dr. Berman has helped millions of people transform their relationships and their sex lives. Guys, this session is about harnessing some of the most potent energies we have as women as tools for manifestation, healing, and becoming magnetic to what we truly desire. I mean, this is the real deal. Sexual energy is your sacred manifestation superpower. Dr. Berman teaches you how to activate it through breath, intention, and sacred pleasure rituals, and so much more. And before she and I get into it, quick reminder that if you don't have the Power of Manifestation handbook, you can get it real quick at powerofmanifestation.com. Honestly, you're going to want to take a ton of notes because this is so filled with takeaways. And if you don't have time for that, or you just want to write in your journal, that's fine too. But I just want to make sure you are able to get the takeaways, because there are going to be so many that you're going to want to remember and internalize. Oh my gosh. Welcome, Laura. It is so nice to get to talk to you again about sex magic. And because I just read Quantum Love myself, I'm so excited to be talking about that as well. I love it so much. I can't even tell you.
Good. I'm so glad. I'm happy to be here.
Well, thank you. Thanks so much for being in the Power of Manifestation event. Okay, so before we get into sex magic and quantum love, I would love for you to start talking about energetic frequencies and how those map to our emotional states. You know, this is a point of passion for me because this is so key to manifestation. And this idea of the map of consciousness, to me, it impacts our sex life, it impacts our love life, and I just feel like it's so foundational. So what's the role of emotional frequency in creating our reality?
It's really everything. I mean, I like to call it the secret behind the secret, and it's really a big part of why manifestation doesn't work for a lot of people and does for others. I mean, there's lots of reasons, and I'm sure you get into it in a million. We don't have to go too far down the rabbit hole, but just to answer your question. So here's the bottom line. We and everything else around us and everything else we perceive is all part of, for lack of a better term, the same quantum soup. We're all pure atomic vibrating energy. If we were to look at ourselves through an atomic microscope, we are vibrating atoms, and we aren't solid. We seem solid, and this lamp and plant behind me and this computer in front of me look and seem separate from me. But on the quantum level, we're all part of the same energetic atomic soup. And that's important for manifestation, because the whole point with the quantum field and quantum physics, and what we now understand from quantum physics, is that all potentials exist in every millisecond. What brings things into reality, into manifestation, into 3D experience is the energy that magnetizes the atoms into form, essentially. I'm oversimplifying, and you can geek out on the science of all of this if you read Quantum Love. So what we understand about our bodies is that we are transceivers. Our bodies are pure energy that are vibrating in an energetic frequency that is constantly shifting and changing based on our conscious and unconscious thoughts and feelings, and how likely we are to match the energetic frequencies around us. Some of us are more likely to match others than others are. So if you tend toward codependency, for instance, we're covering one right here, you tend to match everybody else's energy rather than literally and figuratively and energetically holding your own. So there was a beautiful research done in this book. It was all published in this book called Power versus Force. It's by this scientist named David Hawkins, who traveled the world, collaborated, named the discipline in social sciences and psychology and metaphysics, like every possible kinesiology. He was a kinesiologist by training. He was able, with the help of all kinds of modalities and questionnaires and kinesiology and energy studies, to create something called the map of consciousness, which basically calibrates the energetic vibration or frequency of different emotional states. So if you think about it like an old-fashioned radio, there's the station, the frequency you're on, and the volume, how intense you are holding that energy. So just think when you're really happy or really sad or just a little bit or a lot, right? So that's the volume. Now, what you see on the Quantum Love map is the energetic calibration on the bottom there of each emotional state our bodies tend to hold. So the lowest frequency our body can hold is shame, okay? And then we get guilt and anxiety and fear and regret and anger. Those are all lower frequency emotions. Once you start getting, and that's what I call kind of ego frequency, that's where you are now your energetic frequency is communicating out into the quantum field, and unintentionally, this isn't something we necessarily do on purpose, we just do it naturally. We are now magnetizing things to us. This is where manifestation starts, that match our energetic frequency. So when you are spending a lot of time in guilt and shame, you will find that a lot of experiences, circumstances, scenarios, and people come to you that cultivate more of that. Right? Now, the key here is not to bypass and be like, okay, I'm full of shame and regret and guilt, but woohoo, I'm just going to say I'm happy and dance around, right? Like you have to authentically move yourself to these higher frequencies. But once you can get even to a place of curiosity, courageousness, you now start to move out of ego frequency into what I call the quantum love zone, the juicy zone. So it's not like you have to be in joy and elation and love all the time. No one can be. But if you can shift from those lower frequency states to maybe curiosity or courageousness or openness, if you can spend even 51% of your time in those frequencies, your entire life will change. And the key, and I spent a lot of time in Quantum Love teaching you how to do this, the key is in authentically shifting out of those lower frequency states, not just being like, no, everything's perfect, even though inside, because remember, your body is setting the frequency. You can't
fake it.
And the other thing with manifestation, and this is so ironic, is the things we want to manifest are the things we most desperately want, right? And when you are in a place of wanting, needing, you are in a place of scarcity. And when you are in a place of scarcity, you are in ego frequency, right? So this is why I always say, if you want a new love, right? Or you want your current partner to show up for you differently, it's not enough to envision it. You have to move your body into the emotional and vibrational state that it would be if you were with that ideal partner, or your partner was showing up for you exactly how you want it. How would it feel? Everything starts with how we want to feel. Getting clear on how we do feel, which I teach you how to do in Quantum Love, so you can see where you have to work from, but also getting clear on how you want to feel and cultivating more and more of that feeling in your life, even if it's not related to what you want to manifest. So let's say I want my partner to show up with more playfulness, right? I could imagine a scenario where we're dancing in the kitchen and being silly, and I could let my body, we can talk about how to do this, move into that energetic frequency, and that's great. But I'm also going to be looking for opportunities all over the place in my day-to-day life to be in the energy of playfulness. I'm going to walk by that playground and jump on the swing set for a second. I'm going to have a silly, sing off with one of my kids. I'm going to joke with one of my coworkers. I'm going to be more playful in my life, cultivate that feeling inside of me. And now I'm a frequency match for playfulness. And what's really cool in love, whether it's a romantic partner you're calling in, but especially if you want to change your relationship, is that our partners and our children and people really close to us are, from the quantum level, are entrained to us. So that means they're constantly we're all matching frequencies all the time. None of us would even be able to perceive each other right now if we weren't in a harmonic vibration. But in our love relationships, we really match each other. It's through the process of quantum entanglement. It's a whole physics thing. But basically, your partner, your children, the people you're spending a lot of time with and have really higher stakes relationships will match your energy very quickly. So if you are holding the energy of playfulness, your partner will start matching you there. Your children will start matching you there. Your friends will start matching you there.
Yeah, no, and I love it that you use that example. I was just watching a video yesterday. I can't remember who it was. And the guy was like, the speaker was like, guys love playful, right? And women love playful. I don't want to make it, it's like, who doesn't love playful, right? It's fun. And fun, playful, joy, those are high vibes. So I want to come back to this for just another second and just have, guys, look at this with me. I love how Laura puts on the lower frequencies, the ego frequency, to me. Right? It's like back to the scarcity. This is happening to me. I feel like a victim. I don't feel like I'm in my power. So things like grief and regret, guilt, and so forth, anger, apathy, etc. It's not a high vibe. It's a low vibe state, and they have their place. Like, I am not over here, and I know, Laura, you agree with me. These all have their place. So nobody is over here saying never feel anger, never feel grief. They're very healthy to to process. But it's like you can't get stuck in them.
Right. They're emotion, energy in motion. So we want to honor them. We want to feel them. We want to move them through us in all sorts of ways, whether, if it's anger, beating up pillows, if it's sadness, letting yourself cry. It's letting yourself move somatically, move those energies out of your field authentically and with care and with honoring the feelings, because they're real feelings. Anger is saying something doesn't serve here. That's important. Fear is saying, I'm in danger, or something may be dangerous for me or my life. Like, those are good emotions, but what we tend to do is stay stuck in them and then wonder why our life isn't working, right? So
like, we don't want to admit it, or somehow it's so painful. And for me personally, I've gotten so much more adept at getting comfortable with these things, to your point, Laura, honoring them. And so I literally will say, kind of out of like the Internal Family Systems Handbook, I'm upset. I see you, right? So they're just these little techniques, and I don't want to get too off the track, but just to really, this is so foundational. Laura, I love this so much. So I really just wanted to spend an extra few minutes, for everybody to recognize this whole range of emotions and the agency that you have. For me, when I look at this and I go, okay, that's happening to me, right? And sometimes I feel hurt or angry, and I am so much more adept in processing it. So I can set myself free. I don't let go of the emotion. It lets go of me. And then the by me kind of there in the middle. And then what I love is the through me. I mean, so when I think about the joy and the bliss and the playfulness, this idea of what we're radiating as high vibe, hot, women, that to me, it's like, and I think, Laura, you just said, as long as you're in sort of that home and higher frequency, even slightly more than 50% of the time, that is going to change the game.
Yes. And
to
me is like, I'm at the effect of my life or my circumstances. By me is like, okay, I have agency here. I am going to move things forward.
I can be curious and so forth.
Yes. And then through me is, I am a channel of the divine. I am in flow. That which that's the master manifesting mode. That's where the good juice is.
And that's, to me, when we get, and we will get much more deeply into quantum love and to sex magic, that staying in those states and habituating our bodies to those states, it really becomes a practice. And I love your example of playfulness, to be intentional. Oh, I want my partner to be more playful. Well, I got to be more playful, right? And to find those little excuses to be more playful, so that's what you resonate, and that's what resonates back to you. Like, in so many ways, it's so freaking simple.
It is. It is. It's simple and it comes naturally to us, but we've forgotten it, and it's been conditioned out of us, and we fall into these old patterns, and our trauma patterns, and our childhood patterns, and our fear patterns. And so it's just a practice. It's emotional hygiene. And the playfulness thing, I just use that as an example, but it's really, one of the things I love about playfulness is that it's the only thing that can cut through the addiction to drama. The only thing that is because there's so many couples that I work with and meet who are stuck in those drama cycles, and they keep having these fights, and they don't even realize that it's like an addiction. Your body gets so addicted to the adrenaline, and that's part of why you're stuck in these cycles. And the only thing more fulfilling than the hit of adrenaline you get with fighting, if you are having a lot of arguments or drama in your life or relationships, is play. That is the antidote, in my experience.
Totally. And I can speak to that in my own marriage. And so when I think how so many, especially longer term couples, they get into the cycles of blame and judgment, and that is a low vibe
frequency, right? So, you're just in there judging your partner, or your kid or whomever, versus saying, hey, what do I want more of? Right. And that, it's just the great news is it starts with us.
Yes,
right? That is
everything,
the best news.
Everything starts with us. And whether you're if you're in a relationship or with your kids or with your friends or with your colleagues, it is a Jedi. It is hardcore affects everyone around you, and everyone shows up differently around you. And it's really powerful.
It's really powerful, and it's just going to get more powerful. Okay, so that's so foundational and so great. But if you don't mind, you got some great anecdotes about how you'll set yourself up for influencing the outcomes to your, to how you want them, and for the greater good. Whether it's speaking to a huge audience, getting close to your hot hubby, getting your kids to go on a ski trip, even if they don't want to go, and then they go and they love it.
Whatever I want them to do.
Yeah, but these are such practical examples.
Yeah. Okay. So here's one that just came up. My 20-year-old, this is my youngest now. I'm now an empty nester. Is renting a house with his friends for his birthday. And I was feeling sad that I'm not going to, this is one of the first birthdays I haven't been with him. And he doesn't really, appropriately so, he's got this hot girlfriend. He's got all these friends. He's having so much fun. He does not want to be with his mom and dad, on his birthday. I understand that, but I'm like, woo, woo, woo. So I decided I needed to be invited to this trip he's taking with his friends. It's like 2 hours away. I was like, I don't need to be there the whole time, but I want to be included. I want to be there and celebrate his birthday with him. So instead of nagging him about it or being like, wait, you're not with the birthday.
Instead of going low vibe,
which, by the way, he's an excellent teacher because he's just like, he doesn't succumb to guilt, which I guess means I did something right, but it also is a pain in the ass if I ever want to use it. But, so I just envisioned, because you showed me the house where he's going. I was envisioning them all there. And then I was envisioning me and my husband showing up in the morning with breakfast and hanging out with them on the beach and bringing a cake to celebrate and being around all these fun kids and being in the energy of it, and all of them, hanging out with us, but also doing their own thing, but also hanging out with us and enjoying us. And I went there, and this is the key. I went there in my mind in first person present. Right. So as if it's happening right here, right now. And then I felt what that would feel like in my body. And I started naming that feeling. You can start with the feeling too. But in this case, I was like, all right, let me just go there and see what I feel. And when I went there, I was feeling joy. I was feeling connection. I was feeling aliveness. I was feeling playfulness. I was feeling like love, right? And I started sort of just really anchoring that sensation, that feeling, a bubbling in my chest, an openness in my hips, a lightness in my belly, smile on my face. But I can really always, for me, and everyone's a little bit different, for me, I feel the strongest, whatever energy I'm holding right here, kind of in my chest area, or from my solar plexus to my throat chakra. And so I just sort of anchored that feeling and really kind of cultivated it and held it, especially when he was around. But, the quantum is without distance, so it doesn't really matter. But I wanted to have extra added effect. And he just invited us to come. He just invited us like yesterday, and we said, okay, we're going to come. He was like, if you guys want, you can come.
You're like, I was like, suspicious.
I acted very blasé. As my husband says, I acted like a butterfly. Whenever he's near, it's like a butterfly has landed on me. I just stay real still, say very little. So yeah, that's a recent example.
You've got that Jedi mind trick in such a big way. But let me ask a practical question. So, over how many days, how many times per day? Because I know everybody's thinking what I'm thinking, whether it's getting their boyfriend to do something nice or, whatever they're trying to get done. What kind of effort are we talking about?
If it's an attitude you're looking for, it's immediate, almost immediate. So unless you've been if you've really been entrenched in drama and there's built up resentment, your partner won't necessarily be doing cartwheels through the living room when you move into the energy of playfulness around them, but they will be a little lighter. they will be a little bit more tuned in. And then the
You've got
more you
great
hold that.
examples of your relationship in your marriage with Sam, where I think there was one that you guys were having a fight and you just pulled the frickin' Jedi mind trick and just sent like loving kindness to him. And he was like, wait,
that
what?
was when I discovered quantum love. I had started to discover it through my kids. That's how I first discovered it, trying to help them. And I tell the story in the book, but the light bulb went off like, oh, holy poop, this actually could work in relationships when I was, because he's impossible to win an argument with, which is kind of one of the things I find attractive to him, but also about him, but it's also unbelievably infuriating because he's so smart and he's got a memory like I don't even know. And he just can. I was used to winning every argument. And by the time, and also kind of in my codependent way, gaslighting my partners. So I did something wrong, but by the end of it, they were apologizing to me. I was masterful at that. And he was having none of it from the very beginning.
which is why he's a perfect partner for
which
you,
is
right?
why I
Helping you
liked
learn
him
that.
so much.
Yeah,
I mean, I was
totally.
like, whoa, like I don't like this, but I really like this. Like I can't
I need it.
manipulate this.
Yeah.
I can't manipulate him as much as I would like to sometimes. And so we were having some argument about something and he was not, he was upset and he, when we argue, we're not yelling and screaming but it's like, a conversation, but it's not fun. And normally what I would normally do back then is what a lot of people do, listen to respond, right? So I'd be listening to him, but simultaneously thinking, that's not what I said. I didn't do that. And so my response would be a rebuttal. I would, that's not what happened. And
Defensive, right?
Yeah. And I'd be trying to get to my goal, right? Whatever that was. I don't even remember, honestly. It was something stupid that we were having this argument about. But instead of falling into that pattern, since I had been playing with this so much, I decided to move myself into the energetic frequency that I wanted him to match to see what happened. So instead of doing my usual thing while he was going on his soliloquy that I would normally be dissecting to respond, I moved into the energy of like, I love this man. I'm connected to him. This is a blip on the screen of our long relationship. I am so in love with him, even though I may be pissed at him. I'm going to move into that energy of that love, that reverence, that appreciation, that open-heartedness, I call it, that open-hearted home. There's like an open-hearted home frequency state that you can put yourself into of coherence where the electromagnetic field of your brain and your heart match each other. That I teach you to do. I teach you to do it in sex magic too, but I first teach you to do in quantum love. And he, who never loses his train of thought ever, lost his train of thought. I watched it happen.
You're like, score one for
I was just like,
score one for Laura.
Yeah, it was like back to butterfly sitting on me. I was like, what's happening? Okay, let me just hold it. And then he just came and sat down next to me and I put my head on his shoulder. And, then I don't even know where the conversation went, but I was like, wow.
But to me, that is the ultimate power move. And we can joke about, Jedi mind tricks and ninja moves, and they are. But when I think about it, is the ultimate agency. And let's face it, as somebody long time married, so often I've been guilty too of like what you're saying. I want to be right. I want to win. He's being a jerk. I want to prove him wrong. Like being in that low vibe state, it takes a lot of maturity and insightfulness and practice and intention to say, that's actually not what I want. That's what my ego wants. What I want is what you did with Sam, which is, and I've been able to practice that too, which is, I'm gonna summon myself to this higher vibe, where I love this man, or I love this woman, this person, and I'm just gonna send them, the gratitude and the love, and that they pick up on that energetically is like the best news ever.
They do. They match it. So back to your question, like that's showing up differently in a relationship. If you're wanting to manifest, I don't know, a new car, a new job, or an invitation or something like I was, everyone's different. It depends on the volume, right? But I would, like, in this case, I think it was like, I wasn't doing it constantly, but, you know, I meditate at least once a day, sometimes twice, or when I try to go out and ground myself regularly. I mean, that's all been part of my emotional well-being and survival. So when I was in those quieter moments, just spattered throughout the day, just for a few minutes, I would move myself into that energy. And when he was around and in the room with me, I would move myself and be imagining it, like almost like, you know, supplanting it into him. So it only took a few days, 2 or 3 days.
I love that. And I'm just going to give a quick shout out to our audience, guys. I want you to take a few minutes and just, while we're speaking, just write down put a little star next to it. And like, next time you're in that low vibe state, what you're going to do differently, because it is such a powerful practice, and it's a practice, you know, and it's amazing that you got it to work the first time. And I'm guessing it got a whole lot easier where you got into the next fight with Sam. Maybe you fought for 10 minutes and you're like, oh, I know what to do now.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
And
no,
you
I
keep doing it.
still forget. I still forget.
okay.
I'm not a
Thanks for
master
keeping it
at
real.
this. No,
Yeah.
I totally do. And then I come back to it, you know,
And then
but I
yeah.
still like, sometimes it'll be like, okay, is this what you would have one of your clients say to her husband right now? Like what you're saying to me, you know, so I'm human too. And we all get stuck in those cycles. But it's really about a practice. When we're trying to manifest money or something that we feel a lot of scarcity around, we often have to move through that state of scarcity first before we can move in, you know, because when we're in a space of, I want or need this, I need $10,000 to pay my rent, right? And you're in this state of need, and want is a low vibration, even though, you know, it's totally natural. So with that kind of stuff, I find it's much easier to manifest stuff that you don't have a huge attachment to, ironically. When you have a huge attachment, you have to move through that scarcity piece first, which often is a process of surrender and building faith and doing lots of things that allow you to just soften more in the scarcity department. And then it's much easier to manifest. But those people who really can manifest that way are doing so from a place of abundance, not scarcity. That's the ironic truth of it.
Well, I'll just add on to that, and then I want to jump into sex magic. When I have long stopped myself when, you know, whether it's paying a tip, like, why am I paying $1 to the lady who's giving me a muffin across the, you know, counter or whatever? You know, I'll say, what, Andrea, are you in scarcity mode or are you in abundance mode? And I bring that back to myself a lot. And it's like, be in abundance mode. Like, that has become a practice. And whether it's abundance with my time, abundance, I try to be a generous tipper. I mean, it's like there's so many places where abundance is you have the opportunity to practice abundance, is what I have found, or choosing scarcity. And I used to choose scarcity a lot more, but the practice of just that framework, am I choosing scarcity? Am I choosing abundance? Nobody else knows, but I do. And that's what matters. It doesn't matter about what everybody else knows.
No, all that matters
right? It's
is
really that internal choice of, let me give more. I mean, and so many, I think that book, Think and Grow Rich, the famous book by Napoleon Hill, and so many, so
and
many
you're a
people
badass at making money. That's a good one. That is really practical.
Like spending with more comfort and, abundance in your heart, being more generous. It's like it really becomes part of that liberation and reframing.
And you're holding that energy of abundance. There's so many, I call them shift moves. There's so many shift moves to get out of those lower. That's a beautiful shift move that you just gave, right? There's so many shift moves that move us out of those lower frequency states into higher frequency states. And a lot of what I teach in Quantum Love is how to recognize where you are on the Quantum Love map, how to recognize also your, what I call your FE, your ego home frequency index, like where you tend to live on the Quantum Love map in terms of any number of things, finances, love, whatever, and how to move it up the scale in a way that is authentic and sustainable, and all kinds of shift. There's hundreds of shift moves that will move you to a higher vibrational place. And I even noticed this even more so, and it's, of course, nothing is ever an accident in anyone's life, but certainly I recognize that in mine. I'm so grateful that I wrote Quantum Love and understood this before my son died, because what I found is that when we, and this is digressing, but it's relevant, when I can be in a higher frequency state, that is when I can connect with him. Because when we leave our bodies, we're vibrating at such a high frequency. These bodies are dense. And when we leave them, energy can't be created or destroyed. It remains. It just changes form. They are vibrating at such a high frequency. So once again, ironically, when we need them the most and we're in the bowels of sadness and despair, it's so hard for them to reach us. They can maybe give us a sign or something. But whenever I do a shift move, even if I wasn't even doing it intentionally to connect with him, then I feel my vibration rise, and you start to notice what it feels like to be in these higher vibrational states. Then he can come in. It's amazing.
Oh my God.
So
that's so
there are all
powerful,
sorts of
Laura.
applications.
Yeah. I mean, just to, know your story and how, this is an important digression, right? Because, grief is part of the human experience. And when I think about that loss and your ability, given the intense work you've done to heal, the fact that you are able to be so high vibe and it's like you're getting rewarded for it, it just makes me want to scream and shout and on you. And that, that you're able to feel that connection with him, which you obviously cherish so much, versus when you're in despair and feeling so disconnected. The antidote is to go high vibe. I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's really
Wow.
wild. And I discovered it
really
accidentally after I was like, every time I would move some big emotion, I would be in a place of despair or sadness, and I would let myself beat the crap out of a bunch of pillows or roll around on the floor crying, or, I teach people how to do this, in my grief healing community. And then it only takes about 10 or 15 minutes. And this is true for all of us, not just grief, any kind of emotion. It only takes about 10 to 15 minutes to honor it and let it pass through you. But what I started noticing is as soon as I would do that, I was like, oh, wait, this actually feels really good in my body. And then I would start hearing things from him or seeing things or whatever. So, yeah, it's really cool.
That is amazing frickin' tuning. And I love you said we are all transceivers. I don't think I've heard anybody other than me say that before. Maybe you. And we are. We are all, like, that is the great news. We are all transceivers. And I think once you get that you're the hardware and the software, hardware being your nervous system, software being your emotions, it's like game freaking on. And so speaking of game on, let's go to sex magic. Everyone's like, we're ready for the good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. So and by the way, I showed this before, but I need to get this signed by you, but I have many copies. So I'm giving them away to the people I love most because it is such a great book. So everybody listening, get this book, read it, listen to it. I mean, we can't cover it all. There's so much. And Quantum Love, I said, is also one of my favorite books. The fact that, Laura, you've got that Quantum Love course, just want to give a huge, gigantic shout out to both Sex Magic and Quantum Love as books and the Quantum Love course. Like, it is just genuinely mind-blowing. Okay, I did my public service because I love it so much. I'm not doing that for everybody, Laura.
Thank you.
Okay, so you write that sexual energy is the highest frequency energy our bodies can hold, and as such, it's a powerful, creative, and manifesting tool that we can access and harness with sex magic. And then you add on to say people's sex lives can reach the next level, experiencing mind-blowing orgasms, which we all want, along with soul-to-soul connections, which we all want. We want both. Healing and manifestation. Those are some big, bold claims. And by the way, since I've been practicing sex magic since we spoke last, I can attest to that it works. But I would love for you just to rewind a little bit and just define what is sex magic and how does this all connect to manifestation?
Yeah, well, at its core, sex magic is working with the energetics of sexual arousal and response and the sexual exchange you're having with another person. So from a response standpoint, you are learning to, instead of the sensations, tingling, warmth, vibration being localized to the genital or pelvic region, you're pulling it up through your body. You're learning to circle it between you. You're blowing it out the top of your head. You're having full body, you can have full body orgasm. So from an experiential standpoint, it heightens the arousal, it heightens the erotic intensity. And you can do this on your own or with a partner. In fact, I always encourage people to figure it out on your own first. But when you're with a partner, then it takes the sexual exchange. I not only, help you understand that when you're having sex with someone, it is an energetic exchange. You are taking each other's energy into you. You are affecting each other's energy in a really profound way. And when you are doing it in a conscious way, it elevates the sexual experience to a metaphysical one. It is, and even if your partner doesn't necessarily buy in or even know what you're doing, for you, you will notice their response is much more profound, whether they realize why or not. So that's really fun. But also your experience will be so much more elevated. That's on like the practical level. Then on the energetic level or the manifestation level, sexual arousal is the highest frequency your body can hold. So the higher and this is fleshed out just from a health perspective and all the stuff that Louise Hay did with Hay House and the different ways of dis-ease, different ways that these conscious and unconscious emotional states we hold of fear, of grief, of shame start to take their toll on, create inflammation in our bodies. And inflammation, we all have cancer cells, for instance, and inflammation is what makes the cancer cells grow along with toxins and diet and everything else. But it's inflammation, right? So when you are in these higher frequency states, it is a beautiful healing state for the body in general. And it feels good, obviously. And from a manifestation standpoint, remember what we were talking about with the quantum love map, that state of the closest we can get to that state of bliss, the highest frequency there is, that physiologic, energetic state of bliss is heightened arousal and orgasm. So that's where the ancient practice of sex magic comes in, where you are creating an intention before you even begin a sexual exchange, and you're holding that intention in lots of different ways you can through the sexual act, but in particular toward and with orgasm, because you are then supercharging it out into the quantum field.
And we're going to come back to in just a few minutes, the exact process. If you'll remember last time we spoke, I committed to doing 30 sigils. I'm not quite there yet. I'm not quite there yet.
How long are you working on each one?
I'm let me just say I'm making really good progress. Well, and I will say this, just in the spirit of, full disclosure, and this being a topic that I hold so near and dear to my heart. You describe sex as sacred, and it is. And by using these techniques, my married sex and my solo sex have, really, really improved. And my manifestation has improved. So, I'm just saying there is absolute truth in advertising. And and part of it is in the act of it, but it's really opening up energetically, staying at that higher vibe. It really 1 + 1 = 11. And like I said, because I am also a student of quantum love, really adopting these principles. So I'm just saying, everybody listening and watching, this isn't just a theoretical discussion. I am here to say it works.
Andrea's our guinea pig.
I know. I love it. It's such a gift to be able to talk to you again and to be able to say to folks, this works, guys, take it seriously. And the fact that you've got additional coursework and so forth that people can get to know you and go deeper is such a gift. Okay. So hang on. I want to go back. So as far as techniques for, can we start with one or two things? So if I'm just hearing about sex magic for the first time, I've got a boyfriend, I've got a girlfriend, or I'm solo, all apply. what would be the one, and I'm like, all right, I'm done, I'm going. What would be the one or two things just for the folks who are just getting started to do differently, say tonight?
Sexually, to do differently. Yeah, I mean, I would say first and foremost to get really, really present in your body, to get embodied. Because most of us, when we're having sex, we're thinking about the windows being closed or how we're going to get our kids to soccer practice or we're going somewhere else in our minds. So really coming into your body first. Take some deep breaths. Imagine a light coming in the top of your head as you breathe in, and as you breathe out, it shoots out your tailbone, creating roots into the earth, grounding you here. Notice your, what things you smell, feel, taste, hear, like really get present in your body. And as much as you can, treat as the sexual exchange as you would a meditation. When you meditate, your mind wanders and you notice and you just come back, right? So it's the same thing sexually. Your mind may wander, am I doing it right? Do they like it? Is this taking too long? Other things that have nothing to do with sex. Just keep bringing yourself back in. That's like one of the simplest tools to get started. And then just notice, like, even if you can do this with self-stimulation first, when you're self-stimulating or when you're being stimulated by your partner, notice in your body where you are feeling the sensation. It will likely be right around your genitals or maybe in your lower pelvic region. And then as you breathe in and maybe even tighten the Kegels, those muscles you use to stop the flow of urine, imagine pulling that energy up just to your belly button and then dropping it back down as you loosen your Kegels, and then pulling it back up and dropping it back down. Just play with that. And then over time, you can pull it all the way up and you can pull it out the top of your head and you can circle it around between you and your partners. I mean, there's these beautiful ancient Kundalini, Taoist, Tantric, Kama Sutra, all kinds of techniques that I've kind of modernized into practical exercises that you can try. But if you just start playing with the arousal, being present in your body, and maybe even imagining, like, if, let's say, from the feminine and masculine standpoint, right, and has nothing to do with gender, you can be a man who's more in his feminine and a woman who's more in her masculine. But let's just, for the sake of the example, talk about a traditional heterosexual relationship where she's more in her feminine and he's more in his masculine. And I get into all that and what that means in sex magic. But if you're the feminine, imagine while you're having sex with a partner, sending all your love. You can even pull it in through your top of your head, flow down to your genitals, and imagine sending all your love, connection, lust, emotional well-being, whatever emotion you want to send, loving, positive emotion, send that from your genitals into theirs, because the masculine receives energy through the genitals and shares it through the heart, and the feminine receives it through the heart and shares it through the genitals. So if you're the feminine, send it into his genitals, pull it and imagine it going up, and then pull it out of his heart into yours, and then let it drop back down to your genitals and send it in. Now, if your partner knows about this and wants to practice it with you, you're both consciously doing it. He's pulling it in from your genitals and sharing it through his heart. You're pulling it in from his heart and sharing it through your genitals. So you're creating a circle of energy, which starts to kind of take on a life of its own as you put your attention on it. And then the arousing sensations start to circle, and it's very erotic and satisfying and mind-blowing.
Yeah, for sure. I love that, and it works. And I just wanted to add one more thing that I learned. I mean, I learned a ton more from your book, but the breath work that I do, and it slows me down in a really good way. It's just the right, just a
really
slowing
deep
down
breaths.
of the
Yes.
breath. And it's to your point about, you call it erotic embodiment. And at times, like, I want to go faster, and it's like, slow down, Andrea.
Keep it slow. Keep it
And
slow. And
that build up and that intentionality, it way punches above its weight.
Yeah. And so as you're breathing in, pull light in slowly. And as you're breathing out, you're sending it into them, or as you breathe in, your Kegels are tightening and you're pulling that sensation up and as you breathe out. So you're doing consistent slow breaths. And that's a beautiful, I mean, a lot of Tantra is teaching you how to use that breath.
Yeah, it was surprising how effective it was. I was like, oh, snap. Thanks, Dr. Laura. Okay,
Good.
now getting to the next question, you talk about sex magic requires you to stand in your sexual power and just how sexually powerful you are and how immensely sexually capable you are. I think a lot of women struggle with this. Back to they're not erotically embodied because like you say, they're thinking about soccer practice. They're thinking, I've got, I'm love handles. I don't look as good as I'd like. I mean, they're thinking about almost everything but the act. How can women stand more in their sexual power? Because that feels like it also over-indexes for achieving sex magic.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really is in claiming it. And we all know people who maybe don't fit the ideal of perfect beauty and the standard, right? And they are magnetic. They walk into a room and every person wants to talk with them or do them or whatever, and they always have a partner and they're always having the best time. It's really about their confidence. And this is one of those areas where I really encourage women in particular to do two things, right? To authentically embody. So to really, it's almost like that distractor during meditation. You start worrying about your cellulite, go back to the breath, breathe the light in, let it move through your body, right? But it's also just from the practical standpoint, if you are if you're with a woman, she totally understands, and is not caring about or looking at your cellulite because she's got it too. If you're with a man, I guarantee you, he is not noticing it either. I have spoken to thousands of men about this. They are not noticing it either unless you're incessantly pointing it out to them. They don't notice. If you want to see what your male partner sees when he looks at you naked, go stand naked in front of the mirror. And instead of your eyes going right to your problem areas and analyzing it, just kind of blur your vision out to the whole silhouette, right? And the tits and ass. Like that is what they are seeing. They are paying attention. They are so happy to be there. They are not paying attention to your cellulite and love handles and softness or firmness. They are just there in the presence with you. It's us that tends to overthink it.
Well, and I just want to add the playfulness back onto that because playfulness is hot, right? I mean, when I think in the bedroom, because if you're over there stressing, and it's back to the, quantum love map, if you're over there stressing and serious about how bad you look or are you doing it right? You're out of the moment versus the amazingly agency creating opposite is, if you're playful, that's high vibe.
Yes. Playfulness is high vibe. And by playful, we don't mean joking about your cellulite. We mean,
Right, good idea. Yeah, but like being present, being joyful.
Yeah, rolling over on top of him,
teasing,
just teasing, just being a little playful and fully present and engaged. That is what the biggest turn I find for men.
Totally. Okay, so we're going to move on as a good segue to pleasure as a sacred spiritual practice. And, I think I touched on this, but at the heart of sex magic and even quantum love is something so simple and revolutionary. The idea that pleasure is sacred. And, oh my gosh, there's so much taint and shame and BS that you have really, you've just done such a beautiful job in reframing it. In fact, I love how you talk about sex as a sacred energy exchange.
Yeah, SEX, sacred energy exchange.
So how can we reclaim pleasure without guilt or overthinking?
Yeah, it's such a big one. And I honestly think on a certain level, hundreds of years or thousands of years ago, when religion, anti-sexual religion began, it was a way to keep control because remember, our master manifesting power comes from those higher frequency states, and sex is an extremely high frequency state. And so I think this was part of the system's way of keeping us in shame and guilt and keeping us under control. I mean, they do that.
I was going to say, we being women, right? Because sexually very strong women and very strong sexual and feminine energy are effing powerful.
Yeah, we were called witches. We were burned at the stake, you know, because we were very threatening. Were very threatening, and maybe still are to the wrong people, but who cares about them? But so it's really about recognizing that and wanting and being willing to and realizing the ways that you've been bamboozled and wanting and willing to claim that back. And then also working with the inhibition. I'm a huge fan, and I find it extremely powerful and effective to externalize. I call it externalizing your inhibitions, right? So simple exercise. Write down all your stories about what good girls or bad girls or nice women or bad women do or don't do sexually. They don't initiate sex. They don't receive oral sex. They don't give oral sex. They don't have anal sex, whatever. It could be behaviors. It could be activities. It could be style, anything, all the stories, the inhibitory stories you have. And then only hot people can enjoy sex, whatever it is. And that's in the first column. In the second column, I want you to write down and really think about, where does that message, where did I get that story? Like maybe it was from media, but for most of us, it's earlier in life when Sister Mary Margaret told us we were going to hell if we touched ourselves. Yeah. Or when we overheard our mother and neighbor gossiping about another neighbor who had had sex with more than one person in 1 week, or, you know, whatever it is, there are these, or when our hand was slapped away, you know, when we were touching ourselves to go to sleep, or whatever, when we were little. So where do you remember? And it doesn't have to be the first memory, but any memories you have of where you got those stories. That's in the second column. And then in the third column is, do you want to keep or release it? Because some of them you may want to keep. That's okay. But a lot of them you're going to want to release. And now you've externalized it. So the next time you have that specific inhibition, you remember, oh yeah, that's not me. That was Sister Mary Margaret. I am not subscribing to that anymore. And you let it go, right? It's now been externalized rather than a voice in your head that's keeping you inhibited. It works really well.
I love that. Guys, you heard it from the source. This is in your manifestation handbook, which I want to just remind you, if you haven't gotten your manifestation handbook, you can get it real quick, powermanifestation.com. And you should be taking a ton of notes. You're going to want them for, maximum sex magic and quantum love. But I wanted to add to that from a personal perspective, going even back to this business of abundance versus scarcity, as I've done more and more my own work, going from a deep personal place of unworthiness and scarcity to a place of profound worthiness and profound abundance, my feeling of I deserve pleasure and how important it is to me game changed. And I say that with, putting myself out there because I think there are a lot of women like me that don't necessarily prioritize sex. It's a little more obligatory. Or there's all these, like you described, Laura, like stories and so forth about it. And as a working mom that's been an overachiever was like, I don't need to do that unless my husband wants it. Right. And for me to have completely transformed my relationship with my own pleasure it's like I look different and I show up differently. And so in part, it's just back to why I'm so enthusiastic about your work, because to me, it really gets to the heart of worthiness. And it's like, I am prioritizing pleasure more. Whereas before it'd be like, I don't have time for that. And I'm like, oh yeah, I got time for that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not just with sex. I noticed the other day I'm finishing another book right now on a totally different topic.
Oh my God.
It's about grief, but I was writing it. Too. I was writing, I have a deadline and I wanted to finish this chapter, but I was starving and I would not let myself stop writing. And suddenly I was like, what the F am I doing? My hand is shaking. I am starving. No one is telling me like I can go eat and actually write better after that. Like I had to talk myself into it. So we're conditioned to be so rigorous with ourselves this way and so restrictive
hard
of
on
ourselves.
ourselves,
And hard
yeah.
on ourselves. And pleasure and giving yourself pleasure is such a life force builder. Plus, sex just physiologically is good for your heart. It's good for your blood flow. It's good for your immune system. It's good for headaches. It's good for your mood. It's good for your skin. There's so many benefits to it. And so when you cultivate that and prioritize it, even if it's by yourself, you are going to change for the better. And you add the manifesting juice behind it and it gets even better.
Okay, we are coming to that, and just perfect segue, except I'm just going to add one more quick thing. I mean, when I just think about this whole business of allowing ourselves to have that pleasure, back to that embodiment, that we show up differently for our partners, right? Then we can enjoy it. Then it's not performative, right? And I talk about these things in a way that I know so many women relate to. It's like, do I look good? Am I performing well? You know, and it's like, if you can just, to me, really surrender to the pleasure, to want the pleasure, that's hot. That's hot.
very
I know it's hot. And it feels good. And our partners, that's what they want. They want us to
That's
be
all
in the
they
moment
want.
with them. Or
In the moment.
in solo sex too. It feels good, right? I'm on my own. Look at me. I'm on my own. I'm feeling so good. But so it's relevant to me. I just really emphasize all this because it is game changed for me as a 54-year-old woman. I wish I would have done this a long time ago. So for all you younger ladies, and if you're older than me, it's not too late. We are going into how to manifest with sex magic, with or without a partner. I mean, let's just get into it. Do you want to walk us through your divine practice of creating from the telos to the sigil? I feel like this is where sex magic can be so fun.
Yeah. So your telos is really your heart's desire. And you can, like Andrea, make up 30 of them, right? You can make up as many as you want, or you could just have one that you work with. But you want to state your telos, your deepest desire, in the sacred I am format, in the positive, right? So it's not, I am not broke. It is, I am wealthy and abundant, right? Or here is an example, and we'll get into the sigil, which is what's in that circle next to it, but I am deeply desirable, right? So this was, one that someone made who really wanted to feel desired by their partner. So once you have your statement, which should be an I am statement, then you want to start cutting it down to consonants. So you first cut out
and
all of
by the way, can I just
that.
interject real quick? I mean, this one is I am deeply desirable. That's clearly in a sexual sense, but it works in your career. It works in your health.
Anywhere.
Like it works for anything you want to manifest, guys.
Yes. I am a best-selling author. I am a mother to a healthy baby. I am, the owner of a brand new, beautiful house, right? Or I am hired for this freelancing job you want to get, or whatever it is. So once you have that, you cross out all of the vowels. And then you can even cross out, I usually like to have like 6 to 7 letters max. So if you need to cross out the repeating consonants. And then once you have like 6 to 7 letters, it could be 8, you want to put them all together in some sort of image or picture. I mean, I've had people make sigils that have nothing to do with the words. You could just draw a picture or a symbol of that which you want to create. It's just something that holds the energy of your I am statement that when you look at it elicits that, right? So once you have the letters, then you form them, and you can see these are sample sigils, that were made. My career is fulfilling and lucrative. I am pregnant. I am about to meet the love of my life. And And then you can see how they took the consonants and made them into pictures. Or you could just make a picture, doesn't matter. And then you put a circle around it because that kind of creates a container. And then you move yourself into the energetic frequency of he, she, they who already has that. So you're imagining a scenario of that thing you want, holding the baby, celebrating your best-selling book, whatever it is, in first person present, as if it's happening right here, right now, because your body in that state doesn't know the difference between reality and rehearsal. So you're moving yourself into that energetic frequency. Hold that, marinate in that, hold the sigil. Imagine fusing and infusing that image with that intention and that feeling. And then hold on to that image. And when you go to have sex, especially, you can keep it next to you, you can keep it under your pillow, you can keep it on the nightstand, wherever you are. And then as you're getting through into those higher states of arousal and toward orgasm, some people remember and hold it and look at it while it's happening. Some couples do this together. You don't have to. For some, they've imprinted that image in their mind. So they're holding the image in their mind. Some people completely forget when they're in the throes of the intense arousal and orgasm. And so then you go right to it in the aftermath while you're still in that high frequency afterglow.
Right. So let me just rewind. So you have your telos, which is your intention. And then you rightfully say, you reduce it down to just the 6 or 7 key letters. Or you make a pictorial. I've done all sorts of cool things, and drawing a picture, it can be the letters.
I want to see them. You'll have to send me pictures.
I burned them all. I've been meaning to send you videos of me burning them. Yes. Yeah. But I will. I'm going to send you a secret. I'll send you the next one. They're really good. They're so artistic. And so then after you make it, are you saying then, and see, I'm a best-selling author. And then you feel that feeling. Oh my God, it'll feel amazing. I feel amazing as a best-selling author. And then you park it under the pillow, on the bedside table, wherever you park it. And then you get into the sexual act, either by yourself, this works solo sex, or with your partner. And then you get into a state of arousal. And ideally, you're remembering it either as you're climaxing, you're seeing that visual, or if you forgot about it because you're just really in the moment, really embodied, then in the afterglow, after the climax, then you're remembering that beautiful sigil that you made.
Yes.
So those are the steps. Okay.
And then the last one, which is often the hardest, is to let it go, right? So this is where when we get back to the scarcity thing, anytime we're manifesting, we have to lose our attachment to it. So that's why it's very powerful to rip it up, burn it, throw it away, whatever. You can always make another one of exactly the same or a different pictorial representation of the same thing. But that one is finished.
Well, I love burning mine. I've got right outside of my bedroom. I have a balcony, and I have this year I didn't put a plant in the pot.
Perfect.
So I've got this empty pot, so it's safe to burn it. and it's a really deep pot, and it's this ritual. Yeah, it's like I turn it. I have a little. I actually have actual matches, and I'm like. And so it is. And it really, it actually feels kind of cathartic and kind of badass. Yes. Obviously people have to be careful with fire. But that, there's something about lighting it on fire that's yeah. I got I can let it go because
it's a good release. Yeah.
I do that rather than being attached.
On full moons, I like to do that. I write down all the things I want to release and then burn it under the full moon. So you can do that too in your little pot.
Yes, that'll be next. I mean, honestly, with the buck moon being as powerful as it is, this season, dang, I should have talked to you a week ago. But okay, and so with this process, you said it just a minute ago. It's like what would you recommend? Using the example of best-selling author, if I wanted to be a best-selling author, would you recommend doing that one again and again, or does that start getting you into scarcity?
No, it just depends on the energy you're coming at it with, right? If you're like, oh shit, I got to do this, and my book is a bestseller, I'm scared it's not going to be a bestseller, right? I got to do it compulsively, and I don't really want to do it. But what if I don't do it and my book isn't a bestseller, right? That's very different than Yeah, I'm so excited for my book. I think I want to supercharge again. I'm going to do it again.
I feel that difference.
Do I want to do it or not? Yeah, I want to do it again. Right. So it's just from a place of abundance that you're doing it repeatedly.
Well, and just back to what you were saying a few minutes ago, I am the owner of this beautiful new house. I am the mom of a really wonderful, healthy kid. I'm the best friend to these amazing women. I mean, the I ams, when I think about my own life, super type A, achievement junkie. I'm like, oh my God, there's so many things. And the beauty of it is, it's like, great. All of these things, none of them are mutually exclusive.
No. None of them are mutually exclusive. And you can work on one and then another multiple times and then another once and then come back to the first one. There's no wrong, order or amount to do.
Well, it feels so empowering. I mean, back to this being part of, and for me, it's not every single time I'm having sex, I do this thing, but it feels like this little gift that I'm giving to myself, so intentional. It's like, ooh, I want, I am in, these other things that are so yummy to me. And to connect that with this really sacred, pleasurable act, it's like, it feels like it punches above its weight, because not only am I giving myself and prioritizing pleasure, but this other thing that's important to me, I'm prioritizing that too. And to your point, Laura, feeling it as though I already have it. It's just back to the very beginning of our conversation. It's back to that so high vibe, to embody those states of joy and playfulness and worthiness and abundance and joy and gratitude. It's like, and it is a practice. In a good way, it's like, it's there. Grab it.
And
grab
it's
it, gals.
fun. Grab it.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's actually jump into quantum love. I know we could talk for a very long time, and we touched on a lot of it, but I'd love just to maybe rewind a little bit about, what is quantum love in real life terms? How can somebody feel it when they're in it, or how do they harness it more? Can we just maybe start a little bit foundationally?
Yeah, quantum love is this process I created of harnessing your body's energetic frequency in service to what you want to manifest in love, but in all things. It could be to manifest anything. Quantum love was specifically about your love relationships, because that's my jam, but it applies to everything you want to manifest. So that's what it is. Now, what was the other question you had?
Well, how can somebody feel like it and back to, okay, I am attracting, my husband's really being a pain in the ass.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So you want, let's say you want your partner to show up differently, right? There's two levels to this. There's the logistical 3D level, which I've spent a poop ton of my career working within and teaching people around. That's so if you want your partner to be more romantic, let's say, that's the logistical stuff would be, am I creating space for romance? Am I showing up as someone who he wants to be romantic with? Am I initiating any romance? Am I making intimacy, sexual intimacy available? Because that's typically the male's path, unless he's really in his feminine. That's the male path to emotional intimacy, is physical intimacy. That's how they get there, ironically. So am I doing those things logistically, right? That's this logistical side. On the quantum love, I don't want to ignore that, because that's important. But often you're doing all those things, you're trying to do all those things, and he's still not, right? Have I given him a list? Because most guys actually need specific instructions on what feels romantic to me, right? He may think it's romantic to mow the lawn on Saturday so that I don't have to do it. I don't think that's romantic. I think he should be doing that anyway. What's romantic to me is if he makes a spontaneous dinner date and surprises me with it, right? So having that conversation in the positive, not in the critical. In the quantum level, you are moving your body into the energetic frequency of she who is flooded with all of the romance she wants. So the way that you do that, once again, is to move yourself, and I teach you the specifics a lot more in depth in quantum love, but you close your eyes, you ground, you get into your transceiver, into your body. So pull that light in as you breathe in. Fill your body with light as you hold the breath for a beat. Shoot it out your tailbone, rooting you into the earth, deep, roots going deep into the earth. Take 5 or 6 breaths like that. This whole process maybe takes 5 minutes. Do it several times a day. It actually feels really good. And then from that grounded place, imagine a scenario, real or made up, where you felt perfect romance, and be there as if it's happening right here, right now in first person. So you aren't watching yourself in that romantic scene. You can look down and see your feet and your hands. You're in that scene as if it's happening right here, right now in first person. And let yourself be there, even just for a few moments. Notice what you feel in your body, how that feels. You are now moving yourself into the energetic frequency. Now, if you want to get even more specific, you can say, even before you start this process, all right, I want more romance. If I had more romance in my life, how would I feel? Right? Because everything starts with a feeling. I would feel more connected. I would feel more cherished. I would feel more loved. I would feel more loving, whatever that is. Get clear on, and I even have a quiz on my website. If you go to drlauraberman.com at the top, it's what do you really want in love? It will tell you the feeling states you're actually looking for in your love relationship. And then when you imagine it, right, you can imagine that romantic scenario, and or you can imagine a scenario where you felt the feeling you would feel if romance was there. So let's say it's cherished. Okay, then you would be in first person present in a scene where you felt unbelievably cherished. And by the way, it doesn't even have to be by your current partner. It doesn't even have to be by a last partner. It could be by a faceless partner. It could be by your mother. It could be by your friend, right? But you're moving your body into the energetic frequency of she who is cherished, right? Or she who's experiencing romance. You hold that, you ground that energy, you get really used to how that feels like in your body. And then you start to hold that frequency when you're around your partner. So before you go into the room with him, take 2 minutes and imagine that scenario and walk into the room and hold that state when you're around him. You can still be doing the dishes or vacuuming the floor or watching a movie, whatever. You may also want to think about those 3D logistical things you could do to cultivate romance, but you don't even have to. Just hold that energy of she who's romanced around him. You will naturally act differently. Your energy will be very different, and he's going to respond differently to you, and you will start to see it. And then maybe even if you initiate some romance, you will see much more receptivity. Or if you try to talk about it, you will, from that energetic state, anytime I'm going to have a difficult conversation with my husband or one that may get prickly, I move myself into the energetic frequency of exactly how I want to feel in this conversation and how I want to go. I sometimes even envision the outcome I want, and then I go and have the conversation.
Laura, you can't be a victim in that. You know what I mean? I mean, that is the freaking best news ever, right? I mean, you are giving people so much agency. And I think, ladies, I mean, we've all been there where it's like, I just can't find a good guy. There are no good guys. All the guys suck, right? I just want to, love you. I want to say practice this, right?
Yes.
Because whether, now we've been speaking a little bit more about people who are partnered up. And by the way, maybe it's time for an upgrade, right? Maybe in this, you're showing up as she who is cherished, right? As promised, worthy and wanted. Maybe you end up outgrowing the partner, or if you're single and looking to be, she who is worthy and wanted and cherished, that is what is going to attract the right person, not the asshole guy that you always tend to attract. Like, it starts within. Okay, let me ask you this. There's so much on TikTok and Instagram about manifesting your SP, your specific person. Can you do that with quantum love? And do you even recommend it?
You can do that. You can absolutely manifest your partner, but I take issue with that. I mean, it's once again a TikTok thing, right? They get these little shticks going and everybody jumps on. But the truth is, every relationship is a soulmate. There unequivocally is not just one person for every partner. then you can have many soulmates in your life. I think there are these ideas of twin flames, which are actually really toxic relationships that your soul signed up for to try to, work on really painful issues or, karmic alliances or whatever. But I don't even think you need to stay or should stay in those abusive situations. Lots of people do, saying, oh, it's my twin flame. No, I mean, so to manifest your person, it doesn't have to be your specific person. It is your specific person, just like every relationship is, but there isn't just one out there for you.
Okay. I take your point. Somebody may be like, I was with the guy. I mean, there's something I watched this morning or yesterday was like, they're really close. Next thing you know, it's like they've been blocked. There's all the heartache and drama. So I feel like there are people that like, they're speaking about the specific person. They want the guy that dumped them.
Yes.
All right. Or the guy that,
that's
the
a
guy
twin flame thing.
That's down the hall or whatever. But your point, I think, is a good one, which is, and
get really clear.
Yeah.
What do you want to feel in love, right? Instead of thinking about the qualities you want him to have, instead of thinking about the qualities you want that person to have, maybe 3 to 5, none of them physical or, like funny, loyal, things like that. And then take the quiz that I was mentioning, get clear on how you really want to feel in love. And then cultivate that feeling every single day, several times a day. Look for opportunities to be in that feeling that have nothing to do with love or relationships. It could be social or whatever, work related, whatever, just anything that makes you feel those feelings. Several things are going to happen. You're going to start attracting in all kinds of experiences and people, not even necessarily romantic relationships, although those will come too, that match that energy you're spending time in. It's going to feel good to you to be in that energy. And you are also going to attract in a partner that is aligned with that energy. And then you just stay really, really open. You don't get too rigid about what the package is supposed to look like. And you stay curious, you stay open, and now that you've been marinating in that feeling you want to feel, like, oh, do I have a little bit of that feeling when I'm sitting next to that person? Not that you're going to have the full feeling of being cherished next to someone you just met and have gone on a few dates with, but there'll be an inkling of it. Your body will recognize it. The more attuned you are to your transceiver instrument, the easier it is.
Well, and I would just add to that, and not being attached to an immediate outcome, right? It's so easy to go, oh my God, I've been feeling cherished for 10 minutes. Why hasn't it happened yet? Right? You have to, you have to kind of let go, surrender, and trust the process. Okay, last super quick one. Something that I love that you talk about is your back to the ninja moves. Your sneaky ninja move when you're hugging Sam, your hot hubby, and you're chest to chest. So, to me, whether it's with the child, with a partner, I mean, even your best friend. Like, I'm a big hugger. So what's the pro move? And, to me, it's a continuation between quantum love, sex magic, into being as high vibe as you can be. When you're hugging somebody, what's the pro move?
Pull love light in through the top of your head or from the back of your heart, your spiritual heart. Fill your heart. Imagine it swirling into a ball of love light, and then send that from your heart into your partners. And if you're in a love relationship, especially if you tend toward codependency, which I do, my little mantra that I just say in my head, he didn't realize until recently, and I've been doing this for 10 years or more with him, that I just never thought to share it. I didn't realize I hadn't. I say to myself, I choose you today. Because being in choice in your relationship, for all of us, but especially for me, is the only way to get your needs met. So I choose you. I am choosing to be here. I am choosing to be with you. I'm choosing to send love from my heart into yours. And then it grounds the two of you into that loving vibration before you start your day. It just takes like it's a 30-second hug. It's a bit of time, but it's a beautiful thing for your kids to see. It's a beautiful practice to build into your daily life. And it's a beautiful practice to do with anyone.
Yeah, it's so intentional. It's so empowering. It's so beautiful. This is such a great note to end on. Laura, you're the best. Mwah. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to have had yet another conversation. I always get so fired up talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie.
Oh my gosh, I hope you guys love that as much as I loved having that conversation and feel so energized and inspired to reclaim your power and savor it and become even more of a manifestation goddess. And honestly, if you're like, God, I love that so much, there is an opportunity for you to own it as a VIP of the Power of Manifestation. We are sending you messages about how you can become a VIP during the event. After the event, the price is going to go up. So if you're loving this as much as I loved having that conversation, go to powerofmanifestation.com, become a VIP. You get so much more in addition to this amazing episode. And of course, as always, the Power of Manifestation handbook is so helpful in internalizing these lessons and remembering everything and really being such a powerful companion to the entire event. And with that, I hope you are just so supercharged and ready to enjoy the next session with us. Thanks so much for tuning in. Share something really important with you before you click away or fast forward. You're here watching these sessions. You're feeling fired up. Maybe you've already tried a few of the practices in your real life and something's clicking. That is exactly what my team and I knew would happen. We planned for it. But here's the thing, and I'm saying this because I truly care about you actually getting results, not just being entertained here for a session or two, or maybe over a few days. There are 26 sessions in Manifesting Your Dream Life 2026. 26 extraordinary teachers, 26 sets of tools, practices, and actionable insights designed to help you create real, lasting change in your life. You are not going to get through all of that, what is available to you now, for free. I mean, you could try, you could marathon it, but honestly, that's not how lasting true transformation really works. This isn't about feverishly consuming as much as you can or consuming the minimal. It's about bringing it into your life and really internalizing it over time, noticing what works for your nervous system, seeing what lights you up, feeling what lights you up, and knowing this process compounds and evolves over time. That takes not just time, but your effort. It takes you investing in yourself. My team and I didn't assemble 26 extraordinary speakers to simply keep you busy for a few days. We did it because we know that different messages and different teaching styles land differently for different people at different time, especially depending where you are on your manifestation and healing journey. And by the way, what might not seem monumental today might be exactly what you need 6 months from now. And crucially, to achieve lasting change, to really master the changes that will truly transform your life, will likely mean returning to this material to go deeper, to truly internalize it. There are quite a few books and concepts that I have revisited dozens of times in my life to achieve mastery. So here's what I want and will ask you to consider. Right now, your access to this event is temporary. You have just a few days. But on this page, you can upgrade to lifetime access and keep all of this extraordinary, genuinely exclusive material that we've developed for you. You can keep it forever. All 26 video sessions. And what you don't have access to now, all of the MP3 audio files and the full transcripts, plus all of the bonus materials, all of the guided practices, meditations, and rituals that help you embody this work and not just understand it intellectually. And honestly, for such a modest investment, like genuinely a teeny tiny amount of money compared to what you would pay for even one private session with any of these extraordinary teachers, you can own it all forever. Here's what that means for you practically. You can take your time. You can go deeper into the sessions that called to you during the summit when they call to you again, and then you can explore the ones that you didn't get to. You can also just go in and fast forward to the exact moment that amazing teacher said that amazing thing that changed everything for you, because we all have those moments, right? It's like, oh, I just want to hear it again. Or someone puts words to something you've been feeling or didn't quite understand or couldn't name before. And it's like, oh my God, I love those ahas. It's like, yes, let's go. You'll also have the MP3 audio versions, so you can listen while you're driving, walking, folding laundry, or even lying in bed at night. You can let this work integrate easily into your life instead of being or having one more thing that you have to sit down and make time for. And you'll have the transcripts. So when something really lands for you, you can really savor it. You can highlight it. You can journal on it. You can reflect on and internalize it at your own pace. One more thing you should know. Once the event ends, the price does go up. So if you felt even a small shift over what you've seen, if even one session or one teacher has helped you feel or see something differently or given you a tool that actually works for you, this is how you make sure that not only you don't lose it, but you can really build on it. That's why I always talk about how pouring into yourself, taking the time to heal, learn, and grow compounds. But only you can do it. Only you can invest in yourself. Only you can give yourself permission to take your time with this truly exclusive material, to come back to it, to allow it to crack you open, lift you up, and light up your life. That's the goal here, gang. That's why my team and I have invested countless hours and resources to bring manifesting your dream life to you. It's truly because it's our deep desire that you say, yes, this is for me. It doesn't matter what hasn't worked for you in the past. You're here now. I'm here now. It's no coincidence that I am sitting in front of you, offering you the chance to transform your life with guidance from several of the world's greatest thought leaders in the healing, empowerment, love, relationships, and manifestation space for a very, very modest rate. You can upgrade to lifetime access right now on this page before you move on to the next session, have to get back to work, or distracted by life's incessant demands. And I genuinely, truly hope you do. I truly hope you say yes to manifesting your dream life. I want this to be more than just a moment for you. I am personally invested in and excited to be your companion in this next phase of your journey as you say yes to becoming the greatest, highest version of you. And only you can do it. I hope you have enjoyed every bit of this summit so far, that you've taken full advantage as your time has allowed. I hope you continue to invest in the coming days with all this great material that we have developed. And honestly, if you decide to upgrade, that is fantastic. Genuinely no pressure. I just don't want you to miss this extraordinary effort and this extraordinary opportunity to achieve lasting transformation. All right. Thank you so much.